We are here in August. It is the first big primary night of August. We got Jeffrey Skelly, Decision Desk, DDHQ, Chris Cillizza. Pretty much our biggest primary night, arguably since I guess early June.
Yeah,
feels like
I was going to say early
like an
June.
ice age ago.
Yeah, June 2nd, I guess. First Tuesday in June.
5 states going coast to coast.
Hey, and this could have been an even bigger night if Virginia's redistricting had happened. If that had happened,
oh man,
Virginia,
we would have
been starting at 7. Let me tell you,
we'd have already been on the air for a while. Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
We already have a Senate nominee in Virginia, right, Skelly?
Yes,
on the Republican side.
Yes, Burt Mizusawa is going to be has been projected as the winner in the Republican primary. He will face Mark Warner, the Democratic incumbent, in November. Obviously, we didn't start this at 7 because this is not a race we're expecting
that was not one
to have matter. Not one that we're this.
Did Skelly just
Warner
freeze?
Should win re-election.
There he is.
There he is. Yeah, and Warner, by the way, has also said, I believe, that this is his last term. He and Hickenlooper have both in Colorado have both said it. That they're running right now, but this will be their last term in office, which is kind of weird. I mean, you could obviously break that pledge, but I just
got 6 years to decide to break it.
There'll be a long line of Virginia Democrats.
Mark Warner, first time Mark Warner was on the ballot was 1996.
Yep.
So
Warner v.
losing to John Warner. Warner versus Warner.
And here we are in 2026.
Virginia knowledge test. How old is Mark Warner, Skelly? If Skelly knows everything about Virginia.
I believe he is about 70.
71. Good job by you.
Oh, there we go. I was like, right. I knew he was about 70. So
I don't think people are tuning in tonight for great trivia questions about the state of Virginia.
Fine.
Turnout was not absolute zero, but pretty close. When you have the number, it was at 6:15. I was the 311th voter in my precinct. And they were ecstatic.
That's 6:15 p.m., folks.
Yeah, p.m., folks, not a.m. there. But obviously, look, to me, there's sort of we've got 2 pretty good appetizer courses. I think we got Kansas primaries and Missouri primaries, but the main dish is the state of Michigan, which obviously a huge night in the battle for call it what you want, battle for the soul of the Democratic Party, Chris Cillizza. But it feels like this is going to be it would be a shock if this is close. No?
Yeah. That's the thing is like, there's no question this primary is super important, right? I mean, it's like you basically have the 2 sort of every leading voice in the National Democratic Party is in on one side of this race effectively, right? Bernie Sanders, AOC, Elizabeth Warren, Ro Khanna, all for Abdul El-Sayed. And I know I'm leaving people out, and then on the other side, you've got, Gretchen Whitmer, the governor, you've got of Michigan, you've got Chuck Schumer, right? Like for Haley Stevens. So it's like,
Jeffrey Skelly, this feels like everybody decided to take a side in this primary almost so they can say in 2028 they took a side in this primary.
I mean, I think, it would not be a shock if that was a consideration as people were deciding who to endorse. But I do think, by the way, I should just note, we have gotten a handful of votes in from the Grand Rapids area and Kent County. El-Sayed out to a very early lead, but a lot of votes left. And, with this contest,
by the way, before you get to that, Jeffrey, I do think folks want to know, characterize the early tabulations as they come in. What should
we see?
What's a good night? If things are going quickly Abdul El-Sayed's way, what will we see? And if it looks like Stevens is holding her own, what will we see?
Right. So there was a lot of early vote here. Some mail vote. I mean, right now, I think our estimate is just a bit shy of 1.6 million. I mean, that can change as we get more votes in, but roughly right now, a little over 1.5 million, which is a very high turnout for a Democratic primary for Senate in Maine. In 2018, I don't remember what the gubernatorial one was, but this clears it by some distance. So in that in that sense, it's a high turnout thing, which I think is probably helpful for El Sayed in terms of who would help higher turnout more is probably voters who are a little younger. And so that actually is the next part of this, which is to say Stevens is probably going to do okay. In fact, it will be interesting to see if she's leading as we get more of the early vote in, or if it's just an El Sayed sort of swamping.
That I thought was interesting, and I want people to have understood this, that you're expecting, if Stevens is up early, it doesn't mean she's going to win. It just means
she has to be up early, right?
She
She's not up early. This is very
this is a quick call.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
Got it.
The only way that this is competitive is if we get a lot of early vote in and she is leading and you see a fair amount of purple, which is her color that was randomly assigned tonight, and not a ton of green initially, because the election day of vote, we've seen this time and time again. Progressive candidates tend to do better because who tends to vote on election day? Younger
That's right.
people. And more progressive voters tend to be younger, and so we've seen this time and time again where even like it could even be in a mostly vote by mail state like Colorado. We were talking about like Milot Quiros and her race against Diana DeGette. Like, oh, well, it looks like it's over for DeGette. And then by the end, Quiros had won by even more because more and more of the vote that was dropped off toward the end was progressive.
Well, and it was and that's what we saw. You may have brought it up, right? In Illinois when
Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, she came way back.
She got close because
she got much closer as the vote. The vote.
So we've seen this over and over again. So that's the reason why the only way that this is interesting, like truly like, maybe this is going to be closer than we think. Because you may have seen earlier, I had the polling average up. I'll bring it back up here.
53-40.
Yeah. 53-40. El Sayed, in the lead here at the end. It's a pretty good lead. Probably, makes him a pretty clear favorite. I will say it's primary polling, and I don't want to say that it's an absolute lock or something.
Right.
But obviously, it would be a surprise if he lost at this point. But I think it's only interesting if he is not leading here in the next, first hour.
I just want to note here, and Chuck, we should talk about this too, because I mean, I knew that Stevens and the APAC Super PAC had spent a ton of money on Stevens.
Oh yeah, they did.
But it's like $32 million, and she, and by she I mean sort of all her Super PAC world, has outspent him like 15-1.
Oh,
Crushing him. Thank you, Skelly. And even
this is only as of July 31st, so there may have been some final spending in here that.
And yet, I'd love to see a measurement.
He's way ahead.
But I'd love to see a measurement on social media or even YouTube. I think.
Yeah, I know. Things are changing. That's why
all of this money is on legacy media.
Yes.
And it's like if you were in other information, pipes.
Yep.
You saw more Abdul El Sayed content than you did her. So
I've seen these.
I think this is
he's outrunning her on Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok, right? Like.
I think it shows you, look, and he had, and by the way, it's not like he raised nothing, right? He raised a tremendous amount of money. She's had an enormous pile of money for a non-incumbent. We've not seen a non-incumbent. We've seen some incumbent insurgent primaries where the incumbents got money like this, but this is a non-incumbent. And obviously it is, I think we got to go back 2 months when there was a serious conversation of if there is the panic, the freak out about Abdul El Sayed began arguably Memorial Day, right?
Yep. Well, because it became clear he was ahead.
That's right. And then the question was, well, if you're going to consolidate do you consolidate behind Stevens or McMorrow?
Yep.
And
McMorrow's the blue line on screen for folks looking here because she dropped out. But
Schumer was already in for Stevens at that point.
Yeah, he was in for Stevens.
He was already in for Stevens.
And APAC was really in for Stevens, which is that's an important thing. She is one of the more pro-Israel members of the U.S. House of Representatives. They will have spent more money on her than they have spent on any other candidate.
And this is the most expensive primary, Skelly?
Yeah, they went all in early, and I don't know if they fully appreciate. they picked the wrong horse. I mean,
Yes.
McMorrow,
I think
Yeah,
that's
they
right.
did.
Yeah.
McMorrow was, it's sort of like, look, don't give you an insider, right? You better go find your acceptable outsider in that case. And
Yeah,
they would have
so,
been smarter to get behind
Chris, you asked
McMorrow.
this question. It is basically the most expensive Democratic Senate primary.
Democratic. Yeah. That's right.
With about, and this was as of July 31st. This is from Ad Impact, which always has great data. So
Love
highly
their stuff.
recommend.
Yeah.
The Texas Senate race earlier this cycle was more expensive. But yeah, it's basically the most expensive Democratic primary for Senate we've ever seen. So
and this is just, I just want to make this point. It's like and now things can change, right? We don't know, but like if it's not close, I mean, it's just that's a massive. If I'm
just
Chuck
talk about
Schumer,
lighting on fire, you know.
if I'm Chuck Schumer, it's like, man, this doesn't make me feel good about 2028,
No,
right? Like, I mean,
it's certainly. But look,
Do you mean for Schumer himself, or
for
do you mean
Schumer
for the party?
himself,
Yeah,
I'm talking Schumer himself.
Schumer's. This is Schumer.
very hard.
There's no
I just
way.
think,
yeah,
right?
no,
I
I don't think he's leader. I really
extremely-
don't.
It's not a money
extremely
question,
skeptical.
right? Like if
I
it was
do
a
not
money
think he
question,
becomes leader.
she would win.
Yeah.
She would win the primary if it was
Yeah.
money, and it's
I-
clearly not.
Because you now see, I mean, I don't, what's Mary Patello going to say? What's Sherrod Brown going to say? If
I
that's
know.
that question? I don't know.
It's just, Skelly. Can I ask a question via
Yeah,
our
please.
amazing executive producer John Reese? Because we're talking about Abdul El Sayed as and we just note again, all polls don't close until 9. DDHQ hasn't called it, but everything suggests he's going to win. Maybe
Look, we
win
know
easily.
but let's, the latest news out of the boiler room there is
Oh yeah.
the absentee vote drop in Kent County, which is Grand Rapids, suggests that Stevens is going to be in for a very bad night.
So, how much does that change DDHQ forecasting on Michigan? Because I feel like it's all over the map, right? It's like the Stevens people are like, it's all about electability. It's all about electability. But the polling, it's not like Stevens is up on Mike Rogers by 30 and El Sayed's down 30. It's like 2 points, 1 point. Like, is there any actual evidence beyond spin that he is a weak general election candidate right now?
I don't think specifically. I actually looked at this a little bit in terms of, what do general election polls say right now?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can successfully bring this up. Instead of,
I saw this in your write-up. By the way, follow Substack, Decision Desk HQ on Substack. You would have seen this, and it's great.
So on average, in the polls, general election polls taken in June and July, they work out to about the same. I think it's technically Stevens by like 4/10, and El Sayed is losing by 4/10. But for all intents and purposes, they both are running basically in the same range. The thing is, though, like some of these polls show pretty similar, and then other ones show really drastic differences. And I would find the smaller differences to be more credible for a federal election in our environment.
So super polarized. People voting for the back of the front of the jersey, not the back. Right.
If let's say El Sayed proves to be 2-3 points weaker, that could be the difference. I mean, look, Michigan in recent times, in when Debbie Stabenow won re-election in 2018, I believe she only won by like 6.5, 7 over John James. So not a like massive
high
victory even in a
floor for
blue wave
Republicans.
year. Yeah.
That's right.
Well,
it's just a very narrowly divided state.
But there's another aspect to this that we can't measure yet.
No, exactly. You're right. You're 100% right.
And that is the amount of money that's going to go to Mike Rogers if Abdul El Sayed is the nominee, is his opponent, versus the amount of money he would not be able to raise if Stevens were his opponent.
And the national Republicans would probably not be able to spend on him because they're spending it in Texas, but he's going to now be able to raise whatever he needs.
They are going, well, forget that. They are going to prioritize this, right? You've got, this map is terrible. Map's getting worse for Republicans overall. There's another primary tonight in Kansas that may put another Senate race in play for Republicans, right? So the point is,
by the way, Chuck, did you see the Democrat dropped out in South Dakota tonight?
Yes, we got another independent.
Now you have an independent. You have an independent versus a Republican in South Dakota. Now it's South Dakota and it's Kansas. We get it, but there's more races on the map.
Right. The point, and these are not super expensive states.
No.
Brian Bangs he's been on my podcast.
Me too.
This is a this is a very high-end candidate, so in a year where no political party is popular, I mean, like I said, if I were ever experimenting running as an I in a light red state or medium, I don't know what we call South Dakota. It's only
Medium
so
red.
recently dark red, right? You never know. Anyway, the point is the map in general is, so I just think that you're going to see a boatload of money in Michigan that you would not see if Stevens is the nominee. And we don't know what that means. May not matter. Look at all the money that's been put up against him in this Democratic primary, and whatever doesn't strike him down makes him stronger. His lead has grown over the last month, right? So with the more money that gets dropped on him, the stronger he gets. I don't know what this looks like after what is going to be a kind of scorched earth kind of campaign up there.
Yeah. Oh, I think
against
it's
him.
like, and we'll talk
He
about
is not
this
going
next
to,
week.
it ain't going to be beanbag for him.
No, and we'll talk about this next week, but it's what does Francesca Hong look like as the
Oh,
Democratic gubernatorial nominee in Wisconsin? You're already seeing some of it. Like, is she Christine O'Donnell? Is she Todd Aiken? I think she's going to win the primary, and we'll talk about it next week.
But
it's like,
don't forget,
what
if
is
you're
she-
in a D+7 environment,
I know, might not matter.
that we know that's a very polarized state in Wisconsin.
Yep.
D+7. This is to me, what this is not about whether I think both Hong and Abdul El-Sayed can win in this political environment.
Absolutely.
Okay. The question is, do they become more of a primary face of the Democratic Party? Does it lead the Democratic Party in a direction that is suddenly not the right direction to be in as far as voters are concerned? And I'm going to get hammered in the chat here for being anti-progressive or something like this. I'm just simply stating the fact that we move in different directions here. And if that's where it goes,
Yep.
that sends the Democratic Party primary in a direction that may be not where the country is in the fall of
2028
28.
primary is influenced by these things. There's just no
That's
question
right.
about it. Hey, let's bring in former Chuck Todd student. Do you want to intro him, Chuck?
It is Jake Marks. He is, I think, at this point, this isn't Desk HQ. Can we call him senior intern?
Hell yeah, why
Captain
not?
intern? Can we promote him?
Of course, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
why
yeah, no,
not?
right,
I
Jake?
love that.
Assistant,
Yeah.
it's assistant to the regional manager.
Look at this.
Yeah.
This is the honorific that I was giving.
Yeah,
Jake.
fight on.
That's
fight
the
on.
honorific for you, my friend.
Thank you.
Um,
Thank you.
So Jake,
You
what
are
do
here
have
to
for
talk
us?
Missouri.
Yeah.
I love
I
it. And
am.
speaking of Democratic primaries, this one might be closer than the one we
Yeah.
were just talking about
More
in the
drama.
state of Michigan.
Well, you never know. But yeah, today I want to talk about Missouri's first congressional district, right? We have a matchup, a rematch of Wesley Bell and Corey Bush here, right? I brought another one of these precinct maps for you guys, where we can see on the left, Corey Bush versus Bell's and for their 2024 results. And on the right, we have a racial plurality by precinct map. So for me, I thought this was really interesting because especially now with the 2028 DNC schedule being released, with South Carolina being one of the first states for a 2028 presidential campaign, I think Black voters are going to be the most important voting bloc going forward. And if DSA candidates and progressive candidates broadly cannot win over Black voters, especially in Missouri 1, one of the very few majority or plurality Black districts in the country, I think that's going to pose a very, very pressing problem for AOC or Ro Khanna or whoever wants to run in the 2028 nomination.
Who taught this kid? This kid knows what he's doing. Hey, Jake, can I ask a question? So the borders, we know for people who don't know, Missouri got redrawn by Republicans. They got rid of effectively got rid of Emmanuel Cleaver's sort of Kansas City area district. I see this red line that you've got on the map on the left.
Yeah.
Where that looks like Wesley Bell territory that got cut out?
It does. So on this western portion here, right? This is Bell territory, right? This is the suburbs. This is the whiter areas of the district, right? But in the south here, you're picking up just more Bell support. They obviously didn't vote for Bell in 2024, but these are the white, suburban, wealthy areas of St. Louis County and the suburbs of the city that typically would vote for Bell. So I think net all, I don't think that he is gaining or losing any support really with the redistricting aspect of it.
In both in Colorado, and then you did a comparison in I think to the one of the primaries we looked at in Illinois, the one in Evanston, Illinois, I believe. Did you do your age analysis for this one?
I did do my age analysis for this one. For this one, interestingly enough, Bush did not perform that well with young voters in 2024. It was very sporadic. She did well amongst young Black voters. She did very poorly amongst young white voters from the suburbs, as well as even young Black voters from like the deep, more rural suburban counties. For Colorado 1, I have another graphic here for it. Here's Melat Quiros versus Diane DeGette's results on the left that happened about a month ago. And on the right, again, I have the racial element of it, where Quiros was able to win a plurality of the African-American, the Black districts throughout the district for Colorado 1. However, if Bush, I don't think is going to be able to perform as well as Quiros did in this district. And obviously Colorado 1 is a much whiter district than Missouri 1 is, right? And in Missouri 1, you have two Black candidates against each other. This one, it's a Black candidate versus a white candidate. But I think this shows that really maybe it's a Bush issue where she just isn't as strong as a candidate as Quiros is. But again, I would be really skeptical. And like if I was a campaign staffer, I would be writing this down that really this is where they need to focus on.
Well, just give us the basic racial makeup of that congressional district, Black to white.
Colorado 1?
No, going back to Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri 1, it's 46% Black, 40% white.
So,
but obviously the Democratic primary electorate.
Yeah, I was just going to say
overwhelmingly,
yes.
Right. So the Democratic electorate, though, what percentage of Black to white vote in the Democratic electorate do we expect tonight?
I would say it's probably 80-20, somewhere in that realm.
So,
but to Jake's point, both candidates are Black. They're just positioned
but the point is
differently.
That Bell's going to crush Bush among the white Democratic
voters. Yeah.
Yes.
Based on
you say that
based on this analysis.
Well, it depends. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with Jake necessarily. I think if you look at this, it's sort of what I'm interested in is there are some parts in sort of the southern part of the city that are a little whiter, and you did see Bush win in 2024. And so I guess what I'm curious about is whether or not you do have some sort of white progressives in the city proper who will still vote for Bush. But in the suburbs, I absolutely agree that that's probably going to be stronger for Bell, given what we're seeing here.
Isn't in this case, though, that Cori Bush has not been a traditional sort of she didn't necessarily have the white progressive vote in her column the first time she won, did she?
I would say yes, but you're seeing, I think she did, but you're seeing usually with the DSA candidate that they win overwhelmingly the white progressive vote.
Right.
With Bush, you're not seeing that. You're seeing that she's still winning, but she's not winning 90-5 or something.
And for what it's worth, St. Louis County in this area, in the St. Louis metro area, is just more racially polarized than I think people fully appreciate.
Yep.
I mean, I think
is Ferguson in this district?
Yes, it's
I thought so.
It's up in the upper portion there.
I thought so. I mean, this is like St. Louis City,
and there is no, there is. I'm not saying there isn't a white progressive vote in St. Louis. It's just not a large.
It's not as large. Yeah,
correct. It's not like other cities. You could argue. I think that there's more of a white progressive vote in Kansas City.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I also think if you look at just sort of population patterns, like St. Louis has not sort of hit a kind of boom post-industrial. You saw some other cities.
How many whole? You want to do the Whole Foods check? It would be doing the Whole
totally
Foods check, right? Yeah,
I mean, it's like it's behind
not as many
Detroit.
Whole Foods.
It's behind
not
Detroit,
as many.
even in that.
Yeah,
Detroit has moved more in that direction than this has.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too, I wonder about is just Bush when she was in office. Like Melat Quiros had never. I mean, I know she'd been, but she's not a member of Congress. Bush
has her issues.
Was so gigantically controversial,
which were just not even ideological.
Had nothing to do with ideology.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
These were just straight up character things.
That I just wonder whether it's like it's not a. It's
I don't
not,
think it's a
my
fair
point
test.
Is it's not like in a vacuum test.
I told
of it.
This isn't
all.
you know, there a lot of these other primaries. Oh, this is establishment progressive.
Right.
This
Just
has
not
got the
clean like
there's-
that.
The flavors are familiar, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of there, but there are other factors here that go to her time in office and
Yeah.
how the campaign was run last time. So it's in some ways this is more personal.
I mean,
Right?
go
Yeah.
look at what she said after she lost the race in 2024 to
Mhm.
Wesley
Oh,
Bell.
yeah.
I mean, she basically says like, "I'm coming after you, Jewish people." I mean, not in exactly those words, but like, it's if you go just type in Cori Bush concession 2024. I mean, and I will note, obviously, AIPAC. What is it? United Democracy Front, Skelly? Is that the
United Democracy
super-
Project is the
project.
super PAC, yeah.
they
It's
have
the
spent
super PAC,
heavily. They have spent heavily for Bell again, as they did 2 years ago. I mean, it's not as
Yeah.
heavily as they spent for Haley Stevens, but Bush
Well, I
just
can
brings
tell-
her own baggage. That's all I would say.
Yeah. Look, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I
also
was gonna- I didn't wanna
always-
change subjects
I
from
was
Missouri,
looking
so.
beforehand to see like what's the success rate for House politicians, right? Who won originally, were incumbents, lost their primaries, and then tried to win a primary again. And that
Okay, Jake,
rarely
hold
has
that
ever
thought.
happened.
Hold
Yeah,
that
hold
thought.
that thought. We have trivia on that.
Let's
right.
make it a trivia question. No.
Yeah.
Let's Jeffrey, let's throw it to the commenters here. This is go ahead. We're going to give you about a minute to see if you guys can come up with this answer before we tell it.
So when was the last time a member who lost a primary ran in the immediate next election, so 2 years later, against the same person who had just beaten them, who was now the incumbent, and beat them? So yes.
You don't
what
have
year,
to say
what
who
year,
is-
what
yeah.
year, what state. You don't need more than that.
All you need, you only have to say the year and the state. You don't have to say the candidates.
I mean, I'm going to be impressed if anybody gets this.
Jake, did you actually find this? Because I went looking and found it, so that's why I was curious what
For
you were
me,
about. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I found a candidate. I don't think she ran against the same person.
See, that was what
but
I was really curious about.
That
was a little bit more in
yeah.
the weeds.
I have guesses of never, which I do like because, like,
Good guess.
it's never against voting never
Yeah.
or none of the above. Lisa Murkowski, no, you got to go much further back than that. You got to stay in
Yep.
the House, right, Skelly?
Mhm.
Yeah, I wasn't counting.
Yeah, we're not
and
giving the answer away yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Murkowski's tricky in the.
It's so complicated.
That's actually also
Right
not.
in-
She didn't come back. And
She
win
never was
the
out of
primary.
office.
She
We're
never,
just talking
She
about
never was out of
primaries.
office.
Yeah,
Right.
she never left
Yeah.
office.
She never was out of
Yeah.
office, right?
So-
She was never out of
She
office.
never left office.
She lost a primary.
She lost a primary, but went on to win re-election. And,
Speaking
and
of
as a
which,
write-in.
where the hell is Joe Miller now? That's a blast from the past. Can I ask Jake, what do you think? Bell,
For me, my
Bell
answer.
or Bush?
Oh, I think Bell.
You
I
think Bell?
I think Wesley Bell is going to. I think this is going to be one of the few races we're going to see this cycle where the progressive loses, and the progressive is like a well-known, like established progressive
Right.
who has like millions of dollars in funding. Bush is endorsed by Bernie. Like I think that this will be one of those few races.
So
this
Bell
cycle.
won 51-46 in
Yeah.
2024. Similar, you think? Bigger, smaller?
I think it'll be smaller than that,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
I
We'll
still
hold you
think,
to it.
yeah.
All right, Mr.
Okay,
job's
yeah.
on the line.
Let's give the answer.
Yeah, so maybe I should have been clearer about it. We're just talking primaries. So
Primaries. Could have
there
been
were
a
some people
Democratic
throwing out
primary
Murkowski,
or-
throwing out some gender. I see a
or a
Grover
Republican
Cleveland
primary.
and William.
Yeah.
I
Not
think
a general
meant
election.
Benjamin
Yeah.
Harrison. No, not a general election. Though I was only interested in case where someone went on to win the general election. But I found 1950 in South Carolina, which at the time was obviously Southern Democratic, all white.
We also
electorate.
had the whole party switch by the Dixiecrats.
and
in 48.
that's even coming later. This is before
Yeah.
even that real. Well, that's
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It is right around that time.
right
It was
around that
Strom
time.
Thurmond,
48,
but he
yeah.
doesn't actually fully switch until
No,
the
but he
60s.
was starting to.
But
This
you're
is
right.
the
He's
divide
there-
in the Democratic Party.
and
Yeah.
by the 50s you get into massive resistance
Right.
and what have you. So, but yes, in 1948, John Jacob Riley in the 2nd district lost
Sure.
renomination in the Democratic primary, because that was the only race that mattered there, to a guy
You
named
said John
Hugo-
C. Riley. No, I'm kidding.
No,
I thought
no.
he said John Jacob
John J.
Jingleheimer
Riley.
Smith.
And then Hugo Sims Jr. beat him. And then 2 years later,
course.
and I didn't have a chance to dig into the reasons for this, by the way. I'd be very curious to know. 2 years later, Riley runs against Sims, who's now the incumbent, and beats him. And so fascinating. Was just like, when has this happened? Because I was like, if Bush were to somehow win, this feels extremely abnormal. And I would say that the last two examples I could come up with where you had in the immediate following election, the person who lost come back and try to beat the new incumbent. In 2006, you had Henry Cuellar in 2004 had defeated Ciro Rodriguez in Texas. And Rodriguez challenged Cuellar and lost to him in the 2006 primary. And then in Indiana's first district back in the 80s, Pete Visclosky had defeated first-term Representative Katie Hall in the northwest corner, Gary, in Indiana. And then 2 years later, she came back and ran against him, but lost in her comeback attempt. So comeback attempts like this are unusual. They almost never work. And so, I think
which goes to Jake's point.
Yeah.
Take Wesley Bell on the points.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we've been talking.
No,
about,
he didn't lay the points. It sounded like Jake was.
That's true. If the points are his last spread, which were 5, he said take Corey Bush in the points, I guess, just to get the gambling right. Okay, Jake, you're the man. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks, Jake.
See, they get applause when they come in and out, but we never get.
Before we go to our, I saw in the chat we had a request for the primary to show the primary results right now in Sam Graves' seat.
Missouri 6.
Well, first,
somebody
let me bring up that the early numbers are really good for Bell.
Wow.
Yep.
It's all St. Louis County, and it's all early stuff. So Bush, we would expect to be doing better, and I'm very interested to see how she's doing in the city. Yeah. But yes, obviously a much better start for
Bell.
Bell. And we still, to be clear, we don't really have very much at all in from. Actually, we have almost nothing in from Missouri 6th. Okay, so that's Sam Graves.
We will get to it.
There'll be more. There will be more.
But do
right
that.
Now there are 870 votes.
There's a race you want to see.
Not a lot.
Yeah, if there's a race you want to see, let us know. Yeah.
Let us know if you would like to see us pop it up. If you think, hey, enough already with Michigan Senate, enough,
Yeah.
Well, and to Chuck's point, there are 5 states voting, right? There's a lot going on. Which, by the way, we should bring in Aaron, Aaron Covey from Cook Political Report, House editor, because we can talk about. Hi, Aaron.
Hi. How's it going?
Good. You can tell she's younger than us because she's got the hip wired headphones. That's I guess that's what's cool. That's what my kids now want.
I think it's also a cost thing.
Not for my kids.
I lost my AirPods and I haven't found them in months, and I just don't want to buy them again. So this is what we're using.
So we're talking Michigan, but go ahead, Chuck.
No. We were lamenting earlier that it, had a certain state Supreme Court ruled another way. We might have you on for an entire hour just to talk Virginia primaries tonight.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. What a roller coaster. I've blocked so much of that out. I was on vacation in the middle of the Virginia situation.
That's the right thing to do.
That was what a great call.
Very disoriented.
I remember when it happened, I was like, did no one check that this was a possibility?
I know. Like they all raised all this money.
I know. And
you had like Terry McAuliffe and Dorothy McAuliffe and you had all that business. And
I know. What a journey.
I say that because was there anything in Virginia that you were watching tonight? I believe the answer is no, right?
No, not really. I mean, Luria won her primary by a landslide. She's running, of course, in Virginia too against Kiggins in that rematch. And then Shannon Taylor also won very easily the Democratic primary in the first district, which is held by Rob Whitman. And, is kind of a new potential swing seat that has entered the battleground.
One of the few seats in the country that moved to the left.
Yes, one of the few,
2024. Richmond suburbs. I mean, it extends over to Henrico. That little leg right there. I've just pulled it up on screen here.
You call it the Richmond suburbs. I just call it Northern Virginia South.
That's right.
That's her. That's her.
Now, Kelly.
I'm sure Richmond loves that.
This is her,
oh yeah.
This is her. I mean, this right here is Taylor's home base. She's Commonwealth's attorney. That's state's attorney in most states. For Henrico County, and so she's right here. And then you have this part of Chesterfield. So the Richmond area does pack a punch in this district. And, while much of the rest of it is red, you have some bluer areas, Williamsburg, parts of James City County has been shifting to the left here. That's a confusing one. James
Well,
City County. You should Google that one. I don't
Oh,
have time to explain it. But anyway, it's an interesting, it's a
Well-
very interesting district. I'm from Virginia, so I'm biased as can be.
Aaron, in a D+5 environment, that becomes truly a swing district, right?
Very much so. Yeah, this is a Trump +5 seat. Whitman overperformed last cycle and has a history of overperforming by a decent margin. He certainly doesn't present as MAGA at all. And the polling I've seen, I think still shows him with a little bit of an edge, but this is going to be a highly competitive race.
And this is going to be the strongest person he's probably had to face.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
By some distance. Candidate-wise. Taylor, we could note that she very barely lost the 2025 AG primary to Jay Jones.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a very close race.
AG.
I know.
Hey, can we just for people who are asking? I see a couple people asking in the chat. Yes, Virginia's polls have this race has been called. Virginia's polls closed.
There was
on the
nothing
early
particularly.
End. It wasn't dramatic, but it
There was
has
nothing-
been called. Right.
There were no contested primaries in Virginia that were worth starting at 7 p.m. for.
Right.
That's not to say that there weren't contests that aren't interesting in their own way, but we have to make programming decisions.
Got to make some programming decisions.
Yeah.
We can't stay all night. Can we? Michigan closes fully at 9.
Yep.
Most of the states already closed. Upper Peninsula closes at 9. We've obviously, Aaron, before you came on, we were talking obviously about sort of the marquee Abdul El Sayed, Haley Stevens, but there's at least one. And I mean, there's one district that we're going to be talking about in the fall, and there's one Democratic primary. Can we start in the 7th in Michigan, and then maybe talk about Shree?
Yeah. So the 7th district, this is mid-Michigan, right in the center of the state, includes the state capital, Lansing. It's kind of your quintessential swing seat, voted for Biden, narrowly voted for Trump in 2024. So very similar to the state as a whole politically. The Republican member there is Tom Barrett. He's a freshman. He should be one of the Democrats' top pickup opportunities in the country.
This was Alyssa Slotkin's district.
This was Alyssa Slotkin's district. Obviously, she ran for Senate in 2024, and subsequently Barrett flipped the seat. But he's in real trouble this cycle. However, complicating things for Democrats is this primary that we have, which is essentially a 3-way race between William Lawrence, one of the co-founders of the Sunrise Movement, who's quite progressive, Bridget Brink, former ambassador to Ukraine, and then Matt Mosdem, a retired Navy SEAL. And Mosdem and Brink are both pretty moderate, and they have been hammering each other for months. They have the most money. I think Democrats went into this race thinking that, discounting the fact that Lawrence could pick up steam, and saw it initially as kind of a 2-way race between Brink and Mosdem. In the meantime, though, Lawrence was gaining momentum, picking up endorsements from Bernie, from the Congressional Progressive Caucus. And he is now, very clearly the favorite. I'd be surprised if he didn't win at this point. But as, any progressive activist has, he has a long history of comments that could be quite problematic for a lot of these districts' more moderate voters. And Republicans are going to use that against him. I think it's going to be a competitive race regardless. The question for me is, and I really haven't seen any general election polling, to be honest. I don't know if this means that Barrett now has a slight edge, or if this is still a toss-up given the national political environment here.
And can we
Is
talk
this
about-
another one? Sorry, Chris.
No, go.
We were talking earlier that one of the things is hard to gauge in some of these, the impact of, if this person wins a primary versus that person, is there is a difference in how much money is going to come in on the Republican side based on who wins these Democratic primaries.
That's correct. And look, I could certainly see Republicans spending more in this district than another similar district like Pennsylvania's 7th district, if they feel like they have more ammo to
How
work
about
with
Virginia 1 that we
or
were just
Virginia's
talking about?
1st district? Yeah,
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think, I think Democrats are going to spend a lot of money here regardless. But because they just can't ignore a district as competitive as this one, but they may be less driven to spend money here if Lawrence is the nominee.
And Lawrence is endorsed by Bernie, the sort of the lefty coalition, but not a Democratic socialist, correct? Just some people ask. He's quite liberal, right, Aaron? But I don't know if he's I never know. Like Abdul El Sayed identifies with a lot of DSA positions, abolish ICE.
But he's not a member of
but he is
DSA,
not
right?
a DSA member. Whereas next week, Francesca Hong in Wisconsin is a Democratic
Is,
socialist.
yes.
It's
Yeah, I don't-
Will Lawrence
maybe it
is
doesn't
not
matter,
endorsed.
but-
He was not endorsed by DSA.
No, he wasn't.
we
not
have a-
endorsed
have
by
a-
DSA.
We have a
Okay.
list. I was scrambling to open my spreadsheet.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, he's kind of like an old school environmentalist.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Sunrise Movement is
Yeah.
very,
Mhm.
extremely focused on climate change and combating climate change. That's like their, they would
Yeah.
say that that's sort of like that should be the number one public policy.
Right.
Right,
And I think
essentially.
Lawrence's vulnerability is that he has, as someone who worked in progressive politics for a while, has like taken some super lefty positions on like policing and immigration.
Mm.
And that's sort of climate change, of course. But I think he also doesn't bring to the table what some of the other more progressive candidates in competitive districts like Randy Villegas bring, which is like having another like a really compelling personal story or being super charismatic. I don't know.
So you think
it seems like it'd
get,
be easier for Republicans to
he's-
define him.
it's just two dimensional. He doesn't have some special sauce that gives him that 3-dimensional.
Yeah, I mean,
feel
he's
to
like
it.
a standard progressive activist.
Mhm.
And I think, obviously there's a reason that he's done well in this campaign. I think he's done a really good job of activating the Democratic base in this district. But yeah, I mean, he's kind of different than like someone like El
But-
Sayed in that way.
And given, I mean, and is Skelly, how much should we read into this division in this primary here? Go back and show. Let's combine second and third here.
Yeah, Brink
So
and
Lawrence is at
yeah.
45.5.
I think if you
Yeah.
combine
Brink,
both,
let's
Oh
scroll.
no, they'd be more.
For
I mean,
sure.
there's
Right.
a definite question about splitting the vote, especially if this gets closer. If
Yeah.
Lawrence
They're
goes
at
on to win with,
54 there.
40% or something. Then
Yeah.
yeah.
And for weeks they've been saying the other person should drop out.
always,
Oh,
always.
always
I
the
You
other-
drop
remember-
out.
was it-
No,
You know who?
Yeah.
You know who
drop
who the problem was? The other candidate, right?
Yeah.
It's like you know who the worst driver in the world is? The person in front of you, right?
Do you remember?
know,
was
so-
it
Absolutely, yeah.
2016 where it was like everyone trying to stop Trump? It was like Santorum was trying to get Newt to turn. It was I don't. One of those times it was the exact
No,
same
it
thing.
should
was
be
like,
no. It was, but don't forget, it was Cruz Rubio. No, it's Rubio
No,
Cruz. No, it's
it's-
Cruz Rubio.
I know.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can you, Aaron? Can you talk about the primary? And is it the 13th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Shri Thanadar. My favorite quote of the last several weeks was an incumbent member of Congress, Democrat, said, "We don't give a crap about Shri." Now it was on background, but it made me laugh
It
because I think
was
he's just
something.
kind of an odd duck. I
yeah.
don't think there's anything wrong with him. He's just kind of a different kind of cat.
Well,
Go.
have you heard about the Beagles?
No, but I'm interested immediately.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta
He
you
had-
gotta tell us now.
So he's this multimillionaire, and actually Donovan McKinney, who's running against him, aired an ad about this. But he like owned this lab, this testing facility that had tested on a lot of beagles and
Oh, boy.
monkeys who were
What?
abandoned. And it was like
Eagles?
beagles,
He
yeah,
tested on dogs.
yeah. Beagles are often they're
Christy Nolan situation.
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty brutal. you should watch the ad. So I think he kind of like fits the stereotype of like some of these like multimillionaires who's obviously a huge villain
Quirky.
for the Democratic, I mean not just the
Quirky.
Democratic base, but voters in general. Like everyone hates the millionaires and the
What
billionaires.
Charlie Cook calls them
Totally.
exotic, right, Aaron? The
Yeah.
exotic. Yeah,
Exotic
Yes.
candidates.
exotic.
Yeah.
He's exotic, right?
And
Is
he's
that what
also
you're
like ideologically very all over the place. AIPAC had opposed him at one point. They supported him in the last primary. He's gotten a ton of help from the cryptocurrency lobby. And I think, if he's able to, he may still have the edge, but if he wins, I think he can thank the crypto super PAC for spending a lot of money for him.
And McKinney is another Bernie Sanders endorsed, right? This
Yes.
is, I mean, how ideological is this primary? I mean, is Shri a moderate?
Kind of.
Okay.
He
I mean,
was
he's-
he's been all over the place.
Yeah.
That's actually what's a
But
little
That's how
interesting.
I feel about him. I
But
didn't
this
know.
was a priority of a lot of African American Democrats in Detroit about this district because there's
Yes.
no Detroit district
Yeah.
with a black Democrat in it.
Which
This is like
Detroit
Steve
has
Cohen in Memphis.
Yeah.
a little
like
bit.
it's
Yeah.
a-
I mean,
yeah.
Detroit.
No,
has
but
had
there's not a
black
single
member.
Detroit district, right?
Yeah, you're
Nothing
right.
in the. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just- Yeah.
And, that's why the last Black member of Congress, Brenda Lawrence, has endorsed Donovan McKinney. McKinney has also gotten a couple of endorsements from CBC members, which is quite notable because usually you don't see folks endorsing against fellow incumbents. And so I think, yes, it is ideological. McKinney is definitely to the left of Tanadar,
He's
but it's
DSA,
also
for what it's worth. No.
yes, he is.
McKinney.
Yeah. And but he's, he's been working in like Detroit politics for a while and has credibility among the local Detroit establishment as well. So on top
it's
of like
important.
being
There's
able
only
to-
one. He's only got one primary challenger, and that's been like he in the
right.
past
That has been
got-
the issue. I mean,
Yeah.
he got like less than 60% of the vote in the 2024 primary,
Yep.
and he didn't face any serious challengers that cycle. They
And
tried
he
to
won in
run
2022
someone.
when he won, when the seat was withdrawn and he got in. It was with like 30%.
Yeah, so he's always-
race. So
He's always been in a very politically precarious position.
I called him the yesterday we were talking about this and I was like the accidental congressman.
Yeah, kind
But
of.
he's
In
been there
a
for 2
way.
terms. When
but
you
he's
get to your
rich,
second
so he just
term,
funds it.
Well,
when you
well,
get-
the guy who was supposed to take him out, who finished second to him in
Yeah.
2022, he ended up getting disqualified from the ballot.
got
in 2024.
disqualified,
Adam
right?
Hollier. So,
Classic
so,
Michigan.
yeah, Michigan.
I was
Getting
just-
disqualified from the
Michigan
ballot.
and
Yeah.
its ballot problems. Yeah.
Michigan.
We're gonna come up with all sorts of convoluted ways to get people off the ballot. Just watch.
Crazy. All right, Aaron, you're the best. Thank
let
you.
you go.
Good luck. Cook
Aaron.
Political
Yeah.
Report with Amy Walter. Go follow it. They are on Substack as well. Check
Please
'em
do.
out. All right.
Thank
see
you.
Aaron.
Thanks.
Can we I think we have Zach from my favorite named Gongwer news service. Great local, although now growing, right, Zach? I thought it was just a Michigan thing, but now bigger.
Yeah, we're part of the State Affairs network of publications that are in
Reed Wilson
16
Empire.
states.
Yes.
Yes. State
I will-
Affairs will
By the way,
Very nice
Chuck,
on
just
that.
one logistics thing. Lauren, I will share my screen
Share
here
your
so we
screen?
can get
Okay.
Skelly had television commitments. Go ahead, Chuck. while I
we
do
will
that.
get that up. Quickly tell the audience very quickly about Gongwer, what your sort of beat is in general in Michigan.
Yeah, absolutely. So we cover only Michigan government and politics. Think of it probably as like a Cook report for Michigan government and politics, everything that's happening in the legislature, elections, particularly focused on the Michigan legislature, but of course, these
Right.
big statewide elections and races for Congress tonight.
And I've got the results here, obviously 5% in, but Jeffrey was pointing out that, for Haley Stevens to have a fighting chance, the early vote had to be good for her. And currently, it does not look, you need a lot more dark purple on that than we see currently. Zach, what do you make of, Chuck and I were just talking about this, like you have a 15-1. She and her people and her spend like 60 plus million. He spends, 5 or whatever. And every establishment figure, maybe this is the answer, but Gretchen Whitmer, Chuck Schumer, they're all for her. And it looks like, if the polling is right, he's going to run away. I mean, we're 12 minutes away, I should say, from polls closing. So stay tuned.
Sure.
But
And
What do
remember,
you make
Michigan is a 2-time zone state.
That's right.
People seem to
Michigan's
forget that.
2 times today. Now,
Thanks
the
to
UP
the,
up here.
Thanks to the UP.
That's right.
What do you make of that, Zach? Is it candidate quality? Is it environment? Is it like what it explains it?
I think it's all the above, but I really think Abdul El-Sayed, right person, right place, right message, right time. I mean, and he's so compelling. This is a guy with a significant charisma advantage over Haley Stevens. No one's going to say that Haley Stevens is a better orator than Abdul El-Sayed, even Haley Stevens supporters. And in today's day and age, people, I think we've heard this around the country. People want somebody who really speaks to the anger they're feeling, the willingness to flip a table and going to Washington. And with Haley Stevens, her message was great in 2018 when she first ran for Congress. And she's running it back. She's, running it back on the auto rescue for the Obama administration. I've got receipts on how to get things done. I've got receipts on how to win these tough elections. And it just seems like Democrats have tuned that out and said, I want the disruptor. Boy, I really like what Abdul has to say. And all this money it's just had no effect. And I don't want
It's
to like,
amazing.
it is. I don't want to pre-mortem this because we're waiting on some
We
other
are.
results. But just imagine.
But
if
hang on a minute. Abdul
Yeah,
Al
go
Sayed
ahead.
is carrying Kent County. Okay. And that
Yeah.
is like I
So-
Let me
you know,
zoom in. Go
this
ahead,
is
Chuck.
kind
Keep
of
going.
wild, but I would say that's not surprising. Kent County has shifted hard left. Now I know for all of us, we grew up with this was a
right, Gerald Ford's
Republican
home, right?
bulwark.
Totally.
I
It's
mean,
Joe Ford. Yeah.
even in 2014, Rick Snyder, the Republican governor, won Kent County by over 20 points. But I would say starting with the Trump and then Whitmer era,
Yeah.
it has flipped on its head. And I want to say
Mhm.
Grand Rapids proper is a very liberal, progressive city. It is
Mm.
just a total night and day difference from 20
Interesting.
years ago. These are some of the most left-wing voters in the state are in the city of Grand Rapids proper.
So we only expect her to she should win. You think she wins Oakland or not?
I mean, boy, right. She should. Goodness,
Right.
she represents half the county in Congress. And I think she'll do very well in parts of Oakland County. But, there are parts of Oakland County, in that southeast corner, you talk about like Ferndale, Berkeley,
Mhm.
Huntington Woods. These are very
Mm.
liberal, progressive communities, maybe less so Huntington Woods, but certainly Ferndale, Hazel Park, that are going to be maybe tough for her, where Abdul is going to have some resonance there. The question I have is just how many purple counties even show up on this map. I think she'll hold Wayne. I don't know that she's going to get much of a margin out of there.
Mm.
But after that, boy, Abdul just, he's been all around the state. And we were talking about the candidate to candidate.
Mhm.
I think Haley ran a pretty solid campaign after Mallory McMorrow dropped out on July 5th.
Was
But
that the
in the-
right candidate to get? for the
That's what we were.
establishment to-
That's the
that's
question
the
we're
debate we were
wondering.
having.
about.
So
Like,
the
is
one
there
thing- yeah.
buyer's remorse here?
I just think you look, Mallory McMorrow was just not going to succeed in this era where you have to pick a lane. And once it was known that AIPAC was going to be in this for Stevens, and it was known from the beginning because they supported her for Congress. I never saw a lane for McMorrow because
Yeah.
there was going to be tens of millions of dollars for Stevens. And my goodness, McMorrow's from Royal Oak, Stevens is from Birmingham. They're both essentially ideologically the same. They're
Right.
stylistically different, but that you could, if one of them were to throw a stone from the other's house, they could probably hit it. So,
Yeah.
they were always in the same path. And McMorrow just was never going to be able to compete with Stevens' resources. Now, certainly had Stevens never run and this been a McMorrow versus else,
I had heard some whispers
maybe more interesting.
when this first the consolidation chatter started to heat up. It felt like Memorial Day, like to another level, a decibel level, right? It was always sort of out there, but it felt bigger. Some of the first chatter was a debate. Well, should they push Stevens out? And I even had somebody who I was trusted pretty well that said that there was going to be a heart to heart with her, and then all of a sudden a poll came out showing McMorrow collapsing, and then
Yeah, boy. And
it
that
did-
poll, I think, was pretty questionable. I do think there was a brief moment where Haley Stevens could have been pushed out of this race. It was right
Yeah.
after the Michigan Democratic Party convention in April. She was
Okay.
booed mercilessly.
Oh,
It
I
was-
remember. Yes.
It was really
Yeah.
humiliating. And I mean, I thought at the time, like, Haley Stevens' whole argument is electability. And how are you the most
How do you-
electable candidate when a big chunk of your base hates you and
That's
is
right.
probably not going to show up to vote for you? And I did think then the McMorrow people really should have gone for the jugular. And I think they missed their opportunity. They had some dark money that came into play too late. I do wonder what would have happened had there been that move then and they tried to go for it. We'll never know though.
That's the thing. You needed the personality of McMorrow with the financial backing of Stevens, right? In retrospect, I think.
or maybe or not. I mean, my old friend Ron Fournier has been telling me about Abdul Al Sayed
Yeah.
he's really a talented
for two
guy.
years. He was
So-
like when he was
Yeah.
polling at a 12%, and he was saying, "I'm
and
telling
Ron
you."
wrote a
Yeah.
great piece on Substack about this. Ron is a
Very
Michigan
recently, but
guy.
Yeah.
he's
that was
been-
great.
He has been touting. He has been
him going back to
absolutely
2018.
give credit
when-
where
when
credit
he-
is due. And I was going to get to that. A lot of people, they probably know, particularly if they're tuned into this, they know the name Abdul El Sayed, but what do we need to know given that nothing's been
does
called, we're
Michigan
still
know?
5
Yeah.
minutes away. What do people who are watching this who are not from Michigan need to know about this guy?
So super charismatic, one of the most gifted speakers we've seen in Michigan politics. He is poised to be the most, the farthest left nominee for a major statewide office, governor, U.S. Senate, in 60 years. People always say Michigan elections are won in the middle. And so traditionally, the political parties put forward candidates that are in the middle. Abdul El-Sayed is not in the middle, but he's going to make this gamble that this is what people want right now, that they don't want somebody who's going to try to triangulate, who's going to be able to say Medicare for all. That's his big theme. He's not apologizing for it. Huge theme for him is ending U.S. aid to foreign governments, especially Israel. And, he is somebody who has connections around the country. Even when he ran for governor 8 years ago and lost that primary to Gretchen Whitmer, he was able to raise money from around the country, from both the Arab American community, the physician community, and that was impressive then. And he's only added to that dynamic now.
Given, I always point this out to people, given that Whitmer was like overwhelmingly kind of like seen as the nominee, he did pretty damn well for a like he loses to her, right? But I mean, he got either in the high 30s or the low 40s.
He got 30%. And
right, like he did not get 5% of the vote.
Right. I mean, this was a nobody
was like
at the time. Nobody knew who he was. Like, wait, you were the Detroit Department Health Director. He was maybe in his early 30s. Nobody had ever heard of him. Who are you? Why are you running for governor? And he acquitted himself pretty well. The other thing I would say in terms of what people need to know, boy, this guy can throw a punch. He's definitely a bro. I mean, this is somebody who likes to post workout videos. He recently, there's a bit of Trump style in him. And by that, I mean the way he talks about his opponents. He was kind of mocking the Vance family in one interview recently in a way that I thought really did echo Donald Trump. He recently called Haley Stevens the least capable candidate in America. He once said she needed her consultants to be able to string two sentences together. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like there's a harsh edge. His team has really tried to soften that with some of the, there's these videos of him like dancing to Taylor Swift, doing stuff to Bluey, because
he's a normal person.
Right. Yes. I know like with one of the things people talked about, and I don't pretend to be an expert on New York City politics, but that now Mayor Mamdani was a very warm, uplifting campaign. Abdul El-Sayed has that warm, uplifting side, but he also has a much darker, harder edge to him that Mamdani, to my knowledge, is not a feature of his politics.
Zach, I get the impression he's not running to be a senator that acquires seniority.
No.
And he himself, I think I don't think he's been shy about it. A senator, Abdul El-Sayed, is he there to worry about how many federal dollars come back to Michigan, or is he trying to build a larger national movement? And is he likely, are we going to see him in South Carolina in 2028?
Well, I certainly wouldn't rule anything out. Like I said, this is somebody who ran for governor as a total unknown.
Yep.
Certainly wasn't a surprise that he jumped into the U.S. Senate race. But again, this isn't somebody who followed the usual path. I mean, think of Debbie Stabenow, county commissioner, state representative.
I was thinking of
senator, U.S. House and U.S.
establishment.
Senate.
Yes.
Right.
Or
and
even
now here we have Abdul. Right.
Even Alyssa Slotkin. Same kind of thing.
Right. There's no progression. It's shooting straight for the moon. Sure. So I wouldn't rule anything out with him, but I do think he is going, I think a big part of the reason why he is likely to win is Haley's argument that I know how to work the system doesn't resonate. People think Congress doesn't work. Why would I send somebody like that there? Boy, Abdul is going to go over there and break some eggs. And I think that's the idea, is get somebody in there who is going to speak truth to power. And I would also say, there seems to be, I think, one potential outcome of a lot of elections in Michigan tonight could be people are sick of the money. Look at over just briefly in the Republican race for governor. Perry Johnson has spent over $30 million and he's almost certain to get blown out. I mean, isn't that interesting? And what if Sri Tanadar loses, which he might? Again, massive spending advantage. And, we've seen there are other races.
It's an interesting theme that all the big money, the big spending entities could all lose big races tonight.
It is
Hey,
entirely
Pat.
possible. It will be a big
an
talking
interesting
point
thought.
if that is
Yep.
how it shakes out.
All right, Zach, you are the man. Polls are closed officially in Michigan. Gongwer News. Go GONGWER. Go check it out. Trust
Where do
me.
they find
There-
you? They can
Yeah, where
find
can
you at
people
State
find you?
Affairs, right?
Yes,
You-
I
yep.
would try pro.stateaffairs.com/mi. That's our new platform. It looks
Love
really
it.
sweet.
Congrats.
It's a great site. Great Michigan.
we know
reporting.
we know
Thanks, dude.
we know some of those boys well.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thanks a lot,
All
guys.
right.
Well,
Great to be with you.
Great to meet you, Zach.
See you.
All right. So hi Skelly. Do we want to reset? It is 9.
Yeah,
I
let's
will just
reset.
I will quickly note I checked with the boiler room.
Polls
Uh,
are now officially closed.
Polls are
in
now
Michigan
closed.
everywhere. Right.
That
Okay.
little part of the Upper Peninsula this
Yes.
part up here that is in the Central Time Zone is now closed. The rest of the state's in the Eastern Time Zone.
Yep.
Right now, the boiler room says not expecting a call at 9, just for people wondering. Haley Stevens absentee vote, which again, where we thought she would, to Jeffrey's point, need to do well, has stabilized. Not amazing, but it's stabilized. But
And you
that
can
El
see here,
Sayed-
look at the statewide
El
vote. Go back
Sayed-
to the
Well,
right,
look,
it's a little
Oakland
bit
came
more-
in. This is her home base.
That's
it
her
just came
district.
in.
Yeah.
Her district's like right here. So she but she's only ahead by 2 points.
I
in her
mean,
home
I
county.
was
And- and
just-
I
It's
should
not a
note, by the
very
way,
good sign.
Jeffrey, you
Let me
missed it.
note
I
that
asked
they
Zach, I
s-
said, can she carry Oakland? I
Yeah.
mean, like,
Yeah,
We'll see.
If
And
she's
just to
only
be
up by
clear,
2
the-
before the election day vote. That would be a very bad sign.
The-
for
because
her.
she's not
boiler
carrying
room
Kent, and he
says
was
the
telling us
boiler-
that
Yeah,
Grand
that's
Rapids
interesting.
had become the city of Grand Rapids
It's
had
become very
become
progressive.
very,
Yeah.
very progressive. Yeah.
Abdul Sayed still favored here, though. I mean, you'd rather be him than her.
Oh, 100%.
And again, to Jeffrey's point, she needs to be doing very well in the absentee, and she's doing okay. Is that a fair assessment, Skelly?
Oh, I think that's absolutely fair. And
Okay.
I think the fact that she's up. I mean, look, we actually have a lot of vote in from Oakland, which is very significant in terms of, this is
We'll make
a
it easier
major
to make
population boost.
decisions tonight. Correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
but if she's only up by 2 there,
She needs to be up way more there.
she needs to be
right?
up by more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, let's bring in our friend Logan Dobson from Targeted Victory, Republican consultant. Because hi Logan.
Hey, friends.
Hey, Logan.
Chuck and I were talking about this, but just the Haley Stevens argument of we're going to lose this seat. Democrats are going to lose the seat if they nominate Abdul El Sayed does not appear likely to have carried the day. But Logan, what do you make of this? Because the polling is a little bit. Jeffrey showed this earlier. It's a little bit all over the place. It's like maybe you can, if you squint, Stevens looks like a little bit stronger nominee, but Chuck makes the point that the defining of Abdul El Sayed has to the general electorate has not yet begun, and there's going to be a bunch of money. As a Republican, you look at the state, you don't have a lot of pickups on the map overall nationally. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, gents, thanks for having me on the night of contentious Democratic primaries. That's Christmas for any
Well, we
Republican
had
consultant.
we thought we'd do a switch up, and you
I-
didn't want to hear
I-
our Virginia conversation, but that's okay.
Yeah, I ignored a couple of the emails that you sent me about, tough Republican races over the past couple of weeks. But
Come talk about Cornyn versus Paxton.
Yeah.
no, thank you. I was sick that month. But look, I mean, I think you're right, and I think the thing to keep in mind for folks is you kind of get caught up in these races, and I know everybody sort of puts on their pundit hats and likes to look at the perspective polling, and certainly my background's in polling, and so I value it as well. And I think Chris, you said that if you look at the preponderance of the survey research, it appears that probably El Sayed does a little worse against Mike Rogers, the Republican nominee, than Stevens does in the general election. But the real number to keep in mind here is, do I have the exact? It's in the hundreds of millions, and that's the amount of money that is in Republican-aligned super PACs and party committees, more than is the equivalent amount
I believe it's
in the
300
Democrats.
plus million, not including MAGA Inc., which has 400 million in hand.
Yeah, so we're talking 700 million. And look, I'm not saying all of that's going to come into Michigan, but what I am saying is that, between the NRSC's cash on hand advantage over the DSCC and the Senate Leadership Fund, which is of course the super PAC's cash on hand advantage over what's the Democratic one? Senate Majority PAC, is that it? Yep. The money will be there to define them. And so, Republicans have not yet engaged on either of these Democratic nominees. I think that, somewhere in the halls of SLF and at the NRSC, there was a very good research book on Haley Stevens, I'm certain, and there were many lines of attack that could have been brought out against her. But I don't think it's a stretch to say that the ones against El-Sayed are probably stronger, and Republicans will have the money to make sure that every person in Michigan hears those arguments. Now, you guys all know, I mean, you guys were just talking about it a minute ago, money isn't everything. It is not, it can't
It's been really
necessarily buy you an
surprising.
election.
I mean, it's been surprising how ineffective money's been. We were talking about even the Sri Tander primary, which right now he's trailing. He's losing. Lawrence is winning. I mean, there may be the biggest spending candidates may all go down tonight.
Although to be the only person in history to stand up for big money in politics, I think, isn't Wesley Bell up on Cory Bush right now? So
He is.
Yeah,
You're right.
so there we go.
One.
Money might get one.
And it's not
Missouri 1 is
nationwide,
going to
right?
be the
Rick-
caveat on
Totally,
every
to
other
everything.
trend line.
But
All
so
trend lines are going one way, except for Missouri 1.
Yeah, there it is.
You've seen Rick
30% in,
Jackson.
Bell
Rick
is looking
Jackson
very
spent
good.
God knows how much money,
And
in
it worked.
Georgia, and it worked.
Yeah. Mhm.
So
That's right.
So the point I'm trying to get at is not that, Syed's going to lose because Republicans have more money. What I'm trying to say is Republicans will not lose the Michigan Senate race because people don't know everything we want them to know about Abdul El-Sayed. Like, we will have the resources, and that is not always the case. There are some races you lose because you just don't have the resources to tell the electorate everything that you want to tell them about your opponent. That will not be a problem here. That will not really be a problem, I think, for Republicans in most races across the country. As to whether that means that we'll be able to win them, I mean, you point out this is one of the best, if not the only, Senate pickup opportunity. So,
I mean, Logan, look, when you're dealing in a midterm year and you're on defense, right? Your dream is to, it's already a referendum in your party. In this case, referendum maybe on Trump and your party.
Mm-hmm.
And yet you get an opponent where, wait, can I make it about my opponent? Can I make the great, it's like, right?
call that
like,
the Graham
obviously-
Plattner in the biz. Joe.
Exactly. It's like and we've seen this in other wave years where there's a couple of survivors, and usually the survivors somehow created the choice or created, however you want to call it. They created a choice environment, or they were able to at least level out the referenda voters, who are maybe, everybody's coming against you. Can you make it at all a referendum on your opponent? And I think that's the question here. This is a campaign of, at the end of the day, is this an electorate, a referendum on Trump, or will Michigan be a referendum about Abdul El-Sayed?
no, you're totally right. And I mean, I have an unfortunate amount of experience with this because I was at the NRSC in the 2018 cycle. And oft forgotten, I'll stand up for all my colleagues there, who I'm sure dozens of them are watching.
Well, you won
tonight.
too.
We actually,
on the Senate side,
we actually picked up seats that cycle, which was crazy. And like I said, not often remembered because for the most part, terrible night for Republicans. But what I will say about the difference between this year and 2018, it goes back to that kind of cash on hand advantage. I mean, 2018, all of the Republican candidates for Senate were getting crushed. I mean, and that's on the hard dollar, like candidate level fundraising. They were getting outraised 2x, 3x. And then also the Democratic outside groups were outraising us. The Democratic Party committees were outraising us by just tons and tons. We were totally drowning in money that cycle coming out against us. And so, to have that flipped is, if nothing else, it's an interesting political science experiment. I mean, if you can't, if there aren't going to be a few races that you can pull through with, hundreds of millions of dollars in cash on hand advantage, maybe you need, a little bit of a reconsideration of either your strategy or just the overall impact of money in politics.
And I wonder about that. I mean, look, you always have to be careful not to make one night or a series of races definitive, right? Like, we still see big spenders and people who raise a bunch of money. But I was talking to somebody today, unrelated, about Texas and Tallarico, and he said it gives him Jamie Harrison vibes against Lindsey, because I mean, remember, I was like, I don't totally buy that. Like, I think Lindsey is a much stronger candidate than Paxton was, et cetera, et cetera. It's a black candidate, a white candidate, but I still remember that race because it was like, well, Harrison has raised so much and he's so drastically outspending Lindsey, and obviously Lindsey won by 10.
Yeah, like, I mean, the great political philosopher Kanye West once said, "Having money is not everything, but not having it is." So you can certainly lose races by not having money.
By the way,
Well
not to get derailed by Texas here, but Ken Paxton put out an economic plan that that Sherrod Brown might have endorsed, which told me something that they see in their numbers. They had a child care tax credit that looked like the Senate Democratic child care tax credit. He was throwing out money left and right, all in tax credits. So you have to speak, you got to still sound, you can't be, talking about it in other ways, but it was fascinating because I was like, wow, what are you guys seeing in your numbers that you need to have some substance here? It was interesting. Logan, what would that tell you?
I mean, I think that it's pretty clear that in a lot of senses, this is going to be an economy election, and a lot is going to hinge on the state of the economy. I mean, look, there are no doubt a large chunk of the electorate that just doesn't like Donald Trump, doesn't like anything about him. That's going to provide a lot of energy for Democratic candidates across the country, and I think you see it reflected in some of the national numbers. But to win over that kind of middle 10% of the people who will decide some of these close races, not all. I mean, in a way, some people will get swept away even if they had the world's best economic messaging and have the right plan and everything that all of this polls at 80%. How could I not win? But if you're talking about these kind of marginal races, and crazy to think, but based on the polling, Texas might be a competitive race and might be one of these marginal races. Like if you're a Republican candidate, you've got to have something to run on.
Well, we want to go to Michigan here. It is fascinating to me, though, that Texas, for the longest time, they sort of, even when the rest of the country was sort of grumpy about the economy, Texas was still a growing state. People were still feeling like good. Crazy. If you're seeing, if they're feeling slow down, right? Texas feels like it's been on a growth trajectory for the entire century. That's you could see that stopping some Republicans.
Oh, Skelly has news in Michigan.
Yeah, we have a projection. There's nothing surprising here, but in the Democratic governor's race, I'm not even sure we had this one prepped, Lauren. I don't know if there's a graphic for this one or not, because there wasn't really much doubt. Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State in Michigan, crushing Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson. That's 85-15. So we've projected that one. She will face. We don't have a projection yet.
Can we go to the Republican one? Because I want to ask.
By the way, this is. I want to. Jocelyn Benson deserves double shout out, because I would argue this is her second primary win of this campaign cycle. Her first win was driving Mike Duggan out of the race in the three-way race, and essentially making
former
it
Detroit
impossible,
mayor,
proving to him that he can't win, that he was only going to be a spoiler. That was victory number one for her, because look, she just outworked him. She outraised him, that you got to give her credit. And then she cleared this primary. I mean, I really think, Gretchen Whitmer, I think Jocelyn Benson's a very underrated politician.
And let's talk about the Republican side, Logan, because look, Michigan is a state that has, we've had Republican governors. We had a Rick Snyder mention earlier in the stream, which I was not expecting.
Yeah, not many Michigan Republicans say the word Rick Snyder these days.
One
tough nerd.
One
tough nerd. Yes.
Yes. That was a great bit.
It was a great bit until the Flint water crisis.
And yes. Then it's kind of, then less good bit.
Less good.
John James is ahead. Race has not been called. My favorite thing about John James is how he basically said Trump endorsed him because Trump kind of did, but then Trump said, well, we may need him because his House district might be competitive. So I don't know if he should run, but John James kind of ran with that anyway. We mentioned Perry Johnson. He spent like $30 million. James is your stronger option here, right, Logan?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, he's run statewide before, obviously hasn't won, or he would currently be in that office, but, won a decently tough House election a couple times. He'll have the resources. He's got, the backing of a lot of the. Michigan is an interesting state. I don't purport to be like the most, specifically Michigan expert, but there are, a lot of sort of powerful families of Michigan that have a lot of influence. Your DeVosses, your Myers, your, folks like that. Yeah. And I think a lot of them are generally speaking, John James fans. And so, he has that sort of support of the Michigan State Party. And I think, he'll put up, he'll give us our sort of best chance of winning there, and may benefit. There's always this question of like who's riding whose coattails. I think that it's probably perceived nationally that Mike Rogers has a little bit of a better chance of winning the Senate race than Republicans have of winning the governor's race. But I mean, we all know 90 to 95% of voters vote for the same party for those offices, and so the strength of one of those candidates can certainly help the other. And I think you saw that you could see something like and this is very different states but not a terribly different political environment. Something like 2018 in the state of Florida, where Rick Scott wins an extremely contentious Senate race, and Ron DeSantis at the same time wins an extremely contentious governor's race. Both of
One
them
helped
by
the
very
other,
small margins. Yeah.
Totally.
And hey, we have a
Oh.
projection. Very timely, but about Michigan Republicans. We have a projection that John James will indeed be the Republican nominee for governor in Michigan. Currently, he's up about 51-35, but the election day vote that we were starting to see come in some places was looking better for him, or looking good enough to be in a position where we could project it, even though we only have 13% of the estimated vote in. So yes, Jocelyn Benson versus John James, which was, the expected matchup, but there were some twists and turns along the way. To
Yes,
say
there
the
were.
least. I think Perry Johnson's entry was one of the more whoa,
So
okay.
strange.
Well,
Yeah.
hey,
If you've
when
got
you're-
$30 million, call
if
me.
you can
I will
just do
figure
it.
out better ways for you to spend it.
Hey, I
than
joke
running
that he canceled
quixotic campaign for governor.
Is he the Republican Party's Jeffrey Feiger here? Is that
Jeffrey
what we're gonna...
Feiger?
Yeah.
Yes.
So he canceled some ad buys right at the end.
Yeah.
And I joked he's just saving them for 2028 because people may not remember, but he did very briefly
for
run
president.
in 2024.
Yes, he
Yes,
did.
yes.
I believe he
And
got 1%.
And he
Didn't
may have actually there. I would.
he
actually
may have
love-
gotten a delegate in Iowa.
I'd like to see somebody write a book. I'm curious about the. Maybe it wouldn't be a book, just an article about the debate
pamphlet?
qualification for the first debate because he thought he made it, and he may have had
That's
a
right.
case.
That's right. I do remember that.
And he was
kerfuffle,
real
yes.
mad when he didn't get included, and it was entertaining.
Is he the Michigan Jim Oberweis, the Illinois guy who ran like 6,000 times?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go older than all of you guys. Logan, I'll give you one. You'll remember. You might remember this. I'm aging you. It's not fair. Maury Taylor. You guys remember him?
Who's Maury
I know-
Taylor?
I
It sounds
know-
like a running
I know
back
who
for
that is,
Miami.
but
He was
a
a tire. He ran
presidential-
for president, and he was sort of a
In
tire.
'96.
He owned a tire company,
Yeah,
and
it
he
was
sent every
96,
newsroom in
yeah.
Washington a tire, and said Maury Taylor for president. Of course, we had it in the hotline newsroom.
That's so
every,
like an actual full size
an
tire.
actual tire. It was a
That's
tire.
so good.
For somebody in the chat, Maury Taylor.
Maury Taylor, not
Yeah.
Maury, Mau, Maury, Moore.
M-O-R-R.
More
Why?
E.
Well,
Anyway,
I do just have to
We
jump
gotta
in.
let-
Wait,
Yeah.
give me one.
we gotta get-
I was just gonna say there was a Jim Oberweis mentioned, the perennial Illinois candidate, and
Yes.
don't look now, he is running for Congress in Florida.
Florida.
And the double fun fact is that he is not even the only carpetbagger in the race. He's running against Chris
Oh.
Collins, the former New York
It
Congressman.
is.
And
it
Madison
is-
That's like the New
Cawthorn.
York guy.
And
it's our
Madison
favorite
Cawthorn.
primary.
And Madison Cawthorn.
There's
a whole bunch of
there's
them in
two
there.
ex-
Wait, Madison Cawthorn is also in that race?
Yes.
Yes, there's a pardon.
And Catalina
There's a
Lauf,
couple of
who ran in
ex-reps.
Illinois.
There's an
There's a
ethics
whole,
violation.
Just for the
carpetbagger
record,
division.
this is
It's got it all,
Florida's
baby.
armpit of America, Chuck.
Not in that district. That's the rich. One of the rich
It's
districts.
super
of
rich,
Southwest
I know.
Florida.
Byron
It's
Donalds
not.
district.
It's really. It's the old. It's Byron Donalds district. Anyway,
That is so. You have two former. I don't get in the way of this. Skelly.
keep them coming.
Oh, we are projecting that Wesley Bell has won in the first congressional district over Cori Bush. So the Cori Bush comeback did not come to pass.
Holy
We will-
moly.
Still 1950. We still got.
No,
some-
I mean,
She's
look,
getting
I do
clubbed.
now. To be clear,
She
I
was
do
getting
think
killed.
it will narrow as we get more election day vote because we've seen
Right.
this time and time again. But obviously, Bell is up by so much that
Wow.
it does not matter one iota to the outcome. So, yeah, this is if it's like 60-38 in the end or something because there are.
And again,
there are
he
a
only
handful of
won
other
by
candidates that are
5
really-
last time. Now he had
Yeah.
to. She was the incumbent, but he only won by 5.
Right.
We got Logan. We got to get Kirk Bader.
Logan, we
in
got to
here.
let you go.
Follow
Sorry about
Logan
that.
on Twitter.
Logan, thank you so
/X.
much.
He's an amazing follow. Logan Dobson, Targeted Victory.
Good to see you, Logan.
Hey, Logan.
Thank you.
Is Kirkpatrick Beto on the line?
Yes. Beta's
Oh, there he
here.
is.
Oh, hey, everybody.
Hey,
There
He
he
was
Kirk.
screaming
Hello,
in the
friends.
chat. Jim is running in Florida. Override. Fact.
I mean,
Hey,
that
uh,
race. Should we do
Yeah.
like a full blow it out on Florida on August 18th for that primary? Just
Just
do
for that
Should
one.
just
None of
be
the
what
other
stream is.
important things.
That's only
happening.
what the stream is.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's all the whole stream.
It might
Hi,
be
Kirk.
if you just what we ought to do is you have Chris Collins might just He might go live for us for the last 48 hours of the campaign.
I mean, that is
That's
wild.
not a 0% chance he would.
So you have 3, 4. Did Oberweis ever get into Congress?
No,
He never got
could.
into
Like,
Congress.
He never got
lost
into. So you have
repeatedly. Lost
multi-candidate against 2
Yeah.
former members.
Yeah, well,
all
and
running
we-
in different states.
Chris, you may have
than
missed this,
they-
but Catalina Lauf, who was briefly a Trump administration official and also lost an Illinois congressional race, he's also running there. So it is a
everybody goes to
whole-
Florida
Well,
eventually.
everybody's
it's
Chuck.
it and the
Yeah.
district itself. I think it's Cape Coral, right? I think is the county.
Southwest Florida.
Yeah,
right?
it's all Southwest Florida. It's
yeah,
the
yeah.
it's like parts of Collier County. Maybe there's some Charlotte in it. I'm not 100% sure in the way they just remapped it again. But this is where the richest retirees go. They all go. You pile into Southwest Florida. So in some ways, they are representing their
Totally.
peers, right? Chris
Snowbirds.
Collins, it's a bunch of it's wealthier New Yorkers and wealthier Midwesterners. It's both of them show up down there.
Hey, Kirk,
Crazy.
I don't want to delay talking to you about this, about all the things happening, but we've got a lot of questions about constitutional amendments. And I just wanted to run over a couple of them real quick.
Good.
Yeah, I saw
course.
that.
To,
Kelly. I answered a few in chat.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
But I felt like
just
there were
like
enough
my
questions.
just like my mother always wanted to be. I'm a constitutional lawyer, so I'm definitely
Yeah, there
ready
you
to
go. Perfect.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Well, we've gotten a lot of questions about the Missouri constitutional amendments, and the one that has clearly failed is the one that basically was going to require a majority support for any constitutional amendment to pass. You had to have a majority in every congressional district, which of course is very unlikely. Is actually, well, it could happen on occasion, but most
you
of
have
the
to
time,
put up a SOT numbers there to make that.
yeah,
pass. That would
exactly.
be
To
ridiculous.
achieve that, SOD numbers.
Yeah, because you'd have
Um,
to carry both St. Louis County, Jackson. I mean, yeah,
It's never going to happen.
Not happening.
Yeah. So anyway, this is failing overwhelmingly. Voters not really cool with the idea of it being harder for them to amend the
yeah.
Constitution.
You know what voters hate when they lose power.
Yeah.
Right.
They're
Yeah,
not
and you know what
generally
they
fans
won't
of
do?
that.
Give up power.
But
Yeah.
interestingly, in Kansas, they decided they didn't want that power because when it came to electing Supreme Court justices.
Oh, thank
So they-
goodness. I'm sorry. I don't
it
like
would
to
have been
come out,
terrible.
but electing judges anywhere in this country is turned into a nightmare. It's a partisan nightmare. Nobody trusts the rule. The fact that every Supreme Court case in Wisconsin people know in advance is ridiculous to me because of all the red blueness that's happened there. Good for Kansas voters that they didn't go
But
down.
Yeah,
And-
so
and-
they
and-
shot down the idea of having elections here, and now, this is all coming with a Republican legislature to pass the constitutional amendment to put it on the
Mhm.
ballot. A lot of that has been about abortion, because
Well, that-
obviously there was a ballot measure that failed a few years ago, and
Well, isn't a majority of this current Kansas
yes,
Supreme
and
Court
they
have
voted.
been
They ruled
Democratic
in
appointees.
2019 that the
There's
state constitution
3 of the
protected
Democratic appointees, yes.
abortion rights, and
Mhm.
so all this is coming back to this. So in a way,
Really,
this
you're
was
saying a
little bit of
Supreme
vote for
Court
abortion.
justice race somewhere in America is about abortion? We're
I know,
shocked,
stunner,
right?
right? Yeah, yeah.
First,
So
I'm
anyway,
hearing
those were
about
sort of
this.
the two
First I'm
big
hearing about
ones. I
this.
think. Yeah.
Kurt,
But,
No,
you-
But the fact is, this is a blowout. I
It's-
mean,
yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah.
yeah, it's. I mean, I really didn't think. I mean, Kansas vote. If the legislature's for something, a majority of Kansas voters usually aren't, right? Like it. I don't think the legislature is in tune with sort of the majority of the state. No, when you
No,
agree with
that's-
that, Billy?
No, I would agree with that. I born and raised in Pittsburgh, but I went to high school in Kansas in Johnson County in the old Kevin Yoder district, currently the Sharice Davids district. It's been
Right.
fascinating to watch Kansas's evolution here, and this kind of blowback to what was going on with the Republican supermajority really started in the Brownback administration, and it's not, and it's
Yes.
continued now. Laura Kelly has been a 2-term Democratic governor there. She won primarily on running on voter anger at Sam Brownback and the failed Brownback tax plan.
Right.
But the Republicans still dominate the legislature there, and they are really at odds with the folks in Kansas. And, to Jeffrey's point, these 2 ballot amendments that we saw that are going to go down today are both linked to Republican efforts to roll back abortion access in both those states. And I'll be really interested when the dust finally settles in Kansas, if it is the same 18-point margin from that 2022 abortion ballot referendum
Mhm.
that protected.
Oh, that
access in
this
Kansas.
you think this might almost be an identical margin this.
I'm going to be
Year.
curious when the
Yeah.
dust finally settles here if it's
That's
close to that
interesting.
18-point margin.
Yeah,
Well, hey,
And this is
Yeah, let's
I
run
was
through
gonna say, We
Kansas
should talk
Gov.
about this.
and let's run through Kansas Senate Democrats
In fact,
because
we can talk about Kansas a little bit
yeah,
here.
let's stick it.
Yes, in the governor's race on the Republican side, we have a projection. I'm sorry, Lauren, I didn't give him a lot of heads up on this, but on the Republican side, we do have a projection for Ty Masterson,
yes,
Who was the
is-
Trump endorsed candidate,
yes,
right?
who
state
yes.
Senate president, correct?
Yes. And
Yeah.
so he has got the Republican nomination wrapped up here. There were a number of other, Vicky Schmidt and Scott Schwab are both statewide electeds, Secretary of
A
State
little more,
Schwab.
little more in the moderate.
Schmidt
lane.
was
Yeah.
viewed as a bit more moderate,
Yeah.
but she's in third. Sarnecki is a
Wealthy business guy.
He's like he's a businessman, finance guy, who he and Masterson had some choice words for each other. Kirk, I don't know if you saw that, but
It was a pretty bitter. This was not the same level of spending as what we saw up in Michigan, where Perry Johnson's putting $30 million in.
Yeah.
But Sarnecki did put a lot of money in, but he also they were going at each other pretty brutally here. And I think the key for Democrats as they look toward November here, it's going to be a really tough call to keep the governor's mansion in their hands.
Kansas is a little more windshield wiper 8-8-8, right? They've done this a couple times now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
do we
I
have
think
the Democratic side yet, Skelly? Because I know it's
Yes.
two.
We don't have a call
it's
yet, I
It's
don't think,
two
right?
state senators, right?
yes.
Have you guys talked about the dynamics of this race yet? Because
We
it's
have not
on the
yet.
Democratic side,
fascinating.
No,
No, go
Yes.
ahead.
It's stadium politics. It is the
this
politics
is
of
over
moving
the
Chiefs.
luring
Over
the
the
Chiefs,
Chiefs?
to Kansas. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, Laura
putting
Kelly's
the Kansas in
big,
Kansas City. Yeah,
yes, it's Laura Kelly's big legacy project was moving the Kansas City Chiefs from their home stadium on the Missouri side over to the Kansas side, over to where Sporting KC and the racetrack are.
let's put the Dem. Let's get that Dem primary up. If somebody,
Yeah, it's right here,
She
right here.
gave him
He's
this
got it, he's
really
got it.
sweetheart deal here, and she endorsed Ethan Corson, who's a Johnson County state senator. And a lot of the dividing line here has been over voter anger at this incredible sweetheart deal to give the Chiefs all these billions of dollars in tax breaks to relocate to Kansas. And voters are really, really angry about this. And
voters don't
in
like
the
data
whole-
centers, and they don't like publicly funded
That's
stadiums
it.
either. You know,
Correct.
Millionaires getting publicly funded stadiums.
No, voters don't like that, especially this year. Mm-mm.
Correct. And that
Holscher,
backlash.
Holscher is where is she from in the state? Kirk, I don't put you on
Also
the spot,
Johnson
but-
County.
So they're both
Okay.
from Johnson County. Okay, got
Yes.
it. So
I believe,
for people who
Corson's
don't know,
from Fairway.
way in the eastern part of the state,
Yeah,
where
it's right
Skelly
here.
is, right there. Yeah,
It's the Kansas City,
Kansas City
suburbs.
suburbs.
This
of
is the big
Kansas.
burb.
And it's basically the heart of the Democratic Party now, is it not, Kirk? Would you call me, John?
Absolutely, and it's one of
Yeah.
those places that flipped in 2018, and it was
it's
kind of
never going back. Yeah.
and it was one of those real. It typified that blue wave there, where it was the suburbs, the highly educated suburbs, flipping completely to Democrats.
It's the anti-Trump Republicans that are no longer Republican.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
right.
Northern Virginia.
I mean, they ran one for Senate, Barbara Bollier in 2020.
Right.
She was literally
right.
that.
Former
That
That's
was
Republican,
right,
was.
right? Yeah.
A former Republican,
Hey,
right?
can we
Yeah,
do
yeah.
Senate, Kansas Dem Senate? Because
Yes.
Adam Hamilton is interesting, and I will note. Look, the last time I believe you guys will fact check me on this, but I think it was 1932. The last time
Yeah,
Democrats
it's
won a Kansas
basically the
Senate
FDR
seat.
landslide. Yeah,
That's
Right.
the famous
So
stat.
we understand that it's not, but there is some chatter in DC about this guy Adam Hamilton. He is the pastor of the largest church in Kansas.
Mhm.
There's a primary, but we know some DC types who are kind of aligned with him.
Yep.
Just again, it's not a first tier, it's not a second tier.
Well,
maybe
he
it's a
was the
third
guy-
tier, but
when he first got in, he did not declare a party, and
that's
he
right.
was starting to run as an independent. I can tell you, I know that my friends over at the Forward Party were very interested and intrigued, and it sounds like my understanding is some people. He did a tour. He said, I believe a listening tour, and he said voters told him they'd rather see him run, that he'd have a better chance at winning if he ran as a Democrat. That's the way he messaged that. I wonder if others messaged that, hey, we would love to see you run, and we have all this money here to support you. I do think this is going to be a targeted race by the fall.
I absolutely do as well.
Mm.
Look at Adam Hamilton raised $3 million more dollars than Roger Marshall in the first 3 months of the campaign that he was
Say
running
that
here.
again. He's already outraised
$3
Marshall for a quarter.
million dollars.
In a contested Democratic primary. It's not like he was the only candidate in the primary either,
Right.
right? Like, I mean, there's a million people in there, right? Thank you, Jeffrey.
Correct. And I would put this one, if we're doing the power rankings here, this one is
Yeah.
one that I think is going to get more online at the closer we get to November.
Oh, interesting.
It's very similar issue set to Iowa, which everybody's going to be watching. This is a place where the tariffs have hit really hard, where the price of diesel, price of fuel is really hitting hard, where the farming community, especially everything west of Wichita, is really suffering. And Adam Hamilton can put up resources. I have heard this kind of compared to the Deb Fisher race of
Dan Osborne.
Dan
last
Osborne.
cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the Dan Osborne race.
By the way, we're starting to get. I love a little geographic connectivity, right?
Yep.
So we just had the Brian Bangs news earlier
Yep.
now. So now you got South Dakota, which borders Iowa, which borders Nebraska, which borders Kansas here. But in all seriousness, these are 4 states hit hard by Trump's policies, right? And it's not just on tariffs, but immigration and these deportations have really been harmful to these farm county economies in all 4 states. I mean, Kirk, in those 4, if I told you, you go into the campaign coma and you wake up and I said, hey, Democrats have picked up 5, they netted 5 Senate seats. How many of those 4 those basically that middle of the country, these plain states, Midwestern and plain states, those 4, all they're connected there vertically. How many of them do you think the non-Republicans win there? Since 2 of them are
I would say 2 of those 4, and I would probably go Iowa in the open race, and I would probably go Kansas behind that, just because I think Roger
over
Marshall's got
Nebraska.
some
Interesting.
Roger
Yes, I
Marshall
think Roger
is
Marshall's got
weak.
some serious issues.
Yeah, he is weak. He is not.
He's not. He's not.
He has Deb Fisher vibes for sure.
He's
kind
just
of like
a little
not
bit
really paying
different.
attention.
Well, I've seen him in Washington. He doesn't really. For a politician, he doesn't really schmooze.
No, and
Right.
Jerry Moran, I think, is the other senator from there. Is in the House. I think knows his way around a little bit more. Is more
Right.
the traditional.
It's sort of
Marshall's
there
like
used
a
to be this old.
doctor.
There was this old joke in Massachusetts that if you needed every 6 years, if you needed something, John Kerry's office was the one to call. Every 6 months, if you needed something, Ted Kennedy's
Right.
office was the one to call.
Right.
and like Jerry Moran, you hear this again.
Totally.
Like you call Jerry Moran's office first.
Yep.
That's always
Yep.
what's known.
All right, Kirk, I learned something tonight. I did not know you went to high school in Kansas. So there
I'm
we
a
go.
proud graduate of Shawnee Mission Northwest High School. And Chuck, I'll be looking for that tire in the hotline offices when we get back.
I'm
there.
telling you, man, we
Still
had
there.
it's in they didn't let us, as you can imagine, when Mr. Bradley bought the hotline, we didn't bring the tire with us from Alexandria. That was
Yeah.
that was
You
definitely
couldn't put it like on a car or something, Chuck? Is it a usable tire?
I think it was in theory it could have been a usable tire. Yeah.
All right, Kirk, you're the man. Editor in chief of the
It's
hotline.
good to see you, Kirk.
See you, gentlemen.
All right. Before we bring Nathaniel in, I know most people are still interested in Michigan.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Skelly, can you just bring that up? I just want to update people. Boiler room.
Nice fast vote count we got going on here, Michigan.
Come on, man.
Come on.
20%.
Yeah, I mean, this is not, guys.
So-
Michigan, this is pretty standard for Michigan. This
I know
is
you're
slow
right.
state.
They've always been a
I
little
mean,
bit on the
a
slower
lot of
side.
times,
Yeah.
times we don't know. I mean, if it's close on a presidential election night, we sometimes don't know the result till
Yeah.
well,
Very true.
well, midnight, that kind of thing.
Let's walk through this 20%. How much of this is today? How much of this is early?
Well, most of this is early,
Okay.
and so that's why at the end of the day, I think the thinking for the boiler room, as you guys often call it.
Oh,
my
yeah. We like
colleagues-
that. I like the
colleagues-
image of them all sweating in there.
My colleagues on the decision desk HQ projection team are, they're thinking it's going that El Sayed is in a position where, barring something very surprising, he will end up winning. But you might be looking at a margin in the mid-teens, low double digits. And right now,
that's
double
a lot of it is we
deal.
don't
I'm
have
sorry.
bids.
Double
Yeah,
digits.
He
it-
outspent 15-1.
yeah, double digits is a real.
Oh, that's a
The question is,
huge
well, let's
margin.
bring in Nathaniel.
Yeah, bring
come on,
Nathaniel
Let's
in.
bring it.
Let's
Let's
see what
get
his
in
hat
Nathaniel
says.
Rakich here.
Let's go to the hat.
From VoteBeat. And by the way, Chris Silizic, Jeffrey Skelly, remind people what VoteBeat is, because I know this is a former colleague of yours. Jeffrey.
Tigers. Love it.
There he is.
Skelly,
Yeah,
go.
he was
I'm,
ready.
I'm ready.
You're ready
It'll
tonight.
always be
You're-
538 to me.
he didn't have the snake's hat the last time. He let us down.
Hey,
first, so.
it's got an honorable
He's
mention.
got it. It's got an
because I felt
honorary
bad
look
that
at
he
that.
didn't get
It's
his
in the
moment
back
in
there.
He
sun.
traveled without the hats, which is
The-
a
the-
classic mistake.
It's the fact that you care. We
Yeah.
we make and
It's the
the
little things,
corrections.
Chuck. It's
You
the
know,
little
that's right.
things.
That's right. Thank you,
All right,
Nathaniel.
Skelly, this is your 538, brother. So you want to take it?
Yeah. So VoteBeat is a publication that's focused on how the mechanics of our elections actually work, and how various federal, state, local policies can play into that, the pressures and how all these processes actually come together for millions of people to vote in a November election, and obviously in many primary elections along the way. So Nathaniel, I guess with that,
Yeah.
any initial thoughts here on what's going on in Michigan? Obviously, that's the big story of the night, but we can talk about other stuff too.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Michigan is one of the places where we at VoteBeat have a reporter. We have a reporter in 5 states, 5 key swing states. And our reporter, Haley Harding, is currently at Huntington Place in Detroit, where they are counting the votes slowly but surely. We are optimistic that they will be done, perhaps even before, while it is still August 4th, perhaps
Yes.
a little optimistic. But
On the
but
East
yeah.
Coast.
Things are definitely happening in Michigan. Yes, I think that, so Michigan is a tricky state because, right, the counting is different from county to county, right? Certain states are predictable in that, like, they'll always count absentee votes first, or they'll always count election day votes first. With Michigan, it does vary, but I think that it is right that most of these votes are absentee votes, which are generally thought they're going to be better for Stevens. So, while it looks relatively close right now, like Stevens is within shouting distance, I do feel like that's going to kind of shift away from her, but we will see. This is why we count the votes.
Hey, Nathaniel, let's have a little
count anytime
let's
soon.
have a little
Yeah.
2028 fun.
Oh,
Because
okay.
Michigan's an early primary state. I
Yes.
mean, this is going to
Single
be
wins.
this is going to be a map and an electorate that a lot of Democratic primary campaigns are going to want to study, are going to want to get to know. Every county is going to be identified by, whether they were, single digit Abdul El Sayed counties,
Yeah.
double digit, right? Like, I mean, tonight is, if you want to start doing your prep work for presidential primary season in 2028 and that entire campaign, I mean, we're sort of getting a real time. I guess we're going to get the table set for us to sort of how to handicap Michigan in 2028 using this map, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right. And I think that, one thing that political analysts, don't think about as often is that, just as, every county has like a partisan lean between Democrats and Republicans, I think that there are consistently, right, counties that are more progressive in Democratic primaries or are more establishment leaning in Democratic primaries. And I've actually kind of like one of my like bucket list things is that I wish that, this is something that we would have done at 538 if we were still around, but I would love for somebody to go out there and do like a, like progressive voting index, the way that Cook has its partisan voting index, right? Like
you could do it the other way, right, with a MAGA voting or a conservative voting.
Yes,
index.
That would be
exactly. You could do it on the
fascinating,
Republican
especially with how
side.
much the parties have sort of changed.
Well,
Coalition-wise.
all I know is I know Mr. Skelly. I'm just watching his brain work there, and Mr. Tranner, who's probably listening right now. We're just writing these things down here, Nathaniel.
Please, I would love for you guys to do that.
Yes,
but
I
yeah,
love
so
that
like
idea.
I think that a map like this is obviously like a classic setup
Right.
for something like this. Like it'll be
It's going to be
Exhibit A,
really
like you said,
clean,
Chuck.
isn't it? Like this
exactly.
is going to be
You've got your
so
establishment
useful.
candidate, your progressive candidate.
It's
the fact that
so
McMorrow got out of the
clean,
race makes it.
Yeah,
makes it
Mallory
easy
Morrow
in
just
that.
getting 3% right now, and that'll drop as we get more election days. So
Right.
Right.
So yeah, and this is, I think, going to be a closely studied a map. I think before, you had the 2020 primary in Michigan between Biden and Sanders, which was also relatively clean, which Biden won fairly handily. And then, of course, back in 2016, Sanders
biggest
shocked
polling
the
error
world,
of modern times.
Right.
by winning
In
Michigan.
2016.
But yeah, so this is a
Michigan's
state
had
where
some
we have a
great
lot of-
history. One of my
exactly.
first
Great
memories.
races.
One of my first memories following presidential politics was Jesse Jackson winning the Michigan primary and totally blowing up sort of a conventional wisdom there. It was one of those just it was another polling miss at the time. Like no one saw that. It was, whoa, wait a minute, what? And then it was
McCain
'cause he had
going to
never
Michigan
won a
after
northern
South
state.
Carolina.
he'd won southern
there's-
states. He had
Yeah.
never won a northern state, if I remember at the time.
Are you,
interesting.
Nathaniel? Are you surprised? Skelly was saying, probably, high single digit, low double digit win, likely, not called, but likely for Abdul El-Sayed. Like, if you said that to me at the start of the race and you said, okay, here are the three candidates. It's Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens, Mallory McMorrow. Sayed's going to win by 12. I mean, I feel like that would have been, if you said one of these three will win by 11, he would have been my third ranked to win, most likely to win by 11 or 12 points. The storyline, it seems to me, coming out of this is going to be, well, certainly Republicans will see some of this. DSA takes over Democratic Party. Like, this is, though, a swing state.
Although he is careful to note that he is not.
He is not a Democratic socialist. That is correct.
Yeah.
He shares many of their positions, but he is not. But
Right. He is a progressive,
like,
but he's not a socialist.
this is not New York City. This is not Denver. We've had you on for these races. This is, this is not those places. And we think in a week we're going to see an actual Democratic socialist be the Democratic nominee for governor of Wisconsin in another critical Midwestern swing state. Should we draw conclusions? Will be drawn, obviously, but should those conclusions, like, what do you take from Abdul El-Sayed maybe winning by, let's call it a comfortable margin?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, clearly what we've seen is a lot of energy on the progressive side of the party throughout these primaries. So there is kind of in addition to the kind of the blue wave, again, in the general election, you have almost like a progressive wave in these Democratic primaries. And I think that that's probably not something that some of us anticipated at the beginning of the cycle. I think that obviously McMorrow dropping out, I think that she represented a comfortable middle ground for people for whom, Stevens was too moderate or, she was too pro-Israel or anything like that. But, it wasn't.
How big's that
far
electorate in
left
the Democratic
as
Party these days?
El-Sayed. Right. But she just she was kind of found herself squeezed out. So I think
there was the
that,
third, she was looking for the third lane in the middle between.
Hey, we all
most
forget,
centrist and
remember
left,
who,
and it didn't work.
Remember who Chuck Schumer wanted he wanted Gretchen Whitmer won, but after
I was going to say Whitmer.
His next choice was Pete.
Well, he
Buttigieg.
wanted McDonald Rivet, right?
Oh,
Well, he wanted-
Pete Buttigieg.
no,
They
he
tried.
wanted-
Pete
Oh well,
Buttigieg.
maybe.
That's
He
right.
wanted Pete.
That would have been
And
interesting.
Abdul El-Sayed was running no matter what, and I don't
think we talked about
Well-
this earlier, Chuck. You floated it,
Well-
but look, Abdul El-Sayed is not. Let's say
Here's
he
the thing.
makes it to the Senate.
It ain't
He's
a
not
0%
trying to be
chance.
Senate leader, right?
Yeah, it ain't.
Right.
He's not running
Right,
to be the
right.
banking committee chair.
No.
Yeah.
A few more years and I'll be head of ag.
Yeah, that's he said not once in any one of his workout
No,
videos.
he has.
Right,
If you, and the other thing too is, and this is why I love politics, is like maybe if Buttigieg runs, there isn't an El-Sayed. Like maybe Buttigieg wins that, or Whitmer wins that Senate primary. Who knows? But Sayed is now like he will be in the Zoran Mamdani kind of conversation, at least in the near term. He's a talented guy. Whether
he's got to win the general.
He has to win the general election. I'm saying in the near term, though, that this guy is going to be a hot. Okay, he wins the general election. Now I think you have to talk about him as a national candidate. I mean,
yeah.
which is
and then I think
fascinating because 2 years ago we wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then I think to the to the conversation about Buttigieg too, like I agree that like maybe El-Sayed wouldn't have dropped out against, or he wouldn't have ceded to Buttigieg, but I think Buttigieg would have been a stronger candidate than Haley Stevens, right? And I think that's a very important part of this is that Haley Stevens was she was not the candidate for the moment. She is
she was the fourth
charismatically
choice,
challenged.
right?
Like
The
the
fact
most
that she was so pro-Israel in a year when that
Yep.
was so toxic in the Democratic primary, it was just bad.
She's a
bad
terrible fit
energy
for the
for her.
moment, and he's a really good fit for the moment, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
candidates do matter even in big states.
Right, especially in primaries.
Yeah, in a primary, right? Hey, Nathaniel, before we let you go, I'm always fascinated. You always have like a race here or there that you're looking at that not everybody is looking at. Is there one tonight that you're like a ballot amendment or constitution? Like we went over a few of the Kansas.
Yeah, you
one,
guys
but, like,
talked about Kansas and Missouri. I mean, if you'll give me my 90-second soapbox, not to talk about
it.
It's not
This
a
is
race
why we
that
have you
happened
on
today, but to switch hats a little bit.
Oh, here we go.
In Missouri today was also the deadline for the Secretary of State to
Yes.
certify the veto referendum over redistricting for the November ballot. And he got up and he had a press conference to say that actually he's not going to say whether they collected enough signatures because the whole thing is unconstitutional, which apparently it takes 7 months to figure out that something is unconstitutional. But clearly it's just another example of Republicans delaying this, because what happens in Missouri is that if a law goes up for a veto referendum, that law is on hold. So it is no longer the law of the land. So basically it would have required them to go back to the old congressional map, which has 2 Democratic seats.
Would not get rid of the
Is there any relief left if he won't put it on the ballot? What's the relief?
Democratic groups
have
already said that they're going to sue over this, and they're basically like, hey, like, this is, BS. We are like, it's not unconstitutional, A, and then B, like, we should be using these old congressional districts. The issue is that, of course, we're holding the primary under the new congressional districts tonight, right? The Missouri 5th, the Republican nominee is getting chosen there, right? The likely new member of Congress. And so it's basically impossible at this point for the state to revert to its old map. But Republicans
they just dragged it out. They dragged it out so that would happen.
Yeah, but if it was completely intentional, I'm sure, and like
but if they lose
savvy political move, but really very frankly, like disregarding of the rules and procedures of how these things are supposed to go.
If let's assume the courts agree with that take, right? I mean, it's not.
There's no remedy
out of the question. They wouldn't order new elections. No,
they could try to order new primaries, but the timing, like how you have to, like, there's no time to hold. Like the last primaries are in like early.
No,
September,
I mean that you would have special elections in the spring.
No, they could vacate in the spring of next year.
You just have to
that would be the extreme scenario, but
most extreme version of this.
Sure,
I think it feels to me probably more likely is that then they just force the referendum to be held, and it would get held sometime in 2027. On a weird date when it's the only election
to
decide
Missouri
whether or not
Republicans have tried to do this so many. It has blown up in their face in the past.
And then, well, you know what they then could do immediately, right? Is actually they may have already thought this out. Is that if the veto referendum succeeded, they could just then turn around and pass the legislation again, and then try to avoid ever having this current map put back in.
And this time they might break up Missouri 1. Because they can do that now because it's
right.
Yep.
That's right.
So,
all right, Nathaniel. Anyway. Two. He made up for a 0 hat performance with a 3 hat. Actually, though, he's got the third in the background.
And he brought that. I mean, it's a.
Oh, look at this. I mean, that's just a cherry on the top.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah. Do you have your Mariners hat out? I mean, do you want to go all the way?
I don't, because I knew that one was not coming yet. But
no, we're not getting to that one.
Didn't think I could.
Chuck and I are too old to stay up that late. Nathaniel Rakich, go check out VoteBeat. It is excellent stuff. Thank you, Nathaniel, and follow him on Twitter/X at Base Ballot. Best handle on the.
Thanks,
internet.
guys.
Thank you, my friend. Our next guest. This is cool because our next person, Grace Panetta, has just concluded I want to know if she drove, but like a long trip through Michigan and Wisconsin. So, Grace, I'm going to pull up the results because Skelly had to go do TV. Chuck, you take it.
Well, look, there's the pile on Haley Stevens is going to get quite brutal, I think, in the next 24 hours by people that are, just going to start lashing out. Sort of what matters more here? Was it Haley Stevens or was it Abdul El-Sayed? I mean, is it going to be a bit unfair to say Haley Stevens lost this race?
Oh, that's such a good question. It's almost like you ask really good questions, Chuck. I think I feel like this race is not as much about either of them as it is really about the voters of the Democratic base in this moment. And I do think that Haley Stevens had some really, unique vulnerabilities, as you all were just saying, particularly at this time where so much of the Democratic base is, opposed to Israel and the Israel lobby. And also, a lot just her message of saying, I'm a workhorse, I get results, I, have this record. That is not necessarily the most compelling for an electorate that is really, wanting to burn it all down.
And by the way, Grace, in 2018, that's exactly the type of Democratic candidate the Democrats wanted and who won because they were running them remember Kendra Horn, and they were running them in these sort of suburban. It was sort of the first chance to try to win over the anti-Trump Republican.
Yep.
It's a different, angry anti-Trump electorate right now.
It is. And we're seeing this also play out at the House level. I also went to Lansing, where there's this really interesting kind of three-way Democratic civil war going on. Really, everything's just happening in Lansing. In the 7th Congressional District, which is a swing race held by Tom Barrett, where you have these kind of two moderate, very accomplished Democrats with national security backgrounds, but then this kind of third progressive Bernie Sanders endorsed candidate kind of really surprised everyone involved and surged to the front of the pack. And it's kind of reflecting the same thing of in 2018, a former Navy SEAL or former US ambassador like Matt Masdam or Bridget Brink, it might have been a much easier sell, but in this environment, it's much easier. You can break through a lot easier if you're someone like Will Lawrence, who is like, I hate the establishment. I also hate data centers. And
look at that, though. Look at that split, though, Grace. They got 61 combined.
Remember when at the first drop, it was closer to 50-50. Now we're still barely a third. We're not even at a third of the
right.
So
right. And also a big story in that race too is kind of the failure of the center to consolidate and coalesce behind one candidate, which is an interesting story in and of itself too.
Yeah.
So I feel like with Michigan, we inevitably leads us to Wisconsin, and next week when we will be back, obviously Wisconsin primary. This is the kind of, it seems to me, a big breakthrough for the if not Democratic Socialists,
this is
Democratic
DSA. Like there's no
Wisconsin is like DSA.
This is not about progressive. This is a DSA candidate, right? Yeah.
And like in El Sayed in Michigan, I mean, these are two big wins from the left. Certainly, I mean, obviously El Sayed's not called yet. We expect him to win. I think Francesca Hong is clearly ahead in the Wisconsin race next week. I mean, this is not New York City. This is not Denver. Right. And these candidates on the left are doing well. You've just been there. I'm sure you're talking to voters. What are they saying?
Yeah, I do think there are some really interesting differences between the two, having, spent time with El Sayed and with Francesca Hong. One being, I do think El Sayed, is not a Democratic Socialist. The politician he reminds me most of is actually Elizabeth Warren, which might seem like a weird comparison. They're both these.
No, but he's kind of a policy. I had him on my podcast. That guy can go deep on a lot of issues. It's not just one or two issues. Just like Elizabeth Warren, like he's one well-read, well-studied candidate.
Yes, he's a smart dude. Whether you like him or you don't like his policies, he's not dumb and he's good on his feet.
He's a very enjoyable conversation when you just want to talk substance, whether you agree or not. Yeah, I very impressive there.
Yeah, and I do think that going through this kind of really contentious, bruising primary, yes, it might divide the party, but it also, iron sharpens iron. And going into a general election contest where he's going to be up against Mike Rogers, El Sayed has been out there talking to voters, talking to the media, doing all of this, campaigning and messaging in the primary for months and months, where Rogers has been really kind of absent from the conversation until now. And Francesca Hong too, having spent some time with her in Wisconsin, she, is also a big policy wonk, very, very thoughtful, but is not as polished of a communicator as El Sayed.
That's right.
Kind of seen that.
Watch her interview with Caitlin Collins on CNN. That will tell you all you need to do. She is.
I've watched quite a few of them actually. I watched her
on
Fox. I watched her with Dana Perino. I watched her with Caitlin. I watched her with a couple. There was she was on one other interview I saw recently too. No, she does not she makes here's what a consultant would tell her: don't explain. Stop explaining. She explains her previous statements.
You said that we should cancel Thanksgiving. Talk for 5 minutes about that.
Right. Rather than saying, yeah, look, I know a lot of people bring that up. Here's the Thanksgiving I love, and here's how I celebrate it. Right. Like, that goes to your polish point, Grace, right? There isn't that, learn how to a little performative. You hate to say it, but welcome to 2026.
Yeah, and I do think, thinking of these two matchups, Abdul El Sayed versus Mike Rogers, and then Francesca Hong versus Tom Tiffany, I feel like from the kind of candidate quality standpoint, it probably is the case that, like, yeah, as we've been saying, El Sayed is like a little bit more maybe
A little A
polished.
team, right? We have an
campaign
A team
trail ready.
matchup, little B team
But,
matchup is what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah, and it's kind of the same thing on the Republican side too, where Tom Tiffany also
Yeah.
has a lot of vulnerabilities. In a purple state like Wisconsin,
He's pretty
where-
right. I mean,
Yeah,
he's pretty
he's pretty right.
far to the right.
I'm
and she's
amazed
pretty
that there
far to
was
the
not
left.
a
Like
more. Yeah.
this is, but
Yeah.
this is Wisconsin in a nutshell.
Yeah.
There's
Yep.
no swing counties.
Ultra polarized.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, Portage County was a swing county in 2024. I drove through there
Oh,
a
nice.
couple times,
Good.
but yeah, it is a very polarized state. And I actually spent some time with Francesca Hong up in northern Wisconsin in areas that don't necessarily get a lot of attention from the media. Went with her to the Native American reservation, the Menominee reservation, and then also to Wausau. And yeah, these are very rural Republican leaning areas in Tom Tiffany's district, where she will have to really pivot to the center. And make that case for herself. And she's
What is her message? Why does she want to be governor? Like, because she's, to me, her challenge is going to be, how do you not get caught up in the national conversation about the direction of the country or the party? People want their governors to worry about roads, bridges, property taxes, schools, etc.
Yeah, and I will say she is, running a very, very Wisconsin-focused campaign. Her side of her campaign message, their sort of slogan tagline is "Make Better Possible." And she, when she is asked about, sort of national issues or even the dynamics of her own race, she always pivots it back to, these are the issues and the things I really want to get done. So she, is running a very Wisconsin-focused campaign, but because she is a Democratic socialist and because she has kind of these old tweets that people latch onto and that she's not so easily to bat down, that gets drowned out a little bit. But yeah, she does have a lot of, really, really interesting things to say and is, very well versed. I just think it's kind of getting drowned out a little bit right now.
Grace, I have one more Haley Stevens question, and you're uniquely positioned to answer this. Grace works for the 19th, a wonderful site. Former colleague of mine at the Washington Post, Terry Rupar, is there. It's a great place. Is the criticism of Haley Stevens as a candidate, how much or how little does it have to do with her being a woman? It's like, oh, she's awkward. She has a weird accent. I mean, I feel like in some ways it's like the replay of all the criticism of Hillary Clinton. Like, she's changing her accent and she's awkward. And like, I always struggle with that because I look at it and I watch her clips and I'm like, oh, like she's not great. But then it's like, did you pick up on any of that? And what's your read on it?
Yeah, it's a great question. And actually, it's interesting. You bring up Hillary Clinton. I actually think the politician Haley Stevens is most analogous to is actually Joe Biden, in the sense that they're both like, yeah. And
you compared Abdul. I love what you did here.
Abdul El Sayed to Elizabeth Warren. I love that.
Yes, and Haley Stevens to Joe Biden.
Okay, explain.
Yeah, just, in the sense that, when Biden was running for president in 2020, it was a very domestic manufacturing, jobs. Look at what I've done. His, strong ties.
Here's how I pass bills and I get it through committee and da.
Yeah, and he's also, he was a gaffe is a gaffe machine. He did not always phrase things the most eloquent way. People had a lot of fun sort of making fun of his Bidenisms, and he, would always dismiss that of, oh, well, I talk like a real person and real people get me. And that, turned out to be true in the presidential primary. And Haley Stevens has been kind of making that similar argument of, the Beltway, the coastal elites and the Beltway, media, they just don't get it. This is how real people talk. But having spent some time there, I'm not really sure how convincing that really is. And, I do think women candidates are held to higher standards and do face more mockery than men. But it's not all sexist, right? Like, yes, there's sexism and also candidate quality and communication skills.
Right.
And just being the
Both
moment.
things
That is
can be
also
true.
a real thing. Yeah.
When she turned to that messaging kind of in the last week, like they're making fun of my accent and she's doing all the weird stuff, and it goes viral, and then TMZ approaches her. I was like, I know she's getting attention for this, but it feels like vaguely like they're out of ideas kind of on her side to try, you know what I mean? It was like, we have to try to sell her somehow and it's not working.
Yeah. And it's also not a message. Like Abdul El Sayed, whether you like him or not, he has a very clear
he had a message.
Yeah, he had a message. He had a platform.
Well said.
I don't know. I mean, look, and this is where I think, like I said, I think there's going to be almost too much of a pile on Stevens when sometimes there's just a really good candidate running a really good campaign, and it doesn't matter. You could have had Pete Buttigieg over there running a better version of the Haley Stevens campaign without so much of and yet I don't think somebody who was a Biden cabinet secretary is winning in a Democratic primary in this environment tonight. Do you, Grace?
It's such a great question.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, certainly with where the electorate is right now.
I mean, look at the Michael Bennett. To me, the Michael Bennett primary is very informative to me, and why I would put, if Michael Bennett was going to get punished for being, then Pete Buttigieg was going to be. I mean, I think this is something Pete's got to be thinking about.
Note to Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg.
100%. Yeah.
I will say Deb Haaland did very easily sail through her Democratic primary for governor of New Mexico.
But she wasn't, in a weird way, she was selling something out. She was still a first. She was breaking a barrier. She was doing, she wasn't running as Congress Biden cabinet secretary. That wasn't her identity.
Yeah.
I take your point.
It is
I've had the Deb Haaland.
That's a good point.
And you could throw Becerra at me too.
Yeah, that's
right? But my God, Becerra was Becerra was Joe Biden after everybody else
85th choice.
And they went ahead and went with Becerra, right?
Yeah, no, I think it's true. In 2020, it's going to be a change election, and I think running on look at all these great transit projects I did is not going to be a winning.
Look at all this money I brought home from Washington, which used to be the way that you got elected to things.
Yeah.
All right, go check out Grace's work. The 19th, great website.
I love this road trip that you did. I mean,
dude, I love it.
By the way,
get some sleep in your own bed.
No. A tremendous time. I mean, you obviously check the weather. Tremendous time of year to be doing the northern tier like that. And
it's way better than doing the
fantastic.
North Carolina, Florida trip.
You were
Tennessee.
there. You were there literally for like the 3 weeks. It's awesome to be in northern Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, I did.
She's going to Maine next. You got to get to Maine before the end of August, and then you'll be going.
I was there in July too. I was there for like 10 days.
Oh, you really must be popular with your
great
boss.
Job by you.
Timed this stuff wonderfully.
Great job by you and your editors for being supportive. Thanks, Grace.
My editors. Yes, thank you, Terry, who is on vacation in Montana right now and is not.
Living the dream.
Oh,
all right. Thanks, Grace.
Interesting politics.
Yo, my gosh. Seth Bodnar, we haven't even talked about him. All right, Grace, you rock. Take care.
Thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
Sure. So, I just want to, before we bring our next guest in, Skelly will be back in a minute. He's got TV obligations, but I just want to make this point here, which is we're talking about this as a fait accompli that eventually Abdul El-Sayed, and look, it's pretty close right now. It has, if you ask me which race would be called first, Missouri won, Wesley Bell against Cori Bush, or this one this morning, I would have said this one.
But
now part of that's because they're counting slow.
I was just going to say, because something has been a lengthened time, we're still not at 25% reporting.
Right.
So
polls have been closed for
it's
over
actually
an hour.
Still early. Yeah.
Yes.
We're still on the early vote side.
And this is why we think Haley Stevens continues to do okay, but is unlikely to win.
Let's go deep into numbers and data dive, because John is going to love JMC Analytics. Mr. JMC Analytics himself, John Kuvulyan, is here. And John, you're probably like me tonight. The thing that I'm most excited about this Abdul El-Sayed Stevens primary map is that we're going to have this like incredibly clean map to use to handicap the 2028 Democratic primary in the early window for Michigan, right?
Well, the very interesting analogy with this race is, I would argue, the Bernie Sanders-Hillary Clinton race of a decade ago.
We were talking about it earlier,
Because you basically had this really interesting Detroit versus the rest of the state kind of split, where Hillary carried the 3 counties in Metro Detroit by 13 points, whereas the remaining 80 counties voted for Bernie Sanders 56-42. What's happening tonight is that, yes, Haley Stevens is up in the 3-county area, but she's not getting the numbers she should. No. Certainly not in Oakland County.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my
goodness. We talk about it. I'll click on it here, John, but that's her district is basically here.
Mm-hmm.
And she's winning by less, 2 points. 2 points.
2 points. Yeah. And my understanding was she got a big boost from the mail-in vote, whereas El-Sayed is doing better with the election day vote in Oakland.
Right.
And that's still coming in.
And so,
Oakland counting fast, right, Skelly? That was thanks to Oakland, at least.
Yes, they're the one place. Everybody else is else, well, maybe not everybody else, but most people are not counting very fast.
Yeah. And see, what's kind of interesting is, you do have this crazy checkered board going on outstate, but when I see these overlarge margins in places like in Washtenaw County, in Kent County, and with the little bit that's come in so far, Ingham County, which of course is Lansing / East Lansing,
Right.
numerically that runs up the score for El Sayed as opposed to miscellaneous rural counties where 300 people voted the Democratic primary.
So
That's
right,
right.
she may carry a bunch of primaries, but it's not enough vote, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the thing that's going to be interesting to me is, Wayne County always likes to come in late at the night, but I don't think that Haley Stevens is going to get the numbers she needs out of there, unlike what happened with Hillary Clinton in 2016 when she ran up a pretty healthy margin against Bernie in Wayne County.
Right.
Yeah, up 10, 3% in.
Yeah.
3%.
I mean, it helps.
I mean,
it
that's
helps.
still-
It helps. It helps. El Sayed is from there. He is familiar.
He's from the
to
region. He's
people
well known
there.
in Wayne County. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
So-
noting here, this is Ingham where John was talking about. I mean, again, not a ton of vote, but still worth noting.
But there's also a second overlay here, and I'm getting even bigger picture than just what's going on in Michigan, and that is my favorite topic of following partisan primary turnout. And so thus far, with 23 states before any votes were cast tonight, Democratic turnout numerically was up 44%, while Republican turnout is down 2% compared to the 22 primaries. Tonight, there's going to be 3 states I'm interested in: Michigan, Kansas, and Washington State, which unfortunately I will not have the opportunity of being able to talk Washington with y'all tonight.
Yeah.
But
I don't think we're going to be talking.
Neither will we.
Yeah, we won't either, John. We're not that
You're
tough.
not alone because they'll finish counting their ballots sometime next week.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Right.
Although I will say they're faster than California.
Yes, you're right.
That's
They're
not
about
impressive.
But I'm so glad you brought up Kansas. But let's finish your point on this on what we're seeing in the primaries.
So what was interesting when we get to Michigan and Washington, well, really Michigan's the big kahuna, because in 2018, you had more people voting in the Democratic primary than the Republican. And it was, of course, was a landslide year. 2022, probably because Whitmer was unopposed and you had the crowded Republican primary, you had a Republican majority electorate. Thus far, what I'm seeing tonight is 2-1 Democratic. Although, to be fair, as those outstate counties come in, I'm thinking it probably ends up more like 55-45 Democratic by the time the night's over. In other words, go ahead.
No, finish. No, finish that thought.
So where I was going with this is that Michigan's kind of an interesting barometer when I look in terms of partisan primary turnout, which party cast more votes in the August primary. And I think this year it's going to be the Democrats, while the Republicans had the advantage of 22 and 14.
What is your, I was a couple weeks ago, I did an interview with Doug Jones. I was in Dothan, Alabama. And his campaign was talking about the primary turnout in Alabama and how it was the best Democratic performance. And they had shown me this chart that whenever they overperform by that, there is a point where it becomes correlation with general election success and or turnout. How do you calculate it? What is there a general guidepost, or is it really differ state to state?
I don't get so precise as to say, well, it's going to be X number of congressional seats will flip.
Right.
Mine is more big picture, which is I'm looking mainly at not just the previous midterm, but 1 or 2 midterms before that to see if there's a pattern.
Yep.
And there is a fairly tight correlation with, how people are voting in the primary is the mood that people will be in the November. Now, 22 was an interesting case, though, because by the time the Dobbs ruling had come down, the vast majority of states had already had primaries. But I did see a softening of the Republican vote in those few remaining primaries that did occur post-Dobbs.
Hey, let's talk Kansas, because this is the Kansas Republican primary for governor is probably, for somebody like you who loves to just sort of dig into numbers and try to understand what are the different lanes, right, inside the Republican Party and the Kansas Republican coalition is at one point a huge tent, and then some of that tent moved to the other tent, right? That we've seen. And tonight we saw the more conservative candidate won. There were two, a bit more, some might call them establishment, others might call it moderate, sort of splitting the vote. What did you see in Kansas tonight? And where would you say that Republicans are moving more to the right or shifting further, shifting away from Trump? What did you see based on the turnout and the different results?
In this case, I would say the Trump endorsement kind of overpowered everything else, because you've always had that tension between the quote unquote moderate wing of the Republican Party in Kansas and the conservative wing. And while the conservatives usually win, there's always the problem of, if the conservative candidate is too far to the right, those moderate Republicans run off into the Democratic side in November. Because, as you so well know, Democrats have overperformed in gubernatorial elections there relative to their registration numbers.
Well, here's the thing. I'm and it's my own pet obsession, but I think Kansas is moving into the battleground. Now the question is 2032 president?
I was going to say, at what pace?
No, I get it. I get it. But you sort of start to see, I mean, I think it's sort of, for people our age, right? It was, it's funny to watch Missouri and Kansas slowly trade places, right? Yeah. When I first started in politics, Missouri, the ultimate swing state, Kansas, this, Mr. Republican, Bob Dole. Now you're moving and you're like, Democrats talk up Kansas now all the time. They're not talking Missouri races anymore.
Yeah.
What do you see there? And how fast do you think Kansas is moving?
I would say at a moderate pace, because in Kansas, Republicans have the same problem there that they have in Nebraska, which is a very inefficient distribution of its votes. In other words, the Republican base is in these smaller counties out west in both Kansas and Nebraska, whereas in the places like Sarpy County, Nebraska, and Johnson County, Kansas, Republicans simply aren't getting the votes they used to. And then Democrats could also count on a vote out of Wyandotte County and the county containing both the universities. And then Topeka could swing Democratic as well. But Johnson County historically was the linchpin of Republican strength, and it's not there anymore.
I'll just note very quickly, I just was checking my email when I went to go get a quesadilla that my wife
and clearly eating too. Yeah.
And I'm eating it on camera. The Cook Political Report, we're going to talk to Jess Taylor after John, just moved Kansas Senate from solid Republican to likely Republican because of Adam Hamilton emerging as a nominee. Kind of interesting.
I might argue that there maybe we'll keep moving.
I was going to say, you think it should be lean.
I would probably already have it in lean, but I'm probably a little more, I sort of have Kansas moving a little bit faster perhaps than John, but I trust John's numbers here. Where would you be putting it?
I would say lean to likely Republican. In other words, Kansas right now is about at the 55% Republican level. And what the key is can the Democrats run up a large number in Johnson County? Or if the Republican could split at 50-50, the rural counties will carry that Republican candidate through. In other words,
it's interesting because it's been so long. I think we just discount it because it's literally, I mean, I think it's John, you might know this, but is this, or Jeffrey might know, it is the state that a Democrat has not won in the state since the 30s.
I believe it's FDR's first term. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's like, and so you just assume, Kansas, but I think people don't look. Demographics.
It's the home of Alf Landon, right? Wasn't it?
Yes. But the coalition.
He got the nomination in 36 because he was basically the only guy. He was basically about one of the only Republican governors left. Yes. Well, Bob Dole nearly lost in 74, and that was basically the closest that, and that obviously
that it's come
Watergate midterm. Right. That was basically the closest that a Democrat has come to winning in Kansas in the Senate race. Now, obviously, Laura Kelly is
governor,
second term as governor. They've had more success, but we usually do see that where you will see states sometimes break from their sort of federal partisanship to back someone from the other party. And again, we talked about it earlier. It's sort of like it was sort of Sam Brown back,
right?
Yes,
maybe.
It goes to John's point earlier,
to the right, and Kelly was a response to that. And they nominated Chris Kobach, who would have been a very conservative candidate.
Go ahead, John.
another key point too, when we're talking about Kansas, is if you numerically look at voter registration, Republicans have been stuck at about 45% for some time. Independents are actually the second party, believe it or not, and Democrats are technically the third party.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a candidate who is anathema to just enough Republicans, like saying a Johnson or a Sedgwick or counties, those 5 to 10% plus independents plus Democrats can theoretically flip the state in a statewide election.
And correct me if I'm wrong, John, but Kansas, the assumption, it's a lily white state, but it's got a very growing Latino population. I think it's in the 14 to 15%.
Because of the meat packing industry, kind of like in Nebraska.
So it's an
interesting state that people don't think is an interesting state politically.
John, before we let you go, we've had 2 races in the Midwest / Plains / whatever you want to call Idaho. How many points is being an I instead of a D worth in South Dakota and in Idaho?
I'm thinking a 5 to 10% bonus.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, rather than getting absolutely shut out, it does put those candidates in contention nowadays, because Democrats are starting to learn in those states that, hey, if we substitute one of our own for an independent, that person could get in at least a little more of a favorable hearing amongst Republican voters. It's an interesting game.
Look, you have Idaho, well, not Montana, I guess, which may have the best candidate.
I wonder if the pressure. I wonder if the fact that Idaho moved last week, South Dakota
today,
right? Does the peer
Nebraska's already happened,
right?
Yep.
Do you start to see some of that? And
although the candidate in Montana has said basically, like,
I know she's pretty been.
It was the Biden.
No way in hell. An iceberg will,
only. Of course, Biden dropped out eventually, so maybe that's not a good.
Right. Yeah, I was just going to say he was never getting out. Right? Nobody gets out until they get out.
Right. Of course, it's not over till it's over. Chuck, JMC, you're the man.
Good to see you, John.
Thanks, John. So Skelly, before we bring Jessica Taylor in, can you give us the state of play in Michigan? I'm still seeing a lot of people being like, why is it so slow? When are we going to get a call? And the answer is we'll get a call when the DDHQ people see the race as callable. But can you just talk about where we are and maybe where we're going?
Yeah, the big problem is that we just don't have hardly anything from Wayne.
Right.
And that's where Detroit is. And we expect Stevens to do better among black voters. But how well is she going to do in Wayne as a whole? We need some more vote there to sort of be in a position where sort of our expectations about El Sayed doing better as more of the vote comes in. Basically, we need that before we can follow this logical conclusion.
Wayne, if she rolls it up in Wayne, then that it upsets the apple cart everywhere else, and so you guys can't
exactly
right.
Yeah,
okay.
and for instance, we do expect there are also for example in Macomb County, which fun fact is sort of like the home of the Reagan Democrats. Always was the line about Macomb.
But Macomb is also home to a very large Arab American population too, right?
Yes, but right now El Sayed is winning there, but we actually expect Stevens to maybe gain based on some of the places that have reported or not reported. So it's again, it's a bit just like the map looks like. It's a bit of a patchwork right now, which makes it harder to be in a position where we're comfortable making a projection. I think this is certainly still El Sayed's race to lose. He is favored, but Stevens keeps inching.
She's hanging around enough, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
She did not get blown out in absentee. Well, let's bring in Jessica Taylor, to the governor and Senate editor of the Cook Political Report. Really, this is just a preview for Jess because Thursday night is her real Super Bowl, the Tennessee primary. Let's be honest.
An open seat race for governor.
Yeah.
Why does Tennessee hold a primary?
Whether my county executive loses back home. So
tell us. Give us the Thursday. Give us the Tennessee
Thursday
on
Thursday in Tennessee.
And it's been for years. What's it about?
I don't know why actually, but I think that we should all adopt it because it's Tuesday night. We're all tired already,
know,
and you're
man.
going to be dragging the rest of the week. And when
No
you
one
rather
knows.
it be
Actually, there was a whole
almost-
thing about this. Like I saw an article about this a few years ago. It's
It's-
not really
it's the
clear.
only one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the
Yeah.
only. There's a couple Saturdays.
yeah, Hawaii.
We're gonna have a Wednesday,
Louisiana's
but we're
on
gonna have a
Saturday.
Wednesday primary this year, just like we're gonna have like Wednesday NFL games. Correct me, don't we? Isn't the Massachusetts primary on a Wednesday this year?
Oh, it's
on the
September
1st.
1st.
Isn't
is it?
I
Oh,
think.
there's
I
some
think
state that is. There's some state I swear there's some weird.
Well,
When-
sometimes what happens is
Was
was
it
it
the
Rosh
holiday?
Hashanah. There's
Yeah.
sometimes there's a Jewish
Oh,
holiday
there may
in
have been a Jewish
September
holiday.
that leads the state to shift it to a Wednesday. Anyway, I could go down a real bad rabbit hole in this, guys, because one of the reasons why the
Oh,
Iowa
we're waiting for a lot of
caucuses-
vote to be counted in Michigan, so you got time.
You
to
know,
go down
Iowa
this rabbit
caucuses
hole.
are usually on a Monday. The presidential caucuses.
There you
People
go,
don't
that's
use
true.
it, but if you look back at Iowa's primary history, they used to hold their primaries on Mondays, and I think
Yeah.
there may be a connection there
Yeah.
in terms of.
Fascinating.
Anyway, they shifted to Tuesdays in like the 70s, but it was
But
60.
no
it
one
was
knows
Mondays
why-
before that.
why
No, it's still
Tennessee is
been Mondays. It was a Monday.
No.
Is it-
I'm sorry. I'm saying sorry.
Oh,
I'm
you
saying
mean
that the
Iowa's regular
state's
primaries?
caucuses, or sorry,
Yeah.
the state's actual elections were held on Mondays.
Oh wow.
Like the primary elections. were held on
Ballotpedia
Mondays.
Oh,
says this
interesting.
Thursday business goes back to like 1796.
Okay.
Scott Tranter in the house.
Scott saying hello.
As long as I have been alive, it was on a Monday and it was on a Thursday in Tennessee.
on a
so,
Thursday. Okay.
yeah. So
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk Michigan
They're-
first, and then we
And
want to talk
Kansas.
Kansas because
I
I
saw
saw
you
you guys
saw-
just made we mentioned that you guys moved Kansas. Well, actually, let's do that first. Let's do Kansas. We'll talk Michigan after. Talk about Kansas. You've moved it. Chuck
Yeah, I
thinks
mean-
it should be lean.
Oh, no, but more importantly, always what I want, what always we make Jessica do, but it is explain to people what a likely means and what you're trying, the message you're
Yeah.
sending.
It means we're watching it now. I think that it's on the periphery, but I think there is a higher threshold for us to move it into lean. I mean, right now, listen, I think you're going to see some more moves in the coming weeks and things from us, and so you'll see some stuff coming up. But this was one that we were waiting on for the primary. Largely, I wanted to make sure
Got
that Adam Hamilton won the primary.
Right.
So we long intended to move it. If that, I think he's a really impressive candidate.
Right.
I think he has name recognition in the state. I have family that are United Methodist and a cousin that is a United Methodist minister. And I know that they use, when I told him that we'd met with him and stuff, it was like, I use his books and we teach from them and stuff. So he's very widely read. So I think but I mean, Republicans are going to attack him. Like Raphael Warnock and like James Tallarico, he has a lot of sermons out there. So there's a lot of things for
Right.
Republicans to mine. And I still think
Sure.
as you were talking about is 1932. Yeah. That, it's just, it's hard to overcome that in the state. I definitely agree with you all and what John was saying too, that the state is moving. And it's certainly when we're watching, I think there's some of the same unique things that are happening in Iowa and happening in Nebraska, I think are happening in Kansas when it comes with agriculture and tariffs.
Well, I want to add, we did this earlier. I'm going to add, because I love the geographic connectivity here, right? With Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and now South Dakota. Okay. Does dropping of the candidate and that semi-viable, but to viable, like, however you want to, certainly a very, what appears to be a potentially competitive independent candidate. If Democrats are netting 4 or 5 seats on election night, is your assumption that 2 of those 4 sort of ag states come in, sort of essentially, maybe it's due to tariffs or the immigration and how that's hurt workers, is that why those 4 states are even on the map this cycle?
I think some of them have unique characteristics. I mean, I think you've got to have credible candidates, which I think you have in Nebraska, though I still think with Nebraska, it's sort of hard to play. The same sneak play is hard to, the trick play is hard
Not
to
a
play.
sneak this time, right? Yeah.
Well, it's not a sneak. That's it. It was last time. And, and I don't
No
think that
Philly
Pete Ricketts-
special this time for right.
Yeah.
Pete Ricketts knows what's coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Deb Fisher did not. I mean, the thing I hear from like, no one wants to be the Deb Fisher of this cycle. They do not want them to be caught sleeping.
Yet we've been hearing people say, was Roger Marshall the Deb Fisher of the cycle? Right. That was brought up earlier.
Yeah, I mean, his fundraising is not impressive this past quarter, certainly, but I mean, he still has more cash on hand. So I think that's one thing that would have
By the way, Deb Fisher did win.
And she won by 6.
7.
Okay. I mean, it's always like,
7.
you know what you don't want to be? How about you don't want to be like
Oh.
somebody who actually loses, right?
Hey,
Like,
Dick
guys,
Lugar against Richard
guys.
Murdoch. Yes, go.
Not
Skelly.
to interrupt the Kansas conversation, but we got some absentee
Oh.
votes in from Wayne County,
Oh,
and so
wow.
Haley Stevens is taking the lead. Now, you see, this is why we were waiting, is because we just got a lot of absentee votes in from Wayne County. We knew that group of votes,
Mhm.
broadly speaking, we expected to be good for Stevens, and two, we do expect Wayne to be one of her better places in the grand scheme of things. And so this is interesting. Now, of course, it put her ahead by a 0.5 percentage point, which I don't still think speaks to the fact that El Sayed is in a better position here. But, these are the kind of numbers. I mean, she needed big numbers. I don't know if this is big enough because I do think that will ebb as we get more election day vote in.
You
But-
expect that? You expect her lead to shrink in Wayne
Yes.
County? Yeah.
Yes. Also because El Sayed's from there. And yeah, so that's the question, but by how much? So
I mean,
This vote is coming in so slowly that it's like,
Yeah.
look, he's already back ahead, by the way.
Yeah, now he's ahead.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
she needed to win Oakland by more. That's her base.
Yes, 100%. I think that's the best sign of where this race is headed, is that Stevens needed to have a bigger lead in her home base than she does. And we've got more vote there than pretty much anywhere else.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, a telling sign about the general trends here, even if she is keeping it closer than I think some may have expected.
I never believed it was going to be like 15, 20 points. I actually thought some of these black voters were going to come out and things. And so I'm not surprised that it's narrowed and things, but I think the trajectory has been pretty clear here for a while, and which candidate there was the energy on. And, certainly this is going to be a very interesting general election to watch and to test whether a candidate like El Sayed can win in a place like Michigan. I mean, I will say I have heard from my Republican sources today that they are wanting Mike Rogers. It's sort of like the pressure is on you now. Like, you have an opportunity here. You need to step up your fundraising. You need to have a better, you need to have a lower burn rate. So I think there's going to be a lot of focus put on the type of campaign now that Mike Rogers is going to run. Can he sort of take advantage of what Republicans see as an opportunity with a weaker candidate?
Abdul El
Go ahead,
Sayed
Chuck.
is such an intention, like he feels made for this era, right?
Yeah.
Forget just you're just like, he knows how to play this style. If we were talking about college football, you're like, he's not a guy that's running the wishbone, right? He is running
I
a
was
very
going to
modern.
make a wishbone reference.
Yeah,
Great job,
he's
Chuck.
he's
Yeah.
running a very modern offense. Mike Rogers has he's been out there, but he hasn't been out there.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, you're it's interesting. You said, are you detecting some hints of nervousness that he might not have it?
I think that he was not a strong fundraiser last time. That was always the criticism that I heard. I mean, he's certainly a Bush era Republican, and this is also not a Bush era Republican Party.
That's exactly right. He's a little bit of a weird fit. He's a former member of Congress. Like it's not an obvious fit for this moment. Hey, Jessica, one quick question: we've talked a lot about electability in this race. Haley Stevens has talked a lot about electability in this race. I assume this is a toss-up either way, Abdul El Sayed or Stevens. I mean, we expect Abdul El Sayed, but let's say if
You're not
Stevens
shifting,
wound up winning,
yeah.
We are not shifting this race. No.
yeah, I didn't think. I saw somebody in the comments. They said, so is Abdul El Sayed now a long shot in Michigan? I said, no. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, it's like every poll I see is within 3 or 4 points. It's like maybe. Go ahead, Skelly.
Not to just, I'm interested to hear Jessica's thoughts on this as just sort of a follow-up to that, Chris. I think I've seen some conversation. Would Abdul El Sayed just fundamentally be stronger in Michigan? If you sort of just ignore even candidate quality about how they present themselves, et cetera. Is he stronger fundamentally because it's a federal race versus, say, like a Francesca Hong in Wisconsin if she wins, where it's a gubernatorial contest? And
the national environment matters more in Michigan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think governors' races are inherently more about the candidates. And I will say, I feel differently about the Wisconsin governor's race today than I did last week. In fact, I think Francesca Hong needs to stop doing media, and
We were talking about
or
that.
do something
Stop
different with
answering
said
questions about
media.
your old
or
tweets.
maybe be pro Thanksgiving.
I want to
you know,
cancel
immediately.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it
And
was
it's-
it
you
was
know
right
what,
there on a
Chuck?
platter for her
I've
to
spent-
not
I
say
spent all
that.
this time
Basically,
thinking
Quite literally.
about her on a platter.
platter. Yes.
yeah,
I know.
All you have to say is, you know what? This isn't about what I said about Thanksgiving. This is about Americans being worried they're not going to be able to afford turkey on that. Like,
Yeah,
there's
that's
such
right.
an easy.
I had
pivot.
I had
You know
a
what I mean?
Democratic
Like-
source text that exact same thing to me. They were like, the
Like
pivot,
it's
and
not
Hassan
like
Piker
super
even tweeted that out.
complicated.
But she seems to.
Yes.
I mean, that's where you
She
could
can't
tell
get
that
out
would
of
you
her
go-
own, like yeah.
Well, as the
I mean-
1619 project said, "Dude, stop. You're like anything that goes down that road.
she always
like, it's
wants
just-
to
it just-
explain. Look, it sort of goes back. It's like she wants to explain why she said what she said, and
yeah,
it's
just don't
frankly
do it.
some of the
Don't litigate
explanations
it.
are quite thoughtful. Or that's fine. I see where you're coming from, but these aren't intellectual exercises, right?
No.
Like,
No.
and that's that's the
People
problem.
just want their candidates to be normal, and normal is Thanksgiving.
Total 100%. Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
be pro Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
well-
Thanksgiving polls pretty
and-
well.
Well, because but what really bothered. I'll tell you what it bothered me about it, because the beauty of Thanksgiving is how this is a holiday we all celebrate that everybody chooses to do it their own way.
Yeah,
And that's the better answer here, Ms. Hong, is that nobody's telling you to celebrate Thanksgiving a certain way, and nobody
No,
does
do
that
it
in
how
this
you want.
country. I mean,
About
that's what
family.
really frustrated me. It was like, you got to think of us as one country once in a while.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. I mean, if she'd have gone into, Thanksgiving's hard for me since both my parents passed away, but I found different ways to celebrate it. I think
Right.
people kind of view it different ways, and if she'd have talked maybe about that or something, but
It's
yeah.
what makes it to me such a great holiday, because you
Mhm.
can do it any way you want to do it. It's sort of
yeah,
like
I
no,
celebrate.
government's not
now.
telling you how to celebrate it.
Yeah.
And she just,
one
anyway, she
of
can't
those
get out of her
ones
own
that
way, and it's
Yeah.
impressive because it does remind you that, like, at the end of the day, like, regardless of sort of what you think about the ideological positions of any
Right.
of these candidates, the ability to sort of stay on a certain a kind of message and to avoid getting tripped up by things like that, even if you've said things of a certain way in the past.
Right.
If maybe your opinions changed, I don't know, you tweeted something in 2021 about something like that,
Yeah.
or how you present yourself and how you present your opinion on it is like,
Yeah.
this is like kind of politics 101. And if you're struggling with that, that
Well,
doesn't
and that's
really
a-
seem terribly
and
that's
good
a
design to
difference,
me.
too. with
Wisconsin, like
Abdul-
Ron Johnson, it has conservatives, and it is a very evenly.
Well, where would
divided
you put
state.
Tom Tiffany?
And- yeah,
Where would you put him on that ideology? Because I keep bringing up Ron Johnson to people too.
Yeah.
It's like, look, this is, Wisconsin's the swing state that has no moderates, right? Like, it is
Yeah.
just, that is,
Yep.
it is a
We
very
have
sort
Russ
of
Feingold and Ron Johnson,
truly
Paul Wellstone
it's
and Rod Grams. It's like Minnesota.
Tammy Baldwin and
Yeah.
Russ
Yeah,
Feingold
Tammy
with
Baldwin and Ron
no
Johnson.
odder
right now.
pair in the Senate than Tammy
Yeah.
Baldwin and Ron Johnson.
Yep.
I mean, Tony Evers is the outlier.
Yeah,
Tony Evers is not,
Yeah.
even though he is this middle of the road candidate that normally Wisconsin doesn't gravitate to.
I mean, listen, Democrats are absolutely going to point out, and they're right too, that he is against abortion and he voted to overturn the election results. That's what they're going to narrow down.
On Tiffany.
on
Is he
Tiff-
further to
Tiffany,
the right
yeah.
than Johnson?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think being from Washington helps you this cycle either. So
Well,
that's
I
that
do
is a
think his
good
first
point.
name is a
That's a
problem.
very good
Yeah.
point.
Congressman.
Great
Right,
But
point.
yeah.
here's the thing. I actually think Tiffany's ads have been very good. They've been this like folksy, like, here's breakfast with the Tiffany's. And like he has his mother quilting
Smart.
and being like, I'm a girl dad and I'm a dam tender. And like they're really good ads. And like
And-
if he comes across as just wholesome and folksy, and you have
Yeah.
Francesca Hong out there being like, we shouldn't celebrate Thanksgiving. Like again, just can't people want normal candidates?
Yeah, the Tiffany campaign has been, or the Tom Tiffany campaign has just been like retweeting old Hong tweets,
Yeah.
and like having like a field day with it, and
Yeah.
and it's not, and obviously like let's not overstate what that means for social media, but it's sort of like, okay, well, you're gonna have a lot of money behind you in the fall. I know he's outraised her by a pretty large margin, and if she does win the Democratic nomination, which looks very very likely at this point,
Right.
Yep.
he can sell that message to the broader electorate.
Though I will
Jessica,
say our
let's-
friends over at State Navigate have a poll
Yeah.
coming out that they've teased that maybe there's a little change in the race. So I'm anticipating that.
Oh,
So thank
interesting.
you.
I mean,
think he's got
she's really trying to trip up
Yeah,
here.
she
at
really
the end.
is.
Well, and that's the question:
gosh,
is that does this primary get competitive all of a sudden? Right?
Yeah.
Did she do this media tour 1 week too soon? She
Mhm.
should have, like, you know,
Well,
all of a sudden.
Evers just endorsed Crowley too.
Yeah,
so
like,
they're
it
clearly
does
Well, Crowley
trying
got
to,
back
like,
in the race because of that.
Right.
Which is
Yeah.
the weirdest
Right.
thing. Oh my
Evers is now
God.
campaigning with him. Evers, after he endorsed Crowley, he had a
Yeah.
trade mission to Africa, so he was out of the country for 2 weeks. So Evers
so
is now
now
back
he's, like-
campaigning with Crowley.
Jessica, let's talk. I want to. We're seeing here, and by the way, as we've been talking, El Sayed's lead expanded back. He's
Mhm.
up over 4 percentage points right now. Let's. I'm curious because we've been talking about these independent candidates. What do you do to South Dakota, and what do you do to Idaho, in your rankings, in your ratings?
TBD. I need to look into those more, frankly. So yeah, they're on my radar to look at. So I still think even with an independent beside your name, you can still make them into the functional Democrat. And
Right.
I just think those are two very hard states for
You
Democrats.
need a huge wind. I think that. I mean, look,
I'm
was
curious.
surprised-
I'm South Dakota curious. I'm less
Banks is
there.
good.
Unless
Banks is
they're
a
in
good
Idaho.
candidate.
Yeah.
I'm South Dakota curious because of just how much the ag economy has been punished by
Yes.
Trump,
Mhm.
Yes.
right? Like
Yep.
that's why.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
I
a
mean, I
case.
think isn't Montana probably their best bet? Just thinking about
Yes, but the guy won't
state,
get
but,
the-
well,
the-
hey,
But not if they have a
Craighead
divided
won't get
vote.
out. Yeah.
She won't get out.
this baseline though of the
Yes,
state. It feels
absolutely.
like
Yeah, I mean, Max
yeah.
Baucus, John Tester, and Bodner's a good.
Well, that's
candidate, but-
interesting. I mean, that is a good question. A baseline Dem versus R in Montana versus baseline Dem versus R in Kansas these days. How
well,
much
Kansas
different?
actually is maybe better now.
I
Actually,
would bet on Kansas in that
Yeah.
instance.
Yeah.
I still
Right.
think
I think so
Yeah.
too, right? Yeah.
the prairie
That's
Tester
populace.
is sort of
Prairie
Tester
But
Bob's
sort of
Hamilton's
over-
running as a Democrat. So I'm just saying the independent thing.
Yeah.
Right, right.
You know,
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that's a place where it would probably work the best of these independent tests.
Which he
right?
almost did run, but there was going to be a Dem there probably too, so he ran as a Dem, but he did flirt with running as an
Right.
independent.
Hamilton
So-
did, right? Yeah.
Adam
I do
Hamilton.
think
Yeah.
that could have gotten him a couple of points, and that every point matters in a place like Kansas. But yeah, I'm really intrigued by Kansas. You know, sort of these races on the radar. I mean, Democrats are still very bullish about Mississippi, and that the fact that could go to a runoff. So we're certainly watching that one. I mean, listen,
Hang on. So Mississippi has a general election runoff rule.
Yes, they do now. That's what
I knew they had it in the
like
governor's.
Georgia.
Mississippi was one of those states where it could go to the legislature under weird.
Yeah, they
circumstances
adopted
in the
this
governor's
That was
as
the
a
governor, yeah.
basically
Yeah.
what they landed on when they got rid of that, the old legislative rule. If
Right.
no one had a majority, was they did what Georgia did, which is they have this majority rule or it goes to a runoff if no one has a majority in the general.
Wow, the Mississippi runoff in December.
That would be
You know
fascinating.
what? It's what we need here.
It would be
at,
lovely there
at
in
dec-
December.
A decision.
I mean,
right here. A decision made.
yes.
And we
yes,
can
I
go to
would love
some
that.
we can go to some Ole Miss football games.
Oh, that would be fun.
Oh,
have to get
don't
J
me-
Mart involved
There
somehow.
is more than a 0% chance I have an opportunity to go to the LSU Ole Miss game. It ain't
You
zero.
need to go,
And
of course.
Trust me, I'm working on it.
At Ole Miss.
At Ole Miss, I've got somebody there who is
Is
invited
it
me to
Trinidad
something, and I'm like,
Chambliss is like 72nd
I
year
can-
of eligibility at Ole Miss?
exactly. I said, the best time for me to go to Oxford would be the Friday before that Ole Miss LSU game. I'm not
that's
saying but
that's
I'm
the
just saying.
only time politically. That
Only
it
time
makes
I can
sense,
get there,
Chuck.
right?
My favorite person, Lane Kiffin.
Oh my God!
I can't talk
Tennessee in the
I can't
back.
talk about Tennessee.
You're not even in the front of the hate line.
5%.
You're not even in the front of the Lane Kiffin hate line. Like
I
you've
know.
got like you guys are in the middle of the pack now.
We were the OG haters. We were
Yeah,
the
that's
OG.
right. Tennessee was first. He
He
did
left us
Tennessee
in the
dirty
middle of the
before he
night.
did Ole Miss dirty. Yes.
We
Did
were
he leave
burning
you for
mattresses.
USC? Is that the one he left you for USC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Jess,
you
you're the best.
You were OG about it. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
See you Thursday.
All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right. See you. All right. So here we are. How
And it
much?
just moved up almost another percentage point. This is
One
this
third
is a
of the
slow
vote
creep.
in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's do a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit.
slow going, guys. Yeah, I'm
Look,
sorry about
I'd
that.
like-
but let's do like a
let's run through the Michigan races. Let's run through them all here.
yeah, because I've seen some people in the comments noting, there are
I want to see the
Okay.
Michigan primaries, the House
Yeah.
primaries.
So let's just start. We got the overview here. Abdul El Sayed up by around 5 percentage points. You know, we got that big drop from Wayne County that put Stevens farther ahead there, but it's
Already,
come down
look.
a little bit since then. And obviously still a lot of vote left there. But if Stevens' lead isn't more in that like 60% kind of share, it's hard to see how she ends up winning, considering she's down by about 5. So obviously that's the big thing there. Now, House races in Michigan.
We have the
one-
7th and the Detroit race, right?
Well,
Those are the
we'll
two.
go to the Detroit one first because I have that one very handy. And
Here we go.
Shreet Danadars is currently leading, but again, this district's entirely in Wayne
So
County.
he won the early vote. Is that what that tells us?
Yeah, more or less, or at
Okay.
least a lot of the absentee vote, because that's what we have a lot in from Wayne at this point. But you know, I would expect that might not be enough, but it is. You know, it's head to head, and I you know, there's a reason why we haven't projected it. In the now, this seat is not going to be competitive in the fall.
Right.
So of the ones that will be, this one is really the huge one that I think is a big, you know, potentially of, you know, 5-alarm fire for Democrats, is because this is a seat that they need to win back. This is like top of the list kind of. They held it. Slotkin held it when she went and ran for Senate in 2024. Tom Barrett flipped it after losing to Slotkin in 2022. He flips it in 2024. And now Democrats are trying to take this seat back.
Did Trump,
And-
did Trump win it? Trump won it narrowly, Skelly.
Yes, he won it
In
by, it was
Like 5?
about, it was, no, it's like 2 or something.
Left. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so this is like a seat they have to win. This is a very competitive seat, but William Lawrence has raised the least amount. He's the most left wing of the candidates here, and he is leading. We haven't projected it yet, though, but I do think it's a good sign for him that he is up in Ingham, which is where Lansing is, and East Lansing, also
He's
important.
killing it there. I mean,
Yes.
that's his.
Now-
I mean,
now-
that's his largest margin.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the makeup, because you know it is true, not every single one of these counties is counting their absentees and earlies first. There is some variation, so I haven't gotten a chance to check what the breakdown is here. But the point is, if he's leading in the biggest source of Democratic votes in the district, that's a good sign for him. And if you look at the other two candidates, who are both more moderate center left types, they're adding up to like 57% right now. And so
Well,
you do
again,
get
I go
into the
back to what
split
I
vote,
what I
you know?
what I love about tonight's Michigan primary on the Democratic side is how much it's going to be able to be used as a sort of map to sort of, you know, we know that when the Democratic presidential primary gets to Michigan, it's going to be down to 2 or 3 candidates.
Yep.
So we're going to have an idea, knowing how these congressional districts vote in Democratic primary. I mean, we're looking here, we see that, you know, you could argue the progressive number here can't get to 50 in this congressional district. Well, that matters when you do delegate counting and things
Certainly
like that.
matters
So,
if it's a 3-way
So-
race versus a
well,
2-way race.
that's right. And
Another-
that will matter
another-
too. Right.
Yeah.
Another very competitive district. This, you know, we haven't actually mentioned this one tonight, I don't think. And that's the 10th district. This is the one John James is leaving behind, mostly in Macomb County, but a little part of it's in Oakland. Christina Hines is a former prosecutor who dealt with like special victims. And she's leading. We don't have a projection here yet, though. Obviously, there's a lot of vote outstanding, but there wasn't quite as clear of a progressive. This is probably one of the reasons why I didn't get as much attention. Right, it was harder to write the narrative on this one. But Chung raised the most money. He was like a
People
commerce
get
department
frustrated.
guy.
Didn't fit the narrative, so we won't cover the race.
Exactly.
It's like, come on, guys.
And Tim
you know.
Grimel is like a local Paul from the area. So like, anyway, this is a race, though. This is a seat that Trump carried by about 5, but it's one of those ones that Democrats are really hoping that John James only narrowly won this seat in 2022. So they're hoping in the right environment that it can flip, and this might be that environment. So that in terms of competitive primaries, the 7th and the 10th were the 2 competitive seats that had a lot of action tonight. So that's sort of what's been going on in Michigan. Obviously, John James won the Republican nomination for governor. He'll face Jocelyn Benson, who won the Democratic nomination.
Which is now a 2-way race without the mayor.
Yes,
Detroit
no
in it.
Mike Duggan.
And it's you got to make Benson the, sort of.
She has to.
I think she starts as the favorite, but
I think if you were putting this in point spread terms, you'd make her about a 3.5 to 4
I was going to say
favorite.
4. I was going to say 4. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what's been going on in Michigan. In terms of other races
Let's do that Missouri. Let's go through that.
Yeah,
Missouri
let's do
one.
Yeah.
Wesley
So
Bell, yeah.
So we have So we've got the Wesley Bell. Sorry, I have a lot of tabs open. I'm like, where is it? Where is it? There
We're
we go.
like,
So
we're directing you on air.
As we
Nothing more
said,
annoying.
as votes came in, more of the election day vote came in. This got a little closer, but at the end of the day, Wesley Bell did win comfortably over Cori Bush, but she did get closer to 40 here by the end. I thought it would be closer to 60-40 the way things were progressing. But Wesley Bell, I think at the end of the day, maybe Wesley Bell would have been more vulnerable if Cori Bush had never been elected before and people weren't as familiar with her. And I say that only because she lost renomination in 2024 for a reason. It wasn't just purely because she had
didn't lose an ideology. It was character issues.
No, she lost. Well, she lost on. Yeah, she lost on ethics things and style.
He was running as I'll be a
the bodyguard. How much money
voice.
she was.
Right.
The amount of money her campaign was spending on, like, I think, friends of family and stuff like that. Like, this race wasn't the clean.
There was questions about campaign
right.
finance, using campaign money for her security team, which her husband was on. So, it's that those kinds of things that raise concerns and get people's attention. And Wesley Bell was the St. Louis County prosecutor. Like, he was very involved in like progressive prosecutor stuff. So he's not as easy to maybe pin. He's not Haley Stevens,
Right.
So in that
not
sense,
a super pro-business moderate, right?
Yeah. So harder to maybe position him as the the tool of the establishment kind of projection that you hear.
Let's do these. Let's do that constant. Let's go to Kansas. We got actually good stuff in Kansas. Let's do the gov races, that Senate race, and that constitutional amendment.
Yeah. So in the governor's race, which I have handy here first, Ty Masterson, Trump's endorsed candidate, state Senate president, won the Republican nomination. And he is going to face, we have a projection here now, Sandy Holscher, who was sort of viewed as the more anti-establishment of the two candidates. Ethan Corson, both of these are state senators.
The governor endorsed the other guy.
Yes. So Laura Kelly, who's won, 2 terms in a Democrat winning 2 terms in Kansas, had endorsed Ethan Corson, but Holscher ended up beating Corson here. So,
look at her strength. And, Kirk Beto, you were, I think, doing your Hill hit, Jeffrey, at one point, I think when Kirk came on talking about how the Chiefs Stadium,
the money, stadium issue.
Yeah. That the money,
huge, and it's
all Kelly,
that's where she did well.
And she was able to differentiate herself. They're both Johnson County Democrats, but the fact there's a lot more green in that media market
in Eastern
Kansas.
Color there. Yep.
I'm just shocked that voters don't like when governments give rich people money, right?
Giving handouts to billionaires isn't popular.
The Hunt family is not that, they're
they
not
don't
that
need
popular
the money.
in Kansas, though. Yeah.
They're doing fine.
Yeah.
And then let's do Senate real quick.
The Senate race.
And constitutional amendment.
Yeah. So Adam Hamilton won the Democratic primary for Senate. We talked about him some already. He'll face Roger Marshall, the incumbent Republican there. Obviously, GOP is favored, but this is one that might get interesting. And I think Democrats feel like Hamilton's certainly an above average candidate for them. But Kansas is still a red leaning state. It's still, I think the way to look at it is if Democrats are really, really competitive in Kansas, then they've already won the Senate.
Yeah. Kansas is seat 5 or 6.
It's not the 50th seat.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, it's seat 5 or 6 if they somehow pick up. A lot of times in these things, it isn't 4. It'll be, you and I have had this conversation.
Often
Chris.
happens.
What's more likely, Democrats pick up 2 seats or 6 seats, right?
That's the thing when people are like, what if it's 50-50? What if it's 50-50? I'm like, I think it's much more likely that Democrats don't pick up. I think 3 is like a weird number, actually.
Yeah.
I would see it'd be like 5 to 6 or 2. Like because it almost always goes one way or the other.
They all
not
move
every
in the same
time,
direction.
but most.
And just to finish Kansas, the this constitutional amendment to try to establish elections for the state Supreme Court failed, and it failed badly.
Interesting. I think that's an interesting result.
It is. It is.
And it is going. I forget who we were talking to. I think it was did Nathaniel say this to us?
I think we may have talked to Nathaniel about it.
Yeah, who thought that it would end up looking, or somebody was saying it would align. They thought it would almost look identical to the abortion rights amendment.
Which was the first big vote after Dobbs.
Yeah.
Yep.
First
right?
one
Like
after
the
God.
first big, and it was in Kansas.
And
It's
in,
like,
and
oh
it,
gosh,
as
even
you know, and in
Kansas.
some ways, this is
Sorry.
about abortion.
Dear Lord.
This is kind of about abortion too,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
It's not.
Exactly.
It is, but it
And,
isn't. you know?
dude. And the Democratic Party should send a giant fruit basket to Sam Brownback, because I mean he began this, this march
Well,
back.
you mean like what
toward-
Pete Wilson did to the
Yes.
Republican Party in California?
I mean,
right?
we
Yeah.
pay more attention to Pete Wilson because it's California, obviously, but like Sam Brownback there's a reason that Laura Kelly is a Democratic governor and that we're even talking about Democrats in Kansas. And
Yeah.
Sam Brownback's a big reason why. Him and Chris Kobach.
Hey,
Yep.
Jeffrey, I forgot we've got some, we've had such great guests and we've been doing a whole bunch of stuff. Let's go back to Michigan. And, we did pull some of them, a couple of ads,
Oh yeah.
both pro and con and the Senate
Yeah.
races. And there's some pretty good stuff. So let's roll some of the, let's roll some of the, first, let's roll some of the pro Stevens, anti, Abdul Sayed, and then we'll go the other way.
Haley Stevens, Chief of Staff for President Obama's auto rescue, saving over 200,000 Michigan jobs.
And Haley Stevens, by the way, she was there. She was a critical part of my team that helped the American auto industry come roaring back.
In Congress, Haley successfully fought to cap the price of insulin at $35 a month. Now she's fighting back against Trump's Medicare cuts. Haley Stevens, a proven fighter for Michigan. UDP's responsible for the content of this ad.
Michigan, this is your moment to stand against the millions the powerful spend on attacks, to stand against hate, and for a government that works for the people. To vote for Abdul El-Sayed, a doctor and son of Michigan who has spent his career trying to do better for the people here. Abdul El-Sayed is what Michigan needs in this moment. The power to send him to change Washington is yours. Vote.
I'm Abdul El-Sayed. I approve this message to change Washington.
You know what I love about both of those ads is they tell you exactly who they were.
Yep.
Right. One is a movement candidate. One is saying, "Hey, I'm gonna, I'm gonna." One is saying, I'm a movement candidate." The other one is saying, "I'm gonna get seniority." Right.
It's
And
just
we
so
know
interesting
what type of
because
politician the voters want right now. They're looking for fighters.
It reminds me of when people ask me about Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania in 2028, right, for president. I always say, and he may go well beyond this, but I always say he's like the perfect resume for someone to run for the Democratic nomination in about 2004. Like, state attorney general, and then he's the governor, and he worked in Congress, and he has like Haley Stevens has the perfect resume. To your point, Chuck, if this was a Senate race in 2018, hell, if this was a Senate race in 2024, Alyssa Slotkin's background, I don't know if Alyssa Slotkin wins a competitive primary against Abdul El-Sayed in 2026. It's just a uniquely bad moment to be a candidate like I worked on the auto deal. It's like, yeah, okay, I guess.
Kind of old
it just
news.
doesn't.
I mean,
Yeah, and
it's
whereas you have
important.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the kind of new face of the Democratic Party, doing the voice, being the major figure in that Abdul El-Sayed ad. It's interesting.
No, look, it's there's no, it's interesting to watch this cycle more than any other. There's no feeling among progressive candidates that they have to round the edges or anything. It's a full embrace of Bernie, full embrace of AOC. And it's look, so far in these primaries, it's working.
It is interesting. You're right. I mean, look, it's a Democratic primary, but like the slapping five with AOC and the hugging Bernie at the end, like I'm not sure a lefty candidate would have done that 4 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Like it's I think it's really important to your point. It's like, it's
just different.
It's the re-owning. Like, I'm a liberal and I'm proud of it.
It's leaning
like, I think
in.
This
It's
is
not
the
like
right solution to what ails us.
I mean, it's even slightly different even from where Mamdani was running, right? He was sort of like, oh, let me explain to you what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's a little even more robust.
It's very interesting. It's like unapologetic leftyism, which I think, and maybe it's not even, maybe it's just unapologetic kind of like, I'm going to fight and I'm for the like populism, not leftyism.
Right.
I mean, those two things could be conflated, but it is interesting. I think Abdul El-Sayed's messaging, I'm fascinated. If he does wind up winning this, I am fascinated to see what the general election looks like.
It's just become the biggest Senate race
we-
going.
I was going to say sorry that we Grace Panetta actually has rejoined us.
She's
here
back
this night.
Well, look, we could bring you behind the scenes here. Perhaps,
yeah.
Our programming, in our programming planning, we assumed that races would be called by 10:30 Eastern time, and so we may have only programmed through 10:30.
And to put you even further behind the curtain, Chuck and I have to record our podcast tonight.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
After this. So we are
a little bit of this,
come on, Wayne County, don't you understand our taping schedules?
Come on.
I mean,
really,
exactly,
Gosh,
Grace, you've nailed it. I don't know why they don't
consideration
focus on us.
Yeah.
Well,
Grace,
waiting.
Is it really about?
As we're sitting here waiting, obviously I had to jump off when you came on earlier for something I was doing with The Hill for a little bit. But I know that you obviously wrote a piece recently on sort of the electability question.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much you dug into that when you were on earlier, but I was curious if did you? I'm sorry, I don't want to seem like
we can talk about it. It's fine, Skelly. We talked about it the whole night. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, no, it was just I didn't want to necessarily rehash old ground, but people may not have seen it who were not watching earlier.
Who do you?
So I guess, from the perspective of, I found the article interesting because I think you were getting at the point that it's one of those words that we throw around a lot, but then what does it actually mean, and how does it apply in this particular race?
Yeah. It was something I wanted to dig into because there's been so much said about the ideological divisions in this race, kind of also the special interest in big money, but it is a really interesting lens through which to view this kind of discussion that we keep having iterations of over and over again about, what electability even is. No one really knows what it means, but it's something that Democratic voters prize. And it, through these two candidates, you kind of have this interesting way of looking at it. Both of them, Democrats have largely moved away from making explicit appeals to identity politics in the wake of, Trump's win in 2024. But in this race, you had both Haley Stevens saying and her allies saying, this criticism of me is sexist. The AIPAC-affiliated United Democracy Project ran, fleeting ads accusing El Sayed of being sexist. I'll be really, really interested to see what the final margin is in, Wayne County and the Detroit area where a lot of those ads were airing. And then you also had El Sayed arguing, that he was being subject to anti-Muslim bias. He would be the first Muslim U.S. senator if elected. So you had these really interesting discussions of identity in a really diverse state that's going to be playing a central role in both the Democratic primary calendar and then, of course, the general.
Well, Grace, this is my favorite part of this primary tonight is just how much fun it's going to be to be able to understand where what kind of candidates might be able to succeed in a Michigan and where the left versus center versus whatever we're going to call the divide in the party in 2027 and 28. You were saying something earlier, and since Jeffrey, you weren't here, there's a pretty big distinction between Abdul El-Sayed and Mamdani. Mamdani was like happy guy all the time. Abdul El-Sayed is, there's not a touchy-feely side to him.
There's an edge to him.
Yeah.
He's not as warm.
I think the edge is an asset. I think it's an asset right now.
Well,
there's a way. Sometimes
punches,
the edge,
right?
An edge. There's some cycles that might not play as well. I think it's an asset this cycle. But what did you observe?
It's a great question. Yeah, at a time when Democrats are really, really looking for a fighter and also are contending with this question of, masculinity and how that can translate on the campaign trail. El Sayed has this very kind of pugnacious, fightery, I'm the little guy going up against all these big interests. He, is good at, landing digs on his opponents. He's very quick-witted. And I actually did an interview with him and asked him about this masculinity question. And, he said, if we're serious about winning back young men, we have to be showing a different way of, what it means. He said, I think we need to be able to show that being strong, going to the gym isn't about being an asshole. It also means being thoughtful, being engaged, being emotionally cognizant. And I think that's going to be a really, really interesting, way to think about that issue. And even in talking about an issue like data centers, he's been, landing the stig on Mike Rogers of saying, we don't need more data centers so Mike Rogers can make these gender affirming AI videos of himself looking swole. Which I think is a really, really interesting way of, criticizing the AI data centers issues, kind of making it about gender and masculinity.
I did think it was funny today, like kind of telling. I saw Adam Wren, our friend who is Politico Playbook, and he said that he was with El Sayed, and he wanted, El Sayed was very keen to show Adam about like his weightlifting.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he definitely has, like, I totally hear you, Grace, on the, like, the toxic masculinity stuff, and he wants to move away from that. But there is like there's an ad that we won't play. It's only 15 seconds and it's vertical, so you can't really see it. And he's talking about abolishing ICE, and he's holding these like 2 20-pound bags of ice in his
He wanted to
muscles
show
are
that he
all
was holding
tensed
up those
up.
20. Yeah.
So like there definitely
Suns out,
is,
guns
like,
out,
Totally. There is kind of like there is that vibe there with him, like he's more complicated than I think people maybe think he is.
Yeah, it is. And there are some ways in which, that can be off-putting to some. And those were some of the criticisms from Haley Stevens and her supporters. But yeah, I think, from his standpoint, he has said, he wants to take the fight to Mike Rogers and really kind of be relentless and go after him politically in the general election. And in a state, Michigan hasn't elected a Republican statewide for quite some time, but this is going to be a very competitive year. And in Michigan,
was Spence Abraham the last senator who won?
Republican senator,
Republican senator, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess Rick Snyder, the last Republican.
Grace, the avatar, it's interesting. I was thinking about this. The 2018 Democratic sort of primary electorate grew by adding these suburban, maybe the suburban Republican women who couldn't take Trump and are now Democratic voters. And that feels like Haley Stevens is that avatar. And I know I'm totally overgeneralizing.
Yeah.
And Abdul El Sayed is, this, the urban frustrated, millennial or even Gen Zer who, is, and they both, I think, oddly represent the avatars well.
Yeah.
And perhaps that shows you why we're at where we're at right now.
Yeah.
And there's just slightly more angry folks in urban areas. Because if you look in all the big counties, and this is what I'd love to go through here in a minute after you react to this, Grace, is go through some of these. He does seem to be doing better in the larger population center.
Yeah, that has been super interesting because, Haley Stevens has not done, as much retail politicking, obviously with El Sayed being the kind of insurgent candidate. He ran a really grassroots campaign, but she, was not so much, she was really focused on running up her margins in Metro Detroit, which is why I'm really, really fascinated by some of these results in the more northern rural parts of the state. Yeah, I'm curious. I might go on Facebook or Meta's ad library and see what ads we're running up in those counties, or if it's just also maybe her, the message of I'm tried and true and tested and I've done all this stuff, is something that the voters in a place like Michigan specifically might be more inclined to. And she also made the point to me, I sort of asked her kind of a little tongue in cheek, but I asked her, what do the coastal elite reporters like myself, what do we not understand? And she said, you have to understand Michigan's such a unique state because of its reliance on domestic manufacturing. The manufacturing thing is just so huge. The tariffs are so huge. It's something she's really focused on in her campaign, and also made a lot of references to her work on the auto bailout, tied herself to Obama as many chances as she could. And, I think, with a lot of normie Democrats, that can go a long way.
Do you think, Grace, in a general election, Republicans can make this a referendum on Abdul El Sayed over and above this just pummeling of the trade relationship with Canada? I mean, I feel like the last 6 weeks, Donald Trump has made, specifically Mike Rogers and Susan Collins, has put them in pretty much the worst possible spots you could be in for states that border Canada.
It's a great question. Yeah, there was all this back and forth about the Gordie Howe Bridge. And Trump was
former Hartford Whaler great Gordie Howe. Sorry, I had to get a Connecticut reference in there, Grace. Go ahead.
Republicans would much rather have this be a race about Abdul al-Sayed than they certainly would about President Trump and a lot of these tariff policies. Also, farming, ag is going to be a big thing for a lot of people. I think, they're going to make it about him as much as possible. And this was kind of part of the Haley Stevens argument back to the selectability question, is her saying, his position, or his positions are, too extreme, and I'm, closer to where the voters are. It's a purple state. And it'll be, really fascinating to see that kind of play out in real time. But it's also the case that she, would have her own vulnerabilities in a general election setting, which I think was partly what made this primary so interesting.
Yeah. Hey, Jeffrey, let's go through some of these big counties and what we've seen and what you're waiting for here, and what the boiler room is waiting for.
So we're at 40% or 41% of the estimated vote reporting. Obviously, it's about a 4-point race right now. El-Sayed up about 50 to 46. And look, at this point, the thought is that El-Sayed is still favored to win. That has not really dramatically changed. However, obviously, things are closer. And maybe closer than we anticipated based on some of the earlier numbers we were getting. And so at this point, what I think we're all waiting for is, okay, when is another big drop of votes coming out of Wayne? Because if let's say Stevens' lead increased again based on another big dump of votes in Wayne, where, more votes have been tabulated and have tallied and actually added to the count and released from there. That would, I think, raise more doubts about the outcome. But if her lead is more or less staying in this zone,
stays like that,
it's it's really hard to see where she finds enough votes to overtake El-Sayed, who she's now behind again. We saw her overtake him briefly when we got a big drop in votes. So in that sense, that's really, I think, the really big question here. Also, for instance, I think we are expecting also Macomb. I think the actually they did it in a different order here, where they haven't actually reported a lot of the absentee vote, and so we are expecting her to gain a bit here. And there are a lot of voters there, not as many as in Wayne.
So Macomb decided to do it the other way around. So it's a county by county thing. Nathaniel was talking about that earlier tonight. That Nathaniel Rakish, that some states have a prescribed order or just how they all generally do it. In Michigan, it's been mostly absentee first, but not everywhere. So at the end of the day, it's still El-Sayed's race to lose. But we're still here. There's a few counties I'm curious about, and I'm just looking at places where maybe it looks like El-Sayed's winning, but it's actually been a small reporting, and maybe Stevens can gain and vice versa. So Kalamazoo, right? That's a mid-sized county, couple 100,000 votes. Right now, Abdul El-Sayed's up huge, but there's very little turnout. Is this one of those where this is going to be this big of an edge for him?
I don't know what the breakdown is in terms of what exactly has been reported, but I would suspect that this is going to get closer. I don't associate with Kalamazoo with a progressive hotbed. I mean, right now it's
and that would tell me
similar to Ann Arbor, right?
So, and that doesn't strike me as I know they've got there's certainly Michigan's got a lot of colleges and a lot of counties, so can't say there's plenty of quote unquote college,
but none bigger than University of Michigan.
Well, for what it's worth, I guess Western Michigan is in Kalamazoo, so let me not understate that it's possible that you could have that. But at the same time, I would not think it would be quite on Ann Arbor.
Not as much. That's my
Washtenaw,
Yeah.
No, there's just a few spots here, and that's why I was curious what another one would be in Berrien County, where he's up double digits, but there's only 18% reporting, and there's this is another 100,000 type of place too. So there are definitely a few spots where you're just sitting there going, okay, where are we headed here? How much?
Well, interestingly, this is another one. Muskegon is a Democratic leaning county on the West Coast that we don't actually have anything yet. Now that doesn't necessarily mean there's a ton of votes, but if this race were to actually be, close,
really close,
you're interested in what's happening there, to be sure. So, and there are still some votes left in Oakland, and Stevens' lead there. She needs it to be bigger, and we've been saying that all night.
It grew a little bit. It did
It's
grow.
basically the opposite of where the state is right now. It's 50.
Yeah, but that's if you look back, that may be it, right?
Is it
That in
possible
Oakland-
that Stevens carries Macomb, Oakland, and Wayne, but
and
loses?
loses?
Yes, because I think in that situation, it's because the margins are just too narrow for her, and
Right.
she gets swamped.
That actually seems like a plausible outcome here, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
which
you
would
might
be
narrowly carry-
a very interesting map to see that occur in a
to
Democratic
see her
primary.
narrowly carry those three and yet
Yeah.
lose the statewide race.
Yeah. So this is obviously, I mean, look, El Sayed was favored coming in. It's still the most likely outcome is that he wins. But this is obviously carried on a bit longer than I think we all expected.
And let's look
and
we'll
not
leave
just
on-
because the vote count feels slow.
Right.
Also
Let me-
because
it's closer than
No,
we
this is
thought.
going to be closer
Yeah.
than I think the polls had indicated. It was a reminder.
He's not going to
Michigan
win
is
by
a
15
history-
with this margin.
Michigan has a history of really crappy public polling. I'm sorry.
Yes, it
I'm going to
does.
say it. It has just
no party
traditionally-
registration. It's
Right.
hard to
harder
do.
poll.
That's right.
It's harder.
right.
It is a tough state to poll, but I am curious, Grace, and Chris and I are going to leave in this.
Yeah,
and
we
leave
gotta
it in your
leave.
two hands.
They have
But,
to record
Your
a pod.
capable hands, Grace.
So
Keep
is
Scott under
Abdul-
if you're
control.
okay, Grace, if you're okay continuing, we're gonna just keep
Yeah.
talking about
I guess I leave with this question: does Abdul El Sayed know he's got to win over these Stevens voters, or does he expect
Yeah.
these Stevens voters to just suck it up and support him?
Well, if he didn't before, he certainly does now. I think this shows he has his work cut out for him. I think he would have preferred a much bigger margin going into the general, especially given all the electability arguments that have been made. But yeah, I think he'll
Especially with black
definitely have some work to do.
black voters and their
They
qualms
already have
about
scheduled
very
the
liberal-
they already scheduled the unity event, right?
Yes, on the 7th.
That's going to be
Yes,
interesting.
Mallory McMorrow is being like she's the liaison.
She's the-
to bring
Yeah.
everything
Yeah,
together.
she's
It's
like,
already been
Hey,
orchestrated.
she's like, well, I got pinched by you guys. I couldn't find my own
Exactly.
lane, so I'm gonna just
Yep.
bring you together. We're gonna.
That's
She
true.
will run. She will run for something else statewide
Yeah,
at some
I
point.
mean,
For sure.
All right,
yeah.
we got to go. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Yes.
We'll be
Keep it
watching,
going.
guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Grace, thinking about just other races on
Yeah.
the docket, we've talked about Michigan a lot. If we jumped back over, I don't know how much you've looked into it, but in Kansas, it does look like Democrats are going to nominate another woman.
Yes.
Cindy Holscher, state
Yes.
senator. This is one of those races where this is basically the Republicans' top pickup opportunity on the governor's map, because at the end of the day, Kansas is still a red-leaning state.
Yeah.
But you're going to have state Senate President Ty Masterson as the Republican nominee, and I guess Holscher. What's interesting about her is that she's sort of the more anti-establishment candidate. So is this sort of sticking with a pattern we've seen? But in this case, knowing that you do obviously spend a lot of time covering women candidates in particular, that it benefited her in this particular case.
Yeah, I think very possibly. This is what I have to confess. I have not followed as closely, but it's obviously going to be really, really interesting to watch in the general, given Kansas does have this outgoing Democratic governor, Laura Kelly, but also a Republican-controlled legislature and a history of very, very contentious partisan politics in the state. And then you have this Senate race that, looks like it might be a real race. So yeah, that'll be a really, really fascinating one to watch, especially now that, she has this nomination, and it'd be interesting to see how much, she, continues to try to separate herself from Laura Kelly and the quote unquote establishment. In hopes of having a chance of keeping that seat in Democratic hands.
Well, hey, we managed to stay up long enough here that we can even talk a little bit about Washington, whose
Oh my goodness.
polls closed at 11, and we actually have some initial votes from the 3rd district, which is Marie Gluesenkamp Perez's seat. And now there's not much doubt about who is going to face off in this in the end. Republican John Braun is the main candidate here, and so you have Perez. This might be a little confusing coloring wise for people who are still watching, but this is because it's top 2 primary. So in terms of the colors that we assign, it's not necessarily quite as obvious in terms of partisanship. But one of the big questions in this race was actually whether or not Brent Henrich, running a little bit to her left, would end up maybe getting more of the Democratic vote. I think she was even running some ads at the end, sort of that suggested she was a little concerned about this. But I know, Glusenkamp Perez is an incredibly fascinating figure in terms of, I feel like the left really is angry at her all the time now, but she's managed to win a seat that has continued to have a slight Republican lean. I don't know what you've sort of gleaned from her and her political stances, because a lot of times she ends up talking about some very curious things on the floor of the House committee.
Yeah, she's interesting. She's really interesting. I remember when she was first elected, there were all these big national outlets that did these profiles of her, being like, she's the new working class rural whisperer. And she's definitely broken with her party in certain stances. She voted to advance the SAVE Act, very controversial Republican voting and election bills. There have definitely been others. She was one of the first to call on Chuy Garcia to be censured for his maneuverings and machinations of getting his chief of staff on the Democratic primary ballot. This is getting very inside baseball.
Oh, it's
pointing.
It's 11:15. On the East Coast, this is time to be time for that.
Yeah, blame Michigan. But yeah. She's been this really interesting figure, taking some unorthodox, heterodox stances on some points, and also, kind of taking on some of these issues that are very kind of niche and nonpartisan. She, by trade is a mechanic. She's talked a lot, I think, about right to repair, or something involving the auto industry, car repair stuff. She's talked a lot about fisheries. Yeah, these kind of like niche, non-super partisan things that she argues, regular people really care about.
Cool. Well, I think we're going to try to bring on one of our Decision Desk HQ interns, Tommy Carpinelli, who, and Grace, I think this is a good segue with you as well, to talk a little bit about Missouri's first. We're going to go back to this contest and talk about it a little bit. So we've got, we projected this race, Wesley Bell up by about 21 percentage points over Cori Bush here. Maybe not as close as I thought it might be a little closer than this, though I did think Bell was going to probably win. But Bush, obviously, maybe Tommy, maybe we can start with you. I know you looked at this race sort of ahead of time. What I don't know, what strikes you knowing what you've looked at, thinking about this district and the makeup of it and how that might have gone into why we saw this result?
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting race coming in. And we can see that Bell has definitely come away with it with a good bit of a margin, about 21 points. And this pretty much was expected, I believe, looking at the markets prior. So it was definitely going as expected.
And Grace, obviously Cori Bush lost in 2024. What do you make of her? I mean, obviously her comeback attempt failed, but I do think it's interesting that we all kind of thought she would maybe do better than this, or at least that it would be tighter than this.
Yeah, I thought so too. Something I do think is it's earlier in the cycle when we've seen Democratic incumbents go down. It's in a lot of cases been ones who have been in office forever. Diana DeGette in Colorado and Adriano Espaillat. And there have kind of had these insurgent challengers who have been able to say this person's out of touch. They've been in here forever. I think voters are, not happy with the gerontocracy and the establishment. But Wesley Bell, has only been in office for a couple of terms. And he, in fact, primaried Cori Bush to get there. So it's a little bit harder to make that argument that, with a guy who was pretty recently elected. I think she is definitely kind of, it becomes a little bit harder to make in a cycle where a lot of these incumbent challenges are not as much ideological as they are generational.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. Bell's, not old.
Right.
And I think I mentioned this earlier, but he, in the aftermath of Ferguson, he in the events there, he got elected as the county prosecutor in St. Louis County. He was part of the progressive prosecutors movement. So maybe he's a little harder to pin in term, or well, pin down as some sort of, I don't know, centrist traitor to progressives or something, you know, in terms of like the kind of line of attack that you might hear, or insufficiently progressive. I think the other problem for Bush is that she's not a new face. People are already familiar with her, and they'd already chosen to cast her out once. Whereas if you think about some of these other challengers, they were newer faces who hadn't already maybe wore out their welcome a little bit with the electorate.
Yeah, and I just pulled up the independent expenditure, the outside spending for this race, of which there was quite a lot. And yeah, it's interesting. This is another one. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about AIPAC in Michigan. Their affiliated super PAC also spent a ton of money boosting Wesley Bell and opposing Cori Bush in this race. And it looks like that's going to be a win for them. They've had a very mixed track record this cycle, given, you know, how many voters are not happy with them specifically and with Israel altogether. But it looks like it's going to be a win for them in this case.
Yeah, and sorry, just to sort of stick, we're just gonna be jumping around at this point. I want to jump over to a race that is back in Michigan, and we're just sort of sitting here waiting because it involves Wayne County, but it's a fascinating race because it involves the guy who I called an accidental congressman when we were talking about this yesterday with Tommy and some others, Sri Thanedar, who is currently up 54-46. Now, we know that a fair amount of this is absentee vote that helped Stevens get into a bigger lead earlier in Wayne County. This district is entirely within Wayne County. But it is Tommy, I know you did take a look at this seat. In terms of where we are right now, obviously we don't have like a beautiful precinct setup to tell you more about sort of where things came from, but knowing what we roughly know right now, that a fair amount of this vote does look like it's probably absentee vote, and Thanedar is up by about 8. What do you make of that? Knowing McKinney, in fact, you can lay it out for folks again, sort of who these candidates are.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to begin, we can lay it out who those candidates are. And I thought it was funny what you said earlier about Sri Thanedar being kind of an accidental candidate because, yeah, I mean, back in 2022, he won by about 5% in a very, very, very packed primary. There was about 9 candidates. And so, it's definitely, he's been riding that seat for a bit since there.
He got like a third of the vote basically in that primary. So yeah,
28%.
And there's even less. No, there's no runoff rule in Michigan. So
no, yeah, and he's being challenged by the left by Donovan McKinney, and Donovan McKinney is affiliated with the DSA, just like Sri actually used to be, and we did expect that Sri would have some better early drops due to a lot of the voter base being the same idea that we had with Haley Stevens. And, the markets still are showing a lot of favorability to Donovan, but it'll be interesting to see how the rest of these drops go since we know that they might be better towards McKinney in the end.
Yeah, it looks like we actually got just a little bit more vote there and it shrunk very slightly, but it's, Thanedar still in the lead, or maybe I'm actually reading that backwards. Maybe Thanedar actually gained very slightly. Point is, it's still largely the same, 54-46. Grace, I don't know how much you looked into this, but obviously McKinney is sort of in the same conversation as pushing, someone from the left, but Thanedar is also, I would say, not conventional.
Yeah, he is a very... Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Definitely not conventional. Kind of an odd political figure of our time in ways that are not really ideological, but stylistic. And yeah, I was also, just pulling up what some of the outside spending in this race has looked like. A lot of it has been against him and pro McKinney from kind of the usual suspects: Indivisible, Justice Dems, Working Families Party. He did Protect Progress, which is kind of the cryptocurrency industry aligned super PAC, put almost $900,000 in supporting him, which is interesting. Yeah, they've made some like really interesting some interesting spending in this cycle. So yeah, I think maybe, we'll have to see what happens. But if he pulls it out, it could be just a bunch of wonky factors, kind of resulting in that. But one maybe just being that because he's kind of eccentric is not as, easy to pin down as, some other incumbents might be.
Yeah. And for what it's worth for folks like Sri Thanedar, who, by the way, I also learned yesterday, he's like 71 or something.
Yeah.
What? I thought he was a bit younger than that. And he actually, maybe you looked into this too, Tommy, but I know like he made a lot of money and then kind of showed up on the political scene. He ran for office a couple times before getting elected to the House in that kind of wild primary in 2022. But it's always been a curious fit because you are talking about a plurality Black district that takes up much of Detroit. And you have Sri Thanedar as the member from there.
Yeah, Sri really doesn't feel very representative of this district. It is a plurality Black district, and Sri, he was an immigrant. He made his money all self-made, and he used that money to fully basically fund his first campaign back in 2022. But that's also pretty out of character for this district because I believe about 25% of this district is actually below the poverty line. And so we have this, multimillionaire who is representing a bunch of people who are not of that economic status. And he's, again, this is a plurality Black district, and he is also not Black. And so it is quite the interesting mix. And I think a pretty fun and interesting stat actually is that Sri is the first non-Black representative for this district in this area, basically dating back to the 1950s. And so I think that really does put a good job characterizing, how maybe unconventional Sri is for these, constituents.
No, that's a really good point about the time. In fact, that was a real concern among Black leaders in Detroit was the during redistricting in 2022, Brenda Lawrence had held the seat that was roughly the previous version of this seat, but her home base was not included in it. And I think she also may have had some health problems. She's a little older. She decided not to run for re-election. And so you ended up with this crowded primary with a large number of Black candidates, including, I think at the time he was a state representative, Adam Hollier. He's the one who finished second to Thanedar. And so Thanedar, when he ran for re-election in 2024, the expectation was that Hollier would run against him again. Well, Hollier got disqualified from the ballot. He basically, he failed to make the signature count after they went through and reviewed the legitimacy of the signatures. This is the thing that happens repeatedly in Michigan politics, by the way. So he was far from the first to deal with this. But you ended up with a couple lesser candidates in terms of the expectation that they could really give Thanedar a big run for his money, and he won in the low 50s to win renomination. But this time around, he's got a head-to-head matchup against McKinney, who is a state representative. So he is he's shown an ability to get elected to office, and so at least in that sense, you would think that the setup would be there now for if you were going to beat Thanedar. This would be the setting for it.
It definitely seems like now would be the time. And that's what we did see a little bit before, going into this race as well, before today. We did see like a Data for Progress poll, I believe it was, July 11th to July 15th, that showed Thanedar up +4 with only 13% undecided. And so even, having this perfect brew of a, demographic candidate like Donovan McKinney, there was still a largely competitive aspect to this race. And it's, that's coming in a pretty big disparity between the prediction market odds. So there's definitely a difference between what the money was saying and what the polls were saying, but it's very interesting. Yeah. I'd be actually interested to hear why you think there was such a large difference between the polling beforehand and the prediction markets.
Well, I think that came out of the fact that you didn't have that much polling. And I think the thought was, okay, the makeup of this district, the fact that Thanedar had not done that well even while winning renomination in 2024, he's always been felt like a bit of an odd duck. If people want a little bit of entertainment, go check out his social media because there's some very funny posts Just curious posts. Like he has got his own style of things. And hey, while we're sitting here talking, would you look at that? We got some more votes in. And McKinney has taken the lead. Now, this, of course, does not mean that Tanadar is going to lose, but McKinney now leads by about 53% to 47%. So, again, we're not in a position to project this race by any means, but it does speak to the fact that some more votes have come in from Wayne. So maybe actually this is an opportunity to shift back to what the race that everybody's really most interested in, which is the Senate race. And hey, El Sayed is up by 2 points. This race continues to be closer than I think we expected. We don't have still don't have a lot of vote from Wayne. At the end of the day, that is going to be such an important part of this the puzzle here, is to get a bit more of the vote from Wayne County before we can, I think, be in a position where we could project, or where we say, okay, maybe the early read was a little too favorable for El Sayed based on the polling and based on what we saw in terms of sort of initial vote counts. And yeah, so we're still in a position, but we got half the vote now. So that's an accomplishment, right? Good job. There you go, Michigan. I feel like my 16-month-old is in a real I want to clap at everything kind of mode right now. So we'll be at dinner and he'll have eaten with a spoon, which is a big accomplishment at this point. I mean, sometimes it's upside down, but sometimes he does manage to do it. A baby spoon, to be clear. And then we'll clap, be like, yay. And then he'll put his spoon down, and then he'll just start basically seeing how long he can have us clap. My hands have gotten very red from clapping for my son, but I feel like Michigan can get the kind of clap I give my son when he does this. So yeah, obviously this race continues to be eminently fascinating. Grace, I don't know if sort of looking at what. Actually, wait a second. Oh, sorry. Getting messages from people being like, "Hey, it's tightening." Yes, it is tightening. I guess let's think about Haley Stevens. One of the things that came up in this campaign, we were talking about electability earlier, but there was certainly a narrative that she was sort of awkward, sort of, she sort of eventually sort of embraced it as well, I'm Michigan, and her very Michigan accent. I guess, thinking about the sort of reporting that you do, particularly looking at women candidates, I guess, where did that sort of fit into all this? Because you were just talking earlier about El Sayed and sort of masculinity, going to the gym, making it not look like too bro-y or something, but coming across, I'm just curious, your read of things based on that.
Well, it's really interesting. I'm going to go look back in my notebook at some of the things. Got my notebook out here. About some of the things that came up when I talked to her supporters. She does. Yes, she maybe is not as, polished or as skilled of an orator as I'll say it, but those are not traits that, Michigan voters have necessarily historically prized. I don't think anyone would say that, for example, a Gary Peters or Debbie Stabenow were one of the great, oratorial messaging communicative talents of their time, but they certainly got a lot done. Were known as very pragmatic, results focused oriented senators, and I think Haley Stevens is definitely in that tradition. I talked to at the event she did with Gretchen Whitmer and Jim Clyburn there in Detroit, who a lot of Black women local electeds I talked to said we've really strong relationships with her. We've known her forever. We have kind of this direct line with her. And one really instance that one of them cited was at the state convention. They said, she was booed. She was getting all this negative, feedback from the crowd, but she stood up there and kind of took it all in stride and, was a fighter. And she's had sort of this a little happy warrior-esque approach, which is, I'm just going to roll up my sleeves and get things done. I think earlier today she was gaggling with reporters and said she would be a whippersnapper, which is a word.
That sounds so like Haley Stevens.
It really is.
That's funny.
It really is. Yeah. And I think there's, an aspect to that, which sure, it might not be what we necessarily think is the most slick or the most polished, but, does appeal to people, is, relatable, endearing even. And I also think that her years of relationships with local elected officials can't be overstated. And El Sayed does too. He was the Wayne County Health Director for a long time. But I think maybe a little bit of the story of this primary, even if she loses, might be that the party still decides a little bit. I also do wonder if endorsements from people like Gretchen Whitmer, even though she was kind of late in the game, but like Gary Peters, Debbie Stabenow, Jennifer Granholm, if that, moved the needle as former elected officials who are pretty popular within the Democratic Party. And I also think like electability came up so much when I was talking to voters too. And especially with Stevens supporters, they just thought that she was the safer choice in a purple state.
I really liked what you said about her almost embracing a little bit of her uniqueness.
Yeah.
Because I think a big theme for this primary cycle so far has been that, the people are really striving to see their candidates be authentic and they want to see that fight. And her, playing into some of those tropes that people might be making stabs on X or on Twitter, or on social media, and her owning that, I think, is showing the voters, I'm me, I'm who I am, and like you know what you're gonna get when you vote for me. And I think that's definitely a big factor this primary season.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a note, just for folks, earlier in the evening, we still don't have a lot of vote from these places, but you're talking about sort of the Flint region, Saginaw, Genesee, up into Bay County. Bay County these are parts of like the 8th district that's very competitive, very 50-50. But this is an area where I would think that Haley Stevens would do better. And she now is leading. Earlier in the night, she wasn't leading through all these places, but now she is. Again, we still don't have, that might not be the case by the end, because we still just don't have a lot of the vote in from these places. But I just thought it was worth noting, because I think that played a role. That plus Wayne County adding a few more votes is how we've gotten this race down to 2 points now. Still a long way to go. And I think, push comes to shove, El Sayed is still in a better position. But it is, I think this is proven to be more interesting than I think a lot of us thought it might be. And either way, it's going to be very interesting to dig into after the fact. But I think earlier you were talking a little bit about it, Grace, but obviously whoever wins this, more likely than not El Sayed, but there will be a lot of cleanup to do after the fact. It sounds like there's already a unity event planned in that sense. So they are talking about this, but a divisive primary, it's one of those things. There's a chicken or egg problem. Or divisive primaries in and of themselves are seemingly divisive. This one, I think we can say qualitatively, has been divisive at many moments. But if you look back at sort of the history of, does a close primary lead to a loss for that party in the general election, the results are mixed. And a lot of that comes down to a mix of the particular political environment you were in. And there are reasons to think this one's going to be better for Democrats. So does that help? Does President Trump at the end of the day help unify Democrats heading into the general election enough? Or do you think if Stevens were to somehow win this, do you have like progressive voters staying home or skipping this race? Does that happen?
Yeah, I think first of all, there's so much that's going to happen between now and November. I mean, just the month of July.
3 months. 3 whole months.
Yeah. Just July alone, since the Graham Plattner dropped out, I feel like it's been like the longest month long or decade of my life. So there's a lot that's going to happen between now and November for one. And I do think, overall, the polling shows that Democrats are more enthused, have higher enthusiasm than Republicans right now. I think, say they're more likely to vote. I do think that Trump's unpopularity is, going to be the dominant theme of the cycle, and especially in a place like Michigan, whereas Haley Stevens pointed out to me has been very, very sensitive to the impact of a lot of his policies. But it is also, I think a lot of people were expecting or maybe hoping that this primary would kind of settle this sort of ideological divide debate within the party. But if this margin stays as close as it is now, I think that's still something that Democrats are going to have to contend with. And I just think back to 2024 too, when the uncommitted movement, what really got its start in Michigan, was a little bit of a canary in the coal mine for, some of Democrats' vulnerabilities with unity and, turnout in that year. So, I don't see progressives, El-Sayed supporters staying home as so much the problem. But I do think that it's just, going to keep, this is not going to be the end of Democrats' power struggles. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, let's check in and see. Let's see what else is going on in the world. We don't have any updates in the Detroit 13th, but we did have a projection earlier. We just didn't really get a chance to talk about it. But Democrats have nominated William Lawrence in the Lansing-based 7th district, a very 50-50 seat, and this we've talked about Abdul El-Sayed being a test for progressives if he wins the Democratic nomination for Senate in a swing state. Well, this is a swing seat within a swing state. And Lawrence, I think the concern for some Democrats was that he's not raising as much money. He's more progressive. He's said a lot of things. We're seeing that play out in maybe a more negative way for a candidate with Francesca Hong in the gubernatorial race in Wisconsin. But now Lawrence is going to face Tom Barrett in a seat that I would view as basically a must win for Democrats. This is exactly the kind of seat that if they're going to win back the House, that they have to win. And so I don't know what you guys make of this being a progressive victory, though maybe this was also because of a split field. I think Brink and Masdam potentially could have united if one dropped out. But of course, who would drop out in this situation? 29, 28,
Yeah. So I'm really glad we're talking about this, because I went to Lansing to report on this race and just published a really long story about it today. This has been like
I'm sorry I missed it. Today's
no,
been
you're good. Yeah,
today's
been a little busy. No, this race has been like kind of my personal obsession. I feel like it's gotten so overlooked by the Senate race, but arguably the three-way component of it has made it even more interesting. And I actually am not surprised to see Will Lawrence won. I am surprised that it seems like he's winning by a much larger margin than El-Sayed is in the Senate race. That I did not see coming. But I think it's a microcosm of a lot of things. So to kind of back up a little bit, as you mentioned, super, super competitive district, went for Trump by 1 point, currently held by a Republican. But this kind of started out with a recruiting failure. I talked to Matt Grossman, great professor of political science over at Michigan State. And he was, pointed out the context is that
Matt's a good guy.
That's a great guy.
Very sharp guy.
Very sharp guy. Yeah. And this whole situation kind of started with Democrats not being able to recruit any, local office holders, statewide office holders in the district. So it's kind of why you had these two out of district candidates move there to run for office. Bridget Brink, who did grow up in Michigan, but moved to the district for run for office, and Matt Masdam. And I think the kind of like centrist proxy war has been really interesting, and gender has been a big part of it. I know you were just mentioning, who would have dropped out there, I think, one thing, and Matt made this point too, that, neither of them really saw coming, was that Will Lawrence would have this, big surge in momentum. He was kind of seen as a long shot candidate. Bridget Brink and Matt Masdam were, mainly focusing their attacks on each other. There was a lot of outside spending from pro-Masdam groups against Bridget Brink. But the Will Lawrence surge really, really shook this race up. And again, you kind of saw this failure of, to coalesce or consolidate, which I think says something really interesting about the moderate wing of the party. You had Alyssa Slotkin, who used to represent the district, coming in at the last minute to endorse the third place candidate, Matt Masdam. That ruffled some feathers with women's groups. And then last week, one of the pro-Masdam groups put out a poll showing Lawrence in the lead and him in second and Bridget Brink in third. And their takeaway was Bridget Brink's the spoiler and should drop out. And that also did not go over well with groups like Emily's List, who I talked to their president, Jessica Mackler. on Saturday, and she told me, it's really unfortunate. And he said, like, why does this man, the audacity of this man who's, been pulling in third for most of the race to call for her to drop out. And again, we haven't been having as many of these, sort of open squabbles and, contentious debates over gender and sexism and electability in a lot of House primaries, but it's one that's played out here. And it's just, is really, really interesting. And as far as the general election goes, Will Lawrence is really the first Democratic socialist progressive of this kind to be nominated in a swing district. We've seen candidates, Democratic socialists, win in safe blue seats, but it's going to be a really, really fascinating matchup for sure.
Yeah, just to point out to folks, just the general election here, this is a seat that Trump carried by a little over 1 in 2024, while Alyssa Slotkin in the Senate race was carrying it by a little over 1. And now she represented this seat previously. And so, it's we're talking about the swingiest of swingy turf here. So again, it is a seat that I feel like that if, Democrats are going to win back the House, it's the kind of seat that they have to win. Thinking about, I don't know if Grace, I know you were interested in the 7th district. I don't know if your travels or reporting took you at all to the 10th.
They did. Yeah.
Hey, well, let's go over there because you have a woman in the lead there, and Christina Hines. I know she's a former sort of special victims prosecutor. But you had a couple other notable candidates in the race. And I feel like one of the reasons this race didn't get talked about as much is because I don't know if the sort of progressive, moderate establishment lines were as clear.
Yeah, that's true. They weren't as clear. And Christina Hines has been sort of the front runner for the campaign. She, was leading in fundraising and endorsements, also backed by Emily's List. And she has this really, really interesting background as a sex crimes prosecutor. And she's also, made a lot of local issues, affordability, domestic manufacturing jobs, really central to her campaign. But, also, that background she has as a prosecutor is interesting, given, how much we've seen, sexual misconduct scandals in Congress, really, really roiling the chamber, including up until this week. And she, when I interviewed her, she said, I feel like Congress could use a sex crimes prosecutor right now. It hasn't gotten as much attention, but there's also, I think, a prime pickup opportunity that Democrats will really be targeting this seat.
And sort of in the same vein, I don't know if you got a chance to look at the 11th at all. This is the seat that Stevens is leaving behind. This is not going to be competitive in the fall.
Yeah.
But Jeremy Moss, who's a state senator, he won here. But I found it interesting because I thought that Don Uford, the guy in 4th, was going to do a bit better than this. But in the end, it's actually Aisha Faruqi who's in 2nd. This is only notable, I think, in the sense that the winner of this primary in a seat that I forget what was off the top of my head. Harris won it by 16. It was not going to be competitive in the fall, but obviously Moss winning is who, you're deciding who the next person from this district is going to be. But I don't know if that one may not have been on the radar as much. But I thought might as well mention, you know what I'm talking about here. I didn't even actually bring it up on screen. Brilliant hosting at 11:45 p.m. But yes, I'm now bringing it up. There we go. Jeremy Moss, Aisha Faruqi. Jeremy Moss will be headed to Congress. So that's notable, and that we do have a projection there. We could go back to Washington. We could talk about a referendum. We could talk about Virginia. I don't know. Did you actually look at the 1st or 2nd districts at all in Virginia?
The first a little bit. Yeah, I've sort of been keeping an eye on that. That the 1st district is also one where there's a woman prosecutor who's going to be the Democratic nominee. Shannon Taylor. This is one that Democratic strategists have been bringing up to me for a few months now. It's like, this is one to watch that's under the radar, but is kind of a little bit more of a reach than some others for Democrats. But I think in a good environment, one that they could flip. She's former prosecutor, also has made running against corruption really central to her campaign, as Christina Hines, running against Rob Whitman.
Yes, and just for folks who are at home, Whitman did much better than Trump did in this seat. Trump carried by about 5, even while Whitman was winning by double digits.
Yeah.
So very notable in that sense. I did notice somebody in the comments point out that we did not say anything more about the 13th. Maybe they had looked away for a minute in Michigan. Basically, we don't have an update. We were here a little while ago, 53-47. McKinney's in the lead, but we are still waiting on a lot of vote here, obviously. So nothing's been projected here at this point. But that's, at this point, I think you'd probably rather be McKinney, but we're a ways from knowing the outcome there.
Mhm.
And just to bounce way back to Virginia again, which is my home state, so I get to have a little fun here. Because it would have been a lot more interesting electorally if the redistricting referendum had stuck and had not been overturned by the state Supreme Court. We would have been on here for another hour because we would have started at 7 instead of 8. But I'll note that Elaine Luria won the Democratic primary, which was not a shock, in the second district. She will face Jen Kiggins, Republican incumbent. This is another one of those, if Democrats don't win this, are they actually winning back the House kind of seats? Yeah. This was at one point almost the median seat, but after redistricting has fallen a little bit away from that mark. But nonetheless, Luria held the seat previously. Kiggins beat her in 2022, and now Luria is trying to get the seat back. So definitely, it's one of those ones. This will be one of the first, I think, just worth noting to folks watching. Virginia's polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern. This will probably won't be one of the early competitive seats that we have a lot of results in November. Mm-hmm. And it's a seat that if Democrats win it, they have around, based on our forecast, and we don't know anything else, in the House. If Democrats win it, they have about a 3 and 4 shot of winning the House, which is a little bit higher than their overall numbers in our forecast right now. So it's like one of those seats that they kind of need to win. If they're going to find, if they're going to be in a situation where they're getting the majority. So just for folks following things at home, that was I thought it was probably worth mentioning what was going on there. And you know what? Got some more votes in Michigan Senate. So let's head back there. Tommy, I'm not trying to cut you out of the conversation. What is there anything else you looked at Wayne County a lot, I know, for the 13th. And obviously that's a place where we're still waiting for a lot of votes. I will say that the margin has narrowed a bit there.
Yeah.
Looks like Stevens is now up by 10 instead of, closer to 20. And that probably reflects why El Sayed is up by about 3.5 now. Looking at Wayne County and thinking about El Sayed's appeal, or maybe it's, did you look at age much when you were looking at that? Because obviously that's a component in this primary.
Yeah, that's a good question. Age wasn't something I know too deep about, to be honest. But if we do look, with who Haley Stevens and El Sayed might appeal to most, it is interesting to note that Haley Stevens does appeal more to the Black population more than Abdul El Sayed might. And so that is why we might be seeing this initial, vote drop early on from Haley Stevens really boosting up in Wayne County. Because of that northern section in Detroit, where it's a bit more urban, we might be seeing more results a little bit more quickly. That's definitely going to be showing Haley Stevens up, a lot more than Abdul El Sayed in the beginning. But this is, something that we do expect to go more in favor for Haley Stevens, even though initially we did think that, the more progressive candidate of, McKinney would be favored there.
Yeah,
and it goes back to the 13th.
Yeah, sure. Which is, is a little more than half of the county. So the fact that McKinney's doing well there at the same time that Stevens is carrying the county as a whole, it would be interesting to see the breakdown in the 13th if we had the congressional district level. But that'll have to come after the election. I have to do some breakdowns, the congressional district vote.
And I do got to break away here real quick. So I just want to, thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for jumping on. Grace, I mentioned Wisconsin earlier.
Yeah.
And I was curious, obviously this has been this race right here we have on screen right now has been such a central focus of the conversation about sort of debates within the Democratic Party. But obviously Wisconsin is a pivotal swing state.
Yeah.
And honestly, Francesca Hong may have seemed like an even stronger bet to win against a divided field. Although, I don't know, we got a little hint that maybe there's a new poll coming out showing that race has gotten closer because of some of the stuff's been going on there. But obviously, DSA, is her background? I should know this, but obviously she's of Asian descent, and I'm not sure what is it Chinese? I don't honestly remember.
Korean. Yeah, she's
Korean.
Yeah.
Hong, Korean. Sorry.
You're
almost midnight. So obviously, she also represents like one of the most progressive places in the country, really, probably Madison.
Yeah.
I think she actually even represents what they call like the Isthmus district, which is like the one right. Yes. Please.
Isthmus. Yes, she represents like a super People's Republic of Madison.
Yeah, people of Madison. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Or whatever. Yes.
Yeah. Super, super Bluesy. I think she was elected in 2020, and before that, had a background in the service industry. And that's something that she's made a part of her campaign. Touting the fact that she's has that experience. Being a working person, being a single mom, and now she's taking that statewide, and it's been this sort of really head-spinning, crazy series of events, and it's actually a little bit similar to the Michigan 7 situation, where you had kind of a failure to consolidate by the anti-left. I don't know if moderate is exactly the right word, because some of the other candidates in the Wisconsin governor primary are also progressive. But of the anti-DSA, shall we say, coalition to shift the outcome. In Michigan 7, it was Alyssa Slotkin who tried to get her preferred candidate from third to first, and that didn't work out. In Wisconsin, you have Governor Evers convincing a candidate who had dropped out to get back in the race.
That is truly one of the nuttiest things you will ever see, is a guy drop out and then like a week later is like, well, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah. So you have, for those keeping track at home, you had two current lieutenant governor and former lieutenant governor, neither of whom were endorsed by the current governor under whom they had served. Both dropped out of the race for different scandals. And then, the Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley getting back in. And it's kind of the subtext, the undertone is it's really, a little contentious. Evers has said he doesn't think Hong can win. He's accused her of running, an online campaign, which I actually don't think is true based on my time reporting with her. I had probably the most offline weekend I've had reporting with a candidate this past weekend with her. But all that said, it's, all of these tensions are just like really, again, like out in the open in Wisconsin. And it's like interesting too, to think about how the timing of retirements for some of these statewide Midwest politicians has pushed all this out into the open. Like if Gary Peters had served another term, we would not be here at almost midnight with this map right here. If Tony Evers had decided to run again, there wouldn't be this situation. Same in, Minnesota with Tina Smith. And it's something that Democrats in these states would have had to have these fights no matter what. But it's, kind of interesting. You see the old guard stepping away and then not being able to pick their own successor, which is really, really interesting. With the exception of Minnesota, I think Tina Smith is going to get Peggy Flanagan over the line.
Well,
there.
Hey, that's a perfect opportunity to we could mention the one of the other big races on the docket for next Tuesday is the Minnesota Senate race. The primary there between two women, Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor, and Angie Craig, congresswoman from the MSP suburbs, Minneapolis, St. Paul suburbs. Obviously, it seems like Flanagan has some of that progressive left energy on her side, but Craig is formidable, quite a fundraiser. Our polling average has Flanagan up about 42-36, but that leaves a fair amount of undecided. And I think you would say Flanagan is the favorite, but not overwhelmingly.
Yeah, it is actually a little bit analogous to the Michigan race. I actually think Peggy Flanagan is in some ways, a stronger, better suited maybe candidate statewide than El Sayed might be, just, you know, in terms of the fact that she is a statewide official already.
Right.
And same for Angie Craig and Haley Stevens. Angie Craig is also kind of a centrist, moderate House Democrat, but very, you know, prolific fundraiser, also the top Democrat on the Agriculture Committee. Ag is big in Minnesota. But that is also, you know, people talk about Minnesota nice. That has been a very, very contentious primary with both, you know, Flanagan and Craig really attacking each other from the beginning. My colleague Mel Barkley had a really good story recently for us on how immigration and Angie Craig's vote for the Laken Riley Act is, you know, something that might imperil her given Minnesota's history with immigration this past year. And it also the fact that Minnesota is further to the left than a Wisconsin or a Michigan. But yeah, just another really, really fascinating intra-party fight playing out there. And yes, also some interesting House primaries in Minnesota too, including for Angie Craig's seat.
Yeah, there's interesting stuff. I mean, we are getting to the let's dig into, you know, any interesting thing. I mean,
yeah.
Did you look at the Vermont governor's primary? I live in Vermont now. I'm in DC right now, but I live in Vermont. And,
oh, no way. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Two women are battling for the Democratic nomination. They will almost certainly lose. The winner will almost certainly lose to Phil Scott, who's kind of a Teflon Republican in a very blue state, who fits it well and is also a check on the very, very progressive legislature, which I know is part of how he's done well.
Yeah.
But you know, that's another contest on the docket. And you know what? We could mission South Carolina here. Darlene Graham and the special Republican primary for Senate is also next Tuesday. That's going to be, I think it's probably going to a runoff, but it's sort of who's going to advance to said runoff and how well will Graham do as the Trump candidate and obviously the sister of the late Lindsey Graham.
Yeah. Yes, super interesting. I did not catch the debate tonight, but
I can't imagine why.
Yeah, I know. It's not
poorly
like
scheduled, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but that is like that's also a really interesting gender and politics story too. I think a lot of what we've been talking about is kind of like this intra-Democratic Party fights, but on the GOP side, it's been really, really interesting to see how she's positioned herself. You know, something that stuck out to me, she has a background working in disability services and policy. And I'm trying to think of what she said. It was something like my brother. Oh yeah. It was like my brother was an expert on the federal budget. I'm like an expert on like the household budget and like the kitchen table budget. Like he was really focused on foreign wars. I'm kind of focused on like your grocery bill. Which is like an interesting message. Obviously, South Carolina is not going to be competitive in the general, but just thinking about how.
Don't tell Annie Andrews that. No, I've seen chatter. You see people mentioning South Carolina. It's like, I'm pretty dubious. I mean, maybe it's closer than usual. That's perfectly possible, but for a Democrat to win South Carolina would be kind of a shock.
And Andrews also hasn't really made like an explicit pivot to the center that we've seen.
No, which is curious.
She's running a very like, very standard liberal progressive campaign, unlike some of the other Democratic Senate nominees in red states. But I think Darlene Graham could just play a really interesting role in the Republican conference in general. She got her brother's committee assignment.
Wow. I mean,
especially thinking about who the surrogates and everything might be as we think about the Republican side of the field going into 28. South Carolina has just like been another main character.
Yes. Oh, a lot of main character energy.
A lot of main character energy.
Hey, I just want to remind folks, we are still keeping an eye on other stuff. There's no new updates on Michigan's 13th, where we don't have a projection yet. The Donovan McKinney and Sri Tanadar race. We also, I don't believe, have a projection yet in the 10th, although I have so many tabs open now that I'm not really sure. That's the Michigan 10th to clarify. Oh, no, we do. Okay, we have projected that Christina Hines has won. I'm bringing that up now. Basically, she won, which means Christina Hines, you were mentioning earlier, prosecuted sex crimes, and I had been the front runner here, but you did have three like solid candidates, like candidates who you knew they were fundraising pretty well. They had local ties or strong fundraising. You knew that they were probably going to win a fair bit of the votes. So she came out of a tough primary in that sense. And she will almost certainly face, and I actually haven't looked at it tonight, but I assume Mike Bouchard won. Mike Bouchard Jr., I should say, who is really, really interesting in terms of, so yeah. Oh yeah. Well, oh God, it really wasn't close. So just to mention this race, Mike Bouchard Jr. Has won the Republican nomination easily, got President Trump's endorsement. Earlier in the race, earlier in this cycle, this looked like it was going to be kind of a competitive race between Bouchard and Robert Luglaraj, I believe is how he pronounces it.
That is the most
that's a fun name.
That's the most
very fun. I believe
county last name.
I believe he is of Albanian descent.
Yeah,
but he's a lawyer and he was in the mix. Did you do anything on this race?
Not so much on the Republican side.
Yeah.
But yeah. Obviously this is going to be, both sides are going to be putting in a lot of effort to keep this one in Republican hands with no incumbent as John James embarks on another statewide campaign.
Yes. Bouchard, I should mention. So he's basically Mike Bouchard Jr. His father has been sheriff of Oakland County for which is in this district. I should note only this little part here on the left, top left corners in Oakland. The rest of it's in Macomb County. But his father has been the Oakland County sheriff for, I think, almost 30 years now. He's run statewide at least once, maybe twice, lost in some Republican primaries. But he's a very well-known figure. And as Oakland County has become bluer over the years, and now is a pretty safely blue-leaning county, suburban, affluent, the kind of markers that we've seen counties shift in the Trump era, in particular, from 50-50 to much more clearly a blue-leaning place. He has held on to that office, and he has continued to win as a Republican sheriff. And so his son here, who's an Army veteran, I believe, has won the Republican nomination. So he will face Christina Hines in a very, I think, a much-watched race that may have gotten a little less notice because of everything that's been going on in the Senate contest. And also the 7th, which I think was getting a lot of attention. But those two seats, the 7th and 10th, are going to be extremely competitive in the fall and ones to watch.
And the 4th district to some extent, too. I know that was one that...
Oh, the 8th?
No, the 4th.
The 4th. Oh, yes. God, I haven't even talked about the 4th. It was because there wasn't a primary. There wasn't any primary action really there. But we can, we should go over there.
Yeah, check it out.
So this is Bill Huizenga's district, and the Republican incumbent there. I don't think he had an opponent. Or no, he did. Okay. Well, I mean, more or less, he technically had an opponent. But this is another one of the seats that. This is a seat President Trump carried by about 5.5. Huizenga, I believe, won it by more than that. He won it by 12. And he is going to face Sean McCann, who is a member of the state legislature, who won the primary there. That was expected. I'll pull the results up, though. So this is a race that is very much on the Democrats' minds as a target in Michigan. Thank you for reminding me. It's like this in the 8th, but neither had a lot of primary action.
Right.
So
But
so Michigan, kind of like Pennsylvania, it's going to have a lot of House seats that in a key swing state that is going to be really pivotal to sort of the overall House picture.
Yeah.
Just a lot going there. Actually, I am curious if given your reporting and what the kinds of things you focus on, I know that just to kind of bring it to the full circle here, to mention Kristen McDonald-Rivet, who had no primary opposition. So but she's in a seat that's very 50-50, and it's this like we don't keep tallies for the unopposed races, which is why you're not seeing anything here. But she, in terms of, it's interesting. There was a special election earlier this year in the state Senate district that she previously held that went very blue and was also very 50-50 in terms of its presidential vote. And so I think the thought has been that this is going to be not a layup, but that she's a pretty clear favorite to win re-election. I think actually some ratings outlets have even moved it to likely Democratic, even though, again, it is a seat that is, what was the actual? It was Trump carried it by 2.
Interesting.
So, the fact that it seems like it's off the board is perhaps striking.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you'd done any reporting on her or have run into stuff about her, given that I think she was in the conversation as a potential Senate candidate, even though she's only been there for a term.
Yeah, well, this is some of the reporting about the behind the scenes of the recruitment in the Senate race. Is that first Chuck Schumer prefers candidates who have won statewide, so his first choice was Whitmer. She didn't want to do it. I think it was also reported that he looked at Hillary Scholten. She didn't want to do it, and is now a very vocal Haley Stevens supporter. And then also asked Kristen McDonald-Rivet. She didn't want to do it. So it kind of settled on Haley Stevens there. But I spent a little bit of, not a ton of time, but a little bit of time in that district in Davison, which is a suburb of Flint, at a really beautiful house next to a field. So very, very rural Michigan for an El-Sayed event. That actually both Elizabeth Warren and Chris Van Hollen were at. So it was very funny. There were a few of us reporters there, doing little interviews with them on the porch and by the barn with chickens wandering around. But she's definitely, frontline member one to watch for sure. And district will be interesting to see how much bluer it moves this year with her as the incumbent.
Yeah. And, the Republican race, I think I didn't review this because the primary stuff, but I believe there was potentially a different Republican candidate who might have run earlier, back in 2025, who was discussed, who ended up not running here. And I think that was a reflection of McDonald-Rivet's strength. And at the end of the day, I know the Republican field had raised very little money here, even though this seat on paper is, certainly not off the board for Republicans. So the fact that it hasn't really gotten as much notice maybe says something about her and just where the district is right now. Kind of looking around, let's see, what do we got? Any more updates? Just bringing people back to the big race of the night. El-Sayed is up 4 points.
Okay,
interesting. The margin in Wayne County has shrunk.
Huh.
So, again, I think Stevens needs to be winning Wayne County by more if she's going to actually win this thing.
Yeah.
And so that's probably a good sign for El-Sayed at this point, that he has closed the gap a bit. But obviously, we're still only up to about, not quite 2/3 of the estimated vote in. So, a lot of that is still in Wayne, which is only about half the vote in from there, as well as a few of these other counties where I guess the real question is, can Haley Stevens make up enough ground in places like Saginaw, and Genesee?
That's really interesting.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm dubious. I still think you'd much rather be El-Sayed at this point.
Yeah.
But it's her lead did grow a little bit late on in Oakland as they've gotten closer to being fully counted. This is her home base, which she needed to be winning as well. And earlier in the night was only winning by a couple points, but she's up by about 5 there now. So, things are shifting, but El-Sayed in the lead still. So, the fundamental sort of situation has not dramatically changed. Another race that maybe you have stumbled into a little bit, in your travels and in your work. I know that, we talked about Washington's 3rd a little bit earlier, but the one open seat in Washington State is the 4th district. And looks like we do have projections here. Hey, would you look at that? Okay, something to talk about while we wait on Michigan. So Amanda McKinney is a Yakima County commissioner, and she had Trump's backing and was seen as, clearly sort of the leading Republican. But the question was, this district has had a habit of sending two Republicans to the general election in recent times. This is Dan Newhouse's district, one of the only two Republicans left in the House who voted to impeach Trump after the events of January 6th in 2021. And Jared Sessler, who had run against him and finished second in Washington's top two primary, Sessler advanced against Newhouse in 2024, had Trump's endorsement, but narrowly lost to Newhouse in the general election, probably because Newhouse picked up some Democratic votes. And but it does look like this may be a simpler one in the fall, because instead of a two Republican race, John Dureski, the lone Democrat on the ballot, did win enough of the vote that he is going to advance. We're projecting. So McKinney should have a comfortable general election. This is a seat that will remain in Republican hands. It's not going to be competitive, but a Republican woman, which we have seen trends on that shifting a little bit in the other direction, perhaps. Maybe you can speak to that more broadly.
So zooming out a little bit in terms of women's representation in the House, it's the increasing higher rates of representation have sort of leveled out overall, and a big part of that is a decline, leveling off among Republicans. Republican women have not been expanding their ranks at a super high rate, despite there being many concerted pushes led by some, including former Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, to get more women to run. And that's kind of contributed to this overall trend leveling off. But there are definitely some interesting ones making some waves in the House. Obviously, you have Ashley Hinson, who's running for Senate in Iowa and what's going to be a pretty competitive race. Julia Letlow running for Senate in Louisiana and what's going to be a safer race. And then back in Michigan, Lisa McClain is in House Republican leadership. So there are a few House Republican women doing some interesting things right now.
So thanks. That's I wonder if there actually might be any other little tidbits to peel back from Washington State at this point. It's oh, you know what? Here we got an update from the boiler room, as Chris and Chuck like to call it. But the folks, DDHQ, the projection team, essentially where things stand right now is that a majority of the vote remaining is absentees, which is actually more likely than not to favor Stevens. But El Sayed remains a favorite to win because his current 40,000 vote margin, that will be difficult for Stevens to overcome, even if the absentee vote does favor her. But the big thing is that we're still waiting on around 150,000 votes in Wayne County. And we need to see a few more of those votes to have a feel just how realistic it is that Stevens could catch him. Because if the vote, I think, looks kind of like how it's been looking in Wayne now with this smaller margin for Stevens, that's not enough. She would need more to win. And so, or at least probably. And it's one of the things where if El Sayed cuts that margin at all, that's probably very good news for him. So a lot of vote left in Wayne. But this has certainly proven to be more competitive than I think we expected. At the end of the
and you said she's expected to make up ground on remaining absentees out of Wayne County, or just in general?
Just in general, that at this point, like going county by county, a lot of what's left. Because here we've got some other things that have come in. Saginaw is now up to 71% in. So that's that's north of Flint, which is Genesee, to the south there. Still only have about half the vote in from there. Still waiting on Muskegon, which I find curious. Anyway, that I have no idea where that'll go, but it is actually a light blue county, so I am curious to see what
Yeah,
happens there.
maybe it broke off and floated into Lake Michigan, and that's why we don't.
Yes.
have it.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, I also learned that there's a Muskegon to Milwaukee ferry.
Oh,
Which
hey.
I did not take. Yeah, I just flew there, but yeah, that's fun. Fun transportation facts. It's the
Yeah,
segment.
you mentioned. Well, no, it's okay. You mentioned Scholten.
Yeah.
Scholten
Yeah.
running, or the conversation about her potentially running. Obviously, she's seeking re-election to the House in the 3rd district, which has become more Democratic leaning. A lot of that is down to Kent County, where Grand Rapids is, more affluent, higher education levels, and it has become a more blue leaning area. And so the 3rd district, which is kind of this part, has become it's not safe, but it at least in this environment, this particular cycle, Scholten shouldn't have much trouble. But you notice El Sayed cleaning up there. He's going to win it handily. And this is a county that, at the end of the day, if El Sayed wins, which still seems like the more likely outcome, this to me, like my thought was, if El Sayed is cleaning up in a place like Grand Rapids, it says something to me about, like, beyond Stevens's home base, is she actually in places where there are a lot of Democrats? Is she actually able to win? And, Grand Rapids, no. Obviously, Ingham and Washington are a little harder because you're talking about big college communities, East Lansing, Michigan State's, and Ingham around Lansing. Washtenaw is where Ann Arbor is, College Town with University of Michigan. Kalamazoo is where Western Michigan is, though that's not as significant.
Yeah.
But the fact that, Grand Rapids, to me, Kent County was like, if El Sayed is cleaning up there, I bet he wins. That was sort of my thought.
Yeah.
Heading into this.
Yeah. Well, and actually, the Ingham County result is interesting. That actually, if you don't mind pulling that up again, and this is getting way back into the weeds again. But the pro Matt Mazdum super PAC that put out that internal last week had him up in it also pulled the Senate race in the district. But I think it was like a very, here it is. Yeah. So in the 7th district, they had polled El Sayed 57%, Stevens 35%. That actually, there are obviously those other counties in the district, but it looks pretty dead on. There are obviously a lot of issues with the statewide polling in this Senate race, but yeah, I'm very grateful to all the pollsters out there who, when they do internals for House races, also poll statewide races in those districts and release that to us. It is very helpful.
I'd like to second that. I always enjoy a county poll. For instance, it's like, oh, what's going on in this county? Just because it is, it can be a useful indicator. It's more information.
For sure.
So that's much appreciated.
Yeah.
But we're here. We've hit the 2/3 mark on the estimated vote, but that still means there's 500,000 votes left, and around 150,000 of those are here.
Yeah.
In Wayne County, 160,000, but 150 roughly. And whenever we get another batch of those, that might be pretty telling, or it might just be more of the same. We have some votes now in from Muskegon, though, and El Sayed, as he has over here in Ottawa and Kent in particular, is leading there. So that's a net 1,000 vote gain for him out of there. So again, if you're thinking about like paths to victory, right now El Sayed is up by about 38,000 votes, it looks like. And so that's why Wayne County is so important, as some of the folks on the projection team were talking about. But holding, and we got some more votes, but still kind of stayed the same, 38,000 votes. And at some point, if that doesn't shrink more for Stevens, you're going to run out of votes, and it's not going to be possible. Doesn't look like that latest little batch that we got was from Wayne, which of course is what we're all very interested in. We're basically at about the final tally in Oakland, her home base. She won by about 6. That's a little better than she was doing earlier in the night, but
very interesting.
The fact that she didn't win it by more is perhaps also a sign that if El Sayed wins at the end of the night, we're going to look at that as another little marker. Like she needed to be up by 10 at home or something.
Right. And that is actually very interesting to me that she's, it actually makes sense. Her given her district in Oakland County is that kind of more suburban, college-educated type of base that's maybe more likely to be in Al-Sayed's camp. But yeah, that is like very interesting to me that she's not doing better in her home area.
The thing with this race in general is that the county level, the county level vote is fascinating. But after the post analysis, when we have more like precinct level voting and we can go into like town by town, that's going to be really fascinating for a place like Oakland, where I would expect what is like Southfield. I think is right here. It's like a majority Black community. Like, how did Stevens do there versus some other communities, north of there that are a lot whiter? Like, I would just be very curious. And then like how education versus sort of affluence breakdown in some places. Like, there's just, I mean, there are a million threads to pull on these kinds of things. But it is not over.
No.
We are not projecting yet. But, let me just check real quick. Nope. No new votes in the 13th district. So still waiting on more there in the Donovan McKinney, Sheree Tanadar race. We got a lot of projections in Washington State coming in. I'm trying to think if there were some other things that were particularly, we've hit on a lot of things, obviously. I don't know. Are there any other races on as we're sitting here waiting? Look, Florida and Alaska are on the 18th.
Yes.
Just to keep kind of branching out the calendar here. I know you've written a lot about, I know you've looked at Mary Peltola a lot. And obviously at this point, I should mention in our the Decision Desk H2 forecast, that is essentially after the North Carolina and Maine category, Alaska is basically the next best bet for Democrats in our forecast. Not overwhelmingly, it's very much a toss up, but I am curious. I'm just curious what you make of how that race is going. It seems like there are a lot of hijinks right now in terms of candidates with the top four system, each party trying to ensure that maybe two left-leaning candidates get in or two right-leaning candidates make it, which is not the greatest thing. It's kind of gamesmanship, but it's clearly a part of what is going on.
Yeah, Alaska is another one of my personal obsessions. I am hoping, God willing, knock on wood, I'm trying to get out there.
Oh, cool.
I'm just like, we're running out of time on the calendar. I'm trying to get up there because.
Well, the good news is you do know that it's Peltola and Sullivan are definitely advancing. So you do know that
it's going to be a woman candidate. But this is, really a toss-up race. Dan Sullivan is someone who is relatively, not as controversial recently as Lisa Murkowski, but he outperformed Trump by quite a lot in 2020 when this race is up. But now, it's a midterm year. Peltola's won statewide before. Alaska just has so many really interesting, unique dynamics that are unique to it, with, for example, the role of the fisheries, its relationship with the federal government. These are all things that Peltola has really emphasized in her campaign. That's going to be a really interesting one. And as you mentioned, there are some hijinks happening with some outside groups propping up a Green Party candidate as like the real progressive, which that was also another thing I didn't even touch on in Michigan 7, but there also had some Republican meddling in that race, propping up Will Lawrence. And this is something we've seen throughout the cycle, Republican groups, propping up either, more progressives or in this case, a Green Party candidate. And that's not even to mention the saga of the many Dan Sullivans, or perhaps it's Dan's Sullivan.
Yes.
On the ballot. That's on the 18th. And lots of interesting stuff in Florida too. I'm trying to think on the House.
Yeah, what do you think about with Florida? I mean, what do you think about Ashley Moody? I saw a Politico article the other day about is she running kind of too low key of a campaign, and at the same time, she now leads by like 7 or 8 in our polling average, which means she's that of the sort of group of seats that President Trump won those states by 11 to 14 points. So Alaska, Iowa, Ohio, that Texas, and then Florida. Florida's kind of the odd man out or odd woman out in that one doesn't seem as feasible. Or well, I mean, Democrats have a shot, but it's not nearly in the same category of competitiveness.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the Cook political ratings. Yeah, they have it as solid Republican. Alexander Vindman, the twin brother of Eugene Vindman, who is a member of the House, is running in that race, and he's gotten a lot of attention and fundraising buzz. But Florida just continues to be the state that breaks Democrats' hearts. It's just I spent a lot of time there in 2024 actually reporting on the statewide abortion rights ballot measure. And it's just a really red state now at the statewide level. With that said, there are some interesting things that might happen in the U.S. House level. Obviously, there's just been this redistricting. There is sort of this intra-Democratic Party fight over, I think it's the 20th or 22nd.
The Debbie Wasserman
Schultz.
Yeah,
the Debbie Wasserman Schultz, right? Elijah Manley one,
yes.
Where Debbie Wasserman Schultz is running in a plurality or a majority.
It's about 50%.
I know. I've lost track a little bit.
Well, I mean, obviously the numbers have shifted because of
the
redraw. So
so
she's running in the new 20th.
Yes, the new 20th. That's what it is. Yeah.
And I mean, obviously that's been a big kerfuffle in South Florida.
Yes.
For Democrats, with the Republican gerrymander there, basically Wasserman Schultz could have potentially run in a red leaning seat. I think it would have been like Trump plus 10, which maybe you win in this environment. Maybe you can. But obviously she's been in a relatively safe Democratic seat for a very long time. And so she decided, you know what, I'm going to run in this new district that's very blue. And she might get helped out by a crowded field might help her because there's no runoff in Florida. There was once a runoff rule in Florida, but there has not been one in a couple decades.
Yeah. And there's some other really interesting ones. So the one that's a toss-up is also the Jared Moskowitz, Florida 25. I'm trying to remember where.
Which also has the potential Oliver Larkin, the progressive challenger to him. That's another opportunity, another test of, we've been talking about Michigan, talking about the 7th district. This would be this would be a redder district by comparison, but still competitive or potentially competitive. Can Oliver Larkin win in a Democratic primary down there? But the potential is there. And then, I think at the end of the day, a lot of Democrats in DC would be like, oh my God, we would much rather have Moskowitz running in that seat. Just as in terms of fit as a candidate. But, we've seen the energy on the left here. And even if this race in Michigan is closer, at the end of the day, you saw Lawrence win in the 7th. So it's not like it's an impossibility.
That's true. That's very true. I'm trying to think what else. So then the Kathy Castor seat, Florida 14.
14th. Yep. Around Tampa
around
take
Tampa.
Some parts of Tampa.
It might be competitive. Same with the Lois Frankel one that she's leaving. And then also in like the gender and politics side of it, Corey Mills's district, the 7th one. Yeah, it's kind of up by Daytona Beach. There's like an interesting 3-way primary to face him there. That's one that's rated likely Republican, but he's someone who's had a lot of scandals and controversies in his time in Congress. So across many areas is under investigation by the House Ethics Committee. And I think to remind so I do believe that D-Trip has backed someone in that race. But there's also a woman, I believe, Navy veteran running in there too. So that, I don't know, that is obviously, likely red district, but, and Alan Grayson is.
Oh my God.
There.
Blast from the past, Alan Grayson.
I know. I guess Bale Dalton is the D-Trip endorsed one. Yeah, that one could get interesting. Yeah, there are going to be 3 House races with Republican men who have had some scandals involving sexual misconduct, domestic violence allegations, and or both.
Yeah, obviously Max Miller's
Yes.
seat in the 7th in Ohio has gotten certainly more interesting, and not for good reasons.
Yeah.
Thinking about the Michigan race, I thought it'd be worth just mentioning what major places are there some votes left.
Yeah.
We've talked about Wayne a lot. Okay, well, what does that actually mean in terms of the amount of vote that is left out? Well, we've got about 160,000 votes or so that we project or estimated out in Wayne County, out of roughly 500,000.
Yeah.
Well, we're now at 473,000. So you're getting up into, it's about a third of the vote that is left out. And right now, El Sayed is up by 42,000 votes. So his lead's actually grown a tad bit in raw numbers as well, from what we were talking about earlier. That probably means that Stevens would have to win Wayne by, I'm not going to try to do the math right now, but it's a fair amount. So then the question is, okay, another big place where there's a lot of vote left is next door in Macomb County. Now, we have been expecting basically our votes portal doesn't, but just because of the way Michigan reports votes, we don't have a good breakdown on there of sort of absentee versus not. But my understanding is that we believe that the votes that are left in Macomb will actually favor Stevens. But by how much is the question. And so again, it's sort of like, how do you find a net 40,000, well, now more than that, right? Net 43 or 44,000. That would be, I think it speaks to the challenge for her, is that these places are set to possibly help her, but will they help her enough is the question. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the sort of broad picture in a lot of these places where Stevens is leading or is very competitive, at the end of the day, she's not blowing El Sayed out anywhere.
Right.
Where the counterpoint is that in places like Washtenaw, where Ann Arbor is, he is blowing her out. So she doesn't have any places that are quite like that, where there are a lot of votes. There's definitely some dark purple on the map, but not in places where there's really a ton of votes. And, for El Sayed, there are still, for instance, there's like 25,000 votes left in Ingham, where Lansing is. And that's been a very good county for him. 15,000 in Kalamazoo, another good county for him. So, there are places where he is also going to gain. And so that's where I think at the end of the day, look, you'd still rather be El Sayed at this point based on what is left. And, what Stevens is going to need is something that is a little bit better than what the trend broadly is saying.
Yeah. I think that's a really important point. It's definitely interesting, to see how much better she's doing in those more rural areas, but it does mean that she has less room to pick up the votes that she would need. And as far as Wayne goes, now you can see with this margin here why both of them really, really spent much of the last couple of weeks, really trying to maximize the votes there. And I know something that's also been kind of an under through line in the race is kind of like the generational divide among Black voters. It's something that came up quite a lot on the campaign trail, with being older Black voters that being a very strong Stevens constituency, and younger Black voters maybe trending more for El Sayed. But and I also think that's just another reminder is like, yes, Wayne is very close, but Black voters are definitely a huge part of the Stevens constituency, and they're a demographic that consistently turns out quite reliably. And I think that is also what you're seeing up in Saginaw, Genesee.
Oh, and there you go. Something shifted. Let's see what it was. Because now El Sayed's lead is only about 33,000 votes. So what gained? Some more votes from Wayne. Look, probably about 9,000 ish. So a substantial chunk of that was there. Her lead went up a little bit in Wayne County, so that was a contributing factor. Let's see if one of these guys. No, it wasn't Genesee, which I've been very curious to see more from. Saginaw and Genesee, how much more in terms of splits can she get out of those places? May have gotten no, that's the same amount as was earlier. Okay, so point is a little bit more from Wayne seems to be the main contributor there, and it helped Stevens' margins a little bit. But El Sayed's still up by 33,000 votes in terms of the raw total, and remains in the lead. Let's see. Since we got some more votes in Wayne, here's an opportunity to talk about the 13th. We got some more votes there.
Oh gosh.
And Sri Tanadar remains in the hunt.
He's in the fight.
Yeah, I jokingly called him the accidental congressman, but he's hanging around. And at the end of the day, we still only have a little more than half the estimated vote in here. But McKinney up by 4. Donovan McKinney, just to remind folks, state representative, certainly considered the more left-leaning candidate of these two. He is a DSA member, but he's got some background. He's been in Detroit as an elected official, his district is in the area, and so Tanadar kind of won in the first place because of a very divided field in 2022. He has a lot of personal wealth that he's thrown into his races, and he managed to hold on in 2024 in part because the strongest candidate to face him actually failed to make the ballot because there's always weird ballot things happening in Detroit, Michigan, I should say. In the sense of getting on the ballot, there's always these signature fights. There've also been a number of instances where candidates, and this like Perry Johnson, who lost in the gubernatorial race on the Republican side in 2022. He wanted to run for governor and failed to make the ballot because it was like something about the firm that he contracted with. It essentially just perpetrated a fraud against him with fake signatures, and then they were found, and then he didn't make the ballot. And this is a thing that keeps happening in Michigan. It's quite a mess. So yeah, certainly Tanadar is not out of it. So striking.
It's a weird night. Wait, also, sorry, this is a sidebar. Have we talked about this Republican primary in the 8th district and about how a guy who dropped out beat the Trump endorsed candidate?
Okay. Did Trump actually endorse that guy? Because I was trying, because no one super serious ended up running in this seat. I had not dug into it as much.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pull that up. So I saw something about this guy. I saw something and I wasn't sure if it was a joke. Something about Al Limo, the guy who won, was holding was seen on Facebook with a picture of him holding the sign of the guy who's in third. So I'm sharing this now. Okay, so Tom Smith won.
Yeah, he's the guy who dropped out.
He dropped out.
Yeah.
Al Limo was apparently the preferred candidate.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Sorry.
No, we definitely want to.
Trump. Yeah, Trump did endorse Amir Hassan.
Okay, so in the end, Smith beat the Trump endorsed candidate. That is a fascinating. And so Smith dropped out, but is now going to be the nominee. This creates interesting circumstances where, it's possible he could still be like, I'm not running. And then the party would just, I believe in that case that local party, the district party committee would pick a replacement in Michigan. I don't think there's a replacement primary provision or anything like that. But obviously different state rules apply. That we've been dealing with that with the Ohio situation with Max Miller. If he dropped out by a certain point, the state party they would actually have a special primary to replace him. But if he didn't drop out by then, he dropped out a few days later, it'd be on the local party committee. And if he didn't drop out by a certain point in mid-August, he's on the ballot and they got to live with him. So Did you find anything else about the Smith limo and Hassan race here?
Well, just Trump endorsed Hassan and apparently got a lot of on Truth Social and got a lot of supporters on there upset that he endorsed a Muslim candidate named Amir Hassan.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's just so bizarre. But yeah, what a break for Kristen McDonald Rivet.
Man, that's pretty wild. Okay. Let's see. Well, still 3-point race, 34,000 votes roughly. So more or less where it was when we last checked in on the Senate race. It remains not over, which is, and as we're discussing like what sort of where we're at in the projection process, and it's close enough, and knowing that Wayne County is still home to a third of the vote that is left.
Yeah,
that's the reason why this race is not projected. And I see somebody asking, what percentage of counted votes do you need to call it? There's not a precise percentage you need. What you need is enough information from places where there are a lot of votes that could matter to the actual outcome. If we had all the vote in, if we had like 3/4 of the vote in from Wayne County and Abdul El-Sayed led by 3 points by this margin, and we knew that there were like 30,000 votes left in Wayne or something, instead of 150,000 or something like that, I think we'd be in a much better place we'd be much more likely to be able to project it, obviously depending on what else was out there. But Wayne County being a third of the vote, knowing that it's one of Stevens' sources of strength, is a problem. Oh, hey, it appears just got some more, and it was better for El-Sayed. So there you go. We just looks like we got about 25,000 more votes in from Wayne County there. And yes, Stevens' lead fell a bit there. And so overall now, El-Sayed is now leading back. His lead is back up to just a bit over 40,000, 41. It's like almost 42,000 votes statewide. See, that's the kind of numbers that Stevens can't afford, and why El-Sayed is favored to hold on here and win. So, yep, there you go. That's striking. Every one of these little drops is big. When you get to this point, and when it's a place that is as blue. I mean, look, Wayne County is very blue. It's home to a very large set of Democratic primary voters, and it's the place that we are most waiting on at this point. But you have to think that those numbers out of Wayne that just came in were good for El-Sayed in terms of breaking down. If Stevens isn't gaining there, that's a win for him, and he gained. So that's I think putting you in a stronger position. Again, still plenty of vote left. So we haven't projected it yet, but that's the situation at this point. So it's about 40,000 votes now. I was trying to figure out where more of the vote had come in, but it's a lot more obvious when it's Wayne County from this view. But possibly Macomb? Yes. Okay. A little bit more in Macomb. That was part of it. And yes, Stevens not down by as much here. El-Sayed had a larger lead here earlier. So that's notable. And maybe it was a little bit of a countervailing thing. But at the end of the day, El-Sayed's lead is back up to, around 40,000 again after dropping into the low 30s. So we are not in a position where we can project it yet. But, we get closer there every day or every minute.
Quite literally every day is now this primary stretch.
We're on the second day. So
on the second day.
Look, this is child's play for Michigan. Michigan in a general election, if it's close and very important, is a lot worse than this, as I can tell you from our 2020 experience.
Oh my God, war flashbacks.
So let's see if any more votes. Sorry, what, Grace?
I was just going to say the discourse will continue until morale improves.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. So, it looks like we don't have more votes than the 13th, even though, so clearly where we were getting more votes in from Wayne County, we're not in the part of the district that's in the 13th. So still waiting. I feel a little bit like the Cookie Monster gif with just tapping my fingers, like,
yeah,
what's happening. But this has certainly proved to be a more interesting race. And, I usually like to write my post-election sort of what happened last night piece in the wee hours and post it. But I don't think that may just have to wait until the late morning and into midday tomorrow. And I hope people will forgive me for it. I'm sure they will.
Sure they will.
I intended to be working on that right now. And in fact, I thought I was going to be working on that at like 11:15, but here we are, and that's not happening. So, yeah. So,
well, you know what? As the saying goes, you make plans. The Wayne County elections office laughs.
They laugh at your plans.
Laugh at your
best laid plans.
Yeah.
All told, though, still about 400,000, a little over 390,000 votes left. This is maybe a good time. Actually, maybe I can bring this in. We have, so at this juncture, based on what is left, and this speaks to Stevens' problem, is that she needs about 60% of the remaining vote. And that's, while she might get a majority of it based on what is left, 60% is a lot more. In the fact that El Sayed has done well enough in places like Wayne County that it seems very unlikely that she is going to get 60% of it now. But it's not an impossibility, which is again why we haven't projected this race yet. But I am going to be very interested to do a review of the polling in this race.
Yeah,
because down the stretch there, it certainly was more favorable. Now this might get at something that was it Bill Scheer wrote about it, I think.
Yes, I was just going to bring that up.
Thank you. Yes, please have at it. I've been talking too much.
Oh, yeah, no, just that this has been like a real issue since 2024. But yeah, really the cycle is the dearth of high quality independent polling in a lot of cases, and the proliferation is not as high quality partisan polls. And in a lot of cases, in both independent and partisan polls, just a lot of modeling issues. Obviously some like really prominent examples, it being the New York City mayoral primary, where in the case that the electorate that was modeled in the polls was much older than the one that turned out. My suspicion is that it actually might be the opposite here in Michigan, where the electorate that's modeled in a lot of these polls was younger than the one that turned out. But yeah, Bill Scheer in Washington Monthly had this really, really good story about the he was writing about how actually sort of similar. The headline is "The Grand Plattner Collapse is a cautionary tale about polling. A dearth of high quality publicly available polling means campaigns and their allies can release lesser surveys to shape their raves." I think that's definitely somewhat the case probably here. There have been a few good
well, if you look at sort of some of the final polls of the race for let's see who they were for. So we have so on the one hand, we had certainly an unaligned poll, Emerson College, with some local TV stations up there in Michigan that found him up 15, El Sayed up 15. So 50, it was basically 54-39. And then you had Mitchell Research and Communications, also not an aligned. They poll Michigan all the time. They had El Sayed up 52-38. But you did have a Zenith Research poll, which was for Fighting for Michigan, which was done on behalf of Fighting for Michigan, which is pro El Sayed, that had him up 53-34. You had a Tavern Research poll for El Sayed's campaign that had him up 11. Certainly an overshooting here. in the late July, right at the end of July series of polls that we saw, and in terms of, okay, what is actually the picture. And I do think, look, Michigan has no party registration.
Right.
And so people could choose to vote in this primary. It's a high turnout primary. Maybe counterintuitively, that wasn't as good for El Sayed as I thought it might be, because I thought, okay, well, that's a sign that like some lower propensity voters, or maybe more younger voters, are showing up. But maybe actually it's so high that you actually have a few more potentially middle of the road voters who were engaged by this primary, and they showed up and they decided to vote for Stevens. And this is how you get a closer race. But it does speak to the difficulties. Much easier to get a read, or not much. Primary polling is inherently more difficult because people might like more than one candidate. And that, at the end of the day, most of these primary voters are going to vote for the Democratic nominee.
Right.
They chose to vote in a Democratic primary, which usually says something about their partisan leanings. People will talk about, Operation Chaos kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not many Republicans were voting in this primary. At the end of the day, like we won't be able to have exact stats on that, but it's that storyline often gets overplayed. Because it's really only people who are super in the weeds on politics would actually go out of their way to vote in a party primary for a party that they don't feel at least some attachment or interest in. That's the thing at the end of the day. That's not to say that there won't be some Mike Rogers voters among these folks who voted in the Democratic primary if Stevens loses, for instance. But at the same time, there also might be, if Stevens were to actually win this thing, some El Sayed voters who might stay home, frustrated with the outcome. But most of them are going to vote for the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think that's, again, where competitive primaries being I see somebody asking in here, where are the next chunk of votes? And will that inform the outcome of the race in a meaningful way? Yes. I'll note that I got word there while Grace was talking that we are basically in a position where we are debating a potential projection for El Sayed based on what's left. But we still just kind of need to see more from Wayne, because it is possible, depending on what is left in Wayne County, if, for instance, we had a lot of vote from parts of Detroit, you might see Stevens winning by a larger margin there. However, if it's from, say, a part outside of Detroit, or even particularly if it's a place from like Dearborn or Dearborn Heights, where there's a larger Arab American population, you might expect El Sayed to do better there. That was like there is a precinct that Jill Stein carried in Dearborn Heights. It's the only one it was the only one with a sizable number of votes that I've really found. There's like a handful around the country, but it's the one that was like, there was actually a lot of votes there, and she carried it. And so that's to point out that it was the center of it was a major part of like the uncommitted movement. And so thinking about that as like an epicenter of that in the Democratic primary, and then, it votes for Jill Stein. What does that say? Right. So interested to see what, that's the problem, is that there are a lot of gradations and variations in terms of the communities within this blob that is Wayne County. And so where exactly that vote is going to come from next is, for instance, I see here that a lot of votes from Dearborn, Livonia, and Dearborn Heights have been factored in. Livonia is a more conservative, it's actually pretty 50-50 even conservative leaning now, like slightly right leaning, much wider part, probably was better for Stevens. Obviously Dearborn Heights are better for El Sayed. So again, it's sort of like, well, okay, where's the next 120,000 votes coming from? So that's the big question, because if it's a lot of Detroit vote, that would be really good for Stevens, but that's not guaranteed by any means.
Yeah.
Just looking around here, What else is outstanding, since that is obviously a pivotal question at this point? Wayne is the big story.
Mhm.
About a third of the vote. We just got a little bit more in there. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of similar to Cook County, how it like it's
Yes.
just a giant county that includes all of these municipalities.
Yeah.
And they're not all like separately reported out, and it's like sometimes a little bit of a black box.
So at this point, El Sayed is up 37,000 votes. That seems like, and just to update folks, that means at this point, Stevens needs almost 62% of the remaining vote. And so that's where, if we could just get a little bit more from Wayne, and it didn't move that number dramatically, that's when I think you would be at the point where we would be projecting it, because it's the share of the vote she needs from what we're estimating is outstanding has gone up slightly. And that is exactly the opposite of what she wants. So again, this is why at this point, El Sayed is favored to win. But it's just, is there something notably different and like more is it a more pro-Stevens tranche of votes that are being tallied here in the next batch from Wayne? Because if that's the case, then this does get more interesting. But if it's not, or not appreciably different, then, she's running out of time and votes. We're all running out of time, that's for sure. But in terms of votes, you'd much rather be El Sayed at this point.
Yeah.
So, people in the comments who are, I can tell, there's been a lot of back and forth in the comments tonight across the ideological spectrum, I'll say. But for folks who are cheering on El Sayed, which there are certainly many in our comments, you would rather be him right now. And that doesn't mean this is at all comfortable though, for people supporting him. So it's more votes from Wayne, just another tranche. Let's get another tranche. The problem is it'll be like 8,000 votes, and it won't like quite be decisive enough for something for us to know one way or the other. I said I wanted some drama tonight, but I'm not really sure that this was what I really wanted.
Yeah, I'm not sure you had in mind.
Oh well, here maybe you have some thoughts on this. I see someone asking in the comments. What does this mean for the Wisconsin governor primary?
Ooh,
which another open primary state. I should mention there's no party registration in Wisconsin. So.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, so El Sayed and Hong are often like sort of looped together, and it is true that they are progressives, both running in these big, important statewide races. I think there are some
on the broad left of the left spectrum here.
Right. Yeah. Obviously, Hong is a DSA member, self-described Democratic Socialist. El Sayed is not. And the dynamics of their races have been a little bit different. I will be very, very curious, as to whether, we might see a similar dynamic where it's hard to say, because like her main opponent, David Crowley, like just got back in. I'm just thinking about like whether or not we could see a similar polling miss. But I mean, I think Francesca Hong is like still definitely favored to win the Wisconsin gubernatorial primary. Does this give some Wisconsin Democrats a little bit of pause about her candidacy and her frontrunner status and what that means for November? Very possibly. I think obviously that this is, a little bit of a warning sign for definitely the El Sayed aligned left, aligned camp that even in a Democratic primary, and with having run, a very strong campaign, that type of candidate is not as palatable even to a Democratic primary electorate. I do think Francesca Hong will win her primary by definitely a wider margin. But it definitely does raise the possibility that David Crowley could get a bigger share of the vote than one might think. It's just, the whole thing's just so bizarre. I really don't know what to make of it. It is a little bit of an apples to oranges comparison, but to the extent that Wisconsin does have implications for Michigan, I think it's showing that this kind of like left progressive wing does not maybe have as big of a mandate as they were hoping going into Wisconsin.
Sorry, I'm looking over Chaz Nuttycombe, friend of the pod at State Navigate, because they released a primary poll, and now they're going to do another one. And
oh goodness,
they're going to release it on Friday, it looks like. So I'm curious to see what that shows, if there has been any movement. You know what the question there, I think, is then getting back to this question about weighting and understanding like the makeup of primary electorates. So Corwin Smith, who is a political science professor at Michigan State and a very, very sharp guy who I've interviewed.
Yeah, he's great.
He put this together, and I missed this, but he posted this a few days ago. Essentially what this is showing, he had the Emerson, basically that Emerson poll that had El Sayed up by 15.
Mm-hmm.
He showed the age breakdowns versus the actual observed, based on the voting record, voter file, the percentage of participants by age in the presidential primaries in 2020 and 2024 for Democrats. And you'll notice the 70 plus mark, that even if the 2024, because it was a lower turnout primary, was particularly high, you'll notice the Emerson poll, and this is not to take a shot at Emerson, I just think it speaks to the difficulties of doing this. They may have underestimated, and this may have shown up in other polls where they exaggerated the younger vote as a share of the overall primary vote. And so it would not, we were just talking about this, but this is just to sort of add more to that point of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just see, I since we're at a point where this is, so it's 30, let's just go back to the results, because I know that's what people are most interested in. 35,000 votes now. Again, that means that Stevens she's kind of just slowly running out of runway.
Yeah.
She's at the point where she needs a hair over 62%.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's, you'd still rather be El Sayed. But the question is, are we going to get, we got like 3,000 or 4,000 more votes from Detroit, or Wayne County. Let me not say Detroit, because Detroit's only part of Wayne County. So still just, we got to count the votes. The early vote trends, I mean, the trends at this point are just not clear enough to be able to make a projection, even after all this time. And that's just not usually the case these days, or at least in a lot of contests. But this is it's turned into a genuinely close election. And I think the question, just to get back to the Wisconsin conversation, I wonder if Hong, I just wonder if here's just two things that one thing that does stick out to me is that Haley Stevens had so much outside support.
Yeah.
So much messaging on her behalf by outside groups, not just AIPAC, though obviously that gets the most attention because the United Democracy Project was accounted for about half the outside spending on her behalf. But you also had actually, I think New Democrats were running ads on her behalf.
Yes.
So basically, so it's like there was clearly a concerted effort by a lot of outside groups to help her, and you don't really see that in the same way in the governor's race.
Yeah,
in Wisconsin. So in terms of pushing a message here in the final week, there hasn't been all this lead up of being like, you should vote for David Crowley because like he's this great candidate for X, Y, and Z. Oh, Francesca Hong is bad on this issue because, it's not like AIPAC is running ads for the gubernatorial race in Wisconsin. Or at least I'm not aware that they are. So that's, so that is, that seems to me like that could be in the end a very critical difference in terms of if you're looking for reasons why the Wisconsin race could be closer, but maybe not this close.
Right.
That would make sense to me.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Still 35,000. Running out running out of runway for Stevens. So just looking around. What do we got? What do we got? We got nope. Still no more Macomb. Again, it's a lot. It's Wayne. So much is Wayne. This is to be clear for folks who may not remember this. This feels a lot like the 2016 Democratic presidential primary, which Bernie Sanders won by like 1.5 points or so, if I recall correctly. It was about 1.5 points after trailing by as many as like 20 points in polls ahead. So this is kind of the reverse, where pollsters exaggerated Hillary Clinton's position, and part of that was that it was hard to poll or model the state because the last time it had a presidential primary was 2008, and Barack Obama wasn't on the ballot because Michigan had disobeyed the party's rules for the primary date, and so it didn't count. At least, and so Clinton's name was still on it. She didn't withdraw it, but Obama withdrew his name, and so pollsters were kind of operating in the dark a little bit for a high turnout primary in Michigan. Again, no party registration to rely on.
Yeah.
And they missed Sanders' rise. Oh, hey, we just got some more votes in Macomb. And Stevens took the lead there, as was the suspicion of the Decision Desk HQ projection team. To be clear, though, that has reduced the margin to just under 30,000.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's still a fair number of votes left in Macomb. And so really, and at this point, 160,000, about half the vote is left in Wayne and Macomb. And so this is I mean, you can see why we haven't projected it yet.
Yeah.
On a 2.4.
Yeah.
But there are still 40-ish thousand votes in Ingham and Washtenaw, which are both much stronger for El Sayed. He's winning both by about 30. And so you would have to think that the votes there, even if his margins came down slightly, he would be netting out votes overall from what is left there. And that's why it's still really tough, I think, for Stevens. She's still at 62% is what she needs to win in terms of share of the remaining vote.
Mm-hmm.
So, while the numbers tightened there, the general position she's in has actually not changed all that much.
Right. Well, and actually, since you just mentioned the presidential primary calendar, I think actually the result. If I would skip ahead to 2028, no. Actually, I think this result was going to have some really interesting implications for what the presidential primary kind of looks like in the state. Michigan, it looks like it's going to be the 5th to go, and is obviously going to be a big state in the general election as well. And I definitely, it was interesting, Jim Clyburn was up stumping with Haley Stevens Friday before last when I was there. And they were both kind of asked, I'm going to pull up my audio from this gaggle. Yeah, kind of asked, they're both from, states that are going to be really important in the calendar. And I think that obviously it looks like Stevens is not super likely to win, but if the margin stays as close as it does, I think that might kind of a little bit maybe bolster the sort of like Clyburn theory of the case of like,
yes,
you need someone who's safe and electable. And that was obviously something like a big thing that was riding on the results of this primary is what it was going to mean for the 2028 debate.
Yeah, sorry, I was making sure. One of my earbuds died. This is why I only do one. I do this intentionally. I keep one and put the other one in because I only need one to be able to hear folks. And there you go. It just went, and I'm like, all right, well, there you go. I'm glad I had the other one charging. So yes, I also think it's worth remembering that general elections in Michigan, like in 2020, for instance, felt a lot like this. Obviously, there was the COVID impact on things in terms of waiting on votes from Wayne County, but we were waiting on votes from Wayne County at like 8 a.m. to see if Gary Peters was going to surpass John James in the Senate race, and if Joe Biden was going to surpass. Obviously, people were paying more attention to Biden, but also we're looking at that. I see somebody asking about recount rules, and let's double check what the recount rules are in Michigan. Again, it's probably not going to come into play, but you asked, and I'm going to try to answer it. So, for a statewide election, the Board of Canvassers handles it, and let's see the difference. Really, the question is, what is the margin? Okay, if the difference separating them is that has to do with the amounts that you have to. Oh my God, they have to the candidates have to submit money under certain circumstances. I'm not 100% sure. That I thought that was going to help me, and then it was the entire thing, which is a lot of it was a lot of information that did not immediately give me what I wanted. Okay, they are automatically initiated. Here we go. Thank you, Verified Voting, for helping me out here.
Oh, they're the best.
They are very good. I should have gone there first. I should have clicked on it, but I clicked on the state site first, which was a big PDF.
Oh, no.
Recounts are initiated automatic. Okay, following statewide primary or general elections, recounts are initiated automatically for statewide office or ballot measures when the vote differential is 0.1% or less of the total votes cast. So that would mean, obviously, this needs to be a lot closer for that to come into play. Now, candidates for a range of offices may petition for a recount outside that close of a margin, but in terms of automatic, it has to be razor thin. So in theory, I guess if it were close enough to a certain extent, maybe Stevens or if she were trailing could ask for recount, but that's probably not going to happen. Right now we're looking at a 31,000 vote margin. Things just keep trickling in. And we've gotten a little bit more from Wayne. And so the fact that Stevens' position did not improve is probably a good sign. In fact, yes, she is up to needing 63% of the remaining vote. So again, I know the overall numbers remain close, but the whole idea of if you're taking this plane off and you're Haley Stevens and that's got to take it off to win, you're running out of runway to actually catch El Sayed here. And you're just going to need some really good numbers in these final batches of tallied votes in order to catch him. And look at Wayne County. Okay, so we're up to 2/3 of the vote in here. El Sayed actually caught up a little bit in that latest batch from Wayne County. So now he's down by actually slightly less than 5 percentage points there. And it's just for Stevens to win, she needs a larger margin in Wayne. So I see people saying, when does this get called? It gets called when we have the votes to call it. When we have the numbers. It's at the end of the day, the local clerks and the volunteers and all the people who are at the counting centers are counting votes, doing the best they can. Election administration is hard. It's very hard. Yeah, shout out to them for a job that has only gotten harder, frankly, in the last few years. So it's a credit to them and the people who are doing that work, because it is not easy, and they get a lot of scrutiny, and they really are trying to do the best they can. They should get scrutiny, but what I'm saying is that I think sometimes it's become overwrought, and to the point where people don't necessarily want to do people with a lot of expertise are not wanting to do the job anymore, and that hurts all of us. And if you want faster counts, you should want more people with expertise doing the job,
very
right?
True. And also legislation and policies that supports more expedited counting.
Funding.
And funding, yeah. Yeah, and this is actually a good reminder from Craig Mauger at the Detroit News, who's been doing great work this cycle. I had a good tweet explaining this. Yeah, Detroit election officials have to pick up absentee ballots from all the drop boxes in the city after polls close and then process and count those ballots. It can take hours, and there could, as we are now seeing, possibly be thousands of ballots. So that's, some Detroit specific context as for why that count is.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's faster than 2020. So it's I was going to mention, I think we did get a little bit more from Macomb there, which was helped Stevens a little bit, just a little bit, not too appreciably. Because now at this point it actually rounds to about 64% what she needs. So again, it's getting worse for her because in terms of what our estimated vote that's remaining, she needs more and more of it. And so she at some point is going to have to either get that or it's just not going to happen. And El Sayed's going to be the projected winner. So that's where we are at this point. It's just that because Wayne County could, in theory, and a lot of it is absentee vote, be favorable for her and maybe outsized favorable. That's why we're not in a position to project this race yet for the folks watching. This is, it's quite the race. There's going to be 1,000,001 things to take away from this, which is exciting for those of us who enjoy digging into election results and understanding, where turnout was maybe up from previous primaries. I mean, it was up everywhere. This was a very high turnout primary. In fact, actually, that's worth noting. Like right now, our estimated vote total is like a bit over 1.5 million. To put that in perspective, in 2018, when Abdul El-Sayed ran for governor, who one of the other candidates was in that race? Shri Tanadar.
Yep.
Which gets forgotten about. Anyway, Gresham Whitmer was winning the Democratic nomination. Abdul El-Sayed was finishing second. There were 1.1 million votes in what was a pretty closely watched gubernatorial primary. So there are 1.5, nearly 1.6 million in this one. So what I'm saying here is that Michigan's population hasn't grown so much that that's a dramatic difference. And that was also in a Democratic leaning cycle with a lot of energy among Democrats. And here we are with an even higher turnout, which speaks to A, it's competitive, and B, I think does speak to the Democratic energy. So there's gonna be a lot of talk about how do you get the party coalesce behind you after a close and competitive primary. And I think the fact of the matter is you have this many people voting as a combination of both disagreements about the candidates, but a lot of these voters like both candidates and they just were struggling on what they preferred most. And that's the thing that I think is sometimes difficult to break through. At the end of the day, this country is really polarized and most voters lean one way or the other. And that means, especially among primary voters, who are usually the most committed people and most interested in politics, tend to have an opinion and they tend to line up behind. That doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be people that either of these candidates would struggle to coalesce who voted in this primary. I'm not trying to understate that, but if you told me that 92% of the Democratic primary voters voted for the eventual Democratic candidate, I would be like, okay, that makes sense. Or 94%, or something in that. Now, in a close race, losing that 6% or something could be meaningful.
Yeah, and speaking of margins, this isn't on a screen right now, but it's very interesting. So Mallory McMorrow, who dropped out of the race a month ago, but is still on the ballot.
Oh man,
there are 50,000 people who have voted for her, and 29,000 votes that separate El-Sayed and Stevens.
Thank you for noting that. That is Man.
So, yeah, one wonders. One wonders indeed how.
Don't early vote. Don't early vote in a primary.
Yeah.
You know, just don't do it. Because here's the thing: things happen. If a candidate, I mean, the thing with Wisconsin is that almost all.
Jinx.
Yeah, please elaborate. I've been talking.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, yeah, Wisconsin too. Like oh my gosh, if I were someone who would like, because I'm like the kind of person who I'm like predisposed to, or like request my absentee ballot like the first possible minute and like get my vote in early. But if I were a voter in Wisconsin, I would maybe not be super happy with all the chaos that's played out there since. But yeah, and that's where I think McMorrow, you know, she's possibly going to end up being a very, very more prominent, interesting character in kind of like what you said, kind of this, you know, effort of bringing together these two factions. And I just would love to know what she's thinking tonight. And it also, you know, brings up the question if kind of the roles had been reversed and if it were Haley Stevens who dropped out and McMorrow who got a lot of the institutional support. She wasn't going to get obviously the AIPAC money because she's against AIPAC, but just a McMorrow versus El-Sayed head to head could look very, very different potentially.
I mean, there's the what ifs with McMorrow. I noticed somebody saying, yes, well, they might have voted for McMorrow before she dropped out. And that's the challenge, is that with Wisconsin, in the primary coming up on the 11th, you've had a lot of the major candidates in that race drop out. Mandela Barnes, Sarah Rodriguez, and David Crawley, who then got back into the race because he was on the ballot still. You know, and that just speaks to the fact that, you know, in a general election, a candidate is not going to drop out unless something, you know, severe happens to them, you know, health-wise, or you know, it's not optional. If something like they pass away or something, you know, freak thing happens. In a primary, and we've seen this happen in Wisconsin a lot, actually, in recent elections. You could have, like in Mandela Barnes' Senate primary one in 2022, a bunch of the candidates who were in that race, they dropped out, but well, there you go. He's going to win, but you know, all these candidates were still on the ballot because they had missed like the withdrawal deadline to get off the ballot. And so there are all these rules that have to do with election administration, because you have to have the list of candidates set so you can send the ballots out, or so you can print the ballots and have them readied by election day or for absentee voters. So yeah, that's the thing. So someone was like, who is winning, guys? I don't understand. Well, El-Sayed is winning. He's up by not quite 29,000 votes right now, and is the favorite to win at this point. Haley Stevens needs 64% of the remaining vote to win. That's going to be a tough hill to climb. But the thing that we're waiting on at this point is that a lot of that vote is a little more than a third of that vote is in Wayne County. And in fact, actually about half of that vote is between Wayne and Macomb, both places that she is leading in. So depending on the makeup of those votes, it is not impossible to imagine Stevens catching El-Sayed. But at this point, you would rather be Abdul El-Sayed, no doubt.
Yeah.
I see somebody saying Wayne County keeping us all up. Yes. Yeah, we've been here before. You fooled us again, Wayne County. You did it again. Yeah. Well, Grace, I don't know if you're wondering about your next story on the aftermath of this, or maybe you're even drafting it. I don't know, but
yeah.
If Stevens loses by 2 or something,
yeah,
I don't know. Do you have any sort of
thoughts?
Thoughts on where that leaves? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it will sort of validate and confirm at least some of what her and her team's arguments were, which is that she, was underestimated and counted out, and that her, networks and base of support, especially with Black voters, really did matter, and that, whatever her personality, affect, way she comes across isn't, as potentially mockable to real voters as it is online. That was kind of that was really kind of their closing argument, actually. So it wasn't really really about El Sayed or really about like a lot of their policy differences. And this actually was a race where they did have like very, significant policy differences, but it's kind of this idea that, she's being underestimated and she gets you, and therefore making fun of her and counting her out is an insult to you. And it is, kind of a very online argument in a sense, like taking on these online commenters who she calls the cool kids on the internet and the coastal elites, two categories I'm probably a part of. But it does, validate a little bit her theory of the case, and especially getting back to this idea of electability, too. But yeah, and it would be interesting to see sort of what's next for her. Obviously, she had to give up her House seat to run for Senate. But she might have, a more substantial role potentially in politics going forward than she would have if this were a route.
Hey, maybe she'll be Secretary of Transportation if the Democrats win the presidency.
Yes, or Commerce. She would love that.
She would probably, yeah.
Either of those jobs. She'd probably do a really good job too.
Given her background with the car industry.
Yes, she's a manufacturing geek.
Yep. Okay, just to shift off for just a second, we'll go back to the Senate race. Please don't worry about it. But I just want to update that we do have some more votes in the 13th district race. Donovan McKinney continues to lead, but it is close. It is 3,000 votes. And as we all know, there's still a fair number of votes left in Wayne County. And so you can't count Sri Tanadar out just yet. So just a quick aside there. I thought that was worth mentioning. I am being asked what kind of coffee would I like at 1:30 a.m. by my colleague here. And I'm going to say cold brew, please. I just started drinking coffee in the last few months. I never drank it. I was a tea drinker, black tea.
Oh.
But then I had a kid, and he's 16, not quite 17 months old yet, and I am now a coffee drinker. He did it to me, and I always joked that would happen, and then it actually did happen.
And it actually happened.
And I didn't just make it happen because it did. I was just like, I need something with more. I need more. So here we go. So I can honestly say I did not expect it to be remotely this late of a night. So this is a pretty remarkable contest we've got going here. I will say Stevens is slowly moving up.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, lifesaver. Thank you, Avish. Water and coffee. He knew that I probably was dehydrated too.
Yeah.
At this point, Stevens is getting close to needing 65%. It's still rounding down to 64, basically 64.5%. That number keeps ticking up. And as long as that number keeps ticking up, it's good news for El Sayed. I guess, someone asked, and I think it's a good question, and maybe you have thoughts on this, Grace.
Mm-hmm.
What are like Democratic Party leaders saying tomorrow if El Sayed wins and he's up by like 2, which is, roughly where it's at right now?
Oh yeah, the cable news circuit tomorrow is going to be.
Oh boy.
Well, it's going to be quite something. Yeah, I mean, I do think in a weird way that I think the more like centrist, moderate, aligned folks who have been behind Stevens are going to be taking somewhat of a victory lap, for some of the reasons that I was, stating earlier. And to be clear, I mean, this is even a narrow El Sayed win it's still a win, right? Like he still had to overcome a lot of outside spending and build up his ground game to win this primary. And this is where I do think like some of the issues we've seen with polling are just creating unrealistic expectations that in turn drive like discourse and media narratives. And I know I like play a part in this. I'm responsible as a member of the media.
I mean, I brought this up on screen.
Yeah. I mean, that's nuts. That's nuts.
Vastly outspent.
Yes, vastly outspent. had never, ran for or won elected office before, whereas Stevens was an office holder. So yeah, it's still a major victory and an accomplishment for him and his team. There's no doubt about that. I think it just gets back to the phrase, victory has 1,000 fathers, defeat is an orphan. And in some ways, like, I think like there's some wins and some defeats like across the board. And I do think like the result in the 7th district and what happens in the 13th district too, like, it's going to feed into this, because those are also, depending on what happens in the 13th, but the 7th district, that's like a big win for progressives.
Yep. And that's gonna be another big test for them. And just as El Sayed, as if he does go on to win this, it will be a big test in a swing state. That's a swing seat. And a seat that Democrats really need to win, just like the Senate race. And I think it's worth noting to people we're talking a lot about, obviously, sort of disagreements, factional splits within the Democratic Party, but the larger picture here is that if Democrats lose Michigan, they almost certainly can't win the Senate.
Right.
Gary Peters, the incumbent, retiring, they have to hold this seat. And because in Decision Desk HQ's forecast model, right now, in scenarios where Democrats lose Michigan, so Republicans flip it, Republicans win the Senate 85% of the time.
Yeah.
So that's not 95%, which is like, the measure that social scientists would use is like sort of is like the most common, like, for statistical significance, but it's getting close to 90%. And that, I think, speaks to the fact that, like, you can't blow this if you're Democrats, because you got to find 5 seats somewhere else instead of just 4. And that's going to be hard.
That gets tricky. That gets really tricky.
Absolutely. Well, we got a few more votes, it looks like. Now we're at 26,000 is the margin. But again, Stevens needs 65% more of the vote to win of what's estimated outstanding. And that's higher than it was a minute ago. So she's gaining, but not enough right now. So she's going to need something more dramatic, as if this hasn't been dramatic enough. And so, again, you'd still much rather be El Sayed, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And to this question about party unity, I'm just catching up on what the candidates have been saying at their
awesome. Yeah, I haven't watched a single thing. God.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah. El Sayed, I guess, said, however we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. Tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to unite against Mike Rogers.
Was this Haley Stevens or
no? That was
El Sayed.
Yeah,
that was El Sayed. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed.
Oh, you're good. Let's see what Haley Stevens has said. They've both spoken to their.
Oh, you mean they didn't want to keep their people at their party till like 1:30 a.m.? Actually, what they're worried about is they wanted to make the nightly news. So, either online or.
Yeah. Okay, Haley Stevens. She looks like she's in a feeling good. Yeah, she said feeling good about this race. But yeah, obviously both saying it's too close to call. Yeah, and another factor I do wonder about, and this is like somewhat in both of the outside ads, but also in like a lot of Stevens's messaging, both in paid advertising and when she was out on the campaign trail, is like talking about Barack Obama as much as possible. On talking about how she worked with Barack Obama and specifically, putting out there's a lot of paid communication that one could take away that he had endorsed her. He did not endorse her. If that were a factor, I do wonder about.
Oh, I think it's certainly no. I think there were a number of. I mean, this is anecdotal evidence, but there were certainly a number of interviews I saw with voters in like the Detroit area who said, "Oh, I saw that ad with Obama and Haley together, it's good enough for me. At the end of the day, people who identify with the party are sometimes looking for a reason to vote for a candidate, and so there you go. And obviously, Barack Obama, even if I think there are probably some of the left who are pretty critical of him, at the end of the day, he's a very popular Democrat.
Yeah.
And remains kind of the guy in the party. That's why you've got, what was it? All the Democrats in those tough red leaning seats that they've got to be competitive in, like in Iowa or Texas. They all have just recently done their ad with Obama, trying to raise more money and get attention. I really am thinking of the Josh Turk one in Iowa with him and Obama shooting basketball.
Yeah.
And that video clip that was making the rounds, there's a reason why they all want to appear with him, because he remains a very powerful force. Unusually for recent presidents, he left office relatively popular. And so in that sense, he remains very influential. And got a little bit more of the vote in here. And it is down to 1.8%, which is about 24,000 votes. So again, narrowing, but Stevens still needs 65% of the remaining vote. The point is that number is not improving for her. So again, runway. I'm going to just keep sticking with the metaphor. She's trying to take off, but she's, is she going to actually get up to the speed she needs to get to successfully take off? And that obviously remains to be seen. I'm trying to figure out where that vote may have come from. It looks like it was probably from Macomb, based on what I'm seeing here. And so her lead in Macomb has grown a little bit more. Man, this is just gonna take us all the way down to the end, isn't it?
Yep.
Grace, I want to thank you so much for joining me on this. I really appreciate it. We were like, we're gonna keep going for a while. Would you like to jump back on?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah. 2 hours later,
Yeah.
an hour and 45 minutes later, we're still here. So thank you.
What a journey. Michigan. You always
Michigan primaries.
Michigan primaries.
Michigan.
Always a joy. Always a pleasure. Question mark.
I'm trying to think let's see if there are some other questions obviously there's a lot of conversation about general election strength and a lot of people going back and forth about why the left is better or the right is better. That isn't really not a question. Essentially, I do think it's worth noting, and I don't want to spend much time on this because I want to keep the results on screen, but I want to just briefly mention that we did talk about it much earlier in the night. There basically is the question of who would be strong in the general election. And I think the polling on this question really doesn't tell you very much.
Right.
And there could be a number of reasons for that.
Yeah.
But this is all the general election polling since early June. And it's a mix of pollsters. You got some that are clearly unaligned. One like Zenith Research that was polling for the pro El Sayed common defense. On average, they were tied with Rogers.
Yeah. Choose your own adventure. It really is.
Yeah. And so now some of these polls showed, I think realistically, small differences between the two candidates. Sometimes in Stevens's favor, sometimes in El Sayed's favor. This one, the Glengarriff group poll here, Glengarriff, the fact that they had that big a difference strikes me as unrealistic. But the question is the Zenith Research poll that had El Sayed doing a little better, closer to the reality, or is like the SoCal Strategies and Mitchell Research poll that had Stevens doing SoCal Strategies poll doing slightly better. El Sayed was doing slightly better than Mitchell Research. Sorry, I'm just misreading that there. The point being is, which of these is actually true? And it's unknowable, of course. But for people, thinking about how do you hold this critical seat if you're a Democrat, this was a big part of the question marks going into this race. So I'll bring the results back up. Don't have to go away too long from there, but I just wanted to bring that up because I'd seen some back and forth in the comments about the extent of who is stronger. And I think that the general election polling is not conclusive at all in that question. That runs counter, I think, to the narrative that El Sayed would be automatically a weaker general election candidate that I think is certainly out there, especially among sort of Democratic strategists, insider types. And that may be a misreading of things because, again, we could get back to the fact of what are the coalitions that elect either of these candidates. Does Stevens win a few more suburban moderate types while some progressives stay home or just skip that race if they turn out? Does El Sayed turn out some voters and win over some voters who Stevens would not get the votes of, but loses some voters that Stevens might be able to win? Again, at the end of the day, most voters already know which way they're leaning, regardless of who candidates win. But if the race is really competitive in the general election, the extent that there is, shifts from what I was just talking about, in what direction and how much matters, obviously. So,
right,
yeah,
and as I was saying earlier too, I think El Sayed goes into the general election with a lot of this sort of groundwork laid, this infrastructure ground game set up from his primary win. He also has the benefit of months and months and months of, just literally getting reps in, being out, doing events, talking to voters, talking to the press, doing interviews, like really hammering home his message, making adjustments. Whereas, Mike Rogers has kind of been a non-factor in the discussion of the race so far. And he did do an interview with Nick Wu from Semaphore, where the lead was, when asked about all these consequential things, he just basically said, I don't know. And yeah, I think obviously Mike Rogers, he ran statewide in 2024, narrowly lost that race, which I think has kind of fed this, idea that and I think he is a formidable general election candidate for sure. But there is really something to be said. Iron sharpens iron. As we've seen, candidates matter. And, I also think from El Sayed's standpoint, he made the point a lot. Big part of his argument was, what the electability question is, how electable are you really if you need all this outside spending propping you up?
Yes.
And he also made the argument that, and this is something we touched on a little bit earlier. He basically argued, well, AIPAC's not going to come in the general election because
they don't care if Stevens wins the nomination. They don't care which of the two wins because they know they'll have somebody who is generally pretty pro-Israel.
Right. And does she, have the same sort of grassroots infrastructure, ground game, ability to fundraise? Maybe not so much. So I think, it's the kind of thing we almost have to be cautious. We don't know the hypothetical alternative. It'd be really fun if we did. But yeah, I do think that, and back to this question about the polling of head-to-heads, trying to test that out with candidates who are still running in a primary, it has limited utility. And I do think that gets over-indexed on, especially with some of the problems that we've been talking about with the statewide polling.
Especially on social media.
Yeah, especially on social media, yeah.
Because obviously the most vocal supporters are going to have real strong opinions. I will say we're estimating that there's about 237,000 votes left, and now we think that Stevens needs about 67%. So the numbers, that percentage does keep ticking up. And so, again, that's good for El Sayed and speaks to sort of the runway thing. It looks like one of the reasons El Sayed's numbers actually went up slightly there in terms of his margin. He's now up by about 2 percentage points instead of, it was 1.8 or whatever. 1.8 or 1.9. It was that Ingham, where Ingham County, where Lansing is, East Lansing, Michigan State college community, in one of his strongest counties, it reported about half of the votes we estimated were left. So it was 11,000. And so he gained some from that. And so that, I think speaks to again, it's like a lot of this is about Wayne County, where Detroit is, and Macomb County next door in the Detroit metro. But there are these other places. There was, Washtenaw and Ingham were the two that really stood out to me. Washtenaw is where Ann Arbor is. The big green blob to the left of Detroit here, where El Sayed is getting 62% of the vote. That is, those votes count too. So it's you'd still rather be El Sayed at this point. It's just a big question of if, in fact, actually, here we go. I just was asking on an update about what we know. So, overall, there's some election day vote left in Wayne, but it's mostly absentee. Probably like 70% or so of it is absentee. And of that, maybe 10,000 is from Detroit proper, which might be Stevens's best zone. Although I'm going to caution that I don't have a Detroit breakdown in front of me, so I can't say 100%, but the expectation is that she'd be strongest there. Yeah. Now, I don't know how much the election day vote that's left in Wayne is from Detroit. And then you still have a couple 100,000 votes across the state. So again, I think that speaks to why El Sayed is still in, the pole position to hold on here. Stevens is going to need pretty much everything to go right down the stretch here as we get to the final votes tallied in. Now, a lot of that scattered vote might be absentee. I think, the vote that we saw coming in from Ingham, which is, one of, right here where Lansing is, one of El Sayed's, one of his better ones. That batch of votes was good for him, but it was not as good for him as that overall county vote. And I think that's because it was absentee vote, which has tended to be better for Stevens. So again, it's like the type of vote, where it's from, all these things, making this a nail biter. So it's fun for those of us who do this for a living. Haven't had one of these. I haven't had a good one of these in this cycle. I needed one. Right?
You needed one. Yeah. Needed to be.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's like, well, kind of, we had Arizona, but it was kind of, July.
Right.
Here we go. August 4th. Yeah. And I was saying, from the perspective of having lots of fun primaries to watch, Virginia was going to be really interesting if the new map had taken effect.
Yeah.
In the U.S. House, but that didn't happen, and so we started at 8 p.m. instead of 7 because Virginia just didn't have much that was worth really digging into. And Michigan Senate was here to make things interesting. Looks like we got a little bit more in from Wayne. I think Stevens gained very slightly from it. Of course, we don't know if that's Detroit vote or another community, one of the many towns. I think, maybe this is, I was going to bring up Dave's redistricting app, but they have gone and actually changed some of it looks great. I just haven't figured out they've shifted where some of the buttons go. Folks that don't know, Dave's redistricting app is a wonderful tool for sort of playing around and looking at communities, or looking and figuring out how things can be drawn. And anyway, it's great, and I like to bring it up to look at stuff. But I was gonna maybe just find the Detroit map. Or Wayne County. I think it's always a good reminder. When we look at maps of places and you see, like, county maps are like sort of the standard you see for elections, right?
Yeah.
But in a place like Wayne County, where there are so many municipalities here, Wikipedia to the rescue. Detroit is the main thing up here, but it is not all of Wayne County. There's so many of these other parts. Dearborn and Dearborn Heights now have pretty large Arab American communities, for instance. Livonia is pretty working class white and is now become kind of a red leaning part. even if Wayne County on the whole is still like a 65% kind of Democratic place, Livonia is a little bit more red leaning, though there's still plenty of primary voters on the Democratic side there. So, there's all this variation within the communities. And so where some of these batches of votes are coming in can differ quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Right.
In terms of, so just, there are gradations here. There's detail, there's nuance.
Right.
Not just a block in Washington. I mean, I could look at the Washington map and you'd see there's Ann Arbor, but there are other, what I forget the name of the town right now, but Eastern Michigan is in there, the school. It's actually very close by.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Yeah. So, so there's another reason, another college community. 26,000 votes is the margin. And at this point, El Sayed is still in the pole position to win. Stevens needs 68% of the vote that we are estimating outstanding. But of course, the big question is, could she get that out of a block of votes in Wayne County? It's possible. It's not likely, but it is possible. But the thing is that there is a lot of vote elsewhere, which would make it difficult for her to actually achieve that. But it's too close for us to project. And so, we're somebody asked earlier, are you guys gonna have to wait until 100% of the vote is counted? Well, it's worth noting that 100% of the vote will not be counted on election night. That doesn't basically ever happen. In fact, when you are watching a vote count, it's just worth remembering that after the fact, they are reviewing those numbers. They do what's called a canvass. They look over to make sure there wasn't an input error somewhere, or that like a precinct's vote wasn't put in properly, or some other mistake. Usually these are minor things that do not change the vote count in any kind of significant way.
Mm-hmm.
But every now and then you have one, but it's unusual. But in a really close race, like, we put 1805 and we might put, or 1405 and we meant to put 4105, and that would be a big deal. Those things generally get caught. The ones that big would get caught earlier, but it's just close races. The final numbers, and the state doesn't usually certify them until 4-5 weeks later, generally, at least for general elections. Primaries sometimes are a quicker turnaround. And so the votes you're looking at are not the official counts.
Yeah.
They are unofficial counts until the state certifies them. So that's I think that's always worth reminding people that when they're like, well, how have you not projected it yet? Well, it's close and we're not in a position to project it. And in theory, if it were so tight that it were, a couple tenths of a percentage point or something, we would not be projecting it. Almost certainly we'd be waiting for to make sure everything was sort of accounted for before doing that. So that's a rough outline of how this all works. And it's easy, I think. Here, why don't we give another little update on this on the 13th district race, also Wayne County. Still waiting, but Donovan McKinney holding a 3-point lead, but his lead is now under 3,000 votes against Sri Tanadar, the two-term incumbent there. For folks who may not have heard us talking about this earlier, Donovan McKinney is state rep. This is a state representative. Sri Tanadar has been in there 2 terms. This is a seat that historically has had a Black representative. It is a plurality Black seat. But Sri Tanadar is not Black, but Donovan McKinney is. And so there is this dimension, sort of the history and demographic makeup of the district that is a part of the story. It's not the whole story, certainly, but it is part of the story. And Tanadar has avoided a one-on-one race like this in his time. And so now he has one. And it may end poorly for him, though he is certainly not out of it. Obviously, we haven't projected there. So that at this point, those are sort of the 2 races, and obviously the Senate races are main. Oh, would you look at that? I bet you that was Washtenaw that just came in. based on the shift that just occurred. And yes, it was another 10,000 votes from Washtenaw. And it was very good for El Sayed because his lead is now up to two flat and about 28,000. So he gained net like 3,000 or so out of that. So we have more votes in from the Ann Arbor area, and they were good for El Sayed, increasing his lead just a little bit. But at this point, when you're talking about a little under 30,000 votes, 3,000 vote net is significant. So yeah, at this point, Stevens, per our calculations, needs to win 70% of the vote. So again, that number keeps creeping up. But until we get more vote from Wayne confirming that is not feasible, that's why we haven't projected it for El Sayed at this point, because that's the 100. Wait, how many $1 million were spent on this? The at least, probably like $100 million question, roughly 95 million, however many millions were spent on this race question. The waiting game. Let's see if there are any other interesting questions in the chat. There are a lot of comments. I want to thank people for staying up. I mean, obviously this is a super fascinating race.
Yeah.
Ypsilanti. Thank you. Or I think it's Ypsilanti is where Eastern Michigan is. I thought somebody in the chat might help me out.
Yes.
I couldn't remember the name of it. How could I not remember? In Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor is easy enough to remember, but Ypsilanti. Yeah, Ypsilanti with a Y. Great name. Somebody says they did not like the Dave redistricting app update. I think it looks really nice. I actually just hadn't played around with it because I've just been busy with stuff and didn't realize they had updated it and couldn't find what I wanted. So anyway, who is winning? Tremendous. The comments, I'm loving it. Yeah, it's seeing that some other media outlets may be starting to project it for El Sayed. That is, they're looking at the same numbers we are. Well, actually, that may not be true. We may have better numbers than they do. In terms of figuring out just what exactly is left, we're pretty good at figuring that out. A lot of it's just through blood, sweat, and tears of calling and finding out, but also having people on the ground. At this point, it's, I do think that those last numbers from Washtenaw County were University of Michigan and Eastern Michigan, Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor, was good for El Sayed, and a reminder that some of those votes from the other parts of the state were going to help him out. So you got a couple 100,000 votes left. Stevens needs 70% of them to draw level. Sorry, that I clearly watch soccer. Draw even. You'd rather be El Sayed at this point. So we'll see if we're in a position to make a projection, or if there's still enough uncertainty about what's left. Because goodness knows, if you've waited this long to project something and it's this close, you do not want to be wrong. So
yeah.
I do see somebody asking about turnout. Well, turnout was very high. I mean, we're expecting about 1.6 million votes cast, roughly, in the Democratic primary. And on the Republican side, I think we're looking at, look at the governor's race, because the Senate race isn't going to help you on this question, because Mike Rogers, someone asked this earlier and I meant to respond to it. Mike Rogers was unopposed in the Republican primary. So there wasn't any action on the Republican side when it came to Senate, but they did have a competitive Republican gubernatorial contest. So right now there's about 850,000 votes on total on the Republican side, and I'm just going to ballpark this. There's probably like 60, 70,000. That might be 80,000-ish votes left in there. So you're probably talking about, maybe it's 9 2930 versus 1.6 million in the Democratic primary. I think that does speak to the energy on the Democratic side. And of course, the division between the two candidates and the amount of attention that was paid to this race, the amount of money that was spent on it, and how competitive it has proven to be. But at the same time, when you see that big a differential in a swing state in terms of the total votes cast,
Yeah.
that also says something about the environment, I think.
Right.
And to this point, I see folks in the comments noting it's over because so-and-so projected. Again, results are not it's over when the results are certified and someone's been declared the winner. It is true that we usually know that question. We usually know that without any doubt. I just think it's worth there is the process of us all coming together and figuring out who is going to win, and then there's the actual like state election certification process. Those are not the same thing. But yeah, let's see. Someone also asked how are the polls off by so much. We talked about that some. Figuring out what the Democratic primary electorate would look like is not as easy as it sounds. And primary polls are also hard because it may be hard for a lot of the commentariat to believe this, but there are a lot of people who would like both of these candidates and would consider voting both of them.
Right.
So, you know what? Thank you. Somebody reminded me. I had forgotten to shift this back up. Yes. God, sorry. Michigan votes. The Senate votes are back up. I realized I hadn't clicked back on it to share. So yeah, 28,000 vote margin, and we're still playing a waiting game on mainly Wayne County, which is almost half the remaining vote. And between it and Macomb, it's close to, not quite 2/3 of the vote, but nearly. This was far more interesting than I had counted on.
Less than a curse.
Exactly. No, it's great. Like I love a close election. Exciting election. You love it. But Tomorrow is going to come too soon, as a song that came out far too long ago now. Yeah, so I'm seeing a little bit more of the vote came in. I think maybe a tiny bit. I'm not really sure. Oh, okay. Looks like it was like another 10,000 votes from Macomb. Was a little better for Stevens, as you'd expect, given the general trend there. A little bit more. And El Sayed's lead just grew to about 30,000. I'm not sure where that came from, but let's see. It might have been Kalamazoo, which is now entirely in. It might have been Kent, which is now basically entirely in. Muskegon ended up going for Stevens narrowly. Yeah. So that's probably really good for El Sayed. That just made Stevens now has to win 73% of the remaining vote. And that I have to think is going to be really, really tough to do. Also some more vote from Wayne. And this was also critical. It was better for El Sayed than it was for Stevens, even though it was from Wayne.
Interesting.
Because her margin went down slightly there.
Yeah.
And that's a very good sign for El Sayed. So I'm not on the projection team, but it would not shock me if this new information plays into some choices. So we'll see. Thank you. You two are slow. You guys are trash. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah. I am absolutely seeing your comments. Thank you, person who said you're great.
Oh.
Yeah, we're just trying to cover this. It's fun. Just 2.2 points margin. El Sayed up by about 30,000, 29.4. I mean, yep, 70. Yeah, she actually almost needs. Stevens almost needs 74% of the vote now. It's gonna be tough. For her to actually pull that off. So, you would rather be El Sayed, no doubt about it. Yeah, she would need this Wayne County vote to really break, and it's hard. I mean, obviously it's not impossible, but it's hard to imagine that happening. To that extent.
Now, actually, I'm trying to remember what the last really competitive statewide Democratic primary in Michigan.
Wait, sorry, repeat it. I'm sitting here thinking about the numbers for a second.
I'm trying to remember what the last really competitive statewide Democratic primary was in Michigan. So I don't remember Alyssa Slotkin having.
No, she didn't. Her competition was
would it have been
not much. I mean, in a way, it was probably actually the 2018 gubernatorial primary.
Yeah. I was just gonna. Yeah, I'm actually gonna.
But even then, Whitmer won by about 20.
Yeah.
Over El Sayed, so
she won by
it was
a lot.
not the same. Going farther back, I mean, the presidential primary in 2016 on the Democratic side.
Yeah.
Is probably the last best close example.
Actually, I'm gonna just pull up this map for fun.
But oh yeah.
Oh.
In fact, I mean, I could pull it up as well, but I don't want to.
Yeah. No.
Give the people what they want.
I know. Yeah, I'm running out of ways to.
Again, somebody is asking again what the recount margin is. It has to be extremely close for there to be an automatic recount. It's like a 1/10 of a point, which is not going to happen.
Yeah. So actually, and I know, we were talking about this earlier. So the margin in 2016, it was Bernie 49.68 and Hillary 48.2.
Yeah. Even closer than where we are right now.
Even closer than where we're at now. Yeah. Which is really interesting.
It was a wild one. I can tell you, I was covering it. And that was a situation where Clinton was up by, I think it was like 16, 17. It's like one of the biggest polling misses that we've ever seen. And so a bigger, in fact, it might've been as much as 20. It was a bigger miss than whatever this ends up being. So just to put that in context, and that's primary polling's hard. Mm-hmm. Michigan's proven to be difficult to poll before. So there you go. Man. It's like you feel like we're right on the cusp of being able of projecting it. I know other outlets have, but we have our own independent process. So trust me when I say that the decision team has been wondering about if they could project this for like 3 hours. And it just kept being close enough that they did not feel they could. And I am not a part of that. I don't, we'll reach a decision when we reach a decision. We are a decision desk.
Many people are saying.
Many people are saying.
We're the desk where decisions are indeed reached.
Steve Kornacki apparently cut off his feed. Well, congrats, Steve.
He's so real for that, honestly. But we're still standing.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him. I imagine that once we project, we'll probably wrap up pretty quickly. At this point, El Sayed is up by a little less than 30,000. And Stevens needs about 74% of the remaining vote, which again, that would be, now her lead went back up a little bit in Wayne as we got a bit more of the vote in there. It's just not enough though. She's going to need higher rate. And it's like one of those things. We know that there are some votes left in Detroit. If they broke really heavily for Stevens, what would that mean, right? Like that's the question,
Right.
You know, I'm going to a little since I actually, you know, we're sitting here and I'm waiting. Let me back out actually though, so folks see the full screen. See, now it's 26,000. See, we're getting where did that come in from? No, it wasn't Oakland. I'm not sure where it came in from. It did not appear to be from Wayne because that was there already. So anyway, I was trying to see what is the city of Detroit saying right now. Stevens is winning in Detroit 62% to 34%. However, critically, I assume that these are the absentee precincts. Is that what's left? Let's see. There are a lot of precincts in Detroit. I'm scrolling down. Yeah. So, you know, I probably, you know, act like I've ever been on an election page before in my life. You know, Command F, search the precincts you're interested in. Absentee? They're like, oh, we'll make it easier for you. But I'm not, okay. So I'm not 100% sure. We have scrapers that are doing all this work, so I don't have to. But it says that there are 2 precincts that have not reported. So I'm trying to, it does say, you know what? It does say a lot of them are partially reported, which is probably an indication of the fact that they assign the absentee precinct votes to the precinct that the person lives in as a part of this process so that you can actually look at like the precinct level data with the absentee votes included. So, you know, we know that there were like 10,000 absentees left in Detroit, and I'm not sure if those have been counted yet. If they were counted, then Stevens would be in a lot of trouble. If they haven't been counted yet, then, well, and speaking of, it looks like we did just get some more votes in, and they were good for Stevens. So down to 20,000, a little bit of that was from Detroit. Where was that from? Apologies as I try to figure out where. Oh, you know what? It might have been final batches from like Saginaw. Yeah, that makes sense. I hadn't checked up there in a bit. That's probably what it was.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's been favorable to her. So, you know, she cut it down to 21,000, but she still needs 74% of the remaining vote. So, and yes, for the folks saying in the chat that it's been called, those are projections. And NBC and some other outlets may have projected it, but we have our own process for projecting it. And our decision team is going over. They've been looking at this all night. Trust me. And they want to be sure. And so better right than wrong.
Oh, well, I did. Mallory McMorrow watch just in my inbox. She's endorsed Al Sayed.
There you go. Well, the Mallory McMorrow bringing people together tour really gets going.
Yeah, the Mallory McMorrow Unity Queenmaker tour. Maybe she'll make those giant head signs. Both of them.
Someone was asking, what are the education credentials of you two? Well, I've been covering this for 15 years now. 15 years doing this. I used to work at 538. Grace here has been going since like college. Did you start while you were in college?
I did, yeah. So I started as a politics intern on the Business Insider politics desk, RIP. while I was a student at Barnard. And supposed to be a 6-month internship, became 4.5 years.
Became your life?
Here I am in this industry 8 years later.
Yeah.
I worked very closely with another great 538 alum, Walt Hickey. Taught me a lot about data. And I also have an advanced degree in election administration from the University of Minnesota.
Hubert Humphrey School.
Yeah, the Humphrey School.
Hubert Humphrey School. Triple H.
Triple H.
Yeah, so I started at Sabados Crystal Ball in 2011 and went to 538 in 2018. Was there until that folded, and I've been with Decision Desk since 2025. So there you go. That's my my background. And no, I do not have any preferences on these two candidates. My preference is to know who's going to win. Yeah. At this point, we've reached that hour. I'm this was fun. I'm good. Let's get a projection.
My preference is for more votes from Wayne County.
Yeah, seriously, jeez. It's funny. It is possible to not have a preference.
Millions of people do it every day. Some of us are just loyal to the love of the game.
Yeah.
I work here at 2:17 a.m.
Yeah. Do you have any advice for how I could stop getting cooked in Fortnite? You know, I used to play Fortnite some, but I don't play it anymore. But I do remember that you probably just have to get decent at building. That was really critical to me being able to play and hang out at all, hang on in a game at all. Though I think they have build free modes now, which I feel like takes something away from what Fortnite was, but that's by the by.
Yeah, and I got nothing for you. I got nothing on that.
Oh, Grace. Well, we're sitting here.
Yeah.
Are you from Connecticut or Rhode Island?
Neither.
Oh wait, is it? Well, aren't you from the Northeast?
Yeah, I'm from Massachusetts.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
That's like the worst question.
Wow, brilliant work by me. I was like, I knew you were from the Northeast, or I knew you were from New England. So I was like,
I am from New England. Yeah, I'm a proud daughter of Massachusetts. Started my life in the 4th congressional district, and then
yes, let's discuss our movements through congressional districts.
Yeah, and then moved to Massachusetts 6, home of the original gerrymander. And yeah, that's where I'm from. And now I live in DC, where I have no congressional district, which is very sad for me. But
you have a delegate.
I do. Yeah, I have a delegate. I'm gonna get a new delegate.
That's true. Eleanor Holmes Norton is retiring.
That's true.
Whether she wanted to or not.
Whether she wanted to or not. Yeah. And my home district, Massachusetts 6, has a open Democratic primary because Seth Moulton is running for Senate.
I grew up in the 6th district of Virginia, which is not competitive. Although it's very red, Shenandoah Valley. Interestingly, it did have a like kind of a moderate conservative Democrat representing it when I was born, named Jim Olin. But then Bob Goodlatte was there for a very long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm being told basically we know it's going to be within 2 points based on everything we know that's left. Yeah. It's not really a shocker, but and that's part of the reason why we haven't projected it yet. It's just discomfort with the number of votes left and the what we know and what we don't know, which is probably the bigger question.
The known knowns and the known unknowns.
Yeah, the known unknowns. Indeed, indeed. Someone notes that more of Ingham came in, which
Oh.
is good for El Sayed. So, yep, only most of the vote is now in from there. And his lead is back up to 26 and change, 26,000 and a bit. Somebody was asking, and maybe they noticed it earlier, or maybe they weren't here earlier. We talked about it a little bit, but how are these candidates polling against Mike Rogers, the Republican nominee? I entitled this chart or this table "Choose Your Own Adventure" because it really varies from poll to poll. On average, all the polls, the general election conducted since mid-June, basically, since June, and it varies. There are some that show Stevens doing a little better, one that showed her doing a lot better, and then a fair number that also showed El Sayed doing slightly better, or in one case, somewhat notably better. So it really is tough to say. I think that speaks to potentially some differences in their coalitions in a general election. It also could say something about the primary affecting what respondents were sort of saying in the heat of the primary. What will they say once the primary is over? What are people saying?
Yeah.
What are Democrats saying in September? And Democratic leaning independents, what are they saying? That's the big question. So yeah, I noticed someone saying you can't trust any Michigan polls. They had Abdul winning easy. I will say that primary polling is harder than general election polling, because in general election polling, most voters are defaulting to one party or the other. Generally, there aren't a lot of swing voters. So that, whereas in a primary, as hard as it might be to believe for some of the folks in the commentariat, there were a lot of primary voters who probably like both of these candidates because they're both Democrats. Now they're different kinds of Democrats in terms of where they sort of sit on a number of important issues, but on a lot of policy issues they would have broad agreement. And so with that in mind, most Democrats are going to vote for either of these candidates. And so there is a chance that a fair number of them were like, yeah, I could see myself voting for El Sayed, or I could see myself voting for Stevens. And they may have actually had a difficult time making a choice. So with that in mind, they might have told a pollster Stevens a month ago, but they got really tired of all the AIPAC spending. And then they said El Sayed in the end when they went to actually vote. That's the sort of decisions that can come. Yes, we are aware that NBC has projected the race. That does not affect our choice to project. We like to be the fastest, but sometimes we feel like we have enough information that maybe others jump the gun, or we feel like it's safer to wait based on what we've got. So. No, it's okay that I have had to repeat it, because also I think some people are jumping on this stream now and didn't hear me say it earlier. So it's really fine, and we appreciate everybody hanging out. And even if you were slamming me in the chat, it's really okay. I understand. It's the internet. It's the internet at 2:20 a.m. On the East Coast. If you're on the West Coast, it's a good place to watch elections.
That's true.
Because you're not even it's still the 4th there.
Oh my God, it's still yesterday.
It's still yesterday.
Yeah. When I was young and innocent.
Yeah, you don't have like a 9 a.m. or, well, I'm actually not even sure when my earliest media hit to talk about this stuff is tomorrow morning, but there'll be more of this. I'll be getting some more cold brew in my life. And
we should sponsor you.
Oh, that's funny. Someone says it's 7 a.m. in Europe. Hey, you're waking up and you're catching the end. Nice. Yeah. That's nicely done. That's like, actually, you know what? I guess that's kind of like the experience for me if I'm watching like a British, like an election in the UK or something. Or France.
Oh yeah.
It's like nice getting some results at like 7 p.m. Eastern. Sweet. This is great. Yeah. It's so just to update folks. we are at the point where we think that there is about 140,000 votes left. Stevens would have to win close to 80% of those. The reason that we have not projected this, despite that being a pretty steep mountain to climb, is that we are uncertain about votes from mainly here, Detroit, because you could have absentee votes, like 10,000 absentee votes from Detroit that are like 80-20 for Stevens. And then suddenly this gets a little more interesting, right? So that's the reason for the uncertainty. Because here's the thing we know. Looking at the Detroit breakdown, which I looked at a little while ago, it was like Stevens like 63-34 or something like that in Detroit proper. But we know that there were like 10,000 more absentee votes and some election day votes. We know that absentee votes have been better for Stevens. So an 80-20 result out of Detroit would not be shocking. It also might not even be enough, because she has to do that in other places. But what if it's 85-15 and some of that? This is why, also, to be clear, sometimes figuring out the estimated vote remaining is not an exact science. Like, we have called registrars, we have asked, how many, we've been finding out this information to the best of our ability. But I think it is worth noting in our age of having it used to be just precincts reporting back in the day. But now we use estimated vote reporting because a lot more people vote via absentee vote, or they vote early, and all this stuff gets combined at the end. And so with the different voting methods, that now it's a state to state, county to county thing. Some are better than others at giving you exact numbers and being able to report that. Some are just not responsive. There's some states that just don't want to tell you anything. But either way, it is possible that there's 150,000 votes left. It's also possible there are 135,000 votes. Like, there is a little bit of like a plus or minus around that 140,000 votes remaining number. And obviously, if it is bigger than that, that leaves a little more runway for Stevens to catch up. And if it's a little less than that, it leaves her even less. So that's why that's the situation here. Although that does feel, they say it's 112,000 votes. That's interesting. I wonder if that's actually wrong. I'm looking at we have an internal thing here on the number of votes. I think that's also based on the estimate of. I wonder if that. Oh, anyway, maybe I'm wrong on that number. The point is, Stevens needs a large chunk of the vote, and it's been going up. And I don't have a spreadsheet open. Back in the day when I wasn't doing live streams every night or every election night, I would have like spreadsheets out, calculating this stuff myself constantly. It's a little harder to do with 39 windows open. But the point being, she keeps needing more of the vote in terms of the share of what's left. And that is, that's why El-Sayed is favored to win this thing, and why some outlets have projected him as the winner, and why we're still figuring things out here in terms of what is left and what is going to be necessary. Oh God, you know what? I apologize. It happened again. I thought I'd clicked back to it. Here, folks, the numbers are back. I apologize. I'm sorry. Again, sharing and yeah, knowing which tab I have open, and I've got click to share. It's like, oh, I forgot to click back on share it. So, yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Well, you learn new things every day. Point being, Abdul El-Sayed still in the lead, still likeliest to win this thing when push comes to shove. So, yeah, well, let's see if there's some other questions in here. No, we're not projecting it yet. Sorry, I didn't want to. Fun. This is the Stevens Denial channel. Sorry. Yeah, the comments are just really fun. Oh man.
We've reached silly hours. Silly hours.
Oh, the best part is that that people think we're like intentionally delaying here, as if as if we have any control over the winner of the election.
I don't even work for DHQ. I'm just.
Yeah, she's just a guest. Grace works for the 19th. The 19th, which is a great publication that you should all check it out. They do a lot of great work over there. What is it? The 19th.org?
Yes, 19thnews.org.
News. I forgot. Sorry. I forgot the news.
Yeah, forgot the news. Yeah, we're a nonprofit newsroom covering gender, politics, and policy, named for the 19th Amendment, the same name. And yeah, there's been a lot of gender in politics this summer.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys have heard.
Seriously. In this race, obviously, hit on a lot of that. I wanted to look. What is the other? Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's see. Actually, somebody asked a really good question here, which is one that I was actually discussing earlier tonight with Chuck Todd and Chris Cillizza in A Different Life when they were also on this feed.
When they were here.
When they were here. Any significance to El Sayed winning while losing all of the Detroit counties? Has a Democrat ever done that? I don't know the answer to that question, but I want to go find out. So once this is actually decided, I will I will want to dig in, because I think it is probably pretty hard to win a Democratic primary in Michigan and lose Detroit, Oakland, and Macomb. So that would be a very fascinating outcome. And I'll be clear. Go ahead, Grace.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, I think Bernie Sanders did it in 2016.
Oh, did he? Was that actually the breakdown?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I'm
sorry.
just looking at the map.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? I am capable of bringing this up briefly. I'll switch back. I promise. If I switch to it, I will not forget again. I'm going to be more intense about that now. I just didn't mean to slip earlier, and I want people to see the data. That's why they're here. Michigan Press 2016. Here we go. You should all check out Decision Desk HQ Votes. It's our election portal, which is what is providing all this beautiful information you're seeing on screen here. So yes, share this tab instead. Bernie Sanders. I think his image is attached to the name Bernard Sanders in our system, and I think that's why there's not a name. His picture isn't showing up there. But yes, Hillary Clinton won Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb, and Genesee and Saginaw, but lost. And if you look at this, she got crushed in Grand Rapids. She actually didn't lose Ann Arbor as badly as I would have thought.
Yeah. Or Lansing, it looks like.
Yeah, but
That was interesting.
But all that added up to a narrow Bernie Sanders victory. And so, but I'll go back to the race we're actually all here for now. And yes, we're aware that, actually, I see somebody pointing out Bernard. Very fun. If you go back and look at old Vermont election results, I actually live in Vermont now. I'm in DC for our coverage of this, but I live in Vermont. If you look at Vermont's election results, and historically when Bernie Sanders was running as the Liberty Union candidate for governor and Senate back in the 70s, he is always listed as Bernard Sanders. He didn't really become known as Bernie Sanders politically until he got elected mayor of Burlington in the early, 81, I think. But it's just funny to look back and see Bernard Sanders. Obviously, I think people who knew him as Bernie, but to the public, he was just the guy winning 4% as the Liberty Union candidate. And look where he is now.
Now.
It's wild. Let's see. Oh man. I like the movie Dune as well. Someone wrote Lisan Al Gaib in the comments. It's a good movie. The second one's good too. I'm excited for the third one. We're still sitting here waiting on the last few votes. Let me do a quick run through of what's left. We know it's mostly Wayne and Macomb and Genesee. Worth noting, that's also a place where Stevens is leading.
This is an audio test.
Oh.
Please remain silent for the best results.
Okay.
This test is designed.
Oh gosh. Okay, well, I guess I'm in charge here while that's happening.
I have no idea why this thing that's in front of me where we're doing this just cut on its Zoom, but it did. So fun with live television or live, whatever we are, TV, live streaming, live television. Anyway, that was strange. Maybe it had some sort of audio thing and I said something that magically started it. Like you accidentally call up Siri on your phone or something. But anyway, yeah, most of the vote is in Wayne, Macomb, and Genesee. And then there is still like 10-ish thousand votes in Washtenaw where Ann Arbor is. And that latter one is good for El Sayed. But I think it's those first three is the reason why, yes, we have not projected the race. No, we don't care if someone else has projected it. We're seeing, the same general trend here, which is that Abdul El Sayed is probably going to win this thing, but we're not quite ready to project it yet. No, not because we're Haley Stevens stands. It's because we have a process. Usually that process is faster, but sometimes it's not. And this is one of those nights. Someone notes Hong will win Wisconsin and you'll like it. I mean, she very well might win. In fact. Oh, did I say Nikki Haley by accident there? I think I meant, maybe I said it while I was trying to say Haley Stevens.
Yeah.
Fun times. Oh boy. Yeah, Abdul El Sayed. I think I said it correctly. Sorry if being from the Shenandoah Valley came out briefly and I said Al Sayed. I know it's Abdul El Sayed. So let's see. Yeah, the big thing is Wayne. I mean, I can hear it. Look, where I'm at, the projection team is in the room next door, and I can just hear them talking. And I've been hearing them talking all night. I can't hear precisely what they're saying because I have a number of wooden doors between me and them. But I just hear the constant flow of like, because they're just constantly discussing where the numbers are and what is what's going. Okay, someone says that Wayne dropped. Let's see.
Oh,
was more Wayne? It has not popped up on my feed yet. But, let's see. Why are they less? Well, usually they're more, but someone was asking about like why our vote totals slightly different from AP, NBC, because we collect them. Each NBC probably uses AP, although they might use Edison. I'm not actually sure who they're using now for their vote totals. But basically, different organizations that gather election results have sort of different methods. We do a lot of scraping. I would say more than most of our counterparts. But we also do put people on the ground, especially in states that are not as accessible via scraping. That's generally how it goes. And a lot of the time we have votes in quicker than our counterparts. If AP has a few more this time, congrats to them. They got us. But that's how it's not. There is the thing that's worth remembering is that all of this is an unofficial count, and the state of Michigan and the Secretary of State of Michigan will have the official count certified in a few weeks after they have finished going through all the processes that every state does when they take an election. And that's when really an election is truly formally declared in any official capacity. But we have obviously adopted a practice in this country of the media closely following results, which is good because it gives you sort of you're not just being told the results. I think that's probably good that you're getting lots of people tracking what those results are saying. And because of our county level nature and town level nature of how things are reported, and it is possible to do that and to have third parties, in this case, media or election organizations like Decision Desk HQ, track all this data and report it. But again, the official result from the state is what is the final, certified real, whatever. If Abdul El-Sayed wins with, 720,000 votes or whatever, it's going to be whatever that number is. So, and we just got a little bit more. Not clear where it came from. Yeah, I would love for Wayne to drop. Well, let's see. Is it up here now? No. Am I just, for some reason, a little, what's going on? Refresh DDHQ votes. We're still 81%. And Wayne, I know this is all very exciting streaming right now. I would love to see all the votes in too. It's getting late. I don't stay. I have like a 16-month-old. I don't stay up this late anymore. All right. Not even on a, no, I haven't seen this hour in a bit. So.
I unfortunately have. Yeah. I have a bad habit of pulling all-nighters, including recently as I've been traveling from Wisconsin, Michigan, and doing lots of reporting, and then not having time to write the stories based on that reporting, and needing to do that at hours of the day, such as this. And it was banking on tonight being wrapped up early.
Yep.
But
me too.
Yeah.
I expected to be working on my wrap-up piece about Abdul El-Sayed winning at about 11:30, maybe midnight. And then that never happened, and it's 2:45. So here we are. I see someone ask, why is it 81% for the Senate race, but only 70% for the House race? And that's because actually, so this is for the entirety of Wayne County for the Senate race. But the congressional district that they're talking about is this one over in the 13th. But this is actually only contains part of Wayne County.
Right.
It is not all of Wayne County in the congressional district. Wayne County has the Rashida Tlaib's district right here. So this is just part of it, and this part is it has Detroit, and that's probably what the holdup is, if I had to guess, based on what we know at this point. And so we have around 80% of the estimated vote in for Wayne County as a whole, but only about 70% in this congressional district because of the constituent parts of Wayne County that are in that congressional district. So that is the difference at the end of the day, and why they're not aligned. So it's a good question for sure. Someone says there's more Ingham. Thank you, chat. Yep, Ingham is almost. He's basically in. I mean, we say there's around 500 votes left, so a little bit more for El-Sayed. Let's see, where does that bring us to? He's up by 26,000 votes. Again, that is going to be mighty difficult for Stevens to overcome. There are, at this point, around 80,000 votes left across Wayne and Macomb. And that is, if I can back out more, it's not quite 2/3 of what we're estimating is outstanding at this point. And then, we know Genesee's got some. So actually, if you add in Genesee, 12, 35, 63, 113. Yeah, it's 3/4 ish are in those three counties. So a lot left. Someone asked, what are Abdul's chances against Rogers? That's a great question. Well, I think the polling's inconclusive, but Grace, I don't know if you have any thoughts. I've been talking a lot.
No, I mean, I definitely think the race is, still a toss-up. It was rated a toss-up before by most forecasters. I think it still is. And yeah, I mean, just there's really a lot that can change between now and November. Obviously, this is going to be the national environment is favorable for Democrats, and Michigan has some very unique factors to it. It's been particularly affected by policies like the tariffs and the impact on the domestic manufacturing sector. With that said, it very much is a purple state, albeit one that has not elected a Republican senator in quite some time. I think it probably, I'd say it's still a true toss-up, but a lot can change. And we also, it's still kind of, we know from the primary what kind of campaign El-Sayed runs and what some of his strengths and maybe some of his weaknesses might be. And Mike Rogers obviously ran in 2024 statewide. It was a very different election year. And he's just, now kind of moving into general election mode himself. So that's not a super helpful answer.
No, it's fine. No, I mean, look, it's
you don't want to make bold pronouncements that
no, of course not. I mean, look, I think that's
given the way things are going tonight, like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, the polling is regarding like who would be stronger against Rogers was, as I've said a couple times, was inconclusive. It was, some polls suggested Stevens doing a little better, some El-Sayed a little better. A couple had more dramatic differences, which I think is less realistic. I think in this day and age, a world where one of those candidates is 2 or 3 points stronger in margin makes sense to me, but I wouldn't imagine it's much more than that, just because just how polarized things are. Now, at the same time, it is possible that look, El-Sayed is a more progressive candidate, and obviously Republicans are going to very much try to paint him as extreme, and if they were to succeed on that front, that could potentially make him weaker. We've seen Republicans get penalized for nominating candidates who ended up being viewed as more extreme. But El-Sayed as the nominee, assuming he does hold on here, would be a big test of that in a swing state. It would be it would be really the truest test of that question, like, can a progressive win in a pivotal state like this? And I think, if El-Sayed wins, that's a big feather in the cap of the progressive movement. If he were to lose, assuming, holds on, wins the nomination here, that would obviously not be a feather in the cap. So that's the sort of the crux of things. And it's a really pivotal seat in Decision Desk HQ's forecast. If Democrats lose Michigan, a seat they currently hold, Republicans win a majority in 85% of the scenarios in which that happens. And so, that's very bad for Democrats, obviously. So that's why this seat is so critical to sort of the overall political situation and who can get a majority in the Senate. I do think, just thinking, broadly right now, our forecast gives Democrats a slight edge in Michigan. A lot of that's based on sort of the fundamental situation. It's a Democratic leaning political environment. So there are a lot of things that should be going right for Democrats. Once we have a nominee here, we'll add in the general election polling. And, I imagine because both candidates were polling more evenly with Rogers, that might help the Republicans a little bit at the margins in our forecast. At the same time, we also take in prediction market data, which may not move all that much. And so it may not move actually that much. So there are a lot of inputs. So we'll see, but that's sort of my take on where this is. Why am I in my mom's basement? I'm not. I'm in like an office room. I'm not in my house. I'm not in Vermont. I'm in Washington, D.C. The whole team gathered. It was a big primary day, and so it was a chance to get what is not entirely, but a lot of remote people together. So lots of fun.
That is fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, I like the people I work with. It's fun to see them in person.
Yeah.
I like being able to work remote. That's very good for me in this situation. My wife has a job in Vermont, so I can live in Vermont.
Yeah.
And take a short flight to DC. Still haven't seen Bernie on that flight.
Oh, really? That's surprising.
No, I have run into him.
Yeah.
On Church Street in Burlington.
Oh, nice.
But he was like walking down the street with an aide and just taking pictures with people and
sounds about right.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Man. Well, we are at that point in the night where there is just a few more votes. And yet probably know the outcome. But we have certain thresholds of certainty that we like to reach as a team. And I know that is what they are currently discussing and have been discussing for a long time. What is left? What's there? Where is it coming from? What is the range of possibilities and of what those numbers could look like? And is there a way that this isn't an El Sayed win? And at least for now, our team clearly is viewing it as there is at least a slight enough chance that Stevens can catch him that they are not comfortable projecting, and that maybe some other people projected a little quicker than we would have, given what we know. But there's no question that El Sayed is very likely going to win this. And I know other outlets have projected it. There's some other outlets have projected it. That doesn't have any bearing on us projecting it. But yeah, clearly El Sayed's up 26,000, nearly 26,500 votes. And that is a mountain that Stevens is probably not gonna be able to climb. But I think the fact that we can't entirely rule it out is the reason why we have not projected. Oh man.
And the other thing I'll just say too about the El Sayed versus Mike Rogers question is we kind of know broadly from political science and literature and all of that candidates who are, more moderate, more to the center tend to do better in general elections than candidates who have held elected office before, which Mike Rogers has and El Sayed has not, tend to do better. That said, that's not necessarily true in every single race. Like every race is different. I know it's a cliche, but it's really true. So there are kind of these like broader trends and broader fundamentals. But like if this primary season has been any indication, there's all the electorates in a real, at least the Democratic primary electorate's in a very, very fluid, really, really interesting transitional time. And yeah, a lot of the old rules and assumptions and fundamentals have gone out the window.
That's 100% it. And that's the thing, right? Is that there is a lot of, as you said, there's a ton of political science research on, I think particularly people who've previously held office being stronger candidates. And there's reason why that makes sense, that they're more practiced at campaigning. They've spent more time trying to appeal to voters. However, obviously right now in our political environment, an outsider, someone who is not associated with a political situation where people are just really fed up and angry about it, is potentially a plus for you as a candidate. And there's interesting, oh gosh, what were their names? Sarah Truell and Rachel something. She's at Notre Dame. They've had some interesting research on the growth in the success of outsider candidates in party primaries. Republicans, we saw it sort of first with them, but now we're seeing increasingly with Democrats, and so that's an interesting. It's just interesting to see that and maybe that reflects also what we're seeing right in this election cycle, where the Democratic Party's leadership and sort of the establishment, as it often gets, for shorthand, gets quoted as, has tended to hold more sway than the Republicans have. Obviously, the 2016 presidential nomination process saw President Trump kind of nearly engaged in a hostile takeover of the GOP. And the Democrats, their party leadership has held more sway, but in the aftermath of the loss in 2024 and President Trump's return to office, obviously there are a lot of Democrats who are fed up with the leadership, and perhaps even if they aren't, DSA or out and out staunch progressives, who is presenting the change and anti-establishment message more than anyone else right now? It's the left of the Democratic Party. And so in terms of thinking about why candidates are appealing, it's a combination of things, right? And the context in which they are presenting this alternative is important. And this is the context where an anti-establishment message, one about shaking things up and not just fighting Trump, which obviously we heard Haley Stevens say a lot, but that sounds a lot more like a 2018 message. And it's like there's an extra something to that now that is more reflected in what you're hearing from progressives and even DSA type candidates. And clearly that has had an appeal. And we saw the Republican Party leadership and establishment sort of lose control of things, and that may be happening on the Democratic side now. Not necessarily in the same way, but Chuck Schumer isn't necessarily a happy camper these days.
Right. Well, he did. Yeah, he has, landed some of his preferred recruits in some states, like Ohio, Sherrod Brown in Ohio, Roy Cooper in North Carolina, Mary Peltola in Alaska. But I think
that's true.
True. That's true. But at the same time, I do think Maine and Michigan are really kind of blemishes on his otherwise very successful track record in recruiting good statewide candidates. And I think it does speak to the political moment that we're in. And I know a lot of the narrative coming out of tonight is oh, this is so much closer than we expected. And they'll say I'm not winning as much as people expected, but it still is a big deal that the preferred candidate of the Democratic Party leadership establishment, even though Schumer and Gillibrand, who runs the DSCC, didn't explicitly endorse Stevens, they made it known that she was their preferred candidate, and also the candidate endorsed by Michigan's most senior current and former statewide Democratic elected officials. He would have been the beneficiary of some 30 million plus in outside spending. The fact that a candidate like that still lost, albeit maybe by less than she was expected to, but that, that does, it does still say something about, the potency of a candidate like El-Sayed. So I think, it's kind of important to, there's so many different ways you can look at it. Yes, I do. I definitely, agree that tonight in particular, I imagine it's maybe not going the way that Schumer would have wanted, for sure. And I think it also too, speaks to a little bit of a misreading of the electorate. By some of these folks.
100%.
Yeah. And that's happening on both sides too. Both within kind of the more establishment aligned Democrats are maybe underestimating the, the anti-leadership, anti-establishment, mad at Washington, mad at, corporate money and AIPAC sentiment. But at the same time, the people on the left and the El Sayed camp may have been, overestimating or over-indexing on all the indicators that were in his favor.
Oh man.
So
my friends have a running text thread watching me on this that I can see. That's very funny. Thanks for staying up with me, guys.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, it's 3 a.m. and we don't formally have a projection, but Abdul Al-Sayed is most likely going to win. And this is where the state of things are. We are slowly chipping away at the votes remaining. There are 77-ish thousand in Macomb and Wayne. Still another 12 in Genesee. So that's like 3/4 of what's left, or 2/3, one or the other. And and people were asking in the chat. So we've got, yes, but at this point, most of what we're waiting on is absentee vote. There is some same day vote potentially in Detroit. Might be some provisional votes, which sometimes there can be a fair number. But it's mostly about absentee votes at this point, just the last final batches here. Obviously, Wayne County is now at about 82% of the estimated vote reporting. And that's sort of the situation in those two places. There's a scattering of votes in other around. I mean, there are 120,000 votes left, so you do have. Actually, we think we've got everything from Kent, for instance, Kent County, which is where Grand Rapids is. We have almost everything from Ingham County, which is where Lansing is. We have not quite everything from Washtenaw, which is where Ann Arbor is. That is a very good thing for Abdul El-Sayed, obviously, because he has won about 62% of the vote in Washtenaw. So that's a place where he will probably pick up votes on net once it reports more. And that's kind of the broad situation. Is there are a few counties that are better for Stevens, but it also depends on what exactly and where those votes are coming from. If it's from Detroit proper, that's probably the best thing for Stevens. If it's from some other parts of Wayne County, that might actually be net equal or even work out to El-Sayed's favor based on sort of the town by town splits there. Washtenaw is a net positive for El-Sayed, and then Macomb and Genesee are probably net positives for Stevens. So you can see how Stevens gains, but being able to actually gain what she needs to overtake El-Sayed is going to be tough. Obviously, we haven't totally ruled it out because we haven't projected the race yet, but it's certainly El-Sayed's race to lose at this point, no doubt. And we just got some more votes from Wayne, it looks like. And the gap closed a little bit. It's back to about a little under 25,000 with 112,000 left. So we got a little bit more Wayne vote just ticking up. We're up to 85% of the estimated vote in Wayne reporting. I'm really enjoying let's see. Yes, we're aware NBC projected the race. Chuck is not here to say that he didn't win. Chuck has hopefully gone to bed. It's real fascinating. 3 a.m. Comment section is real fun. Oh, somebody asked, there were a couple questions I saw on this. Somebody was wondering why the estimated vote on, I think it was CNN or something, why it went from 91 to 90%, the estimated total reporting, even as the number of votes counted went up. And that's because other outlets, including ourselves, are trying to figure out how many votes are left. and we don't necessarily have that number 100%, you know, in pen. It's in pencil. And we're updating it based on information that we're gathering from counties and towns about how many votes are outstanding. And so in some cases, turns out, oh, there were a few more election day votes than we thought there were going to be based on what we knew at 4 o'clock or something. And so we'll update that. We'll update with that information, and that might expand the total number of votes, not necessarily by a lot, but a little bit, that we expect to come in at the end of the day. And so you might have the denominator growing by enough that suddenly that even if the numerator expanded a little bit or grew a little bit, it's 90% instead of 91%. And also, I do see someone asking, why did Mike Rogers get 4,700 votes from one county and nowhere else? That probably had something to do with the scraper. Mike Rogers got a lot more than 4,700 votes. Michigan is a state where people can do appear on the primary ballot, even if they're unopposed. So there will be a figure, 800,000 or whatever votes that Mike Rogers gets at the end of the day. But we don't count unopposed races, or we don't do the tallies for them. The state will have an official count, like the Secretary of State will have an official count for that race. But the fact that one county is showing up for him is probably just some sort of scraper thing with our process that popped in a result for that. Because we have the primary there as a race, like in our system. It's just he has no opponent, so we weren't bothering with trying to count all the votes in that race. So that's where, like, we're tallying what's going on, but there's an official count that the state has, that the state will certify here in a few weeks after they've gone through all the formal aspects of the vote counting process. It's just, we like to know the results faster. And sometimes they're clear and sometimes they are more competitive, like tonight. Am I jobless? Just be honest. No, I work for Decision Desk HQ. That's why I'm sitting here talking to you at 3 a.m. In fact, and getting hoarse. That's for sure. So about just shy of 25,000 votes in margin. And yeah, it's let's see if I can get an update. Oh yeah, let's talk about something else for a minute. How is Michigan 13 looking? Well, we are getting more votes there because Wayne County has been tallying more votes, and the part of Wayne County that this district takes in, we have more votes. And Donovan McKinney is up still by about the same margin he was up before, but we are up to almost 80% of the vote in. Again, because of the votes outstanding in Wayne, same reason we haven't called, the Senate race. This is even more acute because all the votes in this district are in Wayne County. But McKinney's up. He's up by about 3,400 votes, and not quite 3,400 votes, and is better to be ahead than not. It's just could Sri Tanadar do better in some absentee votes down the stretch? Maybe, based on sort of the breakdowns we've been seeing so far in like the Senate race, types of candidates doing better among election day voters versus absentee voters. But that's just sort of where things stand there. And we've got some more votes in the Senate race. I'm back over here to the Senate contest. So no worries, folks. Still about 25,000 vote margin. I think we got a few more votes from Wayne. All right. Grace, can you handle the for 2 minutes? Because
Yeah.
I for everyone to know, I really have to go to the bathroom. So I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, hi everyone. Good to be with you all. Yeah. What a night, or I guess morning. What a night / morning. All right, let me see. I don't have like the chat functionality on my end. Let me see if I can pull it up. This is certainly quite something. I saw a third almost all-nighter. Oh God, am I frozen? Okay, yeah. So I said I wasn't going to pull an almost third all-nighter in a row, but here I am. Yeah, I also live in DC, but I have been like way out of town for election stuff for much of the past month. I was going to be in Maine with my family for a little trip with my parents in July, and then was also going to do some reporting on the Senate race there and how abortion was playing into it. And I arrived there the day after Graham Plattner dropped out, so I happened to be there while all of that was playing out. One of my friends joked that I'm like the Grim Reaper for candidates, because I was in Maine for that. I was in Down East Maine, like kind of actually near Bar Harbor and Sedgwick. I was in Sedgwick. That's where I was. So I did like a little bit of on the ground reporting on the very last minute convention process to replace him, and then was gonna try to fly straight to Michigan from there. That went terribly. If you ever want to try to fly from Maine, especially out of the Bangor airport, to like the Midwest on a summer Saturday, don't do it. We had crazy weather. My connecting flight to Chicago was like delayed for hours and then canceled. And I was like still coming up with backup plans. That's like one of the main skills I've learned from being a campaign reporter is like, you just have to be really resilient and like take challenges like that in stride. So point being, I was like stranded in Bangor, Maine. I was just telling my story about how I tried to go straight from Maine to Michigan to report on this primary the weekend that AOC and Bernie were rallying with El-Sayed and Will Lawrence in Lansing. But I ended up getting stranded in Bangor for 3 days and made it back to DC, and then like turned myself around, got to Michigan, and then went straight to Wisconsin, and have just got back from Michigan from Wisconsin on Monday. So I've either been working or in travel hell since July 12th. July 11th was my last actual day off.
Nice.
I do it for the love of the game. Do it for the love of the game. It's been one hell of a time to be a political reporter.
No doubt. Let's see. All right, I'm back. Let's see. So there's about 69,000 votes in Macomb and Wayne. And all told, we think there's now a little bit less than 100,000. So El-Sayed is up by 24,000 votes. And most of the vote is from here. So Yeah. So it's. I mean, look, it's really just that I think it's Detroit. It's just the fact that Detroit could come in big enough for Stevens that we can't entirely rule out. I mean, that's the only reason we haven't projected it. Because obviously El Sayed is in a very good position to hold on here. And it's 3:15 in the morning. So, yeah.
It is.
Someone says Grace should be asked to defend the drivers in Massachusetts.
Oh God, that I can't do. That I'm not gonna take that one on.
No.
But you know what? What I will say about Massachusetts is at least we're self-aware about our shortcomings in life. And you know what? We're not the only ones who are bad drivers. Maryland drivers notorious in the DMV area.
Yes, they're not good.
No,
they are bad. They're
good.
very bad indeed. That's funny. Yeah, they sorry, I'm just laughing because they're just so notorious. It's
yeah.
All right. Well, I was trying to take the time to just calculate this because I have a moment. So why don't we figure it out? If there are 96,000 votes left. And I'm sure it's very exciting television here, or whatever we're on, streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah, it looks like Stevens needs about 63% of the remaining vote. And that's a little fuzzy because McMorrow is still getting some votes, but she basically needs to win the last bit of votes by, what is that? God, I can't do math at this hour. 25. So that's part of the reason why we have not projected this, is that that's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Earlier, when I was saying some numbers, I misread. We were using a 50% mark number for that calculation and not just this situation where no one's going to have a majority as things look to be. It's going to be a plurality win because McMorrow's got 4% down here. So I thought Stevens needed a little bit more. And then I had it clarified to me what that actually was calculating, because it didn't actually say 50%. And so I thought it was just for the lead. So now that I've done this, yeah, 63%, which is not outside of the possibility. Someone says, I assume 99% of the McMorrow vote is early mail-in. Most of it, yes. And the fact that we've been getting absentee vote here at the end, I think it's actually possible that her number, that she's increased. Let me take a look at that actually in our vote drop history on the Decision Desk HQ votes portal, which you should all check out. It's free to sign up. I am curious if she's been slowly gaining actually. And it's because the absentee vote in most places, and especially some of the more populous places, was counted or, was reported last. And so, yeah, she's actually gone up slightly over the night, which is kind of a funny little thing.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, I can see. Oh, man.
Yeah, something I'm curious about too with this, the climbing also number of McMorrow votes is how many of that. I'm thinking probably not a lot of them are people who would have cast their ballots before she dropped out, because that was a month ago. I mean, I do. Yeah, I think Michigan people can request absentee ballots pretty early, but I'm very so intrigued by this idea of, We know there are tens of thousands of McMorrow protest voters. The McMorrow Middle. And it's like it's a sizable chunk of the
No, 4%. I mean, yeah. I mean,
yeah. That's
it's real. The people, the same day or the election day vote, folks who voted for Morrow, I will be interested to see.
oh yeah, actually. Yeah.
Because that's like, in fact, hold on a sec. Can I find this information out? Let me see. At least for Detroit, because I had that open earlier. Let's see. It has, I think they had vote type, vote method. No, I don't want to see vote method for the individual precincts. I wanted to see it for the whole city, but okay, I don't have time. I can't figure that out right now. It's 3:20 in the morning.
Yeah. No, don't.
Folks are heading out who are not on who are not me and are not on the projection team. Yeah, well, now it's closer to 25,000. Maybe some more from Washtenaw. Yeah, some more from Washtenaw, where Ann Arbor came in, and so that would make sense because Abdul Sayed is doing very well there. So that gave him a little bit more of a buffer. And I should just do the math over here. What are we at? 17,690. No. Live calculations on a live stream. Very exciting. So exciting. It didn't really change the top line, what needs to happen from here. Not dramatically so, at least. Yeah. Well, you did it again, Detroit and Wayne County. You kept me up all night.
Got us there.
Yeah, actually, well, it's funny in 2020, because that obviously was the like, okay, someone's asking, is Wayne got enough left or not? I mean, Wayne, we believe, has about 46,000 votes left. And currently in Wayne, she's got 62% of the vote, which, oh, by the way, is about what she needs in theory to catch El Sayed. But here's the thing, is that not all the vote is left in Wayne County. So that's why she would need something bigger than that in Wayne County, and good performances among the remaining stuff in places like Macomb, where she is leading, but not by as much. A little bit more came in from Genesee, apparently, which is where Flint is. And so it's possible, but pretty unlikely is basically the situation for, is there enough left for Stevens to catch? Like, you want to be El Sayed. Yes, lots of dead air. Yes, it's hard to. Yep. It wasn't even close. Anyway, looking at. If you're wondering why we're doing anything strange at this hour, it's because it's 3:24 in the morning, and we're all in disbelief that this is still going on. I thought this was not going to be like this. I thought it was going to be a bit more straightforward. But hey, if life were always that, if it were always that way, what would we wouldn't. If we knew the vote beforehand, we wouldn't count the votes, and
That's
people
true.
actually have to vote.
Yeah, all things considered, I would rather live in a country where we count the
Counting
votes.
the votes. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Seconded. Oh man. I was going to say that in 2020, which obviously was a pretty nutty election. It was a nutty year. It's a very
Was
weird
it?
year.
Did something happen?
Yeah, it's just something.
Yeah.
my editor ordered me to go to sleep at like 3:15 so that I could take over at like 6:30. And Nathaniel Rakic, my colleague, stayed up. Of course, I didn't really go to bed at 3:15. I saw the Wisconsin drop out of Milwaukee that put Biden ahead there. And then I went to sleep for like 2 hours. It was a very fitful 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then woke up and went back to it. And I wasn't drinking coffee yet, and I made it through that.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't drinking coffee yet.
Wow.
Yeah, so pretty wild.
Wow.
Why is Kent voting like Washtenaw? Well, Grand Rapids has become pretty. The city proper has become pretty progressive in terms of a kind of progressive hotbed culturally, and so in that sense, while it's not a college town in the same way that Ann Arbor is, I think that's why it's looking somewhat similar, at least countywide. Now, it is worth noting that the outskirts, so this is Kent County, Grand Rapids is right here. The outskirts of it are certainly much redder, and so not as many primary voters. Most of them are in here, and that has turned into a place that progressives do pretty well in. Yeah, man. Well, you guys there's been no projection. What do you want from me?
What do you want from me? Well, projection, I guess.
I would like a projection. That's precisely what I would like. This is Brandon Finnegan.
This is Michigan.
Hi, Brandon.
Grace Panetta says thank you. Yeah.
Oh, Grace is on?
Yeah, she's on with me.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah. Oh, well, you're not on camera. Now you are.
Why?
That's one of the founders of Decision Desk HQ. And there's.
Gonna be a few minutes, Brandon. You should just,
I know.
Yeah.
A little antsy.
Anyway, yeah,
I don't mind barging in here.
we're just waiting on Wayne, right? I mean, is that really where we're
Wayne's
at?
pretty much. I mean, it's always like, oh, what's left with Wayne? Oh, tell it to three different people to get three different answers. So that's the fun of dealing with Michigan. It's like dealing with Milwaukee with Wisconsin. No, Milwaukee's a little better. Philadelphia is much better. I rank it Philly, then Milwaukee, then Wayne in terms of getting a clear, concise answer from things late into the night. So
nice. Oh,
there we go. Yeah, I couldn't see. I'm still wearing my
you're still wearing
ridiculous yellow sunglasses.
I think people can probably hear you.
Probably can. They probably imagine I look exactly as I sound, as a crazy person wearing yellow glasses at 3:30 in the morning. So, but yeah, we're just Detroit. I mean, there's always outlying areas that we're still waiting for, like random precincts from rural, but there's no real big pockets of votes left out there. So really, the math is quite simple. If there's some magical, mysterious pile of votes for Haley Stevens, or what most people are considering is that there isn't, and this is over, but it's kind of just, you need that finality. You need to kind of know what's actually left there. So, but very interesting map, the way it kind of broke down.
Oh, absolutely.
What was the final polling average?
El Sayed was up 53-40 in our final polling average of the race. So,
slightly closer than that.
Yeah, as it has proven to be.
Which I'm sure, since you've been on microphone for the last 7.5 hours. How are you on here for that long?
Well, we started at 8.
8? Oh my God, crazy. Well, then again, I'm going.
We started at 8. There were a lot of things projected.
I know, doing a lot of things back then. It makes you kind of wonder, and I'm sure you've already talked about this, so there's probably going to be somebody commenting saying, we already talked about that. It makes you really wonder what's going to happen with next week with Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. That's been a big topic.
And it could go either way, right? Like, what if she decides, okay, well, this could become a
Francesca Hahn,
yeah. She's going to push harder, and so she still gets her margin, or does she come up short on her margin the way this happened?
Yeah, maybe.
What was the final margin out of Washtenaw, out of Ann Arbor County? Washtenaw County. What were we looking at? It's pretty
about
much
20, almost 25. Or sorry, almost 25.
My big question for people that's been for like the last week or so is who gets a bigger margin. I'll say it out of, Ann Arbor, out of Washtenaw County, or Hong out of Dane.
Mm.
Which is the
I
more
think
lopsided and
Hong.
goofy.
I think
Yeah,
Hong
I think she's
bigger out of
I think
Dane.
she's heading to
Dane
a
is where
big
Madison. Dane County is where Madison is. If you look at a map of an electoral map of Wisconsin, Dane and Milwaukee are sort of the two
You
big.
got all kinds of cool tools. They
big-
don't let me play with any of this stuff. Well, they're like, Larry, work, get the numbers. Whatever. We'll get all the numbers. But
Yeah, there is a lot of fun stuff. We were actually earlier. We were looking at a comparison with the presidential race in 2016, which looks a little bit
kind of ish.
At least the Detroit area looks similar.
that kind of fell kind of a similar-ish pattern.
The rest of it not as much, but that I mean Stevens has a few more spots outside of it, but that's a similarity. Yeah, because Bernie Sanders was winning all of these counties in the periphery that don't have a lot of votes. Of course, there were probably more Democratic primary votes in some of those places in 2016 than there be now.
Oh yeah, way more.
So yeah, and then there is also the other race that has not been projected is the did I accidentally close it? No. McKinney and Tanadar.
Okay, that ends up being
It's hanging out.
pretty tight.
Yeah, it's hanging out. We've got no projection yet in that race, but it's because it's also down to
I have not look to give you a sense of all the work that I do every night. I have not even come up for air. What was the breakdown with things in Missouri? I'm just curious. How did things go in the congressional primary in District?
Oh yeah, Wesley Bell won rather easily. Oh hey, while we're sitting here waiting, I'll actually I am going to put this back up on screen, but I will because I want people to be able to see the. I have forgotten a couple times to put it back up, and people were very unhappy.
Imagine that. Are there still people watching?
Apparently. Which thank you, all the people. Well, some of them's like it's 7 a.m. here in Europe.
Why are you even watching this? You're in Europe. Enjoy like Europe.
It's the same reason why I could imagine myself watching like a stream of UK. I mean, waiting up for like UK election results at something an hour.
I mean, I guess you know. There's the benefit of watching, waiting for them to all return with their goofy, funny sounding.
And actually, it is only 12:30 in California, so
that is true. It is 12:30.
The West Coasters are here. They're yep.
We have Hawaii coming up too on
Election nerds. Yeah, people. Yeah, these people. They, we got some real ones in the chat.
I'm sure you do.
True real sickos.
Sure they're the ones that are going to be staying up
The
watching
real
the
sickos.
Hawaii.
Oh yeah,
The real
the like,
sickos are gonna be like, yes,
you know.
I'll stay up in the middle of the night and watch Hawaii because I have no life and I have no family and I am going to stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning to wait for a PDF to load. So,
Damn.
excited into our world, but
Got me there.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
I'm not just like. I didn't just barge in and invade the whole conversation, did I?
No, you're good. You're good. We needed some other energy.
Yeah, we needed some.
Yeah, she's right there.
I am. Hi.
She says, "Hey."
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hi.
Yes. Hello, dude.
Grace can see me.
No, I don't think Grace can see you, dude. I think it's all good. You can probably push your face up into the glass here and probably get seen. But
I can sort of see you.
Where what guy?
Anyway, before this, before the silly goes off the rails.
I'll go find more votes.
Where's Wayne County? Talk to me, Wayne County. Okay. Obviously we're all getting a little silly here because it's absurdly late or early, depending on how you look at it. I feel like there was something I was going to bring up that was pertinent to all this, that I thought would be helpful for folks, but there's not a stop the steal going on commenter. It's just we're tracking the votes. I appreciate the very international audience though. Thanks everybody. That's great. We got some
Thanks, guys.
someone from South Africa, someone from Edinburgh.
Oh, that's so cool.
I love Edinburgh.
Yeah. Never been. It looks cool.
Highly recommend. Can take a hike up Arthur's Seat and look
Yeah.
out over the city. Or go to the Fringe. It's actually about Fringe time, Fringe Festival. The
Right.
big arts and arts festival is in Edinburgh. It's about that time of year. So whoever is from Edinburgh is probably enjoying the random shout outs there. I once performed at the Fringe.
No way.
Yeah, and when I was 18,
Oh my gosh.
my high school troupe did Godspell, and I went over and performed at the Fringe Festival. It's very cool.
Wow.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that was
Fun fact.
like 20 years ago, but here we are. Let's see. Yeah, Pakistan, India.
Wow.
Cool. Yeah, it's great.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
And someone watching from Massachusetts, another East Coast sicko.
Yay.
Yeah, Virginia. Oh yeah, the Old
Oh,
Dominion, best state. It's a Commonwealth. The best
Commonwealth.
state.
Yeah.
Yes, one of 4 Commonwealths.
Mm.
Ooh, Kuala Lumpur. It's nice. It's a nice 3:36 in the afternoon there. Nice.
Ah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we
So
are.
the Ingham
Ooh,
County clerk, Barb Bynum, posted a photo, I guess, of City Hall with the caption "Good night." So I guess if she's done, I guess Ingham is done.
I guess Lansing. Yeah, I guess
Lansing.
the Lansing Ingham County where Lansing is finished. So right now, I'll say it is up 24,000 votes. We believe there are about 80,000 votes remaining. So just some quick back of the envelope math here. 720, 696, and what do you get? Basically the same thing. No, that's not quite. Yeah, no, she would need more. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Stevens would need about 65% of the remaining vote to tie. So, unlikely. So, could happen though, but it's unlikely. But it is true that, actually, it just ticked down to 21,000. Was that some more vote from Wayne? Probably. Or was it from Macomb? Might have been from Macomb. So it's narrowed a little bit more, but it's still some people are very fun in the comments. Very fun. Look. Let's see. What's the final? What does she need? So just as an update, she would probably need, at this point, based with about 68,000 votes left, she would need 67% of the remaining vote. So it is ticking up as, I've said it a lot tonight. She's lost. She's been running out of runway. It's just that we're really deciding to take this all the way to the edge of the runway before we find out just where the edge is, apparently, to just extend that metaphor a bit more. But clearly the runway is there. The end of it is near. Yeah, somebody. Yeah, I'm not in a position to ban that person spamming the chat. Sorry about that. 4 a.m. My wife's going to be like, that is absurd. I'll be like, it is. It was absurd. I see somebody notes NBC shares the same number. So the candidates, but says 115,000 remaining. This is where the fact that differing methods of estimating what's left, having been, I'm just going to say that I trust our number a little bit more, but it's one of those things where you're working off of the data that you can get from the county registrars, from people on the ground, and it's a little bit of a guessing game in terms of the estimated vote remaining. So someone asks, could she win that much of the vote? Unlikely, but she has been winning 62% in Detroit. So depending on if some of that vote is still the Detroit vote, and it's not necessarily all from Detroit, but if she were to win, if it was absentee votes in Detroit and she was winning like 75% of them because she's been doing better in absentee votes, you can like squint and see maybe how it happens. But somebody just wrote AIPAC funded stream. I would, if AIPAC is gonna like possibly waste 70 million or whatever on this race, if they want to write me a check, so I can pay off the rest of my house or something, and and they don't ask anything of me, then that's great. But I don't think that's gonna happen. So no. No, I do not necessarily disagree with NBC. It's just down to for what it's worth, paying off my house might end up being a better use of that money than what AIPAC was doing in the Michigan Senate race, but we'll see. Oh man, there's some very funny. Oh man, the chat is as loopy as you'd expect. Update on the 13th. Some people were asking about that. It's still, this suggests that it probably is some vote in Detroit, because this half of the district is basically mostly Detroit. And Donovan McKinney is still leading, but we're still only at around 80% of the estimated vote reporting. So we are still waiting for much the same block of votes that we are waiting for here. That's where we are. Yeah. Oh, somebody says, come on, Detroit, you can do better than this. I don't know if that's true. Based on my my experiences with Detroit and some weird hours for late nights for elections, it's if you have to wait up for Michigan, it is a while. And this could this is not entirely out of the realm of possibility in the general election, right? So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, I was also going to say that, just to sort of keep the bigger Senate picture in mind, there is a small chance. It's not big, thankfully, but there is a small chance that there's a real nightmare situation from the perspective of wanting clarity in the outcome of the election, which is that the Senate majority all comes down to Alaska.
Oh my gosh, I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just putting it into the.
You're just manifesting some wild stuff.
Yeah, well, I've already put it out into the
really
ether.
yeah. Already jumped the shark.
Probably doomed everybody.
Yeah,
yeah, because look, Alaska will be, because of the time zone situation, one of the last states to report, basically last state to report. And it will also be relatively slow to report because large chunks of the state are pretty remote. And they have a pretty forgiving absentee ballot deadline, at least in the sense of I think you have like a week, or as long as it's postmarked by election day, I think they can be accepted up to about a week after election day. And then you have a situation where someone might not have a majority of first choice votes and they have ranked choice voting.
Oh.
So if it came down to ranked choice voting, it would take even longer. And so it is possible, not likely, and not even somewhat likely, but it is not impossible that you could have a situation where Democrats have won 50 seats, Republicans have won 49, and everything comes down to Alaska. And if that happens, it'll be wild. That's for sure.
Wow, I had not even considered that. Yeah, and they're also, not only do they, well, I mean, a big part of the reason why they accept absentee ballots until so far after election day is because there are a lot of places in the state, in fact, geographically, most of it that is not even accessible by car. So you don't have mail trucks, you have mail planes.
Yeah.
You literally, there are a lot of places in the state that you can only get to by a boat or a plane. You can only deliver or pick things up via plane. That's also part of the reason, a big reason why Lisa Murkowski has opposed the SAVE Act in the Senate and opposed other measures to limit mail voting because of their impact on Alaska. But yeah, a situation where we might not know the Senate majority for a week. That's fun. I hadn't thought of that.
Well, we really are mainly waiting on Wayne now. Wayne is responsible for about 2/3 of the vote that we estimate outstanding. Here we are again. Sorry, this is like some 2020 flashback stuff. Although, to be clear, that was like, I don't know, 8 a.m. or something. So it was a little later. Of course,
yeah,
we'd all had to deal with COVID and even more mail ballots and a larger number of ballots because it was the general election. So not quite the same.
Oh my gosh.
So fun times. Yeah, that was good stuff. 21,000 votes margin. And my friend who lives in California reports that CNN is using people streaming from the United Kingdom commenting on this race. It's 8:37 a.m. there. Well rested. Soft. That's funny. Anyway. Nope, we're still going. Yes. Someone is like, give it to me straight. Mallory's got a chance. Only if Mike Pence has the courage.
Only if Mike Pence. Actually, it comes down to the state legislature.
Oh my God. Oh, geez. Anyway, it's we're just waiting on Wayne. Waiting in Wayne.
Our sanity is waning.
Yeah, our sanity is waning in Wayne. Yes. We are wilting in Wayne. Yeah, it's we haven't had one of these in this election cycle, so
yeah,
I guess it was about time.
It was, yeah, right on time. Yeah, this is giving me 2020 vibes. That week, I have not been that delirious, both delirious and sleep deprived, but also so locked in since that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were also sleeping in shifts, like in very, very close contact with everyone at DDHQ. And I just remember that Friday morning when DDHQ was the first to call it for Pennsylvania and therefore the presidential race for Biden. And there were lots of doubters, but all the doubters and the naysayers later are proven wrong. And I slept for probably like 12 hours. And then I woke up, as I lived in New York City at the time. So I woke up on the Saturday morning to the sound of all these cars honking and people banging pots and pans outside my window. And my first thought before I even opened my eyes, I thought, oh, the networks and the AP must have called it. And that's what's happening. And that was indeed the case. So yeah, it's a wild time.
I'm not quite. Jack thinks I'm falling asleep. Not quite, but we're getting there, my guys. Someone asked a pertinent question, as this race is obviously close, which is, what is the recount margin? Well, an automatic recount in Michigan is for a statewide race involves an extremely close race. Like, it was. We were looking at this up earlier on verifiedvoting.org that the differential has to be 1/10 of a percentage point or less. So much closer than what it is now for an automatic recount. Now you can essentially request and pay for one that is, if it's not as close, but that, at least from the automatic recount standpoint, that's not quite it. Yeah, and as someone pointed out, the last Senate general was a 0.3 difference. Yes, Alyssa Slotkin very narrowly defeated Mike Rogers, who here is running again, the Republican nominee. And that's really nice. Somebody is in Seattle and went to UVM, which is near where I live now, the University of Vermont, and is a UVA graduate, which is also where I went as an undergrad. So wahoo wah. Yes, appreciate you watching the stream.
Sleepless in Seattle, just like that.
They're milking it, buddy. We're way past milking it. This is extremely excessive. This would be very excessive milking for. I mean, it's an important race. I'm up and it's 3:50 in the morning, still monitoring what's happening here and talking to you fine people. But this is a lot for one race in early August in a primary.
Yeah.
This is a lot. But obviously it lived up to the billing, everybody's like, oh, this is like the pivotal race. This is and here we are. And it's freaking 4 a.m. We've really done it. Someone asked, what's our criteria for calling it? We project, I think it's simply this, the simplest way to put it is that we want to essentially know that based on the voting patterns, that there's just simply not enough vote that could change the outcome. And because Stevens has done pretty well in the city of Detroit, and it looks like that's where, at least a fair number of these votes are, we need to make sure that she's not having a particularly strong showing out of what are probably a fair number of absentee ballots there. Thus making it more possible for her to catch Abdul El-Sayed. Like right now, she's unlikely to catch him. She needs like 2/3 of the vote that's outstanding, that based on our estimate of what's remaining. And that's not likely. El-Sayed is favored to hold on. But we can't absolutely rule it out, or we're not comfortable. We haven't reached the statistical certainty that we can rule that out. So we have not projected it. And that's why we are still here. Yes, someone is asking what was the final spending. Yes, it was overwhelmingly in favor of Haley Stevens. This is just ad support, so you could add on more for other not ad-related things, but the bulk of spending is on ads. And yes, Haley Stevens, pro Haley Stevens ads. This is as of July 31st. So actually the final number will be a little bit larger. This is from Ad Impact, which does great, they do great work. About 64 million on behalf of Stevens and only about 7 million on behalf of El-Sayed. And the rest of that was basically McMorrow, pro McMorrow stuff. So yeah, overwhelmingly, Stevens had a lot of outside support. About half of that was from the United Democracy Project, which is the affiliated super PAC for AIPAC. So yeah, that obviously is clearly has played at least some role in this race, right? I mean, you can't. That is so much money and such a lopsided advantage. Now, I think we were talking about this some yesterday, that there's got to be, El-Sayed has almost certainly done better in some of the more organic ways of reaching people through like social media, things like Instagram and Twitter or X, things like that. Surely has been, and in fact, I have seen stats on it, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But he did better on that front. So in terms of engaging people in a more organic fashion, I think there's no doubt that he was superior on that front. So,
yeah,
I do enjoy someone trying to say these are obviously rigged elections. No, the whole world is pro Abdul. That is not true.
Clearly not.
No.
Clearly, at least.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a contentious primary, and here we are in a very close race. The candidate colors, I believe it is usually ABC order, or it's random. I should probably ask about that. It's not my responsibility. So it is not chosen at will. It's not like, oh, we'll make Al Sayed green. No, there's just it gets assigned like automatically in our system. So what's yeah.
And one thing I'll say too about like the campaign's different strategies and how we kind of see that on the map is, I think El Sayed had a very a lot of his strategy was the ground game in obviously like Wayne County, Metro Detroit, but also in some of the other regional cities, Grand Rapids, Kent County, Lansing, Kalamazoo, Ann Arbor, and you can like really see that on the map. And I think that's more feasible to do at scale in like some of these, smaller cities. And then I suspect that part of the reason for Stevens's overperformance in the rural areas and maybe why that, might have been counted out is because if, all these groups spending millions and millions of dollars in favor of her, if you have that kind of money at your disposal, it's a lot easier and a lot cheaper to beam all this messaging into, voters' homes via their TV screens or laptop screens or their iPhones than it is to like do the kind of like ground game going door to door in rural areas. I think that actually might be a big part of the story. Is that paid messaging matters, especially at the kind of scale that we have seen in this race. Paid messaging matters, ground game matters. It's a really hot takes, I know.
Someone's like, why is the AP count different from the DDH2 count? That is down to where they are gathering the data from. I mean, we gather a lot of our data scraping the official like Detroit's website, the city clerk for Detroit. It's also possible that in a handful of cases, you have ground reporters, people actually on the ground at an actual location who are getting data that hasn't even been added to that yet. And so that can create small discrepancies in the process. Now, sometimes discrepancy is the wrong word, just differences, because it's sort of like one reporting group has gotten the data a little bit before the others, or they've gotten something from a county that the other one hasn't quite gotten. And so you just end up with these small differences. Again, I think it's good to remind people for the umpteenth time, there will eventually be an official vote total certified by the state. And that is what is actually the final election result.
Yes.
Not what we're reporting here. These results are all unofficial. If a media outlet projects a race, a projection has no legal bearing on who won an election.
Yes, that part.
It has to be certified by the state. And so, and there's very well trodden process for that every state has. Whatever the election office is responsible for that process goes through. there's responsibilities for each individual county. There's responsibilities for the statewide agency or official who's in charge of that. And then they certify them. And those are the official results that go down the record books. So when you go and look up, like, if you're looking for official results, the very final results, don't go to like the New York Times page generally, or media pages in general, because a lot of times they're not updated with the absolute final results, the final certified results. And that's not like I'm not criticizing. That's like not their job. You would want to go to like, the Secretary of State's site, or eventually on our votes portal, we do put on the certified results. But in terms of, if I'm looking for the absolute full final results for a place, I go to the Secretary of State for, in this case, Michigan, and download the data from their website. So yeah, that's what the final results are. I would love to ban that guy. He's doing great. Turnout. Someone asked about turnout. Turnout. I am not actually responsible for the YouTube feed that this is connected to now, so I cannot ban him. I don't think. Well, let me click. Can I? Oh, maybe I can. Let's see. Ooh, did I just? Oh God, did I just lose everybody? Are they back? Did I get rid of him? Hey, I might have gotten rid of him. Hey, I apparently I could, and I didn't realize earlier until now that in StreamYard that I could do that. Basically, I'm seeing a combination of all the different streams, the comments from those all in the same place. So apologies for not doing that. Is there a way to confirm that Wayne is still counting votes? Yes. At least I'm sure that there is a reporter. Well, in fact, Nathaniel Rakich, my former 538 colleague who works at VoteBeat, I'm suspicious that VoteBeat's reporter might still be hanging out at the Detroit Counting Center. Because yeah.
Feed.
Yeah.
Let's see what Haley's doing.
Who did you guys support? I didn't support anybody. I don't live in Michigan, and I cover this stuff for a living, so not, in terms of who won, we do not have a projection yet. Some outlets have projected that El Sayed won, and I think there's good reason to think that he will win in the end. But our team, we don't care if other outlets have projected. We have our own process. We have not formally projected the race yet. And, part of that is down to the fact that we are looking at a situation where there's about 69,000 votes left based on our estimates. And Stevens would need to win 68% of those to overtake El Sayed. That is not likely. It's unlikely, but it is not impossible because most of the vote is in Wayne County where Detroit is. Someone asked, is a Republican allowed to vote here? There's no party registration in Michigan. So anyone can, any registered voter can choose. You cannot vote in both party primaries. You can choose to vote in one party's primary. Many states, like 31, I believe, have party registration. Hey, a Red Bull.
Give me a little refill here.
Hey, I got a Red Bull.
You can mix it up. You can throw some Twitter on. Might as well. The Twitter's getting a little spicy about the Michigan polling.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's some. Oh, yeah. There's much spice. Our comment section is really.
Yeah, you should check the Twitter comment section.
Oh, I'm seeing it in part.
Yeah.
It's, it's like YouTube and Twitter all together, thrown together.
I don't know when it's gonna be.
Yeah. Okay. Scott Tranter, who is.
County has stopped picking up our phone calls.
Oh, Scott reports that Wayne County no longer wants to answer our phone calls as we inquire where the last bit of
They are letting it ring twice and then purposely sending us the voice.
oh my jeez, oh god. Apparently they are letting it ring twice and then sending it to voicemail every time. Because they're probably like, we're finishing it. But we don't want to be bothered anymore as we try to finish it. I can get that. It's 4 a.m. there too. Detroit's on Eastern time zone as well.
Yes, fun fact.
But yeah, we'd like the last bit. Oh man. No, Wayne is not sleeping. They couldn't send it to voicemail. Well, maybe, no. Wayne is not sleeping. They are counting. This is usually what happens in Michigan is that Wayne County is the last to essentially fully report. It's just usually the election is not, separated by fewer than 21,000 votes. And there's, potentially enough votes in Detroit proper and Wayne County as a whole to make up a lot of that. That's just not normally the situation. It's just that you usually we don't care. It's like, when in 2024 in the presidential election, race was called or, projected for President Trump. I don't remember exactly the time, but it was, 10 p.m. or something, 11 p.m. I forget. I mean, you could see the way things were trending, comparing results to 2020. And once we had a projection there, people stopped really paying attention to Wayne County's result. But Wayne County wasn't done counting yet. So it's just that it didn't matter. It mattered. Like, obviously, you want to count every vote. It's just it didn't matter for knowing how things were going to play out in terms of the zero-sum win-loss outcome. But when a race is this close, and there are a lot of votes in the last place that hasn't fully, more or less fully reported or nearly fully reported. You get in a situation where it's 4 freaking a.m. and, you're talking to people in Kuala Lumpur who say it's 4 p.m. there, which must be nice.
Must be nice.
I don't know how warm it is. Well, it's pretty warm in DC. Although, interestingly, the last couple of days, it's been pretty rainy and not nearly as hot and terrible as it sometimes is in DC. They did build it in a swamp, or on a swamp. Great choice. The compromises that Alexander Hamilton was basically willing to make for the first bank of the United States. Sure, Southerners, you can have a new capital on the Potomac River. It'll be a great place for a great port. Oh, it turns out the Potomac is not good for bringing in ships. Washington never developed into a great port. Anyway, someone points out, I find it odd that Michigan doesn't count votes in order. This is where the state-by-state variation is a thing. Different states have different rules for sort of the leeway might be the right word. I don't know basically there are many states where we know that, oh yeah, they always count the early vote, votes cast before, and then most of the absentee votes that were anything that was delivered before election day, then the election day vote, then absentee votes that came in on election day. Other states, though, leave more up to the individual county clerks or the town clerks or what have you. And, they have a batch of votes. They may just deal with the one that they think they've got the most of to start with. Maybe they just start with election day. They have all the election day votes sitting there because the polls have closed. So that's where you can get this kind of variation. Yeah, I really appreciate all these people who've stayed up. I see some people saying they're going to sleep. They're at this point, by the way, Grace, if you do not have to stay on, though I know it might be hard to give up at this point. I just want you to know that, like, I can just, like, I can solo it if I have to. I'm sticking with it at this point.
Yeah.
'Cause I have come this far.
It's true. Yeah, it's like it gets to be a little bit of a sunk cost fallacy thing. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, look, El Sayed is very likely going to win. But if he didn't, and all those things freaking projected it wrong, I mean, that's what you don't want. So that's why we haven't projected it. So that's why. Are you sticking out for the Senate race or the 13th as well? Well, let's see. Let's check in on the 13th. I don't think there's been any movement. There's been no movement in the 13th because it's the same group of votes that are in Wayne County that are holding us up here from finding out the final result. So, Detroit. Let's see. Somebody says, votes just ticked up a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
It was not from Detroit. It was not from Macomb. Excuse me, I just burped up some Red Bull. That's fun if the mic caught that. I don't think it did, but I told you, so now you know.
Yes, I was gonna say.
Hey, it's 4:12. I don't care. I'm not 100% sure where that came from. It was not very much. Was it Washington? No. It was not very much. It did not. It doesn't look like it changed the it was a scattering of votes that did not change the picture. Oh, Clinton County. Somebody did where's Clinton County? God. Clinton County has not been one that's been on my radar tonight. And I'm probably looking like an idiot because I actually don't remember where. Oh, there it is. Duh. It's in the 7th.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So
yeah, and I think all or at least part of that is in Michigan 7.
Yep. Yeah. And actually, hey, it's an opportunity to bring up Michigan 7, which was a progressive victory tonight.
Yes, big one.
If I can figure out how to bring that up right now, I'm having the 4 a.m. What am I doing? Okay, that's the 13th. Minus 6 is 14. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so in the 7th congressional district, William Lawrence, who was viewed as the kind of clear progressive option in this district, in this Democratic primary, beat two more kind of establishment center left type candidates in Bridget Brink and Matt Masdom, I think.
I should know this. I was literally there.
It's okay. It's okay. It's Matt Masdom. And this is a big deal because it's a highly competitive seat. And so we've been talking about El Sayed being if he does go on to win, as it seems most likely he will, it being a test for progressives in a swing state environment. This is a swing seat. This is a battleground seat. So, William Lawrence will be testing, how that message plays in a seat that President Trump carried by like a point and a little bit, and one that Alyssa Slotkin, who used to represent it in the same year in the Senate race, carried by a little over a point as well. So very, very, a highly, highly competitive seat. And so, that will be another test. I'm not saying that, it's possible that Lawrence is not as good a candidate as El Sayed. Maybe he's a better candidate. I don't know. I'm just saying it's in terms of the kind of message that they're bringing to the table as candidates. There's some similarities, and the fact that Democrats have not regularly nominated many progressive candidates in battleground kinds of seats. That's what this is all testing out. If these candidates are the nominees, they're going to be testing to see how that message plays to the general electorate. And it'll be, it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. No doubt about that. All right. So we're still stuck here with 21. Are there even enough votes to completely flip the election for Senate? There are. It just would take Stevens winning not quite 70% of them. So it's going to be tough for her to actually do that, but not impossible, which is again why we're still sitting here. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a view that the number required for her is not impossible, and so maybe some outlets were a little hasty projecting it for El Sayed. Although, to be clear again, for the upteenth time, he is most likely going to win. And Stevens needs a lot to go right here at the end for that to change. So, you know, I'm not saying other outlets were wrong to project it. I'm just saying we have our own process and we haven't projected it yet. So why hasn't Michigan 13 updated? Because it's the same set of votes we're waiting on in the Senate race. That's precisely what it is. We are sitting here waiting on votes from Wayne County for the most part, not all, but yeah, about 2/3 of the vote. Hey, we got a little bit more vote actually from Wayne County. And El Sayed's still up by 21,000, which is good for him and would suggest that it will be, you know, that Stevens is going to have to win an even larger share of what is left, I believe, in order to overtake him. Oh, you know, it helps to do math correctly. Yep. No, that's yeah. Basically, she needs about she needs about 70% to run even. So it's going to be Again, this is why El Sayed is likely winning. I know that our guys are just like, it's the Detroit number. That's the thing that because she's got like 62% overall in Detroit. And she's doing better among absentee voters. So if that vote that we're waiting on from Detroit is absentee vote, it is possible that she will clear 70% among that. But that's not all the vote that's left in Wayne County. So, you know, this is why El Sayed is probably going to win. You know, it's most likely going to. But that Detroit number, if it came out as a particularly strong batch of votes for Stevens, it's not, you can't rule it out impossibly. So anyway, that's the reason we're here. Why do you guys seem to be Haley fans? We're fans of projecting an election.
Yeah, we're fans of democracy. We're fans of Wayne County releasing more ballots.
Yeah, we are fans of Wayne County finishing.
Yeah.
It's count. Yeah. Yeah. So Wayne County. Let's see any more. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I can go back to the state map. Thank you. Sometimes I fail to do that. I'm sitting here looking at it on my screen, but I haven't actually put it back up on it. So there you go. You got it. It's coming up. It's coming up, folks. Apologies about that. Yep. Yeah, the comments I see them. Obviously, people see the stream like a few seconds delayed relative to what I'm seeing from their comments. We're good. Yeah. Apologies. I should have thrown it back up earlier. Yeah. So the big thing is 40,000 votes or so in Wayne County. Some of those are in Detroit. How many? I'm not 100% sure. We knew earlier tonight that there were at least 10,000 absentee votes in Detroit, but also potentially some same day vote. You know, you could have provisionals and other types of votes of that nature. Macomb, which has been better for Stevens, there's 11,000 votes left. Still a handful of votes in Washtenaw, which is very strong. That's where Ann Arbor, University of Michigan is very strong for El Sayed. Seems like most of the other super strong El Sayed places are more or less done. Just because that says 0 votes remaining doesn't mean that there's not like 30 provisional votes that could be counted in Ingham County, which is where Lansing is, for instance. But this is just the estimates based on what we have right now, what we know. And usually 30 votes does not decide an election. But it will be in the final count, which again is from the state, not from Decision Desk HQ. These are unofficial results based on what is being reported by the counties and towns and the rest of that. So, yeah. So anyway, we're waiting on Detroit. And usually, and this is not abnormal, Wayne is notoriously kind of the last place to report. But if the election isn't that close, it's not something we worry about. Worry about. The votes are counted. It's not something that for projection purposes, like we're sitting here being like, oh no, we are like, well, so-and-so is winning that or losing that, and it's not going to matter to the final win-loss outcome. And well, it does this time because things are too close.
Yeah, to your point earlier, just to underscore it, there are never final results on election night because there are always provisional ballots, there are always overseas military ballots, and in some states there are states that accept absentee ballots that are postmarked after election day. But in any case, they're never the final result.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm trying to think. I would think, well, someone was asking about like what else do we need to see to project it. I mean, I'm not on the projection team, but I would imagine that what they would love to see is knowing that a little more was from Detroit, or just another big drop of tabulated votes from Wayne County, period, that cut that number a bit farther. Right now it's at like 40,000 remaining. If it was down to like 20,000 and the margin was roughly where it is now, that kind of thing I think would probably be okay. There's no way that the like big drop or the big Friendly Stevens like gain in Detroit can't overcome the margin. That's the someone asks, can you have a situation where the legal battle takes so long over like a recount for a primary that it doesn't get solved before the general?
Ooh,
that's
a good question.
I've never known that to happen.
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to think.
For a primary, I'm not aware of that having ever happened. There's actually also, well, there are processes laid out by each state for how they handle these situations. So they'll be like, okay, we certify the election. We have to certify the election by 25 days after the election or something, like the rules. And they get that all the counties go through and they check their tallies and double check that everything was right. That there weren't any typos or misentered data or anything. And to be clear, typically there's nothing like that pops up that changes an outcome. It has to be unbelievably close for that situation to arise, which does happen once in a blue moon, but it's pretty rare. I recommend going. I think it's a Wikipedia recount page. There's a good list of some of the incredibly close races that have been required for that kind of thing to matter. Where was I going with that? Basically, the vote. Recount. So basically, the recount process there's like, it's formal. It's like, okay, we've certified the results. And then a candidate says, well, I'm down by like less than a tenth of a point, or the state says, oh, you're down by less than a tenth of a point. Well, we'll have an automatic recount, but they go through the full vote counting process first and getting a final result. And then they recount, do a recount. And there are like processes laid out for this to not take all the way to the November election. I guess, theoretically, if like early voting in a place starts in like beginning of October, and there's certain deadlines for when the ballot has to be ready by like mid-September or late September. That is essentially, that kind of acts as a deadline.
Yeah. And there's like in states with like late primaries, this gets to be a thing. So like a lot of the New England states that have primaries in late August or September, leaves very, very short turnaround time for like the federally mandated date by which election officials have to turn around ballots to get out to military and overseas voters for the general, which is one of many reasons why people have some feelings about late primaries, especially I think after this year.
Essentially, yes, there could be battles over provisionals, but not usually in a way that's going to take 2 months to figure out, or a month and a half to figure out. That's just unlikely to happen. Also, this race is probably not, well, you know what? I'm not even going to say anything. Let me not put that out into the ether. I'm just, let's see. What about McKinney? Well, we're in the same boat where there's nothing. No, I doubt there's an update. Let's see. We have 1% more of the vote in.
Oh.
So there you go. Basically no change. McKinney's up by a little over 3 percentage points. And so that's because we're all waiting on Wayne County. Wayne County. Hey, trying to think what else was, why don't we just do a quick review of what is left? So we know Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
That's where about 2/3 of the vote is. So there's a little over 60,000 votes left per our estimate. It's a little about 40,000 in Wayne. There are 11,000 or so in Macomb, just northeast of Wayne. A little over 3,000 in Washtenaw, which is where Ann Arbor is. And then there are a handful in Oakland, which is Stevens' base. 1,000 votes, basically. Oh man, I like it when there's a county where I'm like, wait, remind me, where is that one? Because it's not like one of the pivotal ones usually. And it is. And then I look dumb on screen. It's great. People are like, why doesn't the guy who says he's an expert know where that county is? It's like, well, it's not usually one I have to think about. There it is, Mason County. See, it's along Lake Michigan over there. There actually are a few votes left there, so that's interesting. A little unexpected. Someone notes the New York Times shows 731 to 710. The New York Times is probably using the AP's count, which, again, they may have gotten some data. Maybe they've gotten more data from Mason because they had somebody on the ground. And so that and something else they combined have gotten a couple thousand more votes. So, someone notes. Yeah, she basically has to win a little over 2/3 actually of the remaining vote. And so, but this is where like the different types of vote come in. And by that, I mean method of voting. And there are differences there in terms of that we see. It's like if Haley Stevens has won 62% in Detroit, which I've I've looked that up a couple times tonight. Per the city clerk in Detroit, she is leading El Sayed 62% to 34% in Detroit. If the absentee vote has been even more pro-Stevens than the overall vote, then you would your basic assumption would be that if there are, a few thousand absentee votes that need to be counted, which is what apparently is outstanding in Detroit, that those votes would be even more Stevens leaning than the overall 62%. And since she needs probably close, around 70%, if there were a lot more pro-Stevens in that particular batch, that's why we're waiting and being, careful, because there's just it's unlikely. El Sayed is very likely going to win this. It's just there's enough uncertainty in the math that we are that's why we haven't projected yet. So yeah, someone asked what El Sayed areas are outstanding. Really, it's Washtenaw is the main one, and there's like 3,000 votes there per our estimate. That's really the main one. In terms of, that's like the most. Yeah, that's basically the one pro, like clearly pro. I mean, actually, so there's 3,000, like 3,100-ish votes there, and the next Sayed County that he's leading in, the next largest total that we estimate left is Iron County with 78 votes. So that's the other thing. It's like most of the areas outstanding are Stevens leaning. And so, those combination of factors, can she find the vote she needs? Probably not. But we, again, our projection team has a methodology for how they do this, and it has not reached the level of certainty where they are comfortable projecting. Because trust me, they would love to have been able to project this already. No one wants to be doing this at 4:30. It was fun and interesting at 1 a.m. At 4:30, it's not. I mean, to be clear, it is fun and interesting, but it's also like I have to, there's work that has to be done the next day, so no one wants to be up right now. But the race call team is. Somebody has to. So you guys will have to push the stop button on the stream for your insanity. Yeah. Well, Wayne County. What did Wayne County do in the 2020 Dem presidential primary? It went big for Biden. I mean, Biden won nearly every county in the state in the 2020 Democratic presidential primary.
Right, because it was was it on Super Tuesday or post Super Tuesday?
Yeah, it was I believe it was a week after Super Tuesday.
Okay. I'm remembering that
right before COVID hit.
Yeah, no, I'm literally thinking
like 2 days, like 2 or 3 days before COVID hit.
Yeah, that was like
hit full bore, I should say.
Yeah, my last ever day, pretty much normal day in the BI office was Super Tuesday night. I pulled an all-nighter and then went straight to the airport to get on my flight to go to a journalism conference. And that was, I'm pretty sure that was March 3rd. And then
Biden carried every county. He narrowly got Washtenaw.
Interesting.
Ingham. Yeah. I mean,
because it was just him and Bernie by that point.
Yeah. I mean, Bloomberg was still getting a little bit. I mean, he was out of the race.
He was out, but he was still on the ballot.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, this actually is kind of another point, which I feel like this, kind of everything we were talking about earlier with polling and like specifically some of the statewide polling misses we've seen, and especially with how hard it is to poll like in Michigan and in partisan primaries in states with no party registration period. I feel like it definitely has some big implications potentially for the 2028 presidential primary and how we think about and talk about polling for that. I'm very interested to see what that looks like.
The projection team is gone. No, they're in the room next to me. Man. My colleague points out that someone in the chat knew Jeffrey like the Toys R Us mascot, and you are right. It was my favorite store as a kid because I'd walk in and I spelled it the same way as the giraffe. It was a good one.
There you go.
Oh. Tomorrow, I mean today, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Someone asked, why do you think Cori Bush lost so badly? Hey, we could talk about a
Oh
different
yeah.
That happened.
That happened. That's a thing that happened.
Let me pull it up. I would venture that it's, as is often the case with these sorts of things, a combination of reasons. Part of it is she just lost in 2024. So
Right.
with generally the same group of voters. And so, a lot of them voted against her 2 years ago. And that's a pretty short turnaround to come back and say, hey, why don't you vote for me this time?
Right.
And I also think, one of the reasons why she was vulnerable in 2024 was it wasn't just purely because she was like a progressive or something. It was also, she had some other things that were working against her. She had this like ethics investigation into some potential misuse of campaign finance dollars, potentially to the benefit of her husband. She also basically she was criticized for being ineffective, and so I think all that kind of together may put her on the weaker end. Her and Jamal Bowman were sort of the two weakest of the progressives, and it showed at the end of the day because they were the two that lost renomination, and they were vulnerable for reasons that went beyond just sort of ideology necessarily. And so I think the fact that Bush was coming back and trying to win made it tough. Now, Wesley Bell also had a lot of monetary support, so that clearly, played a role. He had a lot of outside support from AIPAC, for instance, and the New Democrats. But I think fundamentally, if there was a world where Cori Bush was who she is, but had not been held office before and was sort of a fresh face, like we've seen in some other races, it might have been more interesting, or it might have been closer. But people were more familiar with her. And so in that sense, there's a word that gets used for like candidates who run again and lose. There's perennial candidate, but there's also like retread. And so in a way she was a retread candidate. And that can be hard if an electorate's already rejected you once, in a party primary. I did think it was going to be a bit closer than this. So, I too was a little surprised that it was about 22 percentage points. I thought it'd be a little closer than that, but nope, it was not.
And the other thing too is like, yes, this is an environment where more left-wing progressive challengers are doing well against more centrist incumbents. But in a lot of these cases, like for example, a Diana DeGette in Colorado and Adriana Espaillat in New York, those are situations where these insurgent challengers were able to say, hey, these people have been in office for decades and decades and decades, and nothing's changed. We need a new generation. We need fresh, representation, and we need, like this new leadership from the outside. And I think that gets a little bit harder to make that argument with someone with Wesley Bell, who is A, not old, B, has only been in office for 2 terms. And then also, like, Cori Bush can't exactly make the, like, I'm an outsider coming in to shake things up argument as well, because she's also been in Congress. And yeah, I do think that there is like an important distinction, especially between primaries and general election. So like, for example, we were talking hours and hours ago about Virginia, where Elaine Luria is running for her old seat that she lost to Jen Kiggins in, I believe, 2022.
Yep.
Yeah.
22.
Yeah. And that's a little different. It's like, a swing district where the environment this year is like much more favorable for Democrats. And that's also where she can clearly make the case of like, this Jen Kiggins is a Republican and Republicans are, in charge and things aren't going well. And also interestingly in that race, Jen Kiggins, like first ad of the general election, didn't really mention the fact that she's a congresswoman. It was like kind of a standard bio ad of, I'm a pilot, I'm a military veteran. No mention of like, and I'm your current congresswoman, which I think says something about voters' sentiments towards Washington right now.
Maybe it was a mistake that David Trone was like, reelect me in his primary in Maryland's 6th district.
That. Oh, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Chat GPT just called the Senate race for Count Benface. Count Benface is just the best. Just tremendous content provider.
The UK is not real.
Yeah, the UK elections are entertaining. Someone is asking if there's gonna be another big batch from Wayne, or is it cooked?
Is it cooked? I
believe there will be more votes from Wayne. I wish I could say it was gonna be in the next like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
The race is too close and sort of too far along for them to have stopped.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, look, I could go hunting maybe and see if there's anything on Detroit Count. Let's see. Yep. Let's see. Yep. Sorry, I'm just looking through to see if there's any more. Yeah. Well, no. I mean, if there is more, it's not. Oh, let's see. Is Craig Mauger still up? Because he would be good.
Okay, I'm looking to see if. Okay, Haley Harding, who's the Michigan reporter at VoteBeat, hasn't tweeted since 2:12 a.m. And yeah, someone asked her, sounds like we have about 7,000 absentee ballots left in Detroit to count. And she said, that might be a little high, but I'm not sure. They were calling 3,500 in this most recent batch, but I'm not sure what's outstanding at that point. And that was like 2.5 hours ago.
Yikes. Well, gotta say it'd be damn disappointing to have stayed up all this time and not get the final.
Yeah, but that really would be the cherry on top of.
Yeah, I mean, I you know.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Oh yes,
Certainly been memorable.
Yeah, thank you, Grace, for joining in. Didn't realize you were gonna end up staying till this absurd hour. Okay. Someone's like, we're falling behind. Maybe, or we just are about to add whatever has come in. We'll see. I mean, Abdul, someone asked us like chances of winning. I mean, Abdul is likely to win. I don't know. Or sorry, Abdul Al-Sayed is likely to win. I'm not sure if you can put a probability on it, but the fact that Stevens needs basically about 70% of what's left. I mean, that's, 10% chance, 5%. I don't know. It's not high that she can get what she needs. And so, Elsa, it's above what we would be comfortable being certain about projecting, because we would have projected. Interesting. Okay. So someone reports that AP's got all of Washtenaw. Okay. That's probably the difference in the count right now, is that we, for whatever reason, do not quite have that yet. You guys are apparently maybe Nate Cohn said I don't know, New York Times 5% chance that that Stevens could catch. Do they have a needle? I didn't check.
Oh,
That would be entertaining.
didn't either.
Yes, our current best estimate is that El-Sayed is likely to win. Notice that the AP has not projected it either. We are not alone here, by the way. Yeah, I hadn't opened this all night, but yep, there it is. I mean, is likely to win. I mean, that's precisely what it's precisely what we've been saying. He's likely to win.
If true.
But it's Bruno Guimaraes going to Arsenal. Sorry, it's just popped up on my Twitter feed there. Sorry, I'm just looking over. I was just trying to see if anyone that I follow is giving me some fresh numbers, but okay. No, I want recent X. Jesus. They still aren't. It's funny. I clicked on recent. It's still not giving me recent. The days when Twitter would just be, fresh things on the feed.
In chronological order.
Yeah,
I miss those days.
System designed to be helpful for taking in information. All right. Well, I'm not seeing any. Where are you? Let's see if the Detroit News is on this. Yeah, people keep citing NBC. They did project it. Okay. We haven't yet. And neither has the AP apparently. So I'm again, El Sayed he's likely going to win. But we are not comfortable projecting it yet. Kornacki, NBC needed to go to sleep. Yeah, well, I can't say I'd necessarily blame them on the go to sleep part, because I don't know how I'm going to be functional today. Well, coffee.
Yeah,
So it's okay.
simple.
I was trying to see if the Detroit News had any information. It doesn't. I mean, their last posted articles are from like 3:30, 3:05. So you guys are not. All right. What time zone am I in? I'm in the Eastern time zone.
As am I.
Which is about the least is the worst time zone to be in.
It really is. It's like the worst of all worlds.
They're working me to the bone. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I am under the impression that we're not going to get jobbed and not get any more votes. But you know what? This is a good opportunity for me to go inquire about any other any chances on a McMorrow comeback.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that seems likely. I mean, she has been gaining.
Yeah,
it's because she does better in the mail vote.
60,000 people voting for Mallory McMorrow. Wow.
I do have a Coca-Cola here with my name on it to keep this going, but I'll be right back.
Oh gosh. Here we are again. Now, this is not how I expected this night to go. You guys, I got to be honest. Oh my God, my editors, my friends, everyone told me to go to bed and go to sleep long before this night started. But I can't look away. I can't help it. Ugh. And I still, oh my gosh, I have to write my story for my reporting in Wisconsin that I did. Which actually, the results from this primary are going to be really, really interesting. Have some interesting bearings as far as Wisconsin is concerned. But yeah, I spent the past weekend there with Francesca Hong. I did some reporting first in Milwaukee, and then I drove all the way up to rural northern Wisconsin and went with her to a powwow at the Menominee Native American Reservation, which is where I got these earrings. And then the morning after, went to the Hmong Community Festival in Wausau, which is in the district represented by Tom Tiffany, who is the Republican nominee for governor. And yeah, those are places I had not been before. I go to Wisconsin like basically once a year now at this point for campaign reporting, to the point where I have an emotional support parking garage in Milwaukee. It's the one at the St. Kate Hotel. This parking garage, it's always there for me. Not my house, but I know my way around. But I had never been up to Wausau before. Neither. I had also never been to a Native American reservation before. It was a really cool experience. But I will say, driving at night in rural Wisconsin is absolutely terrifying. I don't like driving at night, period, especially not when I'm like out on a reporting trip in an unfamiliar place. But yeah, up there in rural Wisconsin, like on this reservation, there are like 0 street lights. So you have no light. You just have your high beams to guide you. There are deer that could jump out at any moment. Yeah, these are the kind of things I do for journalism. But it was really cool to get out there and see her in those kinds of environments. That's like not a campaign rally or a press conference, although I was also at the rally she did on Sunday in Milwaukee with Ilhan Omar and Hassan Piker, who I had never seen before in person. He's very tall. But yeah.
All right.
I was just telling everyone about my recent reporting trip to Wisconsin and how scary it was driving on the roads, like in the Native American reservation at night. It was a real.
Oh, in what's the county?
Menominee.
Menominee, yes.
Yeah, Blue County. Menominee, yeah. That's seriously like scariest. It's terrifying things I do for journalism.
Was it just kind of dark because it's very rural?
Yeah, dark. Like there are like no street lights.
Yeah.
And there are deer that can jump out at any moment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. You're familiar with that being from like rural Virginia.
Yeah. Well, also just my
Vermont.
sister has like worked out west for many years, and she at one point was living in northern New Mexico. So I was driving from Colorado to go to meet her, and it was very late at night. And if you kind of got your lights, there was a slight curve or something in the road, you could see like animals just chilling on the side of the road.
Yeah.
In like the desert. Okay, so folks, let me just update. I do have at least a little ray of hope, which is that there is a history of Wayne reporting just after 5 a.m. and we're very close to that. It's not a guarantee, but this was what Max, one of our top guys, who knows this stuff at the back of his hand, was saying. He's like, there is precedent for Wayne reporting just a little bit after 5. So we're about to hit 5, and then we're just going to hope that, excuse me, gosh, that we get some more numbers and come to some sort of conclusion. Yeah, bring it home, Max. Indeed, I hope Max is right. Okay, I opened the Coke. I am not comfortable projecting. Someone asked when we'll drop more dumps. Oh, they just wanted me to say that out loud. And I did. Congrats. They, hopefully at like 5:05. Yeah. Now that I've said it, they're going to do it until it's 6. Yeah. Well, I think we have to establish a Coke and Red Bull. You are cooked for the next few hours. I've been cooked for a while now. I don't know. I feel weirdly awake, which means I'm going to crash very hard. Someone asked why it's still at 95%. That there is kind of a general practice of not basically saying greater than 95%, because again, sometimes we're not 100% sure just like the votes remaining on the screen there is an estimate. We are not 1,000%. We can't say with like absolute certainty that there are exactly 60,204 votes left, but based on our estimates, that's about what's there. And apparently there was a small drop that was not from Wayne. Oh man. Well, my boss, my boss Scott, it says, I'm feeling a 5:02 a.m. drop. That would be a minute from now, which would be that'd be tremendous. We'd love to see it.
Please.
Yeah. We'll see.
Your lips to God's ears. God.
Yeah, exactly. To Wayne County's ears.
Wayne County's ears. Yes, because Wayne County is our guiding force.
Yeah, for whatever reason, somebody there's something that the AP or somebody has gotten that we just haven't for whatever reason. I'm not sure where it's from or what's responsible for it. The slight difference why we have slightly fewer votes total, but in terms of the general state of things, it actually, if it's not from Wayne right now, it's not going to change whether we're projecting. Wayne is the problem. Wayne is the problem. It also could be, it's also true that it could be some sort of tabulation error where something got double counted or something. And so that's, again, these are unofficial counts based on information provided by localities, the state, local officials. It's not quite like the Iowa caucuses in 2012 when
Right.
They were talking to the two old ladies on the phone to try to find out the caucus results in the Republican caucus, which I highly recommend if anyone ever wants to go just see like a completely ludicrous thing. Just Google that 2012 Republican caucuses. And it was like, will Rick Santorum catch Mitt Romney in Iowa? It turns out he did, but we didn't find out until like a week later. But that's the just a fun. That was my first presidential as a professional election watcher. I'd been an amateur election watcher for a very long time as a younger, pre-college and into college, but professionally, yeah. Wayne County using the tally mark system. They also might just be using Roman numerals. I mean, there could be a lot of things going on. Yes, someone points out again that Mallory McMorrow has 60,000 votes, and the current margin difference is 21,000. That is 3 times the margin,
Wild to me.
Yes, Nick points out that the 2012 GOP primary was a trip, and indeed it was. Never forget 999 Herman Cain. I find opportunities to bring that up more often than I would ever have thought possible.
Wait.
Also, go ahead.
Sorry. Go. No, finish that thought.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just gonna say in group chats, for some reason I find opportunities to bring that up, and it always gets a laugh. So.
Wow. I was just gonna say, I'm gonna break in with some not Michigan related breaking news, but one related to the U.S. House map, which is that at 3:32 a.m., Congressman Chuck Edwards posted, after much prayer and reflection, I've decided to withdraw from my
Sorry.
Will complete my current term. Wow.
Chuck.
Interesting.
Now I get to look up the replacement process in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Republicans are thrilled. Now they're going to be like, Max Miller, you do it too.
Max Miller next.
Yeah.
We're really between Maine, North Carolina, all these states where Democrats are dropping out of Senate races for independent candidates. We're all getting a lot of lessons in state ballot withdrawal and
withdrawal laws. Some people are asking in the chat. So Chuck Edwards is the current congressman from the Republican is the current Republican congressman from the 11th district in North Carolina, and he beat Madison Cawthorn in 2022 in the Republican primary for this seat, and he, in fact, I'm bringing it up now. Oh wow, okay, I don't really want to put that on screen. Okay, here, let's try this. Oh, I cut off the presentation. How did I do that? All right, here we go. We're back. I think. Is it back? Where is it?
No.
Yeah. What is going on? Oh my gosh. Something is what has gone wrong? We'll get you back. Oh man. All right. Well, I don't know what's going on with that, but for some reason that is not showing up. And that's not showing up either. Disaster. All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to just refresh this. All right, I'm back, but for some reason my screen is not sharing. Like, what is going on right now? I don't understand why it's not working. But we are still here, so I'm not really sure what the issue is. I have my screen sharing, so why is it not working? Of course, this happened at this hour, right? Like, what the hell? They can see me, so that's good. So.
Yay.
Okay. What is going on? No, just cursed. It's 5 a.m. Whatever. I'm sharing the screen. Why is it not sharing on the screen for you fine people? Yeah. Why isn't it? Okay. Apparently there are 20 more percent. Okay. Look, folks. We have some more votes. In Wayne. I'm sorry that I cannot show you this on the screen right now. It's just a few more, not a ton, and I don't know why it's not allowing me to share the screen. This is like the most obnoxious thing imaginable. So I'm considering my options on what to do about this. It's like, of all the times we've been sitting here, and now my freaking thing is. Yeah,
it's also pouring rain outside. Rain is like,
Grace, are you able to share? By chance?
yeah. 1 second. Let me see.
Yeah, see if that works. That's so weird.
So weird.
So strange. What on? Like, any luck? No. If I start again, I'll have technical difficulties again getting back on. It was that was why it took me a minute.
Okay, is this working?
I don't see. That's so weird. Why would it stop working?
Yeah, it says I'm
Yeah, me too.
hearing it. That is so strange.
Why did screen share stop working? StreamYard. I don't understand why it's not working. That's so freaking annoying. Oh, I bet you that's what it is. For some reason. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's not really much to report. The stream wants to go to bed. It's possible that there's just a thing going on with the person who's been running it behind the scenes was trying to go back to the hotel to go to sleep and was going to leave things open, and I think maybe something got screwed up along the process. So anyway,
Well, them's the breaks.
yeah. But just to be clear, right now, based on what is in, which is just a little bit more than when people were last able to see it. We are now at 7. Folks were wondering about the numbers. We're now at 734, 486 for Abdul El Sayed, and we are at 715, 139 for Haley Stevens, which means, and we are estimating how much of the votes left? 27,000. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she would need basically 75% of what's left. So again, it's getting, or wait, is that right? What the heck? No. Wait, that's not right. What the hell? Sorry. I'm doing great. Doing great. Yeah. Maybe actually more like 80%. So I guess it's a question of what is the Detroit situation. That's what matters here. Again. Oh, I lost Grace. So, oh, hey, it's working now, except I think I lost Grace, which of course I did. Not sure what happened there, but I'll see if we get her back. Oh, there she is. Hey, we're back.
The
problem has been fixed.
Yeah, I tried. Oh, it is. Oh my gosh. Wow.
We're good.
All it took
We're
was
back.
one moving.
We're back.
We're so back.
We're so back. Yeah. As I said, look, El Sayed is very likely going to win. Basically, Stevens needs the final bit here to be especially favorable for her, like very favorable. So right now there are sorry, you know what? Earlier I was doing the math wrong. I was distracted by the fact that I couldn't show you fine people what the heck is going on. Hope you'll forgive me for I was using the wrong denominator. There are 47,000 votes projected still out statewide. There are 27,000 in Wayne. The others are in, it would appear, still Macomb, most of the rest of it. And then there is still a little bit in Washtenaw, which would be good for El Sayed. So it's really Wayne and Macomb are most of it, and then there's a little bit elsewhere. And of that, at this point, if you're Stevens, what do you need? You don't need quite that much. What do you need? You need about 3/4 of the vote. Someone's asking about the recount procedure. Nothing on sorry, I'm losing my train of thought because I'm getting messages from about on Slack beeping in my ear, clicking in my ear. If you're familiar with Slack, you'll know what that's like. The recount procedure. Automatic recount only happens if the margin is at or less than 0.1%, and otherwise the candidates have to at least partially pay for it. Which means, generally they're not asking for a recount unless it's super close. Yeah, so it's can you explain to me why Detroit doesn't vote left? I think part of that is down to the fact that Black voters have tended to not be as supportive of progressive candidates, but there's an age gap. In fact, Grace, you talked about this earlier. Maybe you have some thoughts about that.
Yeah, so I think a big part of it is and especially in a Democratic primary, a lot of the electorate is going to be older Black voters, Black women who are a core part of Haley Stevens's constituency. But at the same time, and I think what we're seeing in these results is, obviously it should be noted, Black voters, like all groups, not a monolith. There is also, definitely a sizable Arab American Muslim population in Wayne County, Detroit as well. And also those groups are not also mutually exclusive, but something that has been popping up for sure is a generational divide among Black voters in this race, where you had Stevens drawing support from a lot of older Black voters and El Sayed getting support from younger Black voters. And I will be curious to see a little bit more as we get more granular data about that. But it's also something that came up, kind of anecdotally, but I think does point to a really interesting kind of divide in the Democratic Party. Now, and it's also the case that just younger voters, and within the Democratic primaries, that younger voters tend to go for more progressive candidates in general. So I think that's what you're sort of seeing in these results. And also, let us not forget, El Sayed was the Wayne County Health Director for a long time. He's, worked there for a long time, has a lot of relationships, as, does Haley Stevens. But yeah, I think they're all explanations for what's going on. And both campaigns spent a lot of time and resources in the final stretch, really, really trying to maximize turnout in Detroit, simply because in the Democratic primary, that's just where most of the votes are. As we've been talking a lot about the math for the Senate primary in Michigan.
How many hours of math?
How many hours of math can one do? I've never been good at math. I don't really know how I ended up being an election junkie. It's never really been my thing, but the combination of numbers and vibes.
Somebody was asking about, let's see, the unofficial results. Someone was curious what the breakdown of the Wayne County, some parts of Wayne County. So, okay. Actually, wait. Let me just go back to statewide in case something pops up. I don't want to miss anything. Right. So that's that. But is there a particular, can I see like by town? Is that possible? Is that not possible? Township. No, I don't want that. Geez. All right. Well, I was hoping to look at some sort of locality breakdown, but not immediately seeing how one does that, which is curious. Anyway, fun with election websites. It happens. Nope. Yeah, I think that's the only way, and so I'm not sure. So yeah, we have the rest of Wayne County outside of Detroit, but we do not have. Or no, actually, we have just all of Wayne County, but we do not have the breakdown. Let me see if Dearborn, does Dearborn have its own clerk?
Oh, that's a good question.
Potentially. Yes. For unofficial results, Dearborn, final unofficial. U.S. Senator Abdul El-Sayed got about 78% in the unofficial returns from Dearborn. And Haley Stevens got like 20%. And then let's check out I'm curious about Dearborn Heights, which is where that there was a Jill Stein precinct in Dearborn Heights, so that is why I'm curious.
Oh yeah.
So, if they have the results somewhere on this page. No, that's for 2025, which doesn't help me. They may not have it live in quite the same way. You know, it's not as big as Dearborn. Anyway, I think Dearborn gives you an idea that El-Sayed did very well in that part.
Yeah.
Of Wayne County. And still, what were the results in Hamtramck? Yes. Or Hamtramck. That's a fun one. Oh, okay. Do you have election results that are accessible, or night of election results that are accessible? Let's find out. Certified results from 2025. I'm not seeing, unless that's on like their homepage. It's worth checking. Not seeing it. Again, different towns. You know, at the end of the day, all the Wayne County vote is on the Wayne County clerk's thing. It's just only some towns with their individual clerks have have their own specific. Here's just what happened in our town.
Right.
Count. I mean, they will eventually post it, but a lot of them don't post it till it's certified. You know, a few weeks from now. Let's see. Someone was just asking. Someone said something about a runoff election. There's no runoff. There are no runoff elections in Michigan. So it's not like in a number of southern states that have a 50% requirement or 50% plus one vote requirement for a majority to win a nomination. That's not an issue here. So whomever has the most votes in the end wins. And there was another good question. How do you pronounce Ypsilanti? I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Fun one. Oh yeah. What are the odds of Stevens winning? Well, based on what we've got, still she needs like about 3 and 4 of the votes outstanding. Now, the thing that remains to be seen is if there are actually a few more votes in Wayne County than we're currently estimating, and that's I'm told that the Secretary of State's office, I believe it's the Secretary of State, will be updating those numbers at some point this morning. And that would just mean, maybe there are a handful that were turned in, if the numbers change appreciably, which they may not. So again, it's just, this is the thing, right? Is that you're relying on official sources for information about what's outstanding. But even they, they last updated this page at 7 a.m. On yesterday. And now they will probably update it again at 7 a.m. today. So if there were some absentee votes that were not included in those counts, they're now, for the most part, that's not a problem in places where we know they've reported basically all the votes. It's just in places where they haven't necessarily reported all the votes yet, like Wayne County, there might be a handful more. But again, El Sayed is certainly favored to win at this point. I mean, I think this may sound like a broken record, but he is. And, it's just Stevens in a position where she has to get a very favorable final sort of batch of votes. It helps her that it might be coming from Detroit, which is probably one of her stronger places, but it's not, I can't say it's likely. Or it's unlikely, clearly. So we're just sitting here and waiting. Yep. Yeah. Oh, did they just update? No. No, we got the same number, the Wayne County. People are asking why this isn't called yet. You and me both, my guy. You and me both. I would like it to be projected as well. I officially would have liked this to have been a little clearer.
We can all agree on that.
Yeah, jeez. Everyone else has not called it, for what it's worth. Person who posted that in the comments. Well, let's see. Update. Nope, no projection from the AP still. So some folks have apparently projected it. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Common days. It's not called because mathematically it's still possible. Not probable, but possible. And that's the fundamental thing is, are there enough votes where a not impossible scenario could see Stevens win enough votes to overtake El Sayed? Yeah, it is possible. It's not likely. But again, we are talking about the Detroit area, which has basically been her most favorable part. And so at the end of the day, that's kind of nuts. Yes, we are still going. I see somebody, and we're still coping. This is, coping by completely destroying my Wednesday, apparently. Yeah, it's fun times. How much is she paying you?
Goose egg.
Jeez.
Nothing. Not even a freeze
Oh,
to
boy.
get to sign for the memories.
These untransparent. Okay. Well, it's if you're concerned about the electoral process in this country, go volunteer to be an election worker. It'll probably be a very eye-opening experience.
Yeah.
Anyway, it takes time to count votes. Exactly. And you know, it's down to resources and people.
Mm.
And sometimes you don't have enough of either. So someone notes that Polymarket has El Sayed at 99.6%. I'm not allowed to bet on Polymarket. And I don't. I never have. So it's I find the prediction markets interesting and they're useful information. Yes, I'm actually reading the chat. I'm sitting here waiting for votes, my guy. I'm gonna be I'll look at the chat. And I also, if people have questions, just trying to answer. Do I think the next bash will be enough to call it? God willing.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
Perfect. I mean, yeah. Let's see. If I just had to vamp. We're not quite at the DDHQ HQ. Kind of, though. It's a place where we usually do these all night. We do these big things where we get everybody together. So,
It's like a slumber party, but everyone's awake.
yeah, but everyone's awake. Reminds me of being a kid during the 2002 World Cup, and I volunteered to stay up all night to wake everybody up for the USA South Korea game at like 3 a.m. because I was the crazy person. So maybe that explains why I'm still able to do this.
Was a
Like,
crazy person.
Yeah. Of course, I played a GameCube. I'm a millennial. I had a PS2. It was fun. I had a Super Nintendo. That's how you know I'm old. I had a Super Nintendo. Remember the probability of the Falcons beating the Patriots? Yeah, it was. That was bad. I am not. You're right. I do not like Arsenal. I have the sad. I'm a Tottenham fan, which is just. Well, it's been rough. Well, it's been good and rough all at the same time. What did you think of the World Cup? World Cup was great. I studied abroad in Spain in college, so I was happy for the Spaniards getting the W.
Oh, where in Spain?
Valencia.
Oh,
Yeah. it was
I've
fun.
never
Right
been, but it looks cool. I was in
right
Madrid.
on the Mediterranean. Oh yeah, Madrid's great.
Yeah, Madrid
Love
was
Madrid.
great.
Coys, yeah. A few other come on you Spurs. Yeah. Let's go. Would love. Yeah, the game. Oh, Murcia. Murcia. Let me do it right there. A bit south. Oh yeah, we got some Spaniards on the chat. Very fun. Nice. Two Spaniards. That's great. Thanks for following this madness. It's fun stuff. I should get into the MLS more. I live in Vermont, so does that mean I have to be a Montreal fan? I'm not sure. Anyway, soccer is probably my favorite sport now. Yeah, it is. I think I would probably pick it. So yes, Wayne County, please end our suffering. I agree 100%. if we could just get a little bit more votes, please. Favorite Call of Duty Zombies map. Oh my god. The same ballot counters do not necessarily work the whole night. They do. It depends, but sometimes it shifts things and do things in shifts. But that really depends on each place. Yeah, what's fun is I get to talk about this on TV in like 4 hours, so I will be not sleeping too long if we do get a projection here. Luckily, anyway. That's beside the point. Okay, just to reset before I entirely lose my train of thought here. El Sayed is up by about 25,000, a little over 25,000 votes. Or sorry, 29,000, excuse me, a little over 29,000 votes. And that's a notable, oh my God, math. 19,000. Jeez Louise, I'm doing great. You can tell it's 5:30 in the morning. 19,000 votes. Let's do math. 734 minus 715 is 19. So about 19,000 votes. Stevens is still in a position where she basically has to win around 3/4 of the vote. That's outstanding. And so, in that sense, we're appreciably in about the same. Oh, yeah. I could look over at Michigan 13. I'm not really sure anything new has happened there. Nope. Same situation. There it is. Donovan McKinney's still leading. Hey, Scott.
I am not going anywhere. Well, I am. I'm going to get an Uber and go home.
Mhm.
But I'm going to maintain StreamYard and all this other fun stuff. I'll be
Okay.
on Slack. You can stop whenever you want. You keep going whenever you want. We don't know. We're just waiting.
Yeah.
We just got a little in Calhoun.
Okay. It's just like what is happening with it's like Wayne County, man.
Wayne County. Well, it's also for Michigan 13. We need Wayne County
Yes.
for that too.
Yeah. In fact, is that like the same batch
yes,
of it's
it
the exact
is.
same batch of votes now, basically.
Well, yeah.
Or just about.
Well, look, and the discrepancy is Detroit and Wayne County. There's some funky stuff going on, so you
Okay.
just gotta wait. Could be in 2 minutes, could be in 3 hours.
Oh boy, don't tell them that.
Yeah. But I will be on Slack for 20 minutes and then we're back. I've got StreamYard.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, we're still here.
The wild card here is if you go to the the Wayne County site, it says there are 307 precincts. There's about half the precincts completed. We have no idea. I mean, we have a decent idea of how many votes are left, but we don't. So that's why
Right.
Stevens has got. It ain't zero.
It ain't zero. It's not a lot, but it's not
Yeah,
zero.
Yeah. It ain't
Yeah.
zero.
Well, that was exactly the kind of reassuring call you want to stay awake for conversation. Yeah, there are a lot of we're just sort of sitting here waiting and wishing. Someone joked about 6 a.m. I put 5. Yeah, Scott always has energy. Scott leads very. Someone points out he leads some very interesting hours. Yeah, let's really hope it's more in the 2-minute phase. We agree. Yeah, well, nothing like dead air on a live stream. Grace, is there we talked about this a little bit earlier, but now it's 5:40. Are there any elections you're like really ramped up to see?
Oh. Yeah, I know. I mentioned Alaska earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Yeah, there are also going to be a bunch of really interesting House races in Pennsylvania with women candidates. I actually, yeah, with like every like reporting trip I go on, I learn new things, and I feel like House races are really a lot of the times like where it's at, to get like a really interesting window into whether it's like a particular district or a political moment. Like when I was reporting on the Senate race in Michigan, it was so like every event, and this is like a little ironic for me saying this because I was part of it. Like every event's like just crowd, like so many reporters. It was very oversaturated. And if it's like you're at the same stuff as everyone else, you're gonna like probably quote the same people, have the same takeaways. And that's why I think like going and like writing about things through the perspective of a House race can be really revealing and instructive, just because like candidates know a lot, like their volunteers know a lot. I think it can like be a window into some other dynamics, and they're a lot of times less likely to get national coverage. So yeah, there was a part of me that was like, should I have just done all my reporting in Michigan from Lansing and like from Michigan 7? But anyway, yeah, with all that said, yeah, I do think the Pennsylvania 8, Pennsylvania 10, those both have women nominees in Paige Cognetti and Janelle Stelson. Those are going to be really interesting. I would like to get up there. Another one very, very high on the priority list, Wisconsin 3. You want to talk about a House race with lots of gender politics and policy. Yeah, Derek Van Orden, Rebecca Cook rematch. Van Orden is from a very competitive district.
I'll even have some caffeine.
Okay, cool. Scott says he's going to join us. So the person in the chat in a few minutes. In a few minutes, he's got it. He's
amazing.
He's shifting locations, and then he's going to jump on. So can keep us pepped. He'll probably ask us lots of fun questions.
Okay. Okay, so I better go get my caffeine.
Yeah. I can vamp, please.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. So let me think. Michigan. What can I say about the results that we know at this point? So obviously, here's a thought. Some of the better counties for each candidate. Let's see what the best counties for El Sayed. It looks like his best by margin was actually Kent, where he's up by 26 points. So that's where Grand Rapids is. And the best county, just pure margin for Stevens is Aranac, which you'll excuse me if I'm actually not sure where that is off the very top of my head. It is in the, is it on the right edge there? Okay. Oh, it's the one just north of Bay. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. That's her best, but obviously not a lot of votes there, like 1,500 votes. Let's see, her best county by among the counties with the more significant vote count. What should I decide that is? We'll say maybe Saginaw. That seems like big enough. So she's up by 18 there, but she is up by 20, 24, and a bunch of places that have like 1,000, 2,000 votes up here. So, these are bigger, but if you're up in enough of those, it can add up. I think Haley's, we are nuts. I can't believe we're going this long. It's nutty. I did not remotely anticipate that this was going to happen tonight, but here we are. Tonight, this morning, my son, my 16-month-old son, not 16 years, 16-month-old son will be waking up here in like 30 minutes probably. So that's fun. To be clear, I'm in DC. I'm not at home in Vermont, but it's funny to think. Yeah, you know, someone asked if would Haley Stevens get much credit for running closer than what the polls showed. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I think also, look, at the end of the day, she got an immense amount of outside help. I mean, it's the most expensive Senate primary on the Democratic side ever. Texas on the Republican side earlier this cycle was more expensive. And it was the most expensive on the Democratic side in a Senate primary because of all the outside spending, which overwhelmingly favored Stevens. So she had a ton of help, and she's trailing by a little over a point right now. And it is unlikely, but she could conceivably pull it out. And obviously, you know, who would get the credit in that case would probably be all the outside help she got. So the outside help, I think, obviously gets a lot of credit for getting her into this position to begin with. So, yeah, it's AIPAC. I know AIPAC spent like half the money that went into supporting her in TV ads. People are like, say AIPAC. I was like, didn't I say AIPAC? The United Democracy Project, AIPAC's affiliated super PAC, spent, I think, like at least as of July 31st, like 32 million of the 64 million or so that Stevens had gotten in outside help, or just help, period. Some of that included her campaign. So yeah, no, obviously the outside help was immensely helpful for Stevens. And so I think the reason she's in this race at all is in part down to that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Please. Yeah, it made me realize too, like, I feel like there is some like recency, a bit of recency bias going on with kind of the conventional wisdom around this race. Like, it's really only been in the past few weeks that El-Sayed has even been seen as like maybe even a front runner. I feel like the conventional wisdom for a long time was that Stevens was going to be favored because, in large part, because of the outside spending. Or yeah, maybe my
no. You're exactly right. In fact, I'm going to bring up for folks at home. I'll bring up the polling average. I mean, look, obviously the final polling average didn't really pan out. Well, it was more favorable to El-Sayed than what things look like right now. But at the same time, I think, you know, you can still get a kind of a general sense for the trajectory of the race. If I can find the primary average up there. All right. You know, if you look earlier in the cycle, you know, it was kind of El-Sayed was actually behind, and then, you know, things are pretty even in the spring, and then, you know, he kind of moves out to a lead, and then eventually that lead grows a bit more, and McMorrow falls off and eventually drops out. And yeah, so no, to your point, you know, it was never feeling like it was a given that that El-Sayed was going to win. You know, that was so in that sense, yeah, the CW really only is in the last few weeks, that a couple of weeks here, that I would say that, I mean, you can even look at what the prediction markets kind of lines on that. And, you know, I mean, the problem is it's all too recent. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, let's see. In April, he and McMorrow were running about even.
Yeah.
In Cauchy's thing. And then he was like a 60% favorite on June 1st or around June 1st. Stevens passes McMorrow, McMorrow crashes. And then, you know, from there he was a favorite, but more like kind of 3 and 4, 4 and 5. And then even I think probably when Whitmer endorsed, Stevens shot up a bit. Gretchen Whitmer endorsed Stevens. And yeah. All right. Let me bring this back. I'm checking. Let's see. I don't know. Somebody claims that we're way behind the AP, and I'm like, okay, we do appear to be slightly behind them, but by like fewer than 1,000 votes for each candidate, which, I mean, obviously this is a close race, and that's not nothing. I'm just saying it's, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a very noticeable amount. It only feels noticeable because of the circumstances we're in here, with the race being this tight. Yeah, just looking at the yeah. Anyway, we're sitting here waiting, and maybe Scott will get on pretty soon, and he can liven up the chat. Only because we are. I mean, he's been up too, but he still hasn't been. God. Sorry, I'm just laughing because it's like I like just stopped mid sentence there. It's going well. It's going well here. Yeah. You know, this is an election where
it is an election.
Well, where every vote is really will matter. You know.
Yeah. It's almost as if it all comes down to turnout. And whoever gets the most votes wins.
Yeah. But hey, you know, it's so funny with the it is funny, you know, political science studies and sort of like psychology of voting. It's like, why do you vote if you're one vote? And you know, there's millions, you know, especially in like a presidential election, so there's millions of votes cast, and you know, it's like, why would you do it? And it's just an interesting, fascinating study, and I don't know, I mean, people find sort of their motivated reasoning, they care, they think it's important, they have certain values about what they think is important, but sometimes a race is close enough where a small number of those votes could matter. And so that's
yeah. And what I do think is powerful about it is like, yes, we've been talking so much about the role of big money and outside spending in this race, but ultimately in the voting booth, like one person, one vote, like in the voting booth, you're just that one vote. And in theory, no matter who you are or how much money you have, you get the same one vote as everyone else. You can argue, you know, people have different levels of influence in the political process, but yeah, it is kind of really powerful idea that you go in there, you have your right to a secret ballot. Yes, to influence, you know, policy in the outcome of an election, but also to just like, be a person, belong in a society. It's a powerful act.
Oh man. All right. No. That was nice. I'm just like, you know, I'm thinking about what, and we could talk about some of the other results while we're sitting here waiting. You know, obviously we're still also waiting on the Donovan McKinney race against Sri Thanedar. Thanedar. I'm actually not. I every time I think I know, I'm like, oh wait, I'm wrong. Sri. I mean, he goes by Sri.
Sri.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a really busy primary night. I mean, obviously we're spending. Oh.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Scott. Oh, good timing. I hear the sound of your can opening.
Aren't you guys well rested?
Oh yeah. Very. I'm not seeing you in case.
Oh, I can see you guys. Oh, you can't?
Yeah. Are you seeing him, Gray?
No. I don't see him, and also your audio's going, and I think too.
All right, let me try this.
Because I think you guys are in the same.
Oh no, he's gone to a different.
Oh yeah, that's right. He left.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh God.
Hey, there you are.
You see me?
Yes.
You guys well rested?
Yeah. You're doing great.
Oh, do you have headphones on, Scott?
Oh, should I get headphones?
Yeah, probably. I think that's probably why we're hearing echo.
All right,
Yeah,
bear with
yeah.
me. Let me go find my call center headphones. 1 second.
Oh yeah. Put mine in too. Not call center. But
I'm suspicious that fixed it. Maybe. Uh-oh.
Can you guys hear me?
yeah.
Yes.
Is that better?
Well,
No.
for some reason there's still an echo.
Hold on. How about now? Is there an echo now?
Testing.
Testing.
Apparently, it's weird.
I know why there might be an echo. How about now?
Testing. Seems like it's still there. Very weird.
Oh, hold on a second. I think we got a vote drop.
Oh.
No vote drop.
Ugh.
I mean, not for a race we care about. We're still in Washington.
Scott, don't do us like that.
All right, let's back to the audio thing. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, I got it.
I bet the echo's gone now.
Testing. Hey, there it is.
We did it. Great work.
So Skelly, we've been on this. We can go. Do we want to look at other things?
Yeah, we can. I mean, we're
Should pull
sitting
up
here,
Twitter.
waiting.
Twitter's a mess right now.
When you say a mess,
I mean, at 5:59 a.m., we can be PG-13.
okay, let's see.
There's a lot of hate going around for Michigan pollsters. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
I've been
talking about that a
I see
little.
Lakshaya saying
Look,
things.
Lakshaya is not wrong. He's not wrong.
No, he's not.
I mean, that's a subtweet for someone else on Twitter. If I were into reality TV, we would go into that.
Honestly, there should be a reality TV show about.
If you pull up Dave Weigel, he
Pollster
also
drama.
subtweets the same thing.
Oh man.
I don't even think. I think he just calls him out by name. Have you guys talked about what this will mean for the discourse around Francesca Hong?
Yes, but it may have been 3 hours ago, so we could talk about it again.
It's true.
I mean, Grace, actually been on a reporting trip to Wisconsin, right?
Yes. Yeah. So, yes, Scott, I've been on Monday. I got back from 10 days in Michigan and Wisconsin. Swing in Wisconsin.
All right, hold on a second. Did you have cheese curds?
Of course, always. I always
Got it.
have cheese curds in
Got it,
Wisconsin.
okay, I'm glad. I just wanted to establish that we had cheese curds. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, yeah, I spent some time with Francesca Hong, and yeah, reporting on the race there. And yeah, that Wisconsin one, it's like for a lot of reasons, it's even more unpredictable than the Michigan primary, both in terms of like clearly what might happen in the primary, and also in the general. Obviously, I think Francesca Hong is well on track to win the primary. Whether or not she does so by a super comfortable margin remains to be seen. There's just been, so much weirdness with people getting in the race and out of the race and all their names being on the ballot. But I think, this is going to raise a lot of questions and probably a lot of concerns for people about her chances in a general election.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can answer it.
Mhm.
I know Skelly can because I'm approving him answering this. So you just watch, let's say you're a political consultant and you just watch your candidate give an interview on CNN and not answer the Thanksgiving question correct. She gets off, she asks how she's doing. What do you say to her?
I think Grace probably saw this. Did you see this?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, what kind of you're a
Of
political
course I saw
consultant?
it. Yeah.
What's the advice?
What's your first response
yeah.
to the public to
Yeah.
throw it out in public, quote tweeting,
Yeah.
And she's formerly a cook. Of course, you say let her cook naturally, right? Yeah. Possibly cook her own campaign. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I didn't mean to put Grace on the spot. I mean, obviously you tell her like, come on, just this is not the time to make a point about Thanksgiving.
No.
Well, and it's also
Shorter answer on that one.
Yeah.
It's also such an easy way to pivot it back to like, we really should be talking about how Tom Tiffany has made food and prices more expensive for everyone.
Yes.
Or like how Trump's policies have raised the costs of turkeys and like screwed over farmers.
Yeah, now
It's so easy. I feel like.
Yes.
How long are you saying?
I don't know. Scott got on, so who knows?
Oh boy. All right, I'll see you in November.
Okay. See you, Avish.
Tell Avish to come in. Tell him, ask him if the Wayne County Scraper's running.
Hey, Avish. Scott wants to know if the Wayne County Scraper is running. He reports that it is.
Good.
I'm not sure I believe you based on what's happening. No.
The chat is giving a shit about talking about tweets. Well, we could pull up Wayne County again, but they haven't reported anything since 5:36. So
Yeah, and that was a trickle.
Yeah.
To be clear.
I'm sorry, 5:07.
Yeah, this is Wayne County.
She's an executive chef. What's the difference between an executive chef and a not whatever we thought she was?
Yeah, I see there's the executive branch and the legislative chef, judicial chef.
What I don't know this. So when you talk to her, Grace, what is her? Did she like go to official culinary school or like what's her deal?
No, I think she just like got into the service industry as a young person, and became a chef and then eventually owned a restaurant, which has since closed. I don't believe she went to formal culinary school.
Got it. What kind of restaurant?
I think it was some kind of an Asian fusion restaurant. I know it was in Madison.
So are we going to make the Lauren Boebert analogy here? I'm just saying, right? Like,
well, I don't think her restaurant was accused of having health code violations that
Fair.
made people ill.
Fair.
And it's
Fair.
also.
I forgot about that. That is a good point about the Lauren Boebert restaurant.
Yeah.
I forgot. That was pretty famous. Yeah.
But it's true, there are not many restaurateurs in politics.
So I can name another one.
Yeah.
Ben Calvert of California 40. I'm trying to think of another one.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of them who have like franchise owners.
Oh, Kevin
there's
Hearn, right?
Kevin Hearn,
Yes, Kevin
yeah.
Hearn is a big
Yeah.
McDonald's franchise.
McDonald's,
owner.
right? Yeah.
I think we're just talking about Chuck Edwards.
Oh yeah, Scott, did you see this?
Yeah, Chuck Edwards going down. Yeah.
He's dropping. Yeah.
I don't know. It's 6 a.m. So the group chat was Chuck Edwards. Where does he fall on the spectrum of surpriseness? Like, how do I put this? His scandal on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being, oh my God, this is like Watergate level, 1 being not surprised. Like, where do we put his scandal?
I mean, I'm just never surprised by male politicians like being weird and creepy and cringe with their young staff. Unfortunately, it's like something that transcends party lines. I wish I could say I was surprised. I mean, the irony about it is that he primary challenged Madison Cawthorn, and his whole message was like, I'm a real no nonsense legislator, and I'm just gonna like put my head down and do hard work for the district and not, create scandals and draw negative attention. And now here we are, not even 4 years later. And honestly, it says a lot about the culture of DC, I will say. And I also think he is more of a rational actor than some of the other members of Congress we've seen get in scandals this year. Certainly, apparently, seemingly more so than a Max Miller or Corey Mills, who are also accused of, to be clear, doing more serious things. But yeah, nothing really surprises. The only thing that like surprises me is when there's actually like investigations and accountability into this stuff.
What do you make of Max Miller reporting himself to the House Ethics Committee?
I mean, it's like Michael Scott in The Office being like, I declare bankruptcy. Like, it's not how that works. I mean, like, yes, there's an ethics investigation that's been opened into him, but it's like, I don't know, the equivalent of being like, investigate me, cowards.
I just thought
Didn't Gary Hart say that, and then it didn't work out so well for him? And
that's true.
In 1988, he's like,
that's true.
I've got nothing to hide. Turns out he's like seeing some woman who's not his wife, who's like half his age. Anyway,
I mean, the House Ethics Committee is famous for not really coming to conclusion of anything.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
Makes
Yeah.
it,
right.
They're like, oh boy.
Yeah. So it's like me saying, oh, I really want the HOA to investigate me.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as they say that, someone's going to remind me of George Santos. But like for the most part, it investigates things that never come to pass.
Yeah.
The Chuck Edwards, I have a congressional scandal Overton window. Man, 6 a.m. And so I'm going to put it below. So my Overton, my Mendoza line for congressional scandals is the Trent Frank scandal.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, is it weirder or worse than Trent Franks, or is it less than Trent Franks? I'm going to put him below the Trent Franks line.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
That's all. Yeah. The Trent Franks one, I was just like, okay. Jeez. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and kind of thinking about the implications for November, too. I mean, this was a district that, had been seen as more competitive.
Yeah.
With Edwards as the nominee, and now that he's not, maybe less so. It seems like Democrats have recruited a pretty strong candidate in Jamie Ager. But yeah, wild times.
Yeah.
And posting that at 3:30 in the morning. Was he hoping that it would just like get no pickup or get overshadowed by the Michigan? I don't know.
Yeah.
Apparently, Abdul El-Sayed is appearing on MS Now at 7 a.m. So,
Oh, boy.
we're up to see that. So I'm excited.
Yeah.
At 7 a.m.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't you have a hit this morning, Skelly? On
I do at like
News Nation?
9:30.
9:30.
Yeah. Yep. At this rate, I may just stay up for it.
Grace, what do you have to do? Do you go to an office?
No, I'm fully remote.
Living the dream.
Yeah.
What story? What stories are you working on? If you can talk about them, like what?
Oh, yeah.
What theoretically were you going to file today if you weren't up at 6 a.m. waiting for Michigan?
Oh my God, my poor editors. I've really put my editor and our amazing photo editors and digital producers through the ringer with my chaos. I basically did like 3 reporting swings back to back on like Michigan Senate, Michigan 7, and the Wisconsin governor's race, but not like allowing myself the requisite time to write those stories, which is kind of a critical component of it. So yeah, obviously publish my Michigan stories. And yeah, I need to write my story about Francesca Hong and the Wisconsin governor's race. But before Tuesday. And yeah, I was like gone on the road for most of July and just got back to DC on Monday. I get to be here for like a solid couple of weeks, which is good. I need that.
Where do you go next? Where are they sending you?
That's a great question. So I really was saying earlier, I really want to go to Alaska this cycle for Mary Peltola. That's the dream.
So I believe Alaska, and Skelly, you look this up later. What we think there's like a 6% chance the Senate
5,
control
6.
comes down to Alaska,
Yeah.
which is
I put that. I've put that on the
Yeah.
ether too much. Sky, it's
Yeah.
higher than that now.
Oh, it is okay. Yeah.
No, I'm saying because of my actions of
Oh yeah.
approving
Well,
it.
obviously.
Yeah, I manifested it.
I'm manifesting it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a Twitterati, as I heard they're called. I would make the argument. I think Mary Peltola is underrated in our forecast.
Oh, interesting.
And my favorite stat about her is she was the district director for Young.
Yes,
right?
yes, she
And
was.
For those of, like as a former congressional staffer, the district director is probably the best positioned person to understand what the district is. And my understanding is she was one of the better district directors in Congress at the time because she was very good about going to all the local events and
Mhm.
understanding who the important people were, and she was quite personable, and that was why she propelled her to win the last time. And more importantly, being a Democrat working for a Republican, like she understands the nuances of Alaska politics, which Alaska is not like everywhere else. And so
Fish.
yeah, I think she's
Right.
I think she's underrated. I think she's a better candidate on paper than we can quantify in a forecast.
That's so interesting. That's fascinating. Yeah, no, I've also talked to people who say like the best job in Congress is district director.
Yeah.
It's just like, make so many invaluable connections and have so much expertise. So yes, want to go to Alaska.
When you go to Alaska, will you try and look at Russia?
Yeah, of course, I have
Okay.
to.
Yeah.
Obviously, got to bring my binoculars.
Yeah.
I mean, my eyesight's really taken a beating from years of staring at screens all day. But
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
if I really squint, maybe. I want to do that. I want to go to Wisconsin, back to Wisconsin for the 3rd district. It's going to be a real interesting showdown. I was in Maine for a lot of July. I kind of do want to go back for like a Susan Collins specific, like general election story, maybe in Aroostook County, actually.
Oh, go up to the top.
Yeah, the county.
Get up to the border. with
Yeah,
Canada.
the border. Yes, the border with Canada that Troy Jackson protested workers coming.
Oh yeah, his labor protest about loggers.
Yeah. Talk about defending the border.
Someone told us. Is there a Culver's in Alaska? Is that why someone telling us to go to Culver's? I've been to Culver's in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
that's
there's
probably what
Culver's
they
and
mean.
yeah.
That must be what they mean.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the butter burger from Culver's is like, I don't know, like the 6th best burger in America.
Mm.
You're a California guy. Is it In-N-Out? Is that your number one?
It is In-N-Out. It is In-N-Out. It's definitely In-N-Out. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. The Butterburger from Culver's has sustained me for multiple meals on campaigns in Wisconsin, but it can't beat In-N-Out. I even like the fries, which is I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate for that. But
interesting.
Yeah.
Oh man, I have no idea if Alaska has sort of its own thing. Probably not, but you know. But Alaska has lots of other things that make it unique.
That's true. Yeah.
Like the top 4 primary. No.
Yes, top 4 primary.
Yeah, Scott, what you've probably seen this, but the sort of shenanigans both parties are trying to basically get 2 candidates who might take from the other candidate as the other 2 spots when, you know, Peltola and Sullivan get 91% combined, and where does the other 9% go or whatever in the top 4 primary?
The strategery in that implies that the electorate, I mean, I don't know. I think
implies that they're really dumb or something. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it like yeah.
There's a lot of bank shots in that just doesn't seem to make sense to me, but it's a good effort. Well, and it's working. I mean, look, I don't know.
I guess you're trying to find any advantage you can.
Yeah. People just want to win. Kind of like the Osborne situation in Nebraska. What's that guy? That guy with that was it
Forbes?
a guy or a woman? Yeah. Was on the Dem line and then dropped out so Osborne could have have his own line. Oh
no. Burbank, the woman who won.
Yes.
But now Forbes, the guy she beat, is basically trying to sue to get on the ballot and replace or say that they have to replace her.
Yep.
Which is like, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
Yeah.
Checkers, rallies, guys. It's not even Checkers and rallies. Not even the top 10. Sorry.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm back to politics. I had to put that out there.
Some strong burger takes.
Yeah. If we're up for another 20 minutes, I'm gonna get a bowl of cereal. Then you guys can really see, like, you got to mix the cereals, guys.
Where do you have?
If we make it that long, I'm looking at it right now. I have Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Frosted Mini Wheats, so that's the combo we're getting.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yeah.
Man, I have not had a bowl of that in a long time.
Yeah. Because it's 6:18 and we're waiting. Some situational awareness. The race projection team, who will go remain nameless so no one gets harassed. One of them had to make a flight to Miami, and so I'm hoping to God. Well, he's on the flight, but we need 2 people to make a race projection. So I'm one of the 2 people. He told me he boarded the plane 15 minutes ago, and so now we have. It's like you're waiting for the rocket to come from the other side of the moon, hoping they made it. I'm hoping he logs on from the Wi-Fi sometime around 6:30, 6:40. If not, I've got to wake up a 3rd member of the team who is going to get 3 hours of sleep, who is going to come online early. These are the things we do to give everyone a race projection.
Damn. That's dedication.
And somehow we've been on here for 10 hours. I don't really know how that's possible.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I've said this a few times, but it reminds me of the 2020 race with Michigan a bit, just because it was actually, I mean, starting around now, maybe an hour or 2 from here, that we started to get more of Wayne County dropping, and Gary Peters passed John James, and then Biden passed Trump on that morning after. I mean, the expectation was it was going to happen. It was just, you know, you had to see the numbers actually come in. So it reminds me a little bit of that. Also, the 2016 presidential primary, which we've talked about, but Sanders Clinton right now, just the margin, the candidates, they're all some elements that feel a little on the nose. although Bernie Sanders was cleaning up in all the rurals in a way that is not happening in this. You know, Stevens is winning a lot of those counties. So,
I found the all comment section in StreamYard.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. You know how they say never read the comments?
Oh, I fell down that a long time ago tonight.
Yeah.
Been interacting. It's been fun.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean. I always look for questions, but as we got into like DDHQ after dark, I just kind of like, all right, well,
Yeah.
fine.
Oh.
Somebody in the chat. If I fall asleep, Stevens wins. Simple as that. That's. I love it. I love it when we feel like that feels like I in a different context I would feel the same way. Like I did that, and now the thing I didn't want to have happen is going to happen or something. We have zero control over it, but it's fun to imagine.
So some more situational awareness. What's going on in the Slack chat on the side? The last vote update in the Michigan Dem Senate race we got was at 5:32 a.m. out of Calhoun. It is now 6:21 a.m. There is a growing concern that potentially Michigan, Wayne County specifically, went to sleep for a few hours. We might not get anything for a couple hours, but we're not sure because they're not picking up the phone. Looks like I might be getting that cereal. Yeah, the last update we got in the Michigan Dem Senate was 5:32 a.m. We need Wayne County for Michigan 13 too.
Yep. That's the rub.
Oh, nice.
Why are people?
Al Dunson's flight is taking off.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's good, I think.
So now we gotta wait 20 minutes. We hope the Wi-Fi works. Otherwise, we gotta wake someone else up so I can have a friend if we need to make a prediction.
Live body.
Oh
man.
So if Brandon were here, Brandon is a big map person. I think Brandon Finney came in. He's like a big map person, and he likes it when you've got these gradient maps here. I can just picture him saying right now, "It's like, look how beautiful this map is, with that, north south, Stevens Syed." Admittedly, I am not up on Michigan as much as possible. Do you guys have any theories on why Syed did so good in the UP, which I thought was Kid Rock country?
Well, I think all those voters are Republicans now. So the people left who are in the UP who are voting Democratic are probably a very white and progressive bunch. I also think Marquette, which right here, and was like his best up here. If I'm not mistaken, it's kind of like a bit of a post-industrial, like by the lake, very nature.
I mean, isn't that Canada just north of it?
Or one of the lakes.
No, that's,
you're right.
That's Lake Superior.
Yeah.
So that's. But most of it obviously is like Marquette. Sometimes I think is the only blue county in the UP now.
Yeah.
In the general election.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly, in a lot of these UP counties is where you see McMorrow with some of the highest vote shares of any of these counties. Yeah, I've been saying this all night. I'm so fascinated by the over 60,000 people who voted for Mallory McMorrow, and a lot of them seem to be in the UP. So if there are any forever...
Was she a protest? Oh my God, she might have been a protest vote. That's fun.
Look at that. Yeah. So if there are any always McMorrow...
Always Mallory.
Voters, always Mallory voters, please reach out to me.
Or she was
I would
just
love to
functioning.
talk to you.
Maybe she was just functioning as none of the above. I mean, that's the...
So here's a question, Grace. Is McMorrow run for something again?
It's a great question. Probably. I think she definitely has a has a very promising future ahead of her in politics. I saw some people speculating that Jocelyn Benson might tap her as her running mate in the governor's race, and she's gonna play an interesting role in this cycle of kind of like playing that sort of uniting bridge role between the El Sayed and Stevens camps. She endorsed El Sayed already.
I saw that. That was pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, she came out of the gate with that.
Was I wrong to be somewhat surprised by that?
Well, I don't know.
It's miscalibrated on the race, thinking that was a little quick, but
No, I mean, look, knowing what's left and being a little uncertain about precisely how many votes are left, I don't think it, and knowing that it could be a very friendly set of votes for Stevens, and I mean, no, I think our hesitation is warranted, and clearly, I mean, not that we care, but for what it's worth, like the AP also has not projected, and some others have not projected. So like, they're like everybody. NBC projected, and Steve Kornacki probably went to bed, and I can't say I blame him.
God, I miss going to bed. I miss sleep.
He'll be more functional today than I will be. But
and let's be fair. Steve Kornacki, a lot of respect for him. He doesn't get to make the final race projections. The NBC has a race projection desk.
That's true. They have a desk.
Yeah. I don't know. I think this is a tough one from my perspective, and this is why it's good to have multiple groups of people looking at it from different networks. It's a good thing.
I'm gonna be right back. Let you two.
What other races you looking at in Wisconsin, Grace? Obviously the governor, but like, what's your sleeper race? You're like, okay, got to pay attention to this one.
In Wisconsin, okay. So I met a state legislative candidate in Wausau on Saturday. I was saying earlier I went to the Kashena Menominee Reservation with Hong, and then the Wausau Community Festival there too. And I met a state house candidate or assembly, District 85 in Wausau. It's apparently, potentially going to be really competitive. And this candidate was kind of making the case that it's, a bellwether district, and that, Wausau in general is kind of going to be a really interesting place to look, in the governor's race, especially with it being in Tom Tiffany's district. I know Wisconsin very well, and I mean, I did literally just because I met that guy at the Vermont Community Festival. I don't know. I also think the House race, obviously the 7th district, it's very heavily Republican, but there are just some interesting dynamics, obviously, with Trump endorsing Sean Duffy's son-in-law for that seat. So kind of keeping it in the family, sort of. It was like, it's just so classic, so Wisconsin. This is the Bud Light tent where all the candidates were doing their meet and greet. And it was like fascinating. You had basically all the Democratic candidates for governor, plus a few assorted Republicans. It was, just a fascinating mix of people. What about you? What are your Wisconsin sleeper races?
That is a good question. I knew you were going to ask me that, and I'm like trying to think at 6 a.m. what I was looking at, and then I was like, maybe I will just steal. I'm like looking through our notes because we have a race projection. Documents. Damn it, no one's turned anything in yet, so I can't steal someone else's idea. Look, what I'm looking at in Wisconsin, to be honest, and it's kind of a cop out. Like after tonight, looks like Syed's, gonna pull it out, but obviously we don't know. But one thing I do know, if whatever happens, the polls are gonna miss, right? So if Syed wins, it'll be like, oh man, the margin isn't as good? Is that because progressive candidates aren't, don't have the oomph, or is it a polling miss? If he loses, then obviously that message would be more is like, what is Francesca Hong's margin, right? Let's assume,
Yeah.
her polling is, to be honest, if her polling is to be believed, it's better than Syed's. And so this is a good reference point. And it's also, look, Wisconsin's basically had pretty hotly contested statewide races for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Year in, year out, whether it's recalls or Senate races or presidentials or whatever it is. And so, they've got a pretty motivated base of Republicans and a pretty motivated base of what I would call very progressive Democrats, especially in, like places like Madison and things like that. So this Francesca, this to me is the ultimate, how are the DSA or the progressive candidates doing? Because if Francesca Hong wins by 4, I will say this leftward progressive movement doesn't have the same oomph as we thought it was back when Zohan Mamdani, cleaned up in the New York City race. If she wins by 15 or 20, then this Syed close race is more of a fluke to me.
That's true. Yeah. Although I will also say, like, yes, the Democratic Socialist label is a thing. Yeah. I also just think, like, given how much politics is based on vibes, I do feel like there's also like a candidate quality aspect to this too. Like, also Mamdani is a generationally skilled communicator. He, for example, would not have did a much more deft, smooth job explaining some of his previous stances and old tweets and successfully pivoting away and back to, the issues he was laser focused on, like affordability. And I think for a lot of people that, went a really long way, even people who would have been potentially skeptical of a Democratic Socialist. So I feel like it's not exactly like a one-to-one comparison, but I do agree. And I think it's also just like from a political science standpoint to have Francesca Hong, Democratic Socialist, versus like Tom Tiffany, very conservative, Trump-aligned Republican, especially in a place like Wisconsin that's so polarized. It's kind of like the ultimate experiment of where the country is in 2026.
I want to go back. I've heard, and I don't disagree, Zohan Mamdani, generational communicator, right?
Yeah.
Is that I think
so.
And that is what they said about Barack Obama in 04, 06, and 08. And obviously you've uncovered this.
Yeah.
Do you think Zohan, like the sports analogy is, maybe not a sports, like, is he better, or is he more generational, less generational than a Barack Obama in terms of communicator, or is he an entirely different category that can't be compared?
That's such a good question. I think he's in a little bit of a different category. And the reason I say that is because he can't run for president because he, was not born in the US. And so I think the calculus for him is different, right? Like, he's not trying to climb the ladder up to mount a presidential run. He, is obviously focused on being mayor of New York City right now, but I think he's going to play a really interesting role in shaping what the Democratic Party looks like going forward. I do think he and Obama are, similar in the fact that they, have this talent to almost like meet the electorate where they are at any given point in time. And I just, kind of think, like, I feel like there's so many parallels between 2026 and 2006 and the lead up to 2008. And as something Obama was able to do really deftly was to be to the right of the, Democratic Party spectrum on some issues like immigration, for example. But then he had this like stance against the Iraq war. He'd never voted for it, which like also is very much where the base was. And so I think that a figure like Mamdani hit a little bit of that. Obviously, he's, much more on the progressive side of domestic issues too. But the candidates who are able to hit that, really meet the moment and meet the electorate where they're at on some of these issues, like now it's Israel and Gaza. And I think that's like, especially at a time when a lot of voters, main motivating thing is, who's going to be a fighter, who's going to get results, and not so much ideological. I don't know. It's an interesting question. And I was saying earlier too, I think, Al Sayed is also trying to draw this, kind of be this like sort of Obama-esque figure in the sense that he's also an extremely talented communicator. I did a story about electability in the Michigan Senate race, and I asked him about it, and he said, when people say I'm not electable in a state that voted for Obama twice, they're talking about my faith in my name. He makes a kind of the self-deprecating joke of like, just like Obama, I'm, have a funny name, and except he's tall and skinny and I'm not. So he's also kind of trying to draw these comparisons in a way of sort of like being like, hey, this figure expanded the boundaries of what we thought was possible, and I want to do the same.
Yeah, no, I hadn't thought about it that way. That's kind of a follow-up question to this. Do you think we are in a period where we have a lot of good generational communicators, right? Like, at least on the Democratic side, right? So we just spent time talking about AES. We talked to Zoran. You could talk about AOC. You could talk about, up until a month ago, Graham Plattner, maybe. But like, or do you think there's a lot of good communicator talent on the Democratic side, or do you think just the cool thing to say now is, oh, this person's great? They can talk a lot. They're great on the Twitters or the Instagrams or whatever. Like Ossoff, right? Like, Ossoff
I was just gonna bring him up.
Because do you remember when he's running for Congress? Like, it was awkward. And he's way better now. But when he ran for Congress, you're like, this guy can't,
and I think there's like such a desire for authenticity, but no one like really knows what that is. It's very much a like, and you know it when you see it type thing. I think there are a lot of talented communicators on the Democratic side, and at running for some of these statewide offices, especially at the House level, and with Francesca Hong too. She's extremely thoughtful, is very, very smart, well versed on policy, and that's sort of getting overshadowed by her, the way she is talking about her old tweets in a way that's distracting from her actual message. And I think, it's like a communication and a, stylistic thing.
Sorry, Jeffrey, we are like one question away from like, what would your dream Democratic debate, primary debate be?
Oh my gosh.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I'm having like 2020 flashbacks.
Right. Well, then we'd have to have like the JV debate.
I want to make sure that there's 10 people on the stage twice. That's my goal.
Oh yeah.
This is when you get people saying, well, like, I want Bernie Sanders next to AOC, next to Zoran, with Ossoff on the wing, and we're gonna throw a Beto in just to throw some lob some grenades, and then maybe a Seth Moulton after a few drinks type thing.
Oh God. Seth
Moulton. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean that's like the exciting thing about it,
right? De Blasio just to come in late. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Real ones remember Wayne Messam, Deval Patrick,
Mike Gravel.
Mike Gravel. R.I.P. The Gravel team.
College kids.
I went to college with them. I profiled them, and now one of them, the one I profiled, works at Andreessen Horowitz.
Of course. Because you could make an argument Mike Gravel was Bernie Sanders before Bernie Sanders was Bernie Sanders. But like Mike Gravel was the original,
really was.
The angry old guy who thinks all you guys are fucked, basically.
But that's like the super exciting thing about 2028. I've been telling people forever. I think it's really is the first presidential election since 2008 that has really been wide open, without a preordained front runner. And I think to the question of electability, it's someone I talked to for my story I did on Michigan made a really smart point, which is that in the 2020 primary, there was such an urgency to put forth someone who could beat Trump. Like it was all about who can beat Trump. And I think with that removed, there's more breathing room to have really, really interesting questions about who the standard bearer is going to be. And I'm really excited to cover it, which I may regret saying if you ask me 2 years from now.
So here's another question for you. It's framed in the form of a probability, if not betting. If you had to put odds on a female president in 28 and 30, 28, 32, and 36. That's right. So you're going to give you 3 presidential, and you have to give it odds that we will get one each term.
Get like a woman elected president?
Yes, first woman elected president.
Ooh, okay.
We're just teeing you up because obviously you work for the 19.
Right, yes.
Beat, so
yes, yeah.
I'm gonna ask Skelly, like my Skelly question will be like, what are the odds we get someone who was a left-handed pitcher in college to be elected president? Or what are the odds we get someone who was, went to UVA?
Yeah, I think, I don't know, I would say 30 to 40%.
Really? 30 to 40%?
Or for someone actually elected. Okay, I would say like 30 to 40% chance we get a major party nominee who is a woman from either party in one of those.
In one of those 3
cycles.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. But then like it's hard to say like whether or not that person wins. I don't know. There are many schools of thoughts on this. There are some people who, think like, oh, after Hillary Clinton's loss and Kamala Harris's loss, there's no chance Democrats elect another woman. Which I don't think is necessarily true. I also I've been a subscriber to the school of thought for a long time that the first woman president is going to be a Republican. For the reason that like in the GOP, women candidates have to go to greater lengths to prove that they are like truly conservative because women in both parties are perceived as more left or progressive than they actually are. So for that reason, I've kind of thought that, but I don't know. Like, it seems like the bench on the Democratic side, as far as women are concerned, they have more of a bench. But
yeah, if you just take the straight odds, the straight Bayesian, there's just more. There's more on the Democratic side.
Yeah.
It's an interesting take on the Republican side. I hadn't thought about it that way. It's not. To be honest, it's not something that I can have a lot of insight into. It's interesting though. You could probably get an interview with her, like a Senator Shelley Moore Capito.
Oh yeah,
ask her that question.
Yeah,
someone who's been in the House and the Senate, that kind of thing, had to fight through it. I'm trying to think of if Murkowski or Collins. That'd be an interesting question to ask them on the record on that.
Yeah. And Katie Britt is a women senator who's looked at as a interesting figure. And I also mentioned earlier there are 2 women Republican in the House who are running for Senate, Ashley Hinson and Julia Letlow. And then, of course, you have the governors, Sarah Huckabee Sanders being one such person. I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting question.
So I'm looking. Yeah, the group chat is. We all think Wayne County might have taken a donut break.
Oh my God. Guys, you can't do this to us. You're so close. I think.
Please.
Hey, look. This could have been, this could have been the 270th electoral vote in 2024, but it wasn't.
I don't think they would have been taking a break for that one.
Yeah.
The pressure would have been too high.
And maybe this is kind of the votes give us, the votes take it away. Like 2024 was wrapped up so quickly.
Yeah.
It was wrapped up by like 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Wayne County election officials taking a breakfast break. Oh, McDonald's. You know what tastes really good right now? A hash brown from McDonald's.
Oh, McDonald's breakfast.
I'm just gonna open up Uber Eats and see how long. Oh, that's too long. My bowl of cereal is closer.
Yeah.
McDonald's breakfast though, when you can get that, It's not
good.
something you wake up and like, I've got to go get it. But when you get the opportunity to.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh man.
Oh, this is crazy. Oh, Wayne County. Wayne County.
Oh, I'm just coming up on Twitter with this Mally McFord tweet from 4 hours ago. She has like a graphic for it and everything.
Yeah, she was ready. I bet she had graphics prepared for both outcomes.
That's funny. I'm sure her team did.
I'm sure
It's
they
like
did.
The lost graphics that were never published, kind of thing. It's like it's like the Super Bowl T-shirts that were donated that you can occasionally find. Like, oh, the Bills won the Super Bowl.
So
No.
I'm going to sound like the old man shaking his head at the sky, but has anyone else noticed that if you're under the age of 25, you have an announcement graphic for everything? and it's on LinkedIn or it's on Instagram.
Yeah.
It's like, and you guys, if you like basketball, you appreciate this. Like, it just reminds me of that time that LeBron James like had the announcement that he's going to Miami. It's like everyone's like teeing it up. It's like, I've got the announcement graphic. I have decided to take Algebra 2 next semester. We're like,
I've decided to take my talents to South Beach.
So yeah, or yeah, exactly. That's what this
I'm
is
an
like.
incoming associate at
Yeah.
PwC.
Yeah.
Also to the person in the chat who asked if that was a train whistle. Yes, it was. I live next to the train tracks. And the trains are running. Wayne County is not.
Wait, you're in DC, right, Grace?
Yeah, I'm in DC.
Oh man, but you used to. Oh, so that's probably that 6th Acela. Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
warm.
Yes, it is.
Wait, so you're up by Union Market?
Yeah.
There's no McDonald's by you. That would take a while.
There is.
Oh, there
It's
is.
like- yeah,
Oh,
it's
the
in
New
like-
York Ave one. The New
Yeah, the New York
Ave
Ave one.
Yeah.
It's like in a weird spot though.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Wow.
next to the famous Wendy's.
Yes, the
Dave
the
Thomas
now-
Circle. Yeah.
Yes, R.I.P. Dave Thomas Circle Wendy's.
Yeah. Will
Um,
we show the Syed interview at 7 a.m.? That's not a bad request.
No.
I don't know, Skelly. Should we
Actually,
gamble?
well, I don't know what the rules on that are. Is that a?
Well, I will get the angry letter, and you can blame me.
Okay.
I mean, we should
Well,
probably credit whoever it is.
I mean, it's MS Now. I'd also have to find it on a stream and broadcast it. Maybe, I don't know.
Let me poke around.
We
will to the chat. We will try. That's not a bad thing.
Somebody asked about the 13th district. It's the same boat.
Yeah, it's Wayne County.
We're stuck in the same Wayne County boat for the Senate race and the 13th congressional district Democratic primary. Donovan McKinney is currently leading by about 3 points. The challenger to Sri Thanadar, the incumbent. So, you'd probably rather be McKinney, but at the same time, it's close. So, not as close as the Senate race, though.
Yeah.
Oh God, did I just do that again? Hopefully it works this time. I feel like I accidentally closed it earlier and it just stopped working. This is what happened last time. Oh, you know what it is? I bet, Scott, I bet you have to say it's okay. Like I accidentally X'd it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah, let me.
And we have you set up as the admin or whatever right now.
Yeah. I should know what I'm doing, shouldn't I?
Oh, excuse me.
Hold on.
Oh.
Wait a second. Do I solo? No. Kick from studio, ban from studio. Oh no, I got it. There we go.
Hey, look, I accidentally brought this up and I brought up the wrong race. Bernie Sanders. There he was, getting his upset victory. Yeah, I think I accidentally closed it. It's okay. It'll take me 2 seconds to bring it back. It's just
Yeah.
there
And
are
as
people
we
like
were
arriving at where we were, and being like, "Who is this insane person here at 6:50 a.m.?"
Great question.
I got it.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I've got it hooked to my YouTube TV, and I could probably get my HBO Max account. We can throw on. I haven't watched the Game of Thrones from this week.
I had some friends texting about how it was good. I haven't watched House of the Dragon. I should. But
I'm not gonna lie, it's not that good, but I have to finish. Yeah.
It's fair.
Yeah. All right, so everyone keeps putting New York Times shows Wayne at 95%. Just so everyone knows, the estimated vote that we do and everyone does, it's estimate. So when we get close, everyone puts 95%, and they kind of stop it there because, to be brutally honest, we think we know how much left is Wayne, but they haven't officially told us how many left is Wayne. And so it could be 5% more, it could be 10% more, we just don't know.
Yeah. It's just being careful about what we're saying. Yeah.
Coming up. Oh, good. We got it.
Oh boy.
I don't think we're pretty sure there are some more votes in Wayne County.
Oh, we there's definitely more votes in Wayne County. Definitely more votes.
It's just a question of
how many.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look, the back of the napkin math is we think the margin's going to be somewhere less than 15,000, and given the magnitude of this race, if there turns out to be more votes in Wayne County than we think, then that 15,000 margin could turn into a flip, which is why we're not prepared to call it.
Okay. What am I?
The outstanding number, though, is that from a number you were given or an estimate? It is an estimate.
I like people who are getting back on and being like,
Yeah.
wait. It's like, yeah, man, you're
Yep.
right. We did it.
We did it.
We're a little crazy right now. What is it? Okay.
What time's your flight today, Skelly?
Oh, it's in the evening.
Okay.
Now, granted, I guess I am supposed to. I probably have to check out my hotel, which is unfortunate. But yeah. Well, we'll cross that bridge here in a bit. That's still a long time from now. What does she need in order to hit those benchmarks? Yeah, basically if there's about 47,000 votes left, she needs about 70% of them. Excuse me. Which is not likely by any means. It's unlikely, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, which is why we have not projected the race, given that reality. Like, where's the spreadsheet where I was doing some math about this earlier? I don't remember. Oh well, I can recreate it.
So, okay, someone's asking, who is the Haley Stevens in the Hong race? I think David Crowley. It's not a perfect one-to-one comparison, but he is like, yeah.
He's functioning as the main opposition.
Yeah. And backed by the establishment.
Yeah.
And sitting governor.
He's the Milwaukee County executive who dropped out and then jumped back in when Evers said, you know what, I'm going to endorse you. It also turned out that there was probably Mandela Barnes, who dropped out, is probably, well, let's just say that there were accusations that he may have behaved poorly. And so, yeah, he dropped out just before all that kind of blew up again. So now it's David Crawley versus Francesca Hong. You know, there was a lawsuit about could people who had cast early votes change their vote and I'm not really sure where that has landed. I think it's probably in court in Wisconsin. It's basically the Wisconsin Election Commission essentially said, no, you can't.
No.
And then,
because it's a secret ballot.
Well, right, but I think the idea is like if they have like barcodes and stuff.
Oh, okay, on the envelope.
Yeah, they could figure out who
Okay.
sent in the vote and then supplant it with a different vote.
Oh, right, because Wisconsin doesn't really have pre-processing.
Yeah,
famously.
so
they just yeah.
So
Yeah, that would,
I don't
yeah.
really know where that landed.
Yeah, it does open a whole can of worms if you think.
Yeah,
about
it really does. Don't vote in primaries until right before the election. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Too much
That's
can
the
change
lesson.
too quickly. So, I mean, that's true in presidential primaries, and it's also true to some extent in down ballot ones. Oh. Oh yeah. Scott, did you see this?
I'm sorry, in the chat.
Oh no! Basically, in the 8th district, the Trump endorsed candidate lost to someone who dropped out.
Oh yeah. Oh, look. So that was a crazy story. We were looking at that. Obviously, we projected it, and then in our notes, we knew he had dropped out, but we reached out to a few of the counties he was in, and they had said they had not received official notice that he had dropped out.
Interesting.
We initially we didn't think he had a
That's so
chance to
weird.
win. We knew he was on the ballot. We didn't think he had a chance to win, but as he was winning, we were like, okay, we got to like double check that he's still an official candidate.
And those votes aren't going to be like invalidated. Yeah, which could happen.
Yeah.
Depending on the state.
Reached out to
yeah.
a few counties, and a couple of them gave us on the record like, yeah, we didn't. One of them was like, yeah, we didn't know he died, but even if he did, he didn't submit his paperwork, which we thought was kind of funny.
Wow. No interest payments until 2028 on my Leaf Guard.
Oh,
That's the real home ownership I need right there.
yeah.
Oh man. Well, you being a Vermonter, leaves are a problem.
Actually, leaves are a problem. It's
They
true.
are. Yeah.
That is true. Luckily, luckily where I am, that's a little less of a problem. But sorry, I'm starting into the yawns that I can't like hold back.
Did we leave you the Red Bull? There's some Red Bull around the corner, right? No.
I don't know. Max left. I
Max left.
I'm
Just
it.
so you
I'm
know,
the
when
last
Max
man.
Leaves, yeah. Max is like the reason all this works. So when he leaves,
Dysfunction follows. Yeah.
he's not left. He's actually chatting. It's funny the way Max has to like rush home and then set up all his shit, and then Max doesn't get to sleep till Friday after Tennessee. We got Tennessee.
Oh
tomorrow,
yeah, they have
guys.
primaries on Thursday.
Yeah, and then guess what we have after Tennessee? Hawaii on Saturday.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's an interesting House primary. Ed Case getting primary challenged.
Yeah. I just got here. Is the Michigan Senate primary called yet? It is not.
No.
I love it. Someone's pulling out California 47 from the West Wing.
Oh, that's a deep cut.
Horton Wild.
It is.
Horton Wild.
Rain. Rain. I made it rain. Yeah. Oh, we've all seen that. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Gordon
Josh
Wild.
Josh Molina.
Amazing.
I thought he played a pretty good campaign manager.
He
I
did.
mean, it was pretty from my purview. I thought it was pretty dead on. That line in the show when Josh calls him up and wakes him up from a dead sleep because he wanted to know his favorables against the president, and he's like, "I'm too tired." And then Josh goaded him by like, "Well, a top tier campaign manager would know the answer to that." That's how I knew, like, all right, Sorkin did his homework, because that whole
Yeah.
exchange was accurate. The guy was dead asleep. He gets a call from some random person at the White House asking some bullshit question about polling numbers. He tries to slough him off. The guy goads his ego by being like, "You're an idiot unless you know this." And then he perfectly rattles off the favorables unfave in the district. Like that to me just lines up.
It's a good show.
It's all time great. It's 7 a.m. in Michigan. Shouldn't they be reporting something very soon? You would think, wouldn't you?
Well,
One would
in
think.
theory.
In theory.
In theory. Oh, hey, there they go. Did they actually interview him, or was that a lie? Oh no, it's 7 a.m. now. Jeez, God, what is time?
What
Here we
is
go.
time?
Here we
Oh,
go.
boy.
I don't know if I can turn the audio on without getting an echo, so that's why I got the closed caption.
There he is.
Who's this guy? This isn't Joe.
It's Willie Geist.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to try to put the?
Yeah, let me try. Let me see.
Let's
how
just
this
see.
works.
Let's just see.
So we need to move forward and start bringing this
Can you guys
party
hear that?
together.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was an extremely
Oh.
close election. We got outspent 11-1, took $70
All right, I'm
million
gonna get some more caffeine in a minute.
of spending against us. And I'm just really proud of the movement we built despite this. But on August 5th, both Congresswoman Stevens and I had committed to bringing the party back together. We understand that she still wants to hold on to a path. We're focused on trying to figure out how we bring the party together to defeat Mike Rogers in November.
And as those votes come in from Wayne County, it may be called a short time from now. We'll keep a close eye on that. I think,
Wait, did Willie Geist
Mr. El
just say it might be
Sayed, a
called
lot
a
of
short
people
time from
maybe
now?
across the
Someone
country
tell
who've
him
been
that word.
paying some
Oh, no,
attention
MSN
have
now is
just
different than
tuned in
NBC.
now this
Oh,
morning.
yeah.
They wanted to see the outcome of this race, reading about you, learning about you, your history, some of your views, and where you might take the state of Michigan and what kind of United States Senator you potentially could become. Some people have painted you as extreme on issues like Israel. What is the core of your message? And if you do turn out to win this race, what will have made the difference?
We want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. We started this campaign back in April of 2025, going to places big and small, and then across living rooms in Lansing and backyards in Grand Rapids and VFW halls in Escanaba and churches in Detroit. I heard what people were complaining about. They said, I don't know why it is this hard. It just shouldn't be this hard to afford a bag of groceries or to pay your rent or ever believe you could own a home or see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world or pay your taxes and believe that that money is being spent on you rather than being dropped in the form of bombs on somebody else. We've got an opportunity to bring ourselves back together, to come together around a movement, to take our democracy back, to make sure we have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, rather than of the corporations, by the billionaires, and for the special interests. And that's exactly why $70 million was spent against me in this race. They see me as an existential threat to the system of politics that is making it way too hard on everyday people. But we're really proud of the movement we built, and we're looking forward to defeating Mike Rogers in November.
Pin. He's got his little
Mr. Senator, good morning. As we say, if you are indeed the Democratic nominee for Senate, you, I'm sure, have heard Republicans are welcoming that. A lot of Republicans have made plain that they were hoping that you would emerge from this contest, that they like their chances with Mike Rogers against you going forward, pointing to the idea that Michigan was won by Donald Trump 2 out of 3 times. Why do you think that, what is to you Rogers' biggest flaws as a candidate? How would you make the case against him if indeed you are moving into the general election?
Yeah, well, look, Mike Rogers served in Congress. He served the special interests in Congress, but says he served the state of Michigan. He did it for 14 years. He took, I don't know how much money, nearly $1 million from the pharmaceutical industry, voted to raise prescription drug prices, helped to architect the legislation that kicked off the opioid epidemic. This is a guy who's never seen a corporate dollar he did not want to use to corrupt his office. He made $14 million after leaving Congress and moving to Florida to play golf. And he's back for a second helping. We know that if we bring people together around a movement to take our politics back, we really can beat him. And what he's missing is that politics has changed since the year 2000 when he got to office. Now it's not enough to just get, $70 million and run 30-second ads on television. You actually have to stand for something. And this is a guy who doesn't want to actually explain why he's backing Donald Trump on the worst, most ridiculous war that we've seen, that they swore up and down that we'd never fight. He doesn't want to explain why he drives an EV but doesn't want you to. He doesn't want to explain why he's okay with everybody paying $5 gas because of adventurism abroad. So we're looking forward to forcing him to explain all of those things to the people of the state of Michigan and then sending him back to Florida so he can golf with his buddies.
So you have syndicated in the past that you support abolishing the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, ICE. Certainly polls suggest that Americans are unhappy with the conduct of ICE now. That said, they also support President Trump's efforts in tightening the closing the southern border, tightening some immigration restrictions. So my question to you is, it's one thing to say, let's abolish ICE, but then what do you replace it with?
Well, as you well know, ICE has nothing to do with the southern border. That's Customs and Border Protection. I believe in a secure border. I also believe in immigration enforcement, but I also believe in not shooting Americans in the back of the head, in the face, while you're trying to do it. And maybe it's because I've served in government agencies, but once a government agency like that is told that it has impunity to do the worst things and violate the highest law of the land, which is the Constitution itself, I don't think you can reform or retrain that. I think we need to start from scratch. And ICE is not very old. It's 15 years younger than I am. It started, it was a bad experiment. It's been weaponized to do the worst things. And I think we need to abolish it and start from scratch, perhaps going back to something like the INS, which for a very long time, very capably enforced immigration policy without, of course, shooting Americans and violating our civil liberties.
Mr. El-Sayed, you've been out there running for this seat for a long time. You've heard a lot and you've said a lot in response to what you hear. I'm going to ask you a question, pretending that I'm from Dearborn, Michigan, and I'm 43 years of age. I have a wife and 2 children, one in elementary school, one in high school. I work paycheck to paycheck. My wife and I both work paycheck to paycheck. If one of my kids ever got sick, we're done. What are you going to do for me?
I believe in Medicare for all. I mean, this is the cause of my career in public service. I know that right now, too often, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, either you might be on Medicaid or you might have private insurance that you can't afford because your deductible is what, $4,500 to $6,000, meaning you're going to go potentially into bankruptcy if you or one of your kids got sick. We can guarantee you health insurance without having to worry about a premium, a copay, or a deductible in the same way that we provide health insurance to our seniors, the people who are most likely to get sick in our society. And on top of that, I think we can make Medicare whole for those seniors, covering things like vision, dental, and hearing, taking away the spend down or the deductible, taking away the premium and offering it to everybody and making it more sustainable. We can do that. But the thing that's standing in our way right now is the power of big medicines, the power of big pharma, it's the power of big insurance, nickel and diming politicians, which is why I want to get money out of politics so that we can finally guarantee Medicare for all and get a little bit more money in your pocket.
Mr. El-Sayed, let's talk about foreign policy just a little bit. As you said a moment ago, lobbying groups spent a ton of money to defeat you. We'll see if they were successful when this race is called one way or another shortly. AIPAC was chief among them, spending tens of millions of dollars. They believe that you're dangerous for Israel. You think we should cut off military aid to the state of Israel. Can you explain your position on foreign aid as it applies to Israel, but also more broadly?
Yeah, look, I just don't believe in unconditional foreign military aid. That includes Egypt. That also includes Israel, but it also includes Egypt, where my family immigrated from. And to me, that's because I believe that our kids have a right to our tax dollars, that I'm about 10 minutes away from schools that look like they did 50 years ago. Our money should be spent here rather than sent in the form of bombs or tanks to foreign governments, particularly when they're doing the most heinous things with them, as is the case with the government of Israel. I also just believe in international law, and I think we need to hold all foreign actors accountable to that international law. We've watched as Israel has conducted a genocide, has at baseline done apartheid, and has taken us into a war we have no business fighting. So why, of course, are we sending money to that country to fund their military?
So is your complaint with the state of Israel, or is it with Benjamin Netanyahu and the way he has prosecuted this campaign in Gaza?
Those things, of course, are inextricable, but I think we've seen the worst of what the Israeli government has done. But let's not forget that we've been talking about an illegal apartheid regime for a very, very long time, and that supersedes Netanyahu himself. So I just think we need to treat Israel the way we would treat any other country who behaved the way that Israel is behaving. I understand that Netanyahu is a big reason why they've gotten so aggressive and, frankly, so bloodthirsty under his reign. But I also understand that it's impossible for us to say that we want a two-state solution while we've been aiding, arming, and abetting the very people who've been trying to foreclose on the possibility of a Palestinian state. And ultimately, in the end, I don't think any of us pay our taxes so that a foreign government gets a bomb or a tank. We pay our taxes so that our kids get good schools and functional infrastructure. And too many of our kids just don't have those things right now.
So there are voters watching this right now in the state of Michigan who supported Haley Stevens, Jewish voters who backed her because of some of what you just said there. What is your message to them? Because you are going to need them to win what's expected to be a very close race.
My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own kids. We have a responsibility to take on anti-Semitism in all of its forms wherever we see it. It's the same responsibility we have to take on Islamophobia. I know what it's like to be discriminated against for how I pray. I've experienced it myself, and nobody should have to feel that in a country where we believe in basic freedoms. And so the things that bring us together are so much bigger than the things that divide us. Whatever we may think about our funding for a government 6,000 miles away, I think we all agree about the funding for our schools that might be 2 miles away, and the funding for our roads that we drive on to get there, and the funding for our healthcare that we all need and deserve. So as I've always said to my Jewish sisters and brothers, I'm looking forward to fighting the fight against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia with you. I'm looking forward to joining you. If you open the door for me, I'm happy to come in. I'm looking forward to building relationships. I hope that you'll join this movement. And in the end, what are we against? We're against somebody like Mike Rogers and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a guy who has said the most heinous things and pushed a set of tropes that are just deeply inconsistent with believing in freedom of religion in our country. We have to beat that, and I'm looking forward to partnering alongside you to do it.
And just to put a fine point on this, for those Jewish voters who may be now considering you or an independent voter in the general election, considering you versus Mike Rogers, you believe we should cut off all support to Israel?
I believe that we cannot continue to do unconditional foreign military aid. I believe that we have to follow our own laws, the Leahy laws, where we don't sell weaponry to countries that have engaged in human rights abuses. And that's the same approach that I take to Israel, which is the approach that I would take to the country where my parents immigrated from Egypt. I would also take it to Pakistan, and I'd take it to Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. I just think it's about principle, and we need to be applying those principles everywhere.
Mr. El-Sayed, switching gears, there's been a lot of political commentary about how this race in Michigan for Democrats is almost like a stand-in, if you will, for a real debate within the heart of the party right now, the progressives versus the moderates. Do you view it that way as well? I mean, we spent some time here this morning. Obviously, you and Ms. Stevens disagree on a lot of significant issues. You know, how are those fences mended? Is the Democratic Party able to be a big enough tent right now when passions are so inflamed on some of these issues?
This is not about the future of a party. This is about the future of the people of the state of Michigan, who deserve to know that their roads are competent, deserve to know where they'll get their health care when they need it, who deserve to know that their kids go to great schools. That's what I'm focused on. And if more of us were focused on that, I think a lot of the bigger issues that we tend to fight on would become a lot clearer. We're against the way that outside money can buy politicians, can come in, flood elections, and too often there's a pro quo that comes with that quid. But here's the thing. the things that unite us are so much bigger than the things that divide us. So to anybody who might not have supported me in this primary, I'm asking you to join this movement, to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all, stand up to Mike Rogers and Donald Trump, take our democracy back against the power of big corporations who've rigged the system too often, and help us defeat the kind of lawlessness that we've seen out of the Trump administration. And so this is a big movement. And in order for us to build together, we're going to have to be able to come together around the things that unite us. It's the feeling that we get when we look our kids in the eye. It's the feeling that we get when we think about what our country ought to be. And it's the opportunity we have to take on all that Donald Trump has done to corrupt our country and to corrupt our government.
And finally, sir, you went to the University of Michigan. Are you confident that Sparty fans also will come around to you?
Look, as long as we're not going red and going to Ohio, I'm good with it.
Okay. I think that's the correct answer in the state of Michigan. Democratic candidate for the United States Senate in Michigan. As we said, now the likely nominee, as our elections desk is categorizing it until this race is called, Abdul El-Sayed. Mr. El-Sayed, thank you very much for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Still ahead on Morning Joe. Our new MS Now colleague, Peter Alexander, we're very excited to say, is standing by. He's been talking to voters in Michigan. He joins us here in studio with much more on that. Morning Joe comes right back.
Should I turn on some cartoons? I was like just going over my YouTube TV. I think I have the Cartoon Network.
Gosh.
I thought that Israel answer was, and again, I should pay more attention. It seemed a little bit more moderate than I remember some of the early clips in the primaries. It was a good answer. It was a reasonable answer, but I feel like it was a little bit more moderate. Although I guess Willie Geist probably could have framed it a little bit more, I don't know, inflammatory or more pointed.
Yeah.
That was the only thing I picked up on that.
Yeah, I mean, El-Sayed has like pretty consistently, also brought up, which I think is probably, smart messaging wise to say, it's not just Israel. I don't want foreign aid to Pakistan or Egypt it's something that he's always had in his messaging, which I think is probably smart. But
it's also smart too, when you look at the polling, right? Like it's kind of funny. It's, if you want to, it was Carville and Begala. It's the economy, stupid.
Mm-hmm.
If you can link any issue back to the economy, you can probably strike a chord. And so, like the Israel thing, and that was his version. He's like, look, I don't want to give it to anybody. And he framed it in the form of aid, which is, it's nothing personal. I just don't want to give anyone money, which if you frame it right, libertarians could also agree with that.
Right. Yeah. And I think this idea of, not sending more money overseas and keeping it at home, that is something that has definitely some cross-partisan appeal. Yeah.
You could get Thomas Massey and AOC on agreement on that one.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Or
what was my last favorite Michigan libertarian. Oh, what was that guy? He didn't get enough ballot signatures. Who was this guy? You guys, come on, you're with me. I'm picturing him. I'm gonna have to Google it now. Michigan congressman.
Oh, Justin Amash?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Actually. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Also of a family of Middle Eastern, Palestinian descent, actually.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Wow, that's a Trump 1 character I had forgotten about a little bit. One of many.
Who is more libertarian? Ron Paul, Rand Paul, Justin Amash, or Thomas Massey?
Oh man. This would be like a good Dave Weigel question.
Yeah.
Who's more libertarian?
And bonus points, state who you think with some evidence.
Oh man. I feel like they're
I will go first.
Okay, yeah, you go first.
Ron Paul.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
my favorite fact about Ron Paul, he was pretty famous in like in the early 2000s, like 2000 to 2010, when the Republicans were really against earmarks because they thought earmarks were like wasteful spending. And Ron Paul was one of the most prolific earmarkers because he would cite Article 12, not Article 12, one of the articles that basically says it's Congress's job to control the purse. He's like, earmarks are the most one of the most constitutional things. It's our job as members of Congress, and I thought that was the most libertarian thing. Because and also his letters of marque, advocacy. He's like, we don't need to send troops to Afghanistan. We just need to send letters of marque. Like those are the two reasons why I think he's the most libertarian of those members. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Grace. Who'd you have?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like they're all kind of different flavors of libertarian. Yeah, I think probably Ron is the answer. I also just think like the auditing the Fed and like the gold standard of it all.
The audit the Fed is my favorite. It's like, you know what you're gonna find? You're gonna just find money.
You're gonna find
a
pair of Jerome Powell's reading glasses that he lost.
Yeah.
And like
Alan Greenspan's, jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's peak libertarian. I think like by the standards of like who's in office now, probably Massey. And like actually something like really interesting, I feel like Thomas Massey's legacy is really using the House of Representatives and like the weird ways in which it functions to his advantage. Like he really proved that if you just vote no on everything and like vote no on a lot of bipartisan things, you can get your name in a lot of news articles by being the only no vote was Thomas Massey.
He's like preparing to be that Fetterman.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a clear he doesn't have a clear belief system or principles. Like
fair. Okay.
He just is a
That's
contrarian.
fair.
And like Thomas Massey, say what you will about him, but he like put in the work. He would go like force the House to debate bills, which actually is probably good for the institution. Gabe Fleischer, whose newsletter I really like, after Thomas Massey lost his primary, he had a really good take, which is like Congress needs more cranks. And I think of Fetterman as like just a contrarian who also doesn't put in the work and also has very different views on Israel. But
I think Fetterman is preparing himself to be. I mean, he did it at the. He was at this Hill Nation summit, and he was basically saying on stage, he's like, "You guys realize that like it could be a 50-50 Senate or 51-50, and you've got Vance as the tiebreaker, and like I'm the deciding vote." He was like relishing his Manchin moment.
Yeah, but it's like. Yeah.
Whether it's for principle, as you point out, I don't know, but
I feel like it's not. I can pretty clearly, yeah.
Yeah. But he is certainly preparing for it. Then in the Manchin, you could, whether he has principles or not, I don't know, but he certainly positioned himself well to take advantage of that vote.
Yeah, and I mean, also Manchin, I will say, he did. Side with his party on a lot of things, like judicial nominations.
Yeah, you voted with his party, what, 95% of the time?
Yeah.
Hillis he voted with his party, voted with the president 95% of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but like used his sort of leverage on the kind of within the party fights that, really matter to him, whatever you think about his policies. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, recap. We have not gotten a vote for Michigan since 5:32 a.m. from Calhoun County. given how many votes separate them, the race projection team's math thinks that the margin is going to be somewhere between 10 and 15,000. But if the margin dips below that because there are more votes in Wayne County than we estimate, and it is an estimate, it's not a confirmed number, it's nothing we have official. If our estimate is low, this race potentially could be closer and could potentially flip. Same with Michigan 13, which also needs Wayne County vote. Oh, wait. 180,000. Oh. Okay. I'm going to read the internal chatter. So this is not necessarily confirmed. Mate, can I drop this in chat? Then people can kind of do your own research. So maybe I'll do one. I think I can share this, right? We're gonna try some things. Oh, hold on. Okay. So at 7:07 on August 5th, this is the statewide tracker. This is an official dashboard from the Michigan Secretary of State. And let's go to Wayne County. This is what we're looking at. So everyone can see 328,000. Oh, hold on, Wayne, 314. This 216 number is a little bit higher than it was yesterday. And that's to be expected. As Grace, I know you can go into detail about the voting rules and how these things are processed and they're brought in. But what this tells us is there are a few more absentee votes than we, recorded this morning before the polls closed. Again, to be expected, which pretends that there's a few more votes than we expected. Those could be good for Stevens. That's what has our race projection team excited as we redo math here. If it sounds like I'm trying to get excited over a small update on a dashboard provided by the state, it is 7:30 in the morning and no one's been asleep in 18 hours. So yeah, we're gonna get excited.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to tell everyone where they can go look at this themselves. Let's see if this button works. Oh man, I just put that out in chat. That's Chuck Todd.
You're embodying
Chuck won't care.
spirit.
Yeah. Yeah, so just to break down, 180,000 absentees added to the statewide AB tracker. That's that link in the chat. It's a bit higher than we were expecting. 216,000 specifically in Wayne County and 63,000 in Detroit. Theoretically, those will be good for Stevens. Theoretically. That's why we wait to get them counted. You're on mute, Skelly.
How did I mute myself? What the heck? Sorry. I was trying to clarify for folks because I see some people wondering. They're like, so wait, that 46,000 number is off by 200,000? And I'm trying to say 180,000 absentees were added to the statewide tracker. But what does that actually mean for what we believe is the votes remaining? That's the question then. Like, as we update this, what do we actually think is it as simple as we add 180 plus 46, or is it more like some of that is accounted for, and so now we think that there's 90,000 votes left, or 80? That's the. I mean, I know we're working through this because we just got this information, but I'm just trying to explain it for people in the chat what it means.
So Saliza just sent a text to the chat, and I told him to get on stream.
Oh my God.
He returns.
He's going to be like, you crazy? Yeah.
Well, some 8 hours after he left to go record a podcast.
Okay, just to clarify, they did not add new votes. I see this. This is why I'm trying to clarify for folks.
Yes.
It is. The Secretary of State is tracking the number of absentee votes reported by county. These numbers are updated, it looks like, every morning. And yesterday, counties received at least some absentee votes that have been mailed, and they showed up, or they were dropped off in a Dropbox, or what have you. And so some of those votes have probably been counted. But the trick now is figuring out just how does it actually affect the estimated vote left? And that I'm not sure of. So I'm going to let our team work on that. And we'll get you an updated number. I'm not sorry. Someone's like, we're sleep deprived. Jeffrey, have mercy. I'm sleep deprived. I get it. I'm just trying to like ward off conspiracy theorizing and whatnot. Like that something like weird has happened, and nothing weird has happened.
Is this the longest you all stayed up waiting for election results? Let me tell you about 2020.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, this might be the second longest. In 2020, I basically didn't sleep for a week.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
Someone asked about an internship. DM our account. We look at every. Wow, we don't look at every DM, but if you're persistent, we'll talk to you. Oh man.
All right. So, to be clear, right now, they are saying, the Secretary of State office is saying 1.6 million ballots cast. That's absentee early and election day. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I'm trying to make sense of this so I can better explain to people. And this is not going as well as I'd like. basically, I don't want people to think that they just added 200,000 votes out of like thin air or something. That's
No, the gist is look, the ballots come via mail. The state updates it in the morning. So they got an update on Tuesday morning, and that represented what they got in the mail on Monday. So the update we got this morning at 7:07 represented all the ballots they got yesterday, which was election day. So it's not that they were found ballots, it's just that they only count it once a day. I think that's what you're getting at, right, Jeffrey?
Yes. And also the fact that since the counties and localities are counting votes, that some of those have been counted. In fact,
yes,
most of those have been counted. And so I'm trying to make the point that what we have, the situation here is we believe that Wayne County still has some absentees to add.
Yes.
So the Wayne County number has very possibly gotten larger.
Yeah.
But most everything else is accounted for.
And it's not like these votes come out of thin air. The Secretary of State in Michigan does a very good job of saying, hey, this is how many ballots we've mailed out. Just because we mail the ballot out does not mean the voter is going to return them.
Yeah.
And so they know who mailed them out. And so there's a maximum cap of votes out there, and every day the Secretary of State goes to the mailbox and says, I wonder how many people returned the ballot that I mailed to them a week ago or a month ago. And they have no idea what that is. And so every morning they update us how many of those they got returned.
Yeah. So as we're trying to say, the person who's saying the Democratic Party created extra ballots, that's not correct.
Not mathematically possible.
No. The thing is, there's a universe of people who requested absentee ballots, and so many of those people, X number, returned them. Some of those votes were received yesterday. Most of those have been counted. And so we're not going to suddenly expand the number of votes remaining to 250,000. All right. But because Wayne County is still working, we are interested in the Wayne County number. And so that's the thing that we're curious about is, okay, so is it actually more like there are 65,000 votes left because there's another 20,000 or something in Wayne County that we haven't accounted for? This is the thing that we're working on. So I'm just trying to, yeah, okay, wow. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I, tried to engage in a good faith effort to explain that, but, if you're not going to be interested in it, it's cool. No worries. You just go on doing your thing. Yeah, it's not 200,000 votes. They updated it from what was it, 180 to 216? Anyway,
correct.
So there might be 30 something thousand more votes. Yeah.
The beauty of this is we don't have to argue with anyone. The links are out there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But it's 7:39 in the morning. Why not? I have a TV in front of me. I'm trying to see who's being interviewed right now. CNN's got Ron Wyden talking about something.
I'm just, you know what? I just don't want to hear about this person. They're just annoying the hell out of me. So I'm just like, I don't have fucking time for this. Go away.
This is the side of Scully I don't get to see a lot.
Yeah. This is, well,
0-5.
I don't have a lot of patience for election conspiracy crap. It's just tiresome.
Yeah.
So,
that's what Reddit is for.
Yeah. But I will say one of the things that also people don't get is that one of the other things that, so, you'll hear people being like, well, somehow they like count the votes so much faster in this place. It's like, I'm not sure how many offices were on the ballot, on the Michigan primary ballot, but there were probably like 20. And, when you're like, oh, wow, the UK counts pretty fast, gets the things out. And like, I mean, they do tend to report at like 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. in some constituencies. But one of the things that's going on is that voters are going to the polls and they may have only one thing to vote for. So when you're going through and counting the ballots, the election officials are counting the ballots. They're counting a ballot with one office. So if you've got 20,000 votes with one office, that's 20,000 votes you're counting. Well, if you have 20,000 votes with 20 offices on it, it's you're talking more about 400,000 votes technically, in the sense that there are 400,000 separate offices being counted in the process of counting. So it takes longer to put each ballot through like a scanner. All this stuff takes more time, which is the thing that sometimes people forget, is that in the US, we have a habit of putting a lot of ballots on a lot of offices on the ballot all at the same time, which things take longer. And we are atypical largely on that front. So worth keeping in mind. All right, well, yeah, they're literally trying to, oh man, boy, oh boy. All right, yeah, we really do have all the bots coming in. Joy in the morning. Well, I'd like to be here until this gets projected, but it's just yeah, it's just effing annoying.
Now they're just baiting you, Skelly.
Yeah,
you gotta die.
Rage baited.
Yeah, just fucking tiresome.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Ron Wyden is still talking to someone on CNN. I kind of want to know what he's talking about. What committees is he on? He's on Senate budget, right? Oh, finance.
So we don't really, at this point, if we were trying to get
we are not contractually obligated to stay up for this. Trust me, we're not. We just like this so much.
Yeah.
At this point, it is a sunk cost fallacy. Like, I want to know what happened.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Time to discuss Count Binface. You know
Yes.
what? Yes, it is.
It's always time to discuss Count Binface.
I mean, we were just talking about this. Were you there, Skelly? Like, there's going to be a UK election, and I think DDHQ might cover it. We like the international stuff.
Yes.
That sounds fun. I love a good constituency vote.
Yeah. Now there's
really though, I like the writings more though. Canada's got better names. Writing's a great name. I don't really know what the origin of it is, but it's good. It's good.
Is there an official debate planned between Rodgers and Abdul before the November election? There's not one planned, but I will guarantee you there will be at least one, if not more. My favorite part about the UK elections is in 2016. I was actually in London for Brexit.
Oh my gosh.
And I was at a bar with some people who were very interested in the elections. And they were very sure, because of private polling they had, that it was not going to pass. I'm sitting in a bar, and I'm watching them. On TV they have all the mayors of the towns like come up to the thing and announce how many votes each side gets. And for a couple hours you're watching this, and I'm like, everyone, this guy comes up, he's like, "Oh, Brexit gets this many votes," and like Brexit was doing a lot of stuff. I'm like looking around, I'm like, guys, not my country. This does not seem to be going well for you. And they progressively drank more and more and more, and I'm like, this is just not going better. But like, man, this is enjoyable, right? Like, can you imagine if we had every county in America, they just had to like line up and they come up to the thing and they have to announce the thing. We just gonna watch it live on television. I thought that was kind of cool.
Well, it sounds fun. I will say that it it's like one of those things of, are we actually hurting our own business here?
Yeah. Well, that's my other favorite thing is like when we talk to people from like other countries. I remember talking to some legislative folks from Germany, and I was trying to explain to them what we do. I'm like, why do you exist? They're like, we just get it from the federal government. I'm like, well, there's the Constitution.
That's no fun.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's what you want this in an orderly, timely fashion. Now they have other problems. My favorite is like the Germans. I was like trying to like, do you know how complicated it is to like calculate how your parliamentarian splits? As Jeffrey knows, we have some very smart people on our staff. We have a gentleman on our staff who got his PhD in theoretical physics and started college at age 16. And this was one of the hardest things he's ever had to code. So, look, you counted fast, but to calculate out your parliamentary split is, it is rocket science, apparently.
Someone asked, can Rogers just refuse to debate, or is he obligated to debate? He can. I mean, David Perdue in 2020 famously did not debate John Ossoff, creating that great image of Ossoff debating an empty chair and making that face in the photo that was like, and that, did not end well for Perdue. So, I mean, Rogers could refuse to debate El Sayed. I don't think that would end well for him in a swing state.
Oh. Well, I'd really like to get to a projection here. Things are, I think, working against us. Detroit went to sleep. Or something. Frustrating.
Yeah. In the words of former Mayor Eric Adams, you're asking me if I'm woke. Some of us never went to sleep.
You really
I
that?
will be
That's a
taking
great
a nap
line.
later.
How did I not hear that? That's a great line.
Yeah.
That's a great line.
Yeah. Much like Eric Adams, I too never went to sleep.
Oh man. I'm looking at my calendar. I actually have like work things to do in like an hour.
I know.
I'm glad I did not try to schedule the podcast for today. That would have been very unwise.
Who's on the podcast this week?
I was going to have a conversation that seemed timely about from some former colleagues of mine at 538 who have continued an old thing we used to do called the primary project. Basically, it's like looking at what groups have been doing better in contested primary races in terms of, and obviously I think we'll be seeing some groups on the left doing better in Democratic primaries, for instance, in this cycle. So we're gonna have, it felt timely with El Sayed running to do that. All right, what is this guy? Well, thank you. Some kind words in the chat. Appreciate it.
How uncomfortable is that Michigan Dem Unity rally going to be? That's going to be a fun watch.
When is that set for?
The 7th, what day is today's Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, Pete Buttigieg is going to be there. Apparently is headlining. I'm very curious to know who he voted for in this primary. He is a Michigan resident and Michigan voter.
I probably voted for Haley. I actually saw some people discussing this on Twitter, and it's funny. So they were like, Pete voted for Haley Stevens, but Chasten, right? Is that how it's pronounced?
Chasten?
Chasten, sorry.
Chasten.
I mean, he was chastened, I guess.
Chastened.
I don't know. Chasten voted for, God, I am tired. Chasten, they're like, secretly, Chasten voted for Abdul El-Sayed. And I was like, yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. That's funny.
Split voting household. Yeah, I'm also curious as to who McMorrow voted for. If I had to guess, I think she voted for El-Sayed, probably.
That one actually is harder.
Yeah.
She and Stevens are not on the best of terms.
Right. Yeah.
So
that's why I think.
See some personal vote being in there as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
Well, right now my current hard out is that I have a 9:30 hit to talk about this. So I'm not suggesting we actually go that long, but I don't know what we're all sitting here just being like, is Wayne County going to actually add any votes soon? And are we going to get an update on the estimated vote outstanding? Is that Peruser's remit?
He is off duty at the moment. It's me and Al Dunson.
Okay.
It's one of those things we can't. We got to get it from the county. In the
Sure.
county.
No. Yeah. I agree. I'm just saying. So basically, we were taking that state data as evidence that Wayne is probably going to tell us there are a few more than we thought.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's just
based on that absentee thing. We think they're gonna all of our numbers you see on our website are estimates. Our best guess is our estimate is a little bit low. And so if our estimate's a little bit low, we think there are a few more votes in Wayne County, and we think the few more votes that are in Wayne County than we estimated are potentially favorable for Stevens.
Yeah,
and the math is
based on what we've seen in Wayne County.
Yeah. And the math is so close, it's almost like unless we can be 100% certain it's, X number of votes left, we're in the business of being accurate. Like, we can't guess it. We need an official answer from a county. And we need an official report. We can't say, we think there's between 50 and 60,000 left. Look, if there were 100,000 vote margin and we think there's somewhere between 50 and 75,000 votes left, it's projectable. But, if there's somewhere between 50 and 75,000 votes left and there's a margin of 19,000 votes, it's not
that
projectable.
matters. Yeah. And it adds to the uncertainty, which is the whole thing.
Same with Michigan 13. Everyone's asking about that. That's when we thought was there. It's all Wayne County. When Wayne County reports, it will help us, get to a projection for Michigan Dem Senate and Michigan 13. Yeah, I see everyone saying, NBC saying 77,000 votes remaining. Look, the folks over there who do their estimating, they're very good. But I think they would tell you, and that's why it's 77,000 even. No one's trying to be precise here. It's an estimate. I believe it says estimate on their website too. So no one knows for sure.
Yep. And that's the tough part.
Yeah.
Also, because here's the other thing.